scoring the sacred body of the ancients from the Get Chapter 1 to Chapter 76. The Emperor State, one of the 3,000 mystical states in the Huangtian mystic realm, was where the Jun family, a family of the ancients, resided. The Jun family was an extremely glorious force in the mystic realm. It had been passed down for countless eras, and its ancestors had produced supreme emperors. During this time, the entire Emperor State and even the Huangtian mystic realm were trembling. Phantoms of dragons and phoenixes surrounded the void sacred island where the Jun family resided, letting out dragon roars and phoenix cries. It was rumored that the offspring of a legendary figure in the Jun family was finally about to be born after 10 years of pregnancy. Inside the heavenly emperor palace on the void sacred island of the Jun family, many elders of the Jun family were breathing heavily as they looked at the baby in swaddling clothes. Ever since it was born, the baby had never cried or made a fuss, but its large eyes were filled with confusion. However, the elders were more concerned about the baby. Its entire body was surrounded by golden light, making it look like a young dragon. An elder took a deep breath and said, "This is the sacred body of the ancients?" "Yes, this is definitely the sacred body of the ancients." "Why does the heavens treat the Jun family like this?" another elder lamented. They were not surprised that the sacred body of the ancients had appeared in the family. Instead, they were very disappointed. The reason was simple. During the ancients, the sacred body was indeed very powerful. It was enough to rank in the top 5 among the 3,000 physiques. It could compete with the eternal divine body, the chaotic divine body, and the heavenly tyrant body. The sacred body of the ancients could even challenge the great emperors. However, in recent times, the laws of heaven and earth changed drastically. The environment was no longer suitable for the cultivation of the sacred body of the ancients. 10 shackles even fell from the heavens to restrict the growth of the sacred body. At that moment, the baby, who was none other than Jun Xiaoyao, had a confused look on his face. "I've traveled through time and come with a useless sacred body of the ancients?" Jun Xiaoyao was an orphan in his previous life, who was adopted by a blind fortune teller. The blind man said that although he was poor and lonely in this life, he would be blessed by the heavens in his next life and reach the pinnacle of life. Jun Xiaoyao did not believe it at that time. However, an accident took his life. When he opened his eyes again, he was already a baby. "It seems that I was born at the end of my life," Jun Xiaoyao thought to himself. Jun Xiaoyao could tell from the words of the elders that the Jun family was a family of the ancients, which was extremely glorious. It could be said that while others were born at the starting line, Jun Xiaoyao was born at the finishing line. But, Jun Xiaoyao, Jun's eye of the ancients, he thought, of the ancients, of the ancients of the ancients, Jun Xiaoyao's of the ancients of the ancients. Of the system ding the system. Ding ding. You check in system. Of the birth of the heavenly palace of's, birth palace. Ding. This check-in has triggered a critical strike of newcomer's luck. You can obtain a rare reward of more than 5 stars. Do you wish to check in, of the ancients' ents? Of the ancients' head body. Check in, Jun Xiaoyao said to himself. Of the god. Of the. Of the. As soon as the system's voice was heard, Jun Xiaoyao felt an unparalleled power erupt from his body like a volcano. 10 semi-illusory golden shackles appeared on the surface of his body. They were none other than the 10 shackles. What happened? The elders were startled, and they all looked at Jun Xiaoyao. Then, under the shocked gazes of the elders, the first golden chain broke. And a terrifying aura gushed out. Kacha, the second golden chain. Shattered once again, the entire heavenly emperor palace was shaking, and light shone brightly, then, the third, the fourth, the fifth. In the end, the 10 chains were all broken. More than 10,000 of them appeared in the sky, and they were all worshipping in the direction of the Jun family's divine island. This strange phenomenon shocked the entire Huangtian mystic realm. "Oh my God, what's going on? There are saints in the sky. They are worshipping in the direction of the Jun family of the Emperor State. It must be the birth of the Qilin child of the Jun family. What kind of constitution does he have that he can trigger the pilgrimage of the 10,000 saints?" Many ancient forces and great figures of the eternal dynasty in the 3,000 mystical states of the Huangtian mystic realm were amazed, such a phenomenon was rarely seen since ancient times. Even when the great emperors of the ancient times were born, they were nothing like this. Many people were curious about what kind of constitution the Qilin child of the Jun family had. At that moment, the elders in the heavenly emperor palace, who were used to seeing the vicissitudes of life, were also stunned. An old man in a golden robe with white hair and beard said with tears in his eyes, "Haha, this is my grandson. My grandson has the bearing of a great emperor." The old man's name was Jun Zhantian, and he was a high-ranking elder of the Jun family. At that moment, he was dancing like an old child, holding Jun Xiaoyao in his arms, unable to contain his joy. Jun Xiaoyao was rather speechless when he heard that familiar phrase. He felt like an old general on a stage, with many flags behind him. As expected of his grandfather. This is great. A sacred body of the ancients that was born to break the shackles is indeed unheard of. You can't find a single one in a million years, an elder exclaimed. With this child, the Jun family can fight for the throne. Haha, the Archean royalty dared to provoke the Jun family just because they have Long Out Yin, who has the blood of the imperial dragon, and said that there is no one in the younger generation of the Jun family. What a joke, another elder sneered. Although the Jun family reigned supreme in the Huangtian mystic realm and was extremely glorious, they were not without enemies. The Archean royalty, such as Zulong and Wanhuang Spirit Mountain, were forces that were hostile to the Jun family. There were also hidden dangers in places such as the Forbidden Zone and the ancient burial ground. However, the elders believed that all these hidden dangers would be solved with the arrival of Jun Xiaoyao. Because the Jun family had obtained a sacred body of the ancients that had broken the shackles, golden blood flowed in Jun Xiaoyao's body. After breaking the shackles of the sacred body, his aura was also rising steadily. Tendon refinement, bone tempering, blood replacement. Orifice opening, spirit gathering, Jun Zhantian and the elders looked on in shock. Jun Xiaoyao's cultivation had broken through 5 levels of the physical body. It was known that even some of the geniuses needed at least 5 years to reach the level of physical body of the ancients, and that was under the premise of the nourishment of many sacred medicines. However, Jun Xiaoyao had broken through 5 levels of the physical body in less than 15 minutes after he was born. A group of geniuses would have doubted their lives if the news got out. A sacred body of the ancients that has broken the shackles. What a freaking monster! Even the elders, who had seen a lot of the world, could not help but say vulgar words. However, what was more amazing was yet to come. Around Jun Xiaoyao, there seemed to be thousands of shadows of saints floating, chanting, and worshipping Jun Xiaoyao. Is this the vision of the sacred body, the pilgrimage of 10,000 saints? Jun Zhantian and the elders were so shocked that their minds went numb. Generally speaking, saint bodies and divine bodies all had their own unique phenomena. It is said that the sacred body of the ancients has 6 visions. When all of them are awakened, the 6 visions will form the 6 paths of reincarnation, which can defeat all enemies in the world. An elder's eyes were faintly burning. Jun Zhantian was grinning from ear to ear. He seemed to have seen the magnificent scene of thousands of races worshipping his grandson when he became emperor in the future. The elders aside, even Jun Xiaoyao himself could not help but sigh in awe. His talent was invincible, his background was invincible, and he even had a check-in system. How could the other geniuses of this era live? Just as Jun Xiaoyao was thinking if he should keep a low profile in the future, the system's voice was heard in his mind again. Well, even the system doesn't want me to keep a low profile. Jun Xiaoyao thought to himself. Ding. Check-in location refreshed. Please check in at the old tablet of Taiyue. Where is the old tablet of Taiyue? Jun Xiaoyao thought to himself. However, he was in no hurry. He was just a baby, after all. Furthermore, he had already checked in and obtained a sacred body of the ancients. It was a perfect start. It was not too late to look for the next check-in location later. I got a sacred body of the ancients this time. I wonder what I'll get next time. Jun Xiaoyao was looking forward to it. At this time, Jun Zhantian slapped his forehead and said, "That's right, I haven't given my precious grandson a name yet. How about we call him Jun Changxing? It means that he will achieve immortality in the future." Jun Xiaoyao, who was being held in his arms, was speechless. While the name Jun Changxing sounded reasonable, he still wanted to use his own name. Some elders shook their heads and said, that's not right. There are too many people named Xianxia. It's tacky. Nowadays, people and dogs dared to name themselves Xianxia. How could such a common name be worthy of the Jun family's Qilin child? At that moment, a weak voice was heard all of a sudden. How about we call him Xiaoyao? My husband once said that it's easy to become a celestial being, but difficult for Xiaoyao. I only hope that my child will live as Xiaoyao for the rest of his life. A beautiful woman with a pale face, who was lying on the bed, said. She was Jun Xiaoyao's birth mother, Jiang Ro. Jun Zhantian and the others could not ignore Jiang Ro's suggestion. That was because Jiang Ro's identity was not that simple. She was a goddess of the Jiang family of the ancients. While the Jiang family was not as well known as the Jun family, they were still a family of the ancients. How weak could they be? Alright, we'll call him Xiaoyao then. Jun Zhantian nodded. However, he seemed to have thought of something all of a sudden and sighed. Jun Xiaoyao's eyelids twitched when he saw that. It was only then that he realized that his father did not seem to be there. Don't tell me it's going to be the same old routine where the father worships the heavens and has boundless magical powers? Jun Wuwei, don't worry. Jun Wuwei is the white-robed god king. How could he die so easily? Moreover, when this child grows up in the future, it's not impossible for him to find his father who can help him, an old woman consoled from the side. That's true. Haha, I still have my precious grandson. Jun Zhantian regained his smile. Jun Xiaoyao blinked his eyes and secretly remembered how his father addressed him. The white-robed divine king, Jun Wuhui. Judging from this name, his father seemed to be of high status. If the news of Xiaoyao possessing the accomplished sacred body of the ancients gets out, I'm afraid it will cause a commotion in the mystic region. You should know that there are many forces who secretly want to harm the Jun family, an elder of the family said meaningfully. Do you mean that we should use some means to cover up Xiaoyao's divine body fluctuations? Jun Zhantian asked. The other elders nodded in agreement. The tallest tree in the forest is the first to be destroyed by the wind. Jun Xiaoyao was now the treasure of the Jun family. Nothing could go wrong with him. Since when did the descendants of the Jun family learn to be secretive? Can't they even protect a divine body? At that moment, a cold snort was suddenly heard from the sky. The entire Jun family was shocked. Countless eyes were cast above the heavenly emperor palace. That fluctuation, what a powerful aura. It's the great ancestor who was sleeping in the ancestral hall. He just climbed out of his coffin. Hiss. Even the great ancestor was alerted? Countless members of the Jun family gasped from all directions. That was a great ancestor of the Jun family. Many members of the Jun family would never have the chance to meet the great ancestor. However, Jun Xiaoyao was able to alert the great ancestor as soon as he was born. Many people were shocked and envious. In the heavenly emperor palace, Jun Zhantian and the other elders heard the sound. They were also shocked and hurried out of the heavenly emperor palace. A huge spatial fissure appeared in the void above the heavenly emperor palace. A thin, gray-robed figure appeared. It was an old man in a gray robe. His head and body were still covered in dust, as if he had just climbed out of the ground. However, his shriveled body seemed to contain a power that could shake the world. It was as if he had trampled all the realms under his feet. It's the 18th ancestor. Greetings, 18th ancestor. Jun Zhantian and the others hurriedly bowed. The gray-robed old man was a true great ancestor of the Jun family. He had been buried in the Jun family's ancestral hall for countless years. He would only awaken when the Jun family faced a major change or when the family was at a critical juncture of life and death. Jun Zhantian and the others did not expect that Jun Xiaoyao's birth would attract the attention of the great ancestor. The 18th ancestor's figure flashed and appeared in front of Jun Zhantian. He took Jun Xiaoyao in his arms. His eyes were as deep as the sun and the moon as he looked at Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao blinked. He did not cry or make a fuss. Instead, there was a trace of curiosity in his eyes. Is this the great ancestor of the Jun family? What a powerful aura. It's even more powerful than Grandpa's, Jun Xiaoyao thought to himself. The 18th ancestor could not help but laugh and said, Well, the Jun family has another true dragon. You idiots actually want to overshadow this child's brilliance. 18th ancestor, I'm just afraid that someone will harm my grandson in the future. Jun Zhantian bit the bullet and said. Although the elders of the family were of high status, they were only juniors in front of the 18th ancestor. I'd like to see who dares. If those old farts dare to put aside their pride and attack Xiaoyao, I don't mind starting an immortal war. I'll turn the world upside down and blood will flow for billions of miles. The 18th ancestor's attitude was extremely overbearing. Jun Zhantian and the others secretly swallowed a mouthful of saliva. The Immortal War was a war started by immortal orthodoxies like the clan of the Ancients, the Supreme Dynasty, and the Archean royalty. This war could turn the mystic realm upside down and cause billions of people to bleed. It had been a long time since an immortal war started in the Huangtian mystic realm. I hereby announce that this child will be the son of God of the Jun family from now on. All cultivation resources will be given to him. Even if we have to pile them up, we will pile them up until he has a full-fledged sacred body, the 18th ancestor ordered. Jun Zhantian and the other elders nodded in agreement. Only a fool would not cultivate a sacred body of the ancients that was born to break the shackles. Furthermore, I'll give this child the qualification to be sequence 0. The 18th ancestor continued. What? The elders were shocked. If it was just to give the identity of the Son of God, it would be fine. After all, it was just a symbol of status. However, the sequence was different. The sequence of the Jun family was qualified to compete for the position of the family head. There were tens of thousands of people in the younger generation of the Jun family. However, only 10 people were qualified to be in the sequence. In other words, only these 10 people were qualified to compete for the position of the family head. Each of these 10 people was able to amaze an era. They were the 10 most outstanding geniuses of the Jun family. Above the 10 sequences, there was even a sequence 0. 0 represented nothing, but it also represented infinite possibilities. Its status was even above the sequence 1. The previous sequence 0 was Jun Xiaoyao's father, the white-robed divine king Jun Wuhui. 18th ancestor, this is a little inappropriate. It will make the other sequences unhappy. An old woman probed. Every single echelon cultivator had to go through countless trials and tribulations in order to obtain their status. Jun Xiaoyao was given the sequence 0 status as soon as he was born. What would the other sequences think? If they are unhappy, let them compete for it in the future. We'll talk about it after they win over this child, the 18th ancestor said with a flick of his sleeve. Judging from his tone, it was obvious that he was very confident in Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao sighed silently after hearing that. His grandfather had high hopes for him, and the great ancestor saw him in a different light. There were also his father's secrets and the hidden dangers of the Jun family. It seemed that he really couldn't be a salted fish. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. News about Jun Xiaoyao was still circulating throughout the Jun family. Everyone knew that Jun Xiaoyao's birth had alarmed the 18th ancestor, who had personally granted him the identity of the Son of God. As for his identity as sequence 0, Jun Zhantian had purposely kept it a secret. This was because Jun Zhantian was going to invite Jun Xiaoyao's 10-years-old banquet to all the immortal forces in the Huangtian mystic realm. He would then announce Jun Xiaoyao's identity as sequence 0. This was to make Jun Xiaoyao famous. This would also give Jun Xiaoyao a chance to grow in peace for 10 years. However, if the other sequences of the Jun family were dissatisfied, they would have to let Jun Xiaoyao deal with it himself. Jun Xiaoyao did not mind this. He was still confident in his talent. 10 years was enough. Xiaoyao, after the 5 major realms of the physical stage comes the 5 major realms of the divine treasure stage. They are the divine treasure stage of the heart, the divine treasure stage of the liver, the divine treasure stage of the spleen, the divine treasure stage of the lungs, and the divine treasure stage of the kidney. They correspond to metal, wood, water, fire, and earth respectively. When you have completed the 5 realms of the divine treasure stage, you will be able to gather the spirit sea, divine palace, and true spirit. In a hall in the heavenly emperor palace, Jun Zhantian was explaining cultivation to Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao had been consolidating his realm for the past 3 years. All kinds of sacred medicines and elixirs were placed in front of Jun Xiaoyao every day like cabbages. The cultivation of the sacred body of the ancients consumed the most resources. However, the Jun family was a clan of the ancients, so they could afford Jun Xiaoyao's consumption of resources. After 3 years of accumulation, Jun Xiaoyao felt that he could break into the next realm at any time. Grandpa, how long does it usually take to break through the 5 realms of the divine treasure stage? Jun Xiaoyao asked. Jun Zhantian pondered and said, typical geniuses would need about 5 years. Exceptional geniuses might also need 2 or 3 years. You have the sacred body of the ancients, and your physical body is unparalleled. 1 or 2 years might be enough. 1 or 2 years. Jun Xiaoyao thought to himself. Jun Xiaoyao calmed down and began to cultivate after being instructed on the path of cultivation. What he practiced was the Jun family's supreme cultivation method, the scripture of Taishan. This Taishan scripture was enough to allow one to cultivate all the way to the supreme stage. It was one of the top cultivation methods of the Jun family. However, as long as Jun Xiaoyao wanted it, he would be able to obtain any cultivation method. Rumble, Jun Xiaoyao's body seemed to be rumbling with divine thunder. Golden qi and blood filled his body. Everything that he had accumulated over the past 3 years was unleashed at this moment. At this moment, if one were to look within himself, one would see that Jun Xiaoyao's heart was shining brightly, as if a door was about to open. This can't be. Jun Zhantian, who was standing at the side, was stunned. He had just finished explaining, and his grandson was about to break through. Even a novel wouldn't dare to write something like this. However, just as Jun Zhantian was in shock, it was as if a door in Jun Xiaoyao's heart had been blasted open. Boom, Jun Xiaoyao only felt that his physical body had been strengthened several times. Endless golden qi and blood surged, and his strength instantly soared by 10 times. Has the divine treasure of the heart been opened just like that? It doesn't seem like much. Jun Xiaoyao was puzzled. He felt that it wasn't as difficult as Jun Zhantian had said. Since he had successfully broken through, Jun Xiaoyao didn't hesitate and continued to open the door to the next divine treasure. Half an hour later, boom, the divine treasure of the liver was blasted open again, and his qi and blood were shaken. Not long after, the divine treasure of the spleen was opened again, then, it was the divine treasure of the lungs. Finally, when a day was about to pass, Jun Xiaoyao's body shook. The divine treasure of the kidney was finally blasted open. The moment the 5 divine treasures in his body opened, Jun Xiaoyao felt as if he had turned into a god of war who could suppress the universe. Jun Zhantian was stunned on the spot and murmured absent-mindedly. Damn it, it took me 2 years to break through the 5 realms of the divine treasure back then, but this grandson actually broke through in a day. Comparisons were odious. Jun Zhantian felt like he was a good-for-nothing in front of his grandson. No, he was a good-for-nothing. Other than being older and having a higher cultivation level, he couldn't compare to Jun Xiaoyao in any way. Jun Xiaoyao suddenly frowned and said, Grandpa, I feel that something is wrong. Jun Zhantian came back to his senses and asked nervously, what's wrong? Is there a problem? Jun Xiaoyao was the treasure of the Jun family. If something were to happen to him, the 18th ancestor would skin him alive. Why do I feel that the power of the divine treasure of the kidney is stronger than the other 4 divine treasures? Jun Xiaoyao was puzzled. It wasn't that his other 4 divine treasures weren't strong, but the divine treasure of the kidney was a little too strong. Jun Zhantian hurried forward to check and finally breathed a sigh of relief. His eyes were filled with envy. Grandpa, is there anything wrong with me? Jun Xiaoyao asked. Of course there's nothing wrong. Xiaoyao, you have to give birth to more descendants of your grandpa's lineage in the future. When the 10-years-old banquet comes, I'll ask Jiang Rou to marry the pearl of the Jiang family to you, Jun Zhantian said. Well. Jun Xiaoyao was stunned for a moment before realization dawned on him. It turned out that the sacred body of the ancients also had a bonus in that aspect. However, Jun Xiaoyao wasn't a man of lust. No matter how good his kidney was, he couldn't mess around. As for the arranged marriage, Jun Xiaoyao wouldn't simply fall in love with the pearl of the Jiang family. By the way, Grandpa, do you know what the old tablet of Taiyue is? Jun Xiaoyao changed the subject. Jun Xiaoyao had been settling down for the past 3 years and didn't check in at the checkpoints. Now that he had made another breakthrough in his cultivation, it was time to check in at the checkpoints and receive his reward. The old tablet of Taiyue was originally a stone tablet erected in the Huangtian mystic realm, used to test one's physical strength. However, it was later dug up by the Jun family and placed in the combat arena for the younger generation to test their physical strength, Jun Zhantian explained. So that's how it is. Jun Xiaoyao was slightly speechless. The Jun family was indeed overbearing, digging up the old tablet of Taiyue and bringing it back. However, it was a good thing, as it saved Jun Xiaoyao the trouble of looking for it. Grandpa, I'd like to try out the old tablet of Taiyue, Jun Xiaoyao said. Well? Jun Zhantian hesitated. The younger generation who went to the Jun family's combat arena were usually above 10 years old. Jun Xiaoyao was only 3 years old at the moment. Even though he had the rare sacred body of the ancients, if he were to be tested, he might not be able to beat the older geniuses. Don't worry, Grandpa. I'm just going to give it a try. It's okay if I fail, Jun Xiaoyao said. He just wanted to check in and receive his reward. Alright then. Jun Zhantian nodded slightly. He was a child, after all. It was good for him to suffer some setbacks. It was to prevent him from developing an arrogant personality if he was too talented. I'll just follow behind my grandson. I'll be able to comfort him if he fails. Jun Zhantian thought to himself. It's been 3 years. I can finally walk out of the Heavenly Emperor Palace. Jun Xiaoyao walked out of the Heavenly Emperor Palace. Although he was only 3 years old, he already looked like a boy of 5 or 6 years old due to his sacred body of the ancients. His jet black hair was sparkling and glowing, and his skin was as translucent as jade. His facial features looked as if they were carved by the heavens. He was so handsome at such a young age, like a young immortal. It was hard to imagine how handsome Jun Xiaoyao would be when he grew up. The Jun family's combat arena was located on a huge island hovering in the air. Many of the younger generation of the Jun family would train in the combat arena. There were not only arenas, but there were also all kinds of places to test one's cultivation for the younger generation of the Jun family. The old tablet of Taiyue had been forcibly taken over by the mighty figures of the Jun family and moved to the combat arena for the disciples of the family to test their cultivation. At that moment, a young girl dressed in palace attire was regulating her breathing next to the old tablet of Taiyue, preparing to challenge it. The young girl was about 14 or 15 years old. She had long, wavy golden hair that flowed like waves. Her hair was translucent and dazzling. Her skin was smooth, and her lips were red, giving her a noble and elegant bearing. Although she was young, the young girl's delicate body, which was wrapped in a tight-fitting palace dress, was exquisite, and her figure was beginning to show. I wonder what kind of results Jun Linglong will be able to achieve this time. She has the heart of Linglong, which allows her to comprehend all kinds of methods very quickly. She must have mastered all kinds of body-tempering methods. I heard that several sequences wanted to recruit Jun Linglong as a follower, but she turned them all down. Many of the disciples of the Jun family around looked at the young girl named Jun Linglong and whispered to each other. Jun Linglong was not one of the 10 sequences, but she was still a well-known noble lady in the Jun family. That was because she had the heart of Linglong in her body. That kind of heart was also known as the heart of a saint, which meant that Jun Linglong was destined to become a saint if she survived. Although a saint was not all that rare for a clan of the ancients like the Jun family. However, in the entire Huangtian mystic realm, saints were definitely big shots who stood at the very top. Because Jun Linglong had the potential to become a saint, some sequences were willing to extend their olive branches to her. However, they were all rejected by Jun Linglong. Heaven-suppressing golden palm. Jun Linglong lifted her snow-white hand and blasted it at the old tablet of Taiyue. Linglong's body, which looked so graceful, seemed to have burst with endless power at that moment. Boom, after a loud noise, the old tablet of Taiyue lit up. 150,000 Jin. Jun Linglong is so strong. Her strength has increased by another 30,000 Jin. That's right. An ordinary skypride cultivates their physical body to the extreme, but they only have a strength of 100,000 Jin. Jun Linglong has already broken through that barrier. Exclamations of admiration came from all directions, and there was no lack of a group of bootlickers looking at him with blazing gazes. Jun Linglong's snow-white jade-like face remained calm, without any ripples. At this moment, an ear-piercing female voice sounded. June Linglong, why has your strength only increased by 30,000 Jin after such a long time? A woman in a blue dress walked over leisurely, swaying her slender waist. Her face was charming and delicate, but her words were sharp. It's Xianxia, Sequence 10, a follower of Jun Zhangjian. She has a higher status than the followers. I heard that Jun Zhangjian is very fond of her. Xianxia was not a member of the Jun family. She was a follower recruited from outside by Jun Zhangjian, Sequence 10. Jun Linglong ignored her, but Xianxia said sharply, young master Zhangjian left a record of 2.5 million Jin of strength on the old tablet of Taiyue, which is dozens of times more than yours. Yet, you rejected his recruitment. Do you know how ignorant you are now? Xianxia could not stand Jun Linglong's pretentious aloofness. Jun Zhangjian had taken the initiative to recruit her, but Jun Linglong still rejected him. In Xianxia's opinion, Jun Linglong was just a pretentious bitch. Jun Zhangjian is not bad, but he's not the best. The person I, Jun Linglong, follow will be someone who can suppress an era, Jun Linglong said plainly. No one knew that Linglong's heart of 7 orifices had a hidden ability, which was that she could vaguely see a corner of the future. Of course, this ability was very heaven-defying, and she could not use it on her own. Jun Linglong had only triggered it once in her life. In that corner of the future, Jun Linglong saw a blurry, transcendent figure dressed in white, with his back facing everyone. Billions of living beings and thousands of ancient races all bowed down behind him, chanting the name of Heavenly Emperor Jun. At that time, Jun Linglong was certain that a true dragon would emerge from the Jun family in this life, who would suppress time and space for eternity. However, in that corner of the future, which prodigy sequence of the Jun family was the Heavenly Emperor Jun who was worshipped by all, because of this doubt, Jun Linglong did not follow anyone. She had been waiting for the person who resembled Heavenly Emperor Jun the most to appear. Jun Zhangjian was Sequence 10. Although he was very strong, he did not give off the same feeling as Jun Linglong. However, when Xianxia heard Jun Linglong's words, she found it very funny. Haha, suppressing an era? Jun Linglong, your excuse is a bit ridiculous. Even the current strongest Sequence 10 of the Jun family would not dare to say this sentence 100%. This was because this was a world of great competition. Thousands of races rose, and geniuses came out in large numbers. No one dared to say that they could suppress this era. At this moment, in the distant sky, a white crane attracted everyone's attention. On the white crane, a young deity-like figure sat cross-legged. It was Jun Xiaoyao. He had only broken through to the 5th stage of the Divine Treasure Realm and had not yet obtained the ability to fly, so he could only come on the white crane. Who is that figure? He looks so young. Is he coming to the arena at such a young age? A group of Jun family members discussed. Jun Xiaoyao had been staying in the Heavenly Emperor Palace since he was born and had never walked around the Jun family. Therefore, other than the 18th ancestor, a group of elders, and his birth mother Jiang Ro, no one else had seen Jun Xiaoyao. He. Jun Linglong's beautiful eyes fell on the young figure. Linglong's heart suddenly trembled inside her body. Her heart throbbed. No way. Jun Linglong's beautiful eyes gradually widened, and a kind of intuition came to her mind. The white crane fell, and Jun Xiaoyao tipped his toes and landed on the ground easily. What a handsome boy. I want to pinch his face. A girl of the Jun family said with her beautiful eyes shining. So cute. I want to ride him. Another girl of the Jun family with a voluptuous body stared at Jun Xiaoyao with her beautiful eyes and a silly smile on her face. Jun Xiaoyao felt a little nervous being stared at by such a group of girls of the Jun family like wolves. His kidneys were indeed strong, but he was still a 3-year-old child after all. He did not want to be a little horse. This child's chi and blood are too strong. Why do I feel that he is stronger than us? A young man of the Jun family could not help but ask, Child, which branch of the Jun family are you from? Why have we never seen you before? Jun Xiaoyao said casually, Of course you haven't seen me before. This is the first time I came out of the Heavenly Emperor Palace. The first time you came out of the Heavenly Emperor Palace, the young man of the Jun family suddenly trembled as he spoke. The Heavenly Emperor Palace was a place where a group of people with the highest status in the Jun family were qualified to live. The young man looked at Jun Xiaoyao in shock and said, You are from 3 years ago." "Yes, I am Jun Xiaoyao," Jun Xiaoyao said lazily. Wow, as soon as the words fell, the entire arena was in an uproar. Jun Xiaoyao could be said to be the most mysterious of the younger generation of the Jun family, and his status was also the highest. His birth 3 years ago had alarmed the 18th ancestor, who had personally bestowed him the status of Son of God. It could be said that Jun Xiaoyao's current status was not inferior to the 10 sequences. "Greetings, Lord Son of God." In the arena, all the members of the Jun family bowed in unison. Jun Linglong had a strange look in her eyes, but she still bowed to Jun Xiaoyao. Lan Qingyao's expression also changed. She was a retainer with a different surname. And she did not dare to offend Jun Xiaoyao, so she hurriedly bowed. Jun Xiaoyao secretly clicked his tongue and thought to himself as he looked at the members of the Jun family who bowed to him respectfully. That's not right. According to the routine, shouldn't someone come out to question me, and then get slapped in the face? How am I supposed to show off when they are so obedient? Jun Xiaoyao felt like he was punching cotton and could not exert any strength. He wanted to find someone to show off, no, to spar with. However, Jun Xiaoyao still underestimated the status of the Son of God. There was probably no one present who dared to disrespect him. Forget it. Since no one is provoking me, I'll just check in quickly. Jun Xiaoyao shook his head slightly and walked up to the old tablet of Taiyue. At that moment, the mechanical voice of the system was heard in his mind. Ding, you have arrived at the old tablet of Taiyue. Would you like to check in? Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 6-star reward, the Divine Elephant Overpowering Force. As soon as the system finished speaking, a series of mystical mantras of the method flowed into Jun Xiaoyao's mind like a torrent. The Divine Elephant Overpowering Force used energy to attract the gods, and the gods to form the elephants. Every move was made with the power of the Divine Elephant. Every single particle was comparable to a divine elephant. Awakening 100,000 particles meant that the power of 100,000 divine elephants would be added to the body. A single punch could split mountains and seas, shatter stars, and overturn the sun and moon. All it took was a single thought. The strength of the hell-crushing divine elephant. What a powerful cultivation method. Even in the Jun family, body refinement methods like this are rare, Jun Xiaoyao said to himself. He had read many top-notch methods of body refinement in the Jun family, but methods like the Divine Elephant Overpowering Force were still very rare. I thought that the 6-star reward would be far inferior to the 8-star reward. Now, it seems that it's not bad at all, Jun Xiaoyao lamented. Furthermore, Jun Xiaoyao also understood that the system's rewards were ranked from 1 star to 10 stars, from the lowest to the highest. 1-star rewards were the most common, while 10-star rewards were the best. A 6-star reward was already considered to be very good. The Divine Elephant Overpowering Force is a perfect match for my unparalleled sacred body of the ancients. Jun Xiaoyao sat cross-legged on the ground right away and began to comprehend. His original intention was to check in at the old tablet of Taiyue, not to test his physical strength. The 100,000 particles in the human body are first turned into giant elephants. When all of them are awakened, the giant elephants will become dragon elephants will become primitive elephants, and primitive elephants will become divine elephants. Jun Xiaoyao was immersed in his comprehension. The disciples of the Jun family around the old tablet of Taiyue were all confused. What's going on? I thought Lord Son of God came to the old tablet of Taiyue to test his physical strength. Yeah, why is he sitting on the ground? In the eyes of the disciples of the Jun family, Jun Xiaoyao's actions were a great reward for bewildering human beings. Naturally, they had no idea that Jun Xiaoyao was comprehending the Divine Elephant Overpowering Force. This throbbing feeling. Could he really be? Jun Linglong's beautiful eyes stared at Jun Xiaoyao's back, who was sitting cross-legged. He was only a 3-year-old child, yet he was like a young god, giving off an unfathomable feeling. I can't be sure yet, but it's not impossible. Jun Linglong thought. When Jun Xiaoyao was born, the reverence of the 10,000 saints shocked the entire Huangtian mystic realm. Many of the disciples of the Jun family present were guessing what kind of physique Jun Xiaoyao had. While Jun Zhantian and the others did not deliberately hide the fact that Jun Xiaoyao had the sacred body of the ancients, they did not deliberately spread the news either. As such, most people in the Jun family had no idea what his physique was like. So this is the divine child that everyone is talking about? He doesn't seem to have 3 heads and 6 arms, and he looks so young. Is he going to challenge the old tablet of Taiyue? Lan Qingya was also sizing up Jun Xiaoyao. She did not have much respect in her eyes, as she was the sequence 10 of the Jun family. Many a time, even some of the geniuses of the Jun family were reluctant to mess with Lan Qingya, for fear of offending Jun Zhangjian, who was her backer. Mr. Zhangjian set a record of 2.5 million pounds at the old tablet of Taiyue. Even in the entire Huangtian mystic realm, he is at the top. Given this son of God's current level and age, he should be able to reach 100,000 pounds at most, Lan Qingya thought to herself. Being favored by Jun Zhangjian was the luckiest thing that had ever happened to her. In her eyes, no one could compare to Jun Zhangjian. That included Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao, on the other hand, was fully immersed in his comprehension at the moment. He vaguely sensed the 100,000 particles in his body. They were like 100,000 embryos, each of which contained an unawakened giant elephant. Boom! Jun Xiaoyao mobilized the golden power of qi and blood of the sacred body of the ancients. The sacred body of the ancients could be said to be the most suitable physique for tempering one's body. Cultivating the strength of the hell-crushing divine elephant would naturally yield twice the results with half the effort. Rumble! Soon, Jun Xiaoyao felt one of the particles in his body break open. It was as if a giant elephant had awakened, howling at the sky and bringing down the stars. A surge of divine power burst out from Jun Xiaoyao's body as the particle of the giant elephant awakened. 10,000 pounds of strength. Jun Xiaoyao was shocked. A giant elephant represented 10,000 pounds of strength. If Jun Xiaoyao were to convert the 100,000 particles in his body into the strength of 100,000 elephants, then it would be 1 billion pounds of strength. Jun Zhangjian, on the other hand, only possessed a strength of 2.5 million caddies, 1 billion against 5 million. The difference was simply incomparable. Now that I've awakened a particle, things will be much easier from here on out. I'd like to see how many particles of the giant elephant the sacred body of the ancients can awaken in one go. Jun Xiaoyao thought to himself. He continued to cultivate. Golden qi and blood rose into the air. It was as if a golden divine elephant had been formed behind him. What a powerful qi and blood. What kind of technique is that? Why have I never seen it before? The fluctuations of Jun Xiaoyao's cultivation swept across the entire combat arena. Countless members of the Jun family stared at the scene in front of them in a daze. The golden divine elephant suppressed the universe. Its trunk seemed to be able to grab the moon in the sky. Jun Xiaoyao sat cross-legged in front of the divine elephant like a young god of war. Rumble, boom. 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 The sound of beans exploding could be heard from inside Jun Xiaoyao's body. It was the sound of particles of the giant elephant awakening one after another. Finally, Jun Xiaoyao suddenly opened his eyes. His qi and blood surged to the 9 levels of heaven. His level had broken through again at that moment. He had reached a new level from the completion of the 5 stages of the divine treasure realm, the sea of spirit realm. A golden sea of spirit opened up inside Jun Xiaoyao's body. It was vast and turbulent, turning the world upside down. I've awakened 1,000 particles of the giant elephant and broken through to the sea of spirit realm. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were filled with disdain. His aura was extremely powerful. After the 5 stages of the physical body and the 5 stages of the divine treasure realm, there were 3 major stages. The 9 levels of the Sea of Spirit realm, the 9 levels of the Divinity realm, and the 9 levels of the True Spirit realm. They were also known as the Spirit Gathering Sea, the Divinity realm, and the True Spirit realm. There were only a handful of people who had broken through to the Sea of Spirit realm at the age of 3. Am I seeing things? Has Lord Son of God broken through to the Sea of Spirit realm? A member of the Jun family widened his eyes. His jaw was about to hit the ground. A 3-year-old Sea of Spirit realm expert. Hiss. A group of members of the Jun family gasped and began to doubt their lives. They were not the only ones. Even Jun Zhantian, who was hidden in the void, had a look of shock on his old face. He was originally there to look after Jun Xiaoyao, fearing that Jun Xiaoyao's failure would hurt his Dao heart. Now, however, Jun Zhantian felt that his own Dao heart had taken a hit. My grandson is a freak. But where did he get that skill from? It sure is something, Jun Zhantian mumbled. He was a saint, after all. He could tell at a glance how extraordinary the divine elephant overpowering force was. I've awakened 1,000 particles of the giant elephant. Well, I guess I should give it a try. Jun Xiaoyao looked at the old tablet of Taiyue in front of him, eager to give it a try. 1,000 particles of the giant elephant represented a force of 5 million caddies. That was double the record set by Sequence 10, Jun Zhangjian. If nothing unexpected happened, Jun Zhangjian would not be able to keep his record. Jun Xiaoyao clenched his fist with one hand. Surging divine power surged within his body. Son of God is going to challenge the old tablet of Taiyue. Will he be able to break Jun Zhangjian's record? The eyes of countless members of the Jun family gathered at the combat arena at that moment. Jun Zhangjian's record of 5 million caddies remained on the old tablet of Taiyue for a long time. It was not to say that he was the strongest among the younger generation of the Jun family. Many of the other sequences were either cultivating or training in seclusion outside. They had no time to test their physical strength on the old tablet of Taiyue. At that moment, all eyes were on Jun Xiaoyao when they saw that he was about to make a move. After all, Jun Xiaoyao was born with a silver spoon in his mouth. He was named the Son of God the moment he was born. His every move attracted the attention of everyone. If Jun Xiaoyao's performance was subpar, no one would dare to mock him openly. However, they would still have some complaints in their minds. Jun Zhantian, who was hiding in the air, was also nervous, which was rare. Whether or not he could establish his authority in the Jun family for the first time would depend on Jun Xiaoyao's performance. Jun Xiaoyao did not think too much about it. He simply wanted to test his strength after making a breakthrough. He clenched his fist. It was a simple move without any fancy moves. Jun Xiaoyao felt as if there were 1,000 elephants running inside his body. Terrifying power was transmitted from his muscles to his fist. Boom! Jun Xiaoyao threw a punch at the old tablet of Taiyue, and the golden divine elephant shadow behind him seemed to have lashed out as well. In an instant, the entire tablet rumbled and shook violently. A glaring number appeared on the old tablet of Taiyue. 5 million caddies, hiss, all of the disciples of the Jun family were shocked. They rubbed their eyes hard, unable to believe what they were seeing. A 3-year-old boy with a strength of 5 million caddies, if they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would not have believed it. Lan Qingyao's eyes widened. Her petite body shuddered. She was deeply shocked. Although she did not want to admit it, the old tablet of Taiyue had never made a mistake. Jun Linglong's eyes were also shocked. She was even more certain of her conjecture. Even Jun Zhantian, who was hiding in the dark, was stunned. He looked rather comical. However, that was not the end of it. Cracks spread in all directions like a spider web, with Jun Xiaoyao's fist as the center. Jun Xiaoyao himself was also stunned. He swore that he did not deliberately destroy public property. Crack, the old tablet of Taiyue shattered inch by inch under everyone's dumbfounded gazes. In the end, it crumbled into countless pieces. At the same time, a voice that seemed to come from ancient times resounded throughout the entire Jun residence. Create another extreme realm of eternity. Reward from the heavenly Tao. This voice came from the void. It was incomparably majestic, as if a great emperor was muttering in a low voice. However, the words that came out of his mouth left Shifeng aghast. Extreme realm of eternity, what did this mean? This meant that in the countless eras since the ancient times, no one at Jun Xiaoyao's age had a stronger physical body than him. Even the ancient emperors and supreme ancient emperors were no match for Jun Xiaoyao when they were 3 years old. This was definitely a terrifying record. In comparison, Jun Zhangjian's record of 5 million caddies seemed so shabby. Lord Son of God has broken through the extreme realm of eternity. Jun Linglong's beautiful eyes were extremely bright, flashing with extraordinary splendor. If she had only guessed before, then she was now 50% sure of it. Jun Xiaoyao was probably the invincible being in that corner of the future, who turned his back on all living beings. Lan Qingyao's face was pale. This record was so terrifying that she could not even imagine it. When she recalled that she had guessed that Jun Xiaoyao only had a strength of 100,000 caddies, Lan Qingya felt a little embarrassed and her face turned red. Haha, grandson, you're awesome. Jun Zhantian could not help but appear from the void. His face was flushed, and he could not stop smiling. The corner of Jun Xiaoyao's mouth twitched. Why did it sound like he was scolding someone? When the other disciples of the Jun family saw Jun Zhantian appear, they all bowed and said, "Greetings, elder." "Grandpa, the old tablet of Taiyue is broken." Jun Xiaoyao was speechless. It's fine. It's fine if it's broken. You brought another big surprise to the Jun family." Jun Zhantian could not contain his joy. Compared to Jun Xiaoyao's record, the old tablet of Taiyue breaking was nothing. At that moment, a ball of chaotic light emerged from the void and fell into Jun Xiaoyao's hand. This was the reward for breaking through the extreme realm of eternity. Jun Xiaoyao took a closer look and found that it was a jade scroll. When he probed it with his divine consciousness, Jun Xiaoyao was surprised to find that the jade scroll recorded a supreme soul cultivation method. The visualization of chaotic divinity. Interesting. Is this to make my body and spirit invincible? Jun Xiaoyao snickered. His body had already broken through the extreme realm, which was unparalleled since ancient times. Coupled with this supreme soul cultivation method, when his body and spirit reached perfection, who could beat him? Jun Xiaoyao thought about it and put away the jade scroll, deciding to study it in detail in the future. At that moment, a beam of light came from afar. It was an elder of high status in the Jun family, who shouted loudly. The 18th ancestor has sensed that the extreme realm of eternity has been broken. He will reward Jun Xiaoyao, son of God, with 3 immortal divine herbs. The elder's words caused an uproar again. The disciples of the Jun family were extremely jealous. Immortal divine herbs were extremely precious. Generally speaking, even the first-rate forces in the mystic realm would only have 1 or 2 immortal divine herbs. Although the Jun family was a clan of the ancients with a rich heritage, they did not have many immortal divine herbs. To be rewarded with 3 immortal divine herbs at once was something that had never happened in the Jun family before. However, when they thought about how Jun Xiaoyao broke the extreme realm of eternity's record, this reward seemed to be reasonable. Lan Qingya was shocked to the point that she was a little numb. She still remembered that Jun Zhantian was lucky enough to get an immortal divine herb. He was so lucky that he treated it like an ancestor and was reluctant to use it. However, Jun Xiaoyao got 3 immortal divine herbs at once. The contrast was too great. "Tell them that I thank the 18th ancestor for the reward," Jun Xiaoyao said calmly, neither arrogant nor impatient. He was also preparing to go back to the Heavenly Emperor Palace to isolate himself and digest the results. Jun Linglong hesitated for a moment. She bit her lips and stepped out. She said nervously, "Son of God, please wait." Jun Xiaoyao turned his head and saw Jun Linglong. She was wearing a palace dress that wrapped around Linglong's figure. Her golden curly hair was sparkling and dazzling. It made her flawless face look even more delicate. Her temperament was unparalleled. "You are?" Jun Xiaoyao was puzzled. "I am Jun Linglong." "Greetings, Xiaoyao, son of God," Jun Linglong said, slightly uneasy. She had always been calm and composed, with a delicate and elegant temperament. However, when facing Jun Xiaoyao at this moment, Jun Linglong felt that she was ordinary to the bone. She couldn't summon up the slightest bit of arrogance. "What's the matter?" Jun Xiaoyao said calmly. The blonde girl was indeed pleasing to the eye, but Jun Xiaoyao wasn't the type who couldn't walk away when he saw a woman. Therefore, Jun Xiaoyao's attitude was quite calm. Jun Linglong felt a little nervous, which was rare for her. She bowed to Jun Xiaoyao and said, "Linglong hopes to become a follower of the Son of God." As soon as she finished speaking, the entire arena fell into a dead silence. Many of the male disciples of the Jun family were pale and heartbroken. In their eyes, Linglong was high and mighty. They could only look at her from afar and not touch her. However, at this moment, she bowed down and offered to become a follower of someone else. "You want to follow me?" Jun Xiaoyao was slightly surprised. He really didn't expect Jun Linglong to have such thoughts. It was very common to become a follower. Each of the 10 sequences of the Jun family had a group of followers with extraordinary strength behind them. Either they were disciples of the Jun family, or they were talents recruited from the outside. In short, every peerless figure would cultivate followers who would become an important force in the future. Even his father, Jun Wuhui, once had a group of followers. They were known as the 8 Divine Kings. Every single one of them could take charge of an area on their own and could be considered a peerless hero. It wasn't that Jun Xiaoyao didn't consider it, but he was only 3 years old and wasn't in a hurry to recruit followers, so he didn't care. Why? Jun Xiaoyao was curious. Was it because he broke through the extreme realm of eternity? It's a kind of intuition, Jun Linglong said with a deep look in her beautiful eyes. It was not convenient for her to talk about that corner of the future, because it was very likely that she would have to bear some kind of huge karma. Jun Linglong couldn't bear that kind of consequence. Intuition? Jun Xiaoyao was speechless. He also sensed that Jun Linglong might know something, but she didn't say it out loud. However, he did hear about Jun Linglong from time to time. Linglong was born with 7 orifices. She was quick-witted and intelligent, and she was a step ahead of others in comprehending any martial arts. If she didn't die, she was destined to become a saint in the future. This kind of proud daughter would be the center of attention wherever she went, and she was qualified to follow Jun Xiaoyao. Grandfather takes care of my daily life every day. Besides preaching to me, he also nags me to grow up and have children for the Jun family. Jun Xiaoyao felt helpless. Although he was only 3 years old on the outside, he was already mature on the inside. Facing an old man all day long, even if it was his own grandfather, was very boring. It's not bad to let Jun Linglong be a maid to take care of my daily life, Jun Xiaoyao thought. He didn't think of grooming Jun Linglong or anything like that. However, he could accept her as a maid. If outsiders knew what Jun Xiaoyao was thinking, they would definitely want to hammer him to death. He actually wanted to make the heaven's chosen daughter, who was the center of attention and was the center of attention, be his maid. One must know that even a prodigy like Jun Zhangjian only wanted to rope Jun Linglong in as a fellow cultivator. Just as Jun Xiaoyao was about to speak, a woman's voice rang out. Jun Linglong, you actually took the initiative to follow someone else? The person who asked was Xianxia. She did not dare to offend Jun Xiaoyao, so she could only direct her words at Jun Linglong. What's wrong? Jun Linglong asked indifferently. When facing Jun Xiaoyao, she would feel uneasy and nervous. However, when facing Xianxia, she was not reserved at all. Young Master Zhangjian once personally asked to recruit you, but you rejected him. Now, you're taking the initiative to follow someone else. Where is young Master Zhangjian's face now? Xianxia said with an ugly expression. Wasn't Jun Linglong's action a blatant slap to Jun Zhangjian's face? Jun Zhangjian is very outstanding, but the person I, Jun Linglong, follow will be an existence that suppresses an era. Jun Linglong's tone carried a hint of fanaticism. Suppresses an era? Are you referring to him? Xianxia blurted out without thinking. Where did this impudent thing come from? Before Jun Xiaoyao could say anything, Jun Zhangtian raised his eyebrows and flung his sleeve. Splat, Xianxia's delicate body was sent flying and landed heavily on the ground. Blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. This was because Jun Zhangtian was too proud to kill Xianxia. If there's a chance in the future, I'd like to spar with brother Zhangjian. As for you, scram. Jun Xiaoyao said calmly. He could not be bothered to deal with such a small character. Xianxia's face turned pale. She looked at Jun Linglong with a hint of unwillingness in her eyes, then turned and left. Jun Linglong did not mind. Instead, she fixed her gaze on Jun Xiaoyao. Her beautiful eyes revealed a hint of pity. If it were any other man, they would have agreed to it a long time ago. Jun Xiaoyao pondered for a moment before asking, "Do you know how to serve tea and water?" As soon as these words came out, everyone was stunned. Jun Linglong was also stunned. However, she nodded subconsciously. Although she had never done this kind of work before, it did not mean that she did not know how to do it. Do you know how to wash clothes and fold blankets? Jun Xiaoyao asked again. Jun Linglong nodded with a confused look on her face. All right, then I agree. Jun Xiaoyao was very straightforward. By then, Jun Linglong and the people around her realized what was going on. It turned out that Jun Xiaoyao was not choosing a follower. Instead, he was choosing a maidservant. For a moment, all of the male prodigies present were envious and jealous. Having Jun Linglong as a maidservant was not something that just anyone could do. Jun Linglong herself was also dazed for a moment. She was a prodigy of the heavens. Had she really become a maidservant? However, Jun Linglong's beautiful eyes became resolute when she thought of that future. She opened her mouth and asked, "Son of God, since you've asked so many questions, can Linglong also ask a question?" "What question?" Jun Xiaoyao asked. "If Son of God becomes the celestial arch in the future, what should you do?" Jun Linglong fixed her gaze on Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao was slightly taken aback. Then, he smiled faintly and shook his head. "It's very simple. As the celestial arch, I shall kill all enemies in the world." Jun Xiaoyao's words fell. Suddenly, thunder exploded in the sky, and the clouds in the sky shook. His words caused heaven and earth to change color. Everyone was aghast. They had never seen such a scene before. Jun Zhantian also took a deep breath. There was an extremely complicated look in his eyes. "Wu Hui, your son is indeed as heroic as you were back then." Jun Zhantian knew that this sentence represented a huge karma that fell on Jun Xiaoyao. Just as Jun Xiaoyao said those words, Yi Futian's expression changed. In a forbidden zone of life in the mystic region, an extremely ancient and hoarse voice was heard. "This generation of the Jun family is quite ambitious, haha." Elsewhere, a cold and mocking voice was heard from an ancient spiritual mountain where divine phoenixes and real phoenixes were flying in circles. "Kill all enemies in the world, haha. Are the descendants of Jun Wuhui so arrogant?" A cold voice was also heard from an ancient nest where the dragon veins gathered. "In this world, the path to the emperor will appear. The descendants of my family, Long Out Yin, will let the Jun family and the other clan of the ancients understand what it means to bleed geniuses and bleed desolately." Jun Xiaoyao probably didn't expect that his casual words would cause such a commotion. When he came back to his senses, he found that Jun Linglong's eyes were extremely bright as she stared at him. "What's wrong?" Jun Xiaoyao touched his face. "Linglong is willing to follow Lord Son of God." Jun Linglong made up her mind and no longer wavered. Jun Linglong was able to understand a lot from what he said. Jun Xiaoyao nodded. This time's harvest was quite satisfactory. He received the strength of the hell-crushing divine elephant, broke through the extreme realm of eternity, and received the heavenly path's reward, the meditative method of chaotic divinity. He also received 3 immortal divine herbs from the 18th ancestor. After that, Jun Xiaoyao took Jun Linglong and Jun Zhantian back to the Heavenly Emperor Palace. As for the other members of the Jun family in the arena, they watched them leave with envy and awe. If Jun Xiaoyao had performed poorly, they would have naturally criticized him. But now, Jun Xiaoyao's performance had completely won them over. Even Jun Linglong was willing to be Jun Xiaoyao's maidservant. "Do you think Jun Zhanjian will get back at him?" a young man from the Jun family asked with interest. "I don't think so. As long as Jun Zhanjian is not stupid. He will not provoke the Son of God." The others shook their heads. Everyone knew that Jun Xiaoyao was highly valued by the 18th ancestor. He had a bright future and was destined to be the backbone of the Jun family. If Jun Zhanjian offended Jun Xiaoyao just because of Lan Xianxia, he would definitely be out of his mind. As for Jun Xiaoyao himself, he did not care about Jun Zhanjian at all. If he had come to get back at Lan Xianxia, Jun Xiaoyao would have been more than happy to fight him. "Is this the Heavenly Emperor Palace?" Jun Linglong looked at the magnificent palace in front of her with a hint of excitement. Although her status was high, she was not qualified to enter the Heavenly Emperor Palace. "Be casual. Don't be so formal." Jun Xiaoyao waved his hand. "Thank you, Lord Son of God." Jun Linglong bowed to Jun Xiaoyao and smiled sweetly. If it were anyone else, it would be difficult for Jun Linglong to even look at them, but I can easily take her as my maidservant. Is this power and status? Jun Xiaoyao was secretly speechless. Reincarnation was indeed a skill. By the way, Grandpa, Linglong will be taking care of my daily needs in the future. You don't have to come here every day, Jun Xiaoyao said as he turned around. Hey, you little brat. Jun Zhangtian fumed and glared at him. Now that you have a beautiful maid, you're turning around and abandoning your grandfather. However, he could not persuade Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Zhangtian compromised in the end, but he would still come if there was a need to preach the Tao. Over the next few days, Jun Xiaoyao spent his time gaining enlightenment of the strength of the hell-crushing god mammoth. The strength of the hell-crushing god mammoth wasn't just a cultivation of immense strength. It was also a manifestation of all sorts of martial techniques. For example, it could evolve into a supreme offensive technique, the infernal deity spear. After all, primeval god mammoths could suppress the boundless hells, absorb the spirit energy of hell, and transform it into a spear that could pierce through anything. It could also evolve the strongest defensive technique, the underworld god protection, which was indestructible and indestructible. He could even condense demon wings, and with a flap of his wings, he could travel through the void at top speed. As Jun Xiaoyao's comprehension deepened, more and more abilities would be unlocked in the future. In the end, he could even evolve into a true primeval god mammoth, summon the gates of hell, and summon countless demons to fight for Jun Xiaoyao. This strength of the hell-crushing god mammoth is really useful, Jun Xiaoyao praised. Although the Jun family had many supreme body-tempering techniques, they were not as comprehensive as the strength of the hell-crushing god mammoth in terms of functionality. I really hope that I'll have a chance to check in again. Jun Xiaoyao couldn't wait to check in again. Ding! At that moment, the system's voice sounded in Jun Xiaoyao's mind again. Congratulations, host. The new check-in location has been refreshed. Please check in at the 10-years-old banquet. When Jun Xiaoyao heard the voice, he was slightly stunned. 10-years-old banquet? Is it my 10-years-old banquet? He had heard from Jun Zhangtian that when he turned 10, the Jun family would hold a grand 10-years-old banquet for him. At that time, many forces in the Huangtian mystic realm, including the clan of the ancients and the supreme clans, would be invited to the banquet. Even Jun Xiaoyao's identity as Sequence 0 would be announced at the 10-years-old banquet. This banquet would be Jun Xiaoyao's first appearance in the world. It seems that the check-in location and time are random. There is no pattern. Jun Xiaoyao pondered. However, this was not a big deal. The strength of the hell-crushing god mammoth and the meditative method of chaotic divinity were enough for Jun Xiaoyao to cultivate. I'm looking forward to the 10-years-old banquet. Jun Xiaoyao smiled faintly. By the way, why hasn't Jun Zhangjian made a move yet? Did he really give up? Jun Xiaoyao muttered to himself, feeling a little disappointed. At the same time, in the Jun family, on a spiritual island floating in the void, the 10 sequences of the Jun family were treated differently from ordinary geniuses. Each of them had their own independent mansion. They were either heavenly palaces, divine islands, or blessed grotto heavens. This spiritual island was the mansion of the 10th sequence of the Jun family, Jun Zhangjian. On the spiritual island, there was a mountain peak that looked like a long sword piercing into the sky, exuding a sword aura that was like the might of the heavens. At the foot of the mountain peak, Xianxia, dressed in a blue dress, had been waiting there for a few days. Young Master Zhangjian hasn't come out of seclusion yet? Xianxia looked anxious, wronged, and unwilling. The more Xianxia thought about what happened in the arena, the more sullen and angry Xianxia felt. However, she did not dare to cause trouble for Jun Xiaoyao and Jun Linglong. She could only rely on Jun Zhangjian. In the past, whenever someone offended Xianxia, all they had to do was look for Jun Zhangjian. In the end, it would be the other party who would apologize. It was because of this that Xianxia developed such an arrogant personality. Boom! At that moment, a huge wave of energy suddenly came from the top of the mountain. A terrifying storm of magic power swept across the sky, forming a tornado. It's young Master Zhangjian. He has broken through again. On the spiritual island, some of Jun Zhangjian's followers were alarmed. They all looked at the mountain peak. Xianxia's wronged expression was swept away, and she looked very excited. Jun Zhangjian had broken through, and his strength had increased again. He could definitely help her vent her anger. Even if he did not teach Jun Xiaoyao a lesson, he could at least teach Jun Linglong a lesson. On the mountain peak, a young man in a black robe with a sword on his back stepped down from the void. Generally speaking, after the Sea of Spirit realm and reaching the divinity realm, one would be able to walk on air. It was obvious that this black-robed young man was already a divinity realm master. He was about 13 or 14 years old. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and his black eyes were deep. His temperament was like a divine sword that could cut through the heavens. It was intimidating. This black-robed young man was the sequence 10 of the Jun family, Jun Zhangjian. It was rumored that on the day of his birth, all the swordsmen in the Jun family unsheathed their swords on their own and pointed at Jun Zhangjian's birthplace. He was born with the heart of the sword and the indestructible sword body, which allowed him to contain endless sword aura within his body. He also had a talent for swordsmanship and martial arts. It was because of these talents that Jun Zhangjian rose to prominence and became one of the sequence 10. Although he was ranked at the bottom of the sequence 10, he was still not to be underestimated. There were tens of thousands of young geniuses in the Jun family, and it was extremely difficult to become one of the sequence 10. Not everyone was like Jun Xiaoyao, who was born high and had an extraordinary status. Xianxia, have you been waiting for me? Jun Zhangjian landed. The followers around him bowed and cupped their hands. Jun Zhangjian ignored them and looked at Lan Xianxia. Young Master Zhangjian. Lan Xianxia squeezed out a few tears. She looked upset and threw herself into Jun Zhangjian's arms. That be *tch. The other followers cursed in their hearts and looked at her with disdain. As Jun Zhangjian's followers, they could not stand Lan Xianxia's behavior. She even said that Jun Linglong was a green *tch. She was the real green *tch. What's wrong? Who made you unhappy this time? Jun Zhangjian smiled faintly. He was indeed very fond of Lan Xianxia. His attitude toward her was different from the other followers. This is what happened. Lan Xianxia told him everything. Then, she said with tears in her eyes, Young Master Zhangjian, I did it for your sake. Who would have thought that Jun Xiaoyao and Jun Linglong, you said, you offended Jun Xiaoyao? Jun Zhangjian's black hair covered his eyes, making it difficult for others to see his expression. Yes, Young Master Zhangjian, you must seek justice for me. Lan Xianxia said, feeling wronged. Slap, however, what greeted her was a resounding slap. Lan Xianxia was stupefied, completely stupefied. She covered her burning cheek and looked at Jun Zhangjian in disbelief. Jun Zhangjian's face was extremely gloomy, and his eyes were surging with coldness. Young Master Zhangjian, you hit me? Lan Xianxia asked in disbelief. Feeling her gradually swelling cheek, Lan Xianxia felt like she was dreaming. Hadn't Jun Zhangjian always been obedient to her? It even made Lan Xianxia feel that the Jun family sequence was nothing more than this. Lan Xianxia even fantasized that she could completely control Jun Zhangjian in the future, and that he would do whatever she said. Which retainer with a different surname could control the Jun family sequence? She, Lan Xianxia, could, but now, looking at Jun Zhangjian's gloomy face, Lan Xianxia felt like he had become a stranger. Who told you to provoke Jun Xiaoyao? Jun Zhangjian's tone was suppressing his anger. I did it all for your sake, Young Master Zhangjian. You tried to recruit Jun Linglong before, but she ignored you. In the end, she was willing to follow that Jun Xiaoyao. Lan Xianxia was still trying to explain herself. You be *tch. Hearing this, Jun Zhangjian couldn't help but slap the other half of Lan Xianxia's face. Lan Xianxia was sent flying. The corner of her mouth was broken, and blood kept flowing out. Do you know Jun Xiaoyao's identity? Do you know who his father is? Jun Zhangjian was so angry that his liver hurt. Did this Lan Xianxia think that his position in the sequence was too stable, and wanted to shake it? Isn't it that Jun Wuhui? His whereabouts are unknown. Lan Xianxia gritted her teeth, her expression ugly. You don't have the right to insult Uncle Wuhui. All the followers around him were dumbfounded. Did the sun rise from the west? Jun Xiaoyao is the son of Uncle Wuhui, and his mother is also the goddess of the Jiang family. He is also valued by the 18th ancestor. Do you want me to lose my position as sequence 10 by provoking him? Jun Zhangjian really wanted to slap Lan Xianxia to death. Of all the people he could have provoked, he just had to provoke Jun Xiaoyao, the man with the highest status and background in the Jun family. Young Master Zhangjian, I was wrong. Please spare me. Lan Xianxia knelt down and kowtowed. His chin was covered in blood. She had never thought that Jun Zhangjian would be so afraid of Jun Xiaoyao that he would even lay his hands on her. Get up and apologize to Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Zhangjian said coldly. Young Master Zhangjian, this. Lan Qingya felt as if she had been struck by lightning. If that was really the case, how could she continue to stay in the Jun family? Moreover, she had to bow her head and apologize in front of Jun Linglong. It was worse than eating feces. You're not going? Jun Zhangjian's gaze was as sharp as a sword. I'll go. Lan Qingya was terrified and humiliated. Then, a follower found a bundle of thorns and asked Lan Qingya to carry it on her back. The sharp thorns on the thorns cut into her jade back, causing Lan Qingya to hiss in pain. Forget it. I'll go with you. That'll show my sincerity. Jun Zhangjian hesitated for a moment, then decided to go with her. Lan Qingya felt even more hopeless. It was the first time she had seen Jun Zhangjian so uneasy. Who exactly was Jun Xiaoyao that could make Jun Zhangjian so afraid? Jun Zhangjian left the Spirit Island with Lan Qingya, who was apologizing, and headed for the Heavenly Emperor Palace. Along the way, many disciples of the Jun family noticed it. That's Jun Zhangjian, the sequence 10. Has he come out of seclusion? Jun Zhangjian's strength has improved again, and he's heading for the Heavenly Emperor Palace. Is he going to cause trouble for the Son of God? No, look at Lan Qingya. Many people's eyes fell on Lan Qingya. She was apologizing. Her jade back was covered in blood, her cheeks were red and swollen, and the corners of her mouth were bleeding. She looked as pathetic as could be. Could it be that Jun Zhangjian is not going to get back at him, but to apologize? All of the disciples of the Jun family were stunned. Did the sequence 10 of the Jun family just admit defeat? TSK. I'm afraid only Lord Son of God is qualified to make a sequence 10 surrender without a fight, a young man of the Jun family exclaimed. Which of the sequence 10 wasn't full of arrogance? It was too difficult to make someone surrender without a fight. However, Jun Xiaoyao was able to do it. In the Heavenly Emperor Palace, Jun Xiaoyao was relaxing. Jun Linglong was making tea for Jun Xiaoyao. The tea was made with the 10,000-year dew condensation and the tea leaves picked from the Tree of Enlightenment. Some ordinary geniuses would never be able to enjoy this pot of tea in the outside world. However, Jun Xiaoyao drank it every day. Sir, please. Jun Linglong served the tea, looking like a dutiful maid. Jun Xiaoyao took the teacup, took a sip, and nodded. You're doing well. Jun Linglong blushed. Was he talking about making tea? At that moment, a servant of the Heavenly Emperor Palace shouted respectfully at the door, Lord Son of God, young Master Jun Zhangjian has arrived at the Heavenly Emperor Palace. Finally, he's here. I've been waiting for so many days. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes lit up, and he became spirited. Finally, the plot of the Way of the King began. When Lan Qingya went back to complain, Jun Zhangjian became angry and decided to teach him a lesson. It just so happened that Jun Xiaoyao needed someone to test his divine elephant overpowering strength. Jun Linglong's pretty face was calm. She knew that Jun Zhangjian couldn't do anything to Jun Xiaoyao. Hee, little brother Xiaoyao, this is the first time we've met since you were born. I didn't expect it to be under such circumstances. What a pity. A hearty voice sounded. Jun Zhangjian stepped through the door, followed by Lan Qingya, who was in a sorry state. She lowered her head and carried a bramble on her back. This isn't right. Jun Xiaoyao was puzzled. He felt that Jun Zhangjian wasn't playing by the rules. One of my followers offended little brother Xiaoyao, so I asked her to come here and ask for forgiveness. I hope little brother Xiaoyao can be magnanimous. Jun Zhangjian smiled faintly. Lan Qingya gritted her teeth. She felt extremely humiliated, but she still knelt on the ground. She squeezed out a sentence from her mouth and said, I hope Lord Son of God and Jun Linglong can forgive Qingya. After saying this, Lan Qingya wanted to bury her head in the ground. Jun Linglong's pretty face was cold. Jun Xiaoyao was also silent. Jun Zhangjian's eyes twitched when he saw this. He was really afraid that Jun Xiaoyao would tell on the 18th ancestor. If that happened, his future as a sequence would be completely ruined. Jun Zhangjian secretly gritted his teeth and took out a token. By the way, I accidentally obtained 2 supreme tokens of Yuan Tian when I was training outside. Rumor has it that they might be related to Supreme Yuan Tian's secret treasure. I have no use for one more, so I'll give it to little brother Xiaoyao. Supreme secret treasure. Jun Linglong's beautiful eyes were also secretly shocked. Above the saint stage was the supremacy stage. Supremacies were existences that truly stood at the peak of the immortal realm. They were immortal and invincible. The value of such a supremacy's secret treasure was unimaginable. If this kind of token was released to the outside world, it would cause a bloodbath. Countless geniuses would fight to the death for it. Jun Zhangjian also spent a lot of effort and paid a high price to obtain 2 of them. Jun Xiaoyao was also surprised. He didn't expect Jun Zhangjian to be willing to give away such a good thing. Just as he was thinking, the system's voice sounded in his mind again. Ding! Congratulations to the host. A new check-in location has been refreshed. Please check in at the Supreme Secret Treasure of Yuan Tian. A new check-in location? Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flashed. He discovered some rules of the check-in system. First, multiple check-in locations could exist at the same time. Second, the check-in locations could be triggered by events. For example, when he learned about the Supreme Secret Treasure of Yuan Tian, the check-in location would be refreshed. Well, it seems that I have to go there in the future, Jun Xiaoyao thought to himself. Check-in opportunities were very rare. Those unknown rewards were also very tempting. Little brother Zhangjian, you're too polite, Jun Xiaoyao smiled faintly. He raised his hand and grabbed the supreme token of Yuan Tian. Jun Zhangjian's mouth twitched. I may not be a human, but you're a real dog. However, while Jun Zhangjian was heartbroken, he was also shocked. What a strong power. It's golden. Is it really the sacred body of the ancients like the rumors say? Jun Zhangjian had vaguely heard from the elders of his lineage that Jun Xiaoyao had the sacred body of the ancients. At that time, Jun Zhangjian still did not believe it. Not to mention that the sacred body of the ancients was almost extinct in recent times. Even if one were to appear occasionally, it would quickly fade into obscurity. This was because in recent times, the environment was not suitable for the cultivation of the sacred body of the ancients. There were even 10 shackles from the heavens that restricted the cultivation of the sacred body. If Jun Xiaoyao really had the sacred body of the ancients, it would be tantamount to a useless body. Would the 18th ancestor value a useless body? Therefore, Jun Zhangjian had always thought that Jun Xiaoyao might have some kind of constitution similar to the sacred body of the ancients. But now, he saw the golden mana surge when Jun Xiaoyao raised his hand. It was indeed like the sacred body of the ancients. This was because the sacred body of the ancients was born with a golden spirit sea. Even the blood was golden sacred blood. Brother Xiaoyao, do you really have the rumored sacred body of the ancients? Jun Zhangjian could not help but ask. That's right. Jun Xiaoyao nodded slightly. This was not a secret in the first place, and he did not plan to hide it. After hearing Jun Xiaoyao's confirmation, Jun Zhangjian's eyes flashed with shock. Xianxia, who was kneeling on the ground, was also shocked. He really does have the sacred body of the ancients. If that's the case, why is Jun Zhangjian afraid of a useless body? Xianxia lowered her head. Her eyes were filled with resentment. She would never forget the humiliation she had suffered today. If that's the case, I'll take my leave. Jun Zhangjian cupped his hands slightly. Jun Zhangjian did not want to stay any longer after losing a big piece of his flesh. Wait. Jun Xiaoyao suddenly said. Brother Xiaoyao, you. Jun Zhangjian's mouth twitched slightly. Was this brother of his so greedy that he wanted to swallow an elephant? Jun Xiaoyao cleared his throat and said, Ahem. Brother Zhangjian, you've misunderstood. I was just excited to see you and wanted to spar with you. Jun Zhangjian had a strange look in his eyes. He shook his head and said with a smile, Brother Xiaoyao, you're still young. There's no need for this. When you grow up in the future, we'll exchange pointers again. Jun Xiaoyao was only 3 years old, while Jun Zhangjian was already 13 or 14 years old. If he injured Jun Xiaoyao, he would not be able to bear the wrath of the 18th ancestor. Therefore, Jun Zhangjian directly refused. It's just a spar. I hope you won't refuse, Jun Xiaoyao insisted. Sigh, if that's the case, alright then. But I hope you'll know your limits. Jun Zhangjian's face was calm and indifferent. In terms of status, he was indeed no match for Jun Xiaoyao. However, in terms of cultivation realm, he could easily crush Jun Xiaoyao. A moment later, they arrived at an open space outside the Heavenly Emperor Palace. At this time, a group of Jun family members had already gathered outside the Heavenly Emperor Palace to watch the show. They craned their necks to look around, wanting to know the outcome of the matter. They saw Jun Xiaoyao and Jun Zhangjian walking out as if they were about to fight. Their faces were full of shock. What's going on? Didn't they say they were going to apologize? Why are they fighting? No, judging by the way Xiaoyao and Son of God are acting, there shouldn't be any conflict between them. It's just a spar. Some of the more perceptive people saw through it. Their eyes were full of interest. The spar between the two was very interesting. One was the Son of God, who had countless halos since young, and the other was the Sequence 10 who had long been famous. Although no one thought that Jun Xiaoyao could beat Jun Zhangjian due to his age and cultivation level, they were still betting. How many moves do you think Xiaoyao and Son of God can take from Jun Zhangjian? I'm guessing 3 moves. No, he should be able to withstand at least 10 moves. Hearing those people's words, Jun Zhangjian couldn't help but curl his lips. Although handing over the supreme token of Yuan Tian made his heart bleed, it seemed that he could show off now. Brother Xiaoyao, be careful. As soon as Jun Zhangjian finished speaking, the aura of the 5th level of Divinity Palace gushed out. He didn't use any martial arts moves. He just used his fingers as a sword and pointed at Jun Xiaoyao. Seeing this, Jun Xiaoyao simply clenched his 5 fingers into a fist and punched out. 1,000 granules of the giant elephant in his body were awakened, adding 5 million pounds of terrifying divine power. With this punch, the void seemed to distort, and a huge blast of air burst out. Feeling the power, Jun Zhangjian's expression changed immediately. He hurriedly tried to withdraw his hand, but it was too late. Boom, a loud noise was heard, accompanied by the sound of bones cracking. Jun Zhangjian's body was sent flying like a cannonball, and the bones in his fingers were shattered. The scene stunned all the Jun family members who were watching the show. What on earth happened? Lan Qingya, who followed him out, also froze. Jun Linglong's beautiful eyes shone brightly. She didn't follow the wrong person. Cough, cough. Jun Zhangjian's face was covered in dust, and the bones in his fingers were shattered. His eyes were also filled with horror. That terrifying divine power made him feel a lingering fear. Jun Xiaoyao was also very surprised. Isn't Jun Zhangjian the Sequence 10 of the Jun family? Shouldn't he be very powerful? That's it? That's it, Jun Xiaoyao's expression darkened slightly. Brother Zhangjian, you can't be so modest just because I'm young. That's an insult to me. After saying that, Jun Xiaoyao directly took the initiative to attack. Jun Zhangjian's expression changed, and at the same time, he felt bitter. He swore to the heavens that he wasn't being modest. However, not only Jun Xiaoyao, but even the onlookers of the Jun family were talking about it. They all thought that Jun Zhangjian was being modest. 9 Swords of the Rising Sun. Looking at Jun Xiaoyao, who attacked again, Jun Zhangjian had no choice but to go all out. He slashed out 9 sword lights one after another, tearing the air apart. The fluctuations were so strong that it was shocking. Underworld protection. Jun Xiaoyao immediately used the defensive technique of the Divine Elephant overpowering Divine Elephant. In an instant, it was as if the shadow of the underworld deity had appeared and enveloped his entire body. The 9 sword lights collided with the shadow of the underworld deity and shattered into countless specks of light. Jun Xiaoyao rushed out again, and a pair of pitch-black wings appeared on his back. It was the devil's wings. His speed suddenly skyrocketed, and he flashed in front of Jun Zhangjian. Spear of the underworld deity. Jun Xiaoyao raised his hand and grabbed. Endless divine power surged and turned into a purple-black spear. It burned with pitch-black flames, as if it could pierce through everything in the world. Purple Emperor Sword Art. Jun Zhangjian hurriedly used his trump card, and a purple sword shadow slashed out. Boom, a huge collision occurred. However, the result was that the underworld deity spear, which was enhanced with a force of 5 million kilograms, directly broke through the purple sword shadow and continued to fall on Jun Zhangjian. Jun Zhangjian hurriedly took out the long sword on his back and blocked with it. Bang! With a loud collision, Jun Zhangjian's long sword was knocked out of his hand. His entire body was thrown into the air and crashed into a wall. The eyes of the Jun family members who came to watch the show almost popped out. Their eyes were full of shock. It's only been 3 moves, right? Jun Zhangjian, the sequence 10, has been defeated? Even if he was being modest, it shouldn't be to this extent. At this time even Jun Xiaoyao came to his senses. It turns out that Jun Zhangjian wasn't being modest. He was just too strong. Jun Xiaoyao secretly shook his head when he thought about how he had misunderstood Jun Zhangjian. He blamed himself very much. He walked up to Jun Zhangjian, who was covered in dust, and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, brother Zhangjian. I misunderstood you. I thought you were being modest. I didn't expect you to really try your best." When Jun Zhangjian heard this, he almost spat out the blood he had just swallowed. Jun Zhangjian's face went from green to red. He had thought that he could not hit Jun Xiaoyao too hard, as it would have been bad if he had hurt him. Now, he was covered in dust and wounds. "Little brother Xiaoyao, you really have the bearing of a god. I'm impressed." Jun Zhangjian got up and forced a smile that was uglier than crying. Today, he had lost all his face. Jun Xiaoyao went all out as soon as he started fighting. He did not even have time to use his indestructible sword body. However, even if Jun Zhangjian had been able to use his indestructible sword body, he was not confident that he would have been able to suppress Jun Xiaoyao. That was because Jun Xiaoyao had been born with the reverence of the 10,000 saints phenomenon. Who would have been able to resist the sacred body phenomenon? What a monster! Jun Zhangjian sighed to himself. He was only 3 years old, and he already had such strength. In a few years, he would be able to challenge the sequence 5. Everyone around them was so shocked that they could not close their mouths. It would not take long for the news of this battle to spread throughout the Jun family. Jun Xiaoyao had just broken through the extreme stage of the eternity at the old tablet of Taiyue, and now he had defeated Jun Zhangjian. A small number of people who had doubts about Jun Xiaoyao before were now in awe of him. "Little brother Xiaoyao, you have a bright future ahead of you. When you are 10 years old, you will definitely be in the sequence, even above me," Jun Zhangjian said. According to the rules of the Jun family, the younger generation was only eligible to compete for the sequence after they were 10 years old. Jun Xiaoyao shrugged. He had long been the sequence 0 of the 18 ancestors. His status was even above that of the sequence 1. It was just that it had not been announced yet. It would be announced at the 10 years old banquet. When Jun Zhangjian found out about it, he wondered what kind of expression he would have. "Brother Xiaoyao, goodbye." Jun Zhangjian only wanted to go into closed-door training now. Jun Xiaoyao calmly said, "By the way, brother Zhangjian, you are a sequence member. There is no need for you to have any random Tom, Dick, or Harry as your follower. That would be beneath your dignity." Jun Zhangjian's eyes flashed and he said, "Got it." Upon hearing this, Lan Qingyao's face turned incomparably red. She felt extremely humiliated. It was obvious that the nobody Jun Xiaoyao was referring to was her. After that, Jun Zhangjian and Lan Qingyao left. "Sigh, I'm still not good enough." Jun Xiaoyao pondered. Although he was at the stage of building his foundation, it was time for him to cultivate some martial arts. Otherwise, his methods would be too simple. As a clan of the ancients, the Jun family had no shortage of rare martial arts manuals. "I'll go ask Grandpa," Jun Xiaoyao thought to himself. On the other side, Jun Zhangjian stopped after walking for a short distance. "It seems that you should leave the Jun family for the sake of our past relationship," Jun Zhangjian said indifferently. "No, Sir Zhangjian, don't chase me away." Lan Qingyao's face suddenly turned pale. In the Jun family, any cultivation resource was at her fingertips. Her status was also higher than the others. If she left the Jun family, she would be no different from those female cultivators struggling at the bottom. "Get lost. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have gotten into this kind of trouble and lost so much face." Jun Zhangjian swung his arm and sent Lan Qingyao flying, causing her to spit out blood. Looking at Jun Zhangjian's back as he left indifferently, the pain on Lan Qingyao's face turned into a bone-deep hatred. Jun Xiaoyao, it's all your fault. You used your status to bully others, the sacred body of the ancients. Could it be the sacred body of the ancients with one shackle broken? If this news is spread to the Jun family's enemies, or the Archean royalty, Lan Qingyao's face changed as she guessed. With her limited imagination, she could not imagine that Jun Xiaoyao had a sacred body of the ancients with 10 shackles broken. In her opinion, a sacred body of the ancients with one shackle broken was very rare. Right, I heard that Jun Xiaoyao is going to hold a 10-years-old banquet in the future. When the time comes, if he brings enemies here, Lan Qingya knew that with her own abilities, she would never be able to get revenge on Jun Xiaoyao, let alone in this life, the next life, or the one after that. The only way was to kill with a borrowed knife. Just you wait, Jun Xiaoyao, and Jun Linglong, that be *tch. You'll all pay the price. Lan Qingyao's hair was disheveled and her face was covered in dirt. In the end, she was taken away by the Jun family's guards and kicked out of the house. On the other hand, Jun Xiaoyao did not care about a nobody like Lan Qingya. In Jun Xiaoyao's eyes, she was less than an ant. The reason why he warned Jun Zhangjian was that he did not want to see her in the future. At the moment, Jun Xiaoyao was asking Jun Zhangjian for advice. What? You want to learn martial arts? That's too ambitious. Jun Zhangjian frowned his white eyebrows. The way he saw it, Jun Xiaoyao was being a bit too rash. He was only 3 years old. It was the time for him to build his foundation. What was the point of learning martial arts? Moreover, learning martial arts required talent and comprehension. It also took a lot of time. Let me give it a try. If it takes too much time, I'll just not learn it, Jun Xiaoyao said. In the end, Jun Zhangjian could only agree to let Jun Xiaoyao learn a martial arts first. Moreover, Jun Zhangjian deliberately chose a very powerful, high-level, and very complicated offensive martial arts from the Jun family. This is the combatant formula. After mastering it, one's transcendence energy can be condensed into sabers, spears, swords, halberds, axes, hooks, tridents, and other divine weapons. Once the combatant formula is used, thousands of divine weapons will follow and destroy the heavens and the earth. It's extremely powerful, Jun Zhangjian explained. Alright, I'll practice the combatant formula then. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were filled with excitement. Jun Zhangjian chuckled and thought proudly in his heart, grandson, you're still too inexperienced if you want to compete with your grandfather. Even your grandfather had to cultivate this magical ability for a full year before he was able to reach the entry level. Jun Zhangjian expected Jun Xiaoyao to give up after a few days of practice. However, a few days later, inside the heavenly Arch Palace, there was a loud boom and endless golden light surged into the sky. Golden transcendence energy swept across like a storm, then condensed into sabers, spears, swords, halberds, and other divine weapons, which split the heavens and the earth. Grandfather, it's been a few days and I've only just learned the basics. Cultivating martial arts is indeed very complicated. Jun Xiaoyao walked out and shook his head with a disappointed expression. Cough. Jun Zhangjian almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Grandfather? Jun Xiaoyao was puzzled. No, nothing. If you want to learn any martial arts in the future, go to the martial pavilion and find them yourself. Grandfather needs some peace and quiet. Jun Zhangjian turned around and left. He didn't want to stay with this little monster for a moment longer. Because if he stayed any longer, Jun Zhangjian's Dao heart would collapse. He would wonder if he had lived all these years in vain. Jun Xiaoyao was utterly confused by what was going on. 5 years passed in the blink of an eye. This year, Jun Xiaoyao was already 8 years old. The young man had just grown up and was as handsome as an immortal. Sometimes, Jun Linglong could stare at Jun Xiaoyao's handsome face for an entire day without feeling bored at all. For any girl, being able to see such a handsome face every day was definitely a blessing that couldn't be accumulated over 3 lifetimes. Jun Xiaoyao himself had been focusing on cultivation and didn't slack off. His cultivation method was the supreme method of the Jun family, the Sutra of Taishan. His body tempering method was the divine elephant overpowering force. His soul tempering method was the visualization of chaotic divinity. Other than that, he was also cultivating some of the Jun family's martial arts, including the combatant formula. It could be said that he was progressing at the same time. Xianxia's cultivation also directly crossed the 9 levels of the Spirit Sea stage and broke into the Divinity stage, which was about the same level as Jun Zhangjian's cultivation back then. Due to the special characteristics of the sacred body of the ancients, the Spirit Sea in his dantian was a boundless golden one. The density of his magic power was unmatched by anyone of the same level. It could be said that the Spirit Sea was endless. There are only 2 years left until the 10-years-old banquet. After the banquet, I should go out and travel the world. I should also look for information about the supreme treasure of Yuantian, Jun Xiaoyao muttered to himself. He couldn't forget about these 2 check-ins. After all, he had already signed in the sacred body of the ancients and the divine elephant overpowering force. He was very curious about what other good things he could get. On the other hand, Jun Linglong was also cultivating in one of the side halls of the Heavenly Emperor Palace. She had completely become Jun Xiaoyao's loyal maidservant. At one point, Jun Linglong felt something and took out a jade scroll for transmitting messages. There was a message in it. The Fire State was one of the 3,000 mystical states of the Huangtian mystic realm. Its area was far smaller than the Emperor State, where the Jun family was located. It was only 1% of the Emperor State. However, even if it was only 1% of the Emperor State, the Fire State was still a vast Taoist state. In the Fire Province, there were not many forces standing tall and strong. The ancient kingdom of Phoenix was the one that ruled the entire Fire State. The ancient kingdom of Phoenix was an ancient force with a long history. While it was not as powerful as the clan of the ancients, it was still a force with a deep heritage and a reputation. Other than the ancient kingdom of Phoenix, there were also the ancient kingdom of Azure Dragon, the ancient kingdom of White Tiger, and the ancient kingdom of Black Tortoise. The 4 great ancient kingdoms were collectively known as the 4 quadrants. At that moment, in a magnificent hall in the royal palace of the ancient kingdom of Phoenix, a middle-aged man dressed in a crimson gold robe was lying on the bed. His glabella was dark and his aura was weak. It was as if he was seriously ill and his life was hanging by a thread. He was the king of the ancient kingdom of Phoenix. A beautiful woman stood beside the bed. She wore a red feather robe. Her figure was slim, her legs were long, and her skin was snowy white. Her long red hair looked like dancing flames. Her beautiful eyes were a beautiful crimson color. Her nose was high, her lips were bright red, and her teeth were crystal clear. In particular, there was a little cinnabar between her eyebrows. Together with her jade-like face, she appeared even more beautiful and charming. That woman was the princess of the ancient kingdom of Phoenix, Bai Yu'er. Father, I will find the elixir of immortality and save you, Bai Yu'er bit her lip and said. Yu'er, it's been hard on you. The elixir of immortality can't be forced. The king of the ancient kingdom of Phoenix shook his head slightly. His voice was extremely weak and filled with despair. The elixir of immortality was extremely rare. Even the supreme orthodoxies and immortal forces did not have much stock of it. It was even more impossible for them to be so kind as to give it to the ancient kingdom of Phoenix. While the ancient kingdom of Phoenix had a strong foundation and had many top-notch sacred medicines, they did not have a single elixir of immortality. After all, the appearance of any elixir of immortality would cause a bloodbath in the outside world. People would fight over it, so how could they sell it to others? Don't worry, father. With my abilities, I will definitely be able to get the elixir of immortality. Bai Yu'er's eyes were filled with determination, turning her grief into strength. Who was she? She was the princess of the ancient kingdom of Phoenix. Was the divine fire between her eyebrows? Not to mention, her appearance was one of the best in the Huangtian mystic realm. Many young geniuses from various forces were Bai Yu'er's bootlickers. As a result, Bai Yu'er developed a somewhat noble and aloof personality. She believed that she would be able to save her father and the entire ancient kingdom of Phoenix. The young geniuses of those factions are all trash. When we need them, they can't even take out the elixir of immortality. And then there's my fiancé, Xiao Chen. Even though he's the first prince of the ancient kingdom of Dragon, he couldn't get a single stalk of the immortality herb. Bai Yu'er walked out of the palace with a solemn face. A few years after her father's accident, the power of the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird declined steadily. After that, the ancient kingdom of Dragon came to propose a marriage alliance. At that time, the ancient kingdom of Azure Dragon promised to give the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird a stalk of immortality herb. Bai Yuer and Xiao Chen, the eldest prince of the ancient kingdom of Dragon, had known each other since they were young. Although they had always kept a distance from each other, they were still childhood sweethearts. After weighing the pros and cons, in her heart, Bai Yuer finally agreed. However, after such a long time, the elixir of immortality was still nowhere to be found even though the engagement had been set. Furthermore, the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird was currently in a weakened state, and they were unable to ask the ancient kingdom of Dragon for it. As such, Bai Yuer could only rely on herself to find the elixir of immortality. What should I do? Father can't fall. Bai Yuer could not help but feel anxious. Oh right, how come I almost forgot about that bestie of mine, Jun Linglong? Bai Yuer suddenly recalled. She once ran into Jun Linglong in a secret realm, and the two of them got along quite well. Although they did not contact each other much after that, Jun Linglong's personality meant that she would not just ignore her friend. Furthermore, the Jun family definitely had the elixir of immortality. Bai Yuer's breath quickened at that thought. She quickly took out a jade scroll and sent a message. On the other hand, Jun Linglong received the message in the side hall of the Jun family's heavenly emperor palace. The king of Vermilion Bird is seriously ill, and he needs the elixir of immortality to treat him? Jun Linglong frowned slightly after receiving the message. Truth be told, she would have almost forgotten about her bestie if it were not for Bai Yuer's message. Bai Yuer was the princess of an ancient nation, and her status was noble. However, Jun Linglong was even more of a proud daughter of the clan of the ancients. Although she was now Jun Xiaoyao's maid, she was still the princess of the Jun family who was highly sought after by everyone in the outside world. Asking for the elixir of immortality as soon as she opened her mouth. She sure is greedy. However, I do know her after all. Jun Linglong frowned slightly. The problem was that she did not have the elixir of immortality. At that moment, a voice transmission was heard in Jun Linglong's mind through her soul. Linglong, make some tea. Jun Linglong hurriedly got up. It was Jun Xiaoyao asking her to make tea. In a steaming pool filled with divine qi, Jun Xiaoyao was half naked. His body looked like it was carved out of divine jade, and it was glowing. Jun Xiaoyao, who was already 8 years old, was tall and slender. Jun Linglong entered from the side and handed a cup of enlightenment tea to Jun Xiaoyao. Seeing Jun Xiaoyao gradually growing up and becoming more and more handsome, Jun Linglong had the illusion that she was growing up to be a Shota. What's wrong? Is something the matter? Jun Xiaoyao took a sip of tea and asked casually. Nothing. Jun Linglong's eyelashes fluttered slightly. Tell me. Do you think you can hide it from me? Jun Xiaoyao shook his head and smiled. Jun Linglong bit her lips slightly. In the end, she told him about Bai Yuer. I see. The elixir of immortality, huh? I don't lack it. Jun Xiaoyao shrugged. Back at the old tablet of Taiyue, he obtained 3 elixirs of immortality. Later, the 18th ancestor gave him 5 more. Jun Xiaoyao had only refined 3 elixirs of immortality over the years, so there were 5 left. Since she's your best friend, I don't mind giving her one. Tell her to come over. Jun Xiaoyao waved his hand and said. You're giving it to her just like that? Jun Linglong was slightly stunned. She really didn't understand the world of tycoons, however, Jun Linglong still nodded slightly and replied to Bai Yuer. Jun Xiaoyao's lips curled into a faint smile. Naturally, he didn't want to be a nice guy. He had his own thoughts and plans. The light of the righteous path should be left to the pillars of the righteous path. The image of a saint didn't suit him at all. Besides, although Jun Xiaoyao didn't care about the elixir of immortality, he wasn't generous enough to give it away. Those sequences of the Jun family not only have the support of various lineages, but they also have vassal orthodoxies. Even Jun Zhangjian has the ancient sword sect and other vassal forces behind him. Those vassal forces didn't submit to the Jun family, but to an individual. The ancient kingdom of Phoenix might have been weakened in recent years, but a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. I can take them in. Who knows, I might be able to take the other 3 ancient kingdoms as my vassal forces as well. Jun Xiaoyao was calculating in his mind. He was sequence 0 after all. If he didn't have any vassal forces behind him, it would be rather unsightly. He still had to have the cards he needed. As for Bai Yuer, there was no way he would let her get the elixir of immortality for free. Jun Xiaoyao wasn't doing charity. He wouldn't do anything that didn't benefit him. Bai Yuer, who received Jun Linglong's reply, was very surprised. That feeling was like rain after a long drought. However, Jun Linglong's message made Bai Yuer fall into deep thought. That was because it wasn't Jun Linglong who was going to give her the elixir of immortality. A genius of the Jun family promised to give me the elixir of immortality. Could it be that he's interested in me? Bai Yuer couldn't help but think. She was quite confident in her looks. After all, she was the #1 beauty in the ancient kingdom of Phoenix. She was quite famous throughout the entire Huangtian mystic realm. In her mind, someone who was willing to give her the elixir of immortality must have been lusting after her body. As expected, even geniuses of the Jun family can't avoid such conventions. Bai Yuer felt a bit disappointed. Geniuses of the Jun family didn't seem to be as extraordinary as she thought. But no matter what, I have to get the elixir of immortality to save father first. In the Jun family's heavenly emperor palace, Jun Xiaoyao sat cross-legged in a secret cultivation room. There were many supreme-grade celestial sources around him, releasing an endless amount of spiritual energy. In the immortal region, most martial artists used ordinary origin stones to cultivate. Cultivators from some top orthodoxies and first-rate forces would use the more precious celestial sources for cultivation. Only the clan of the ancients, supreme orthodoxies, and everlasting dynasties could afford the most precious celestial sources. Above the celestial sources were the celestial sources. However, they could only be found by chance, and most of the clan of the ancients could not afford them. Origin stones of different rarity were divided into 4 grades: low, medium, high, and supreme grade. What Jun Xiaoyao used for his training was the supreme grade divine source, which was second only to the celestial source. If Jun Xiaoyao casually took out a supreme grade celestial source, a group of people would fight to the death for it in the outside world. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. In his mind, there was a dazzling and magnificent palace. This was the divine palace formed by soul power. The 5 stages of the physical body and divine treasure were all about cultivating the physical body to the extreme. The 9 levels of the spirit sea were about cultivating the Dantian spirit sea, which was related to the strength of one's magical power. The 9 levels of the spirit palace were about cultivating the divine palace and strengthening one's soul. When Jun Xiaoyao broke through to the true spirit realm, a true spirit would be born in the divine palace, and by then, his soul power would skyrocket. In the future, he could even transform his true spirit into a primordial spirit, which could leave his body and travel the world. This chaotic divinity grindstone visualization method is indeed extraordinary. Jun Xiaoyao thought to himself. In his mind, a chaotic world seemed to be born. In the chaos, a gigantic divine grindstone slowly rotated, crushing the world. The divine grindstone was stained with blood, as if it was the blood of a demon. The chaotic divinity grindstone visualization method relied on visualizing the divine grindstone to crush one's consciousness and soul, and then reconstruct it. Jun Xiaoyao's soul became stronger and stronger in this destruction and rebirth. If it were an ordinary person cultivating this technique, they would definitely be tortured to the point where they would wish they were dead. But for me, it doesn't seem too difficult, Jun Xiaoyao thought to himself. Perhaps it was because he was a transmigrated soul, so his soul power was far stronger than ordinary people. This primal chaos divine grindstone was of great help to him, but it didn't bring him any pain. Additionally, as my cultivation deepens, I will be able to use my soul power to create the divine grindstone of primordial chaos as a means to fight my enemies. I can bear that kind of pain, but I don't think others can. Jun Xiaoyao clicked his tongue and sighed. He seemed to have gained another powerful trump card. At the same time, in the sky above Emperor State, a fire. Spirit Sparrow was pulling a luxurious carriage. It flapped its wings and flew through the air, leaving behind a dazzling trail of flames. This attracted a lot of attention. Eh? That carriage has the vermilion bird totem on it. It looks like it belongs to the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird. That's right. Rumor has it that the royal family of the ancient kingdom of Phoenix used fire spirit sparrows to pull their carriages. Could it be that Bayur, the princess whose beauty is known far and wide? Looking at the direction it's heading, it's the June residence. The arrival of the carriage caused a lot of people to talk about it. It didn't take long for the carriage to stop outside the June residence. Other than the June family's own people, anyone from other forces who dared to cross the sky above the June residence would be regarded as an intruder and killed on the spot. The curtain of the carriage was lifted, and a tall, beautiful woman with long, slender legs wearing a red feather dress stepped out. She was none other than Bayur. She came alone this time and did not bring anyone with her. Bayur looked around and saw countless divine islands floating in the air inside the June residence. All kinds of grotto heavens were spouting light. This shocked Bayur. Although the ancient kingdom of Phoenix was a first-class force with a reputation far and wide, it was still nothing compared to the June family, a family of the clan of the ancients. There was not much of a comparison. However, Bayur's lips curled into a smirk of confidence and faint disdain. So what if the June family was a transcendent force? That genius from the June family wanted to give her the elixir of immortality because he wanted her body. However, Bayur had already made up her mind that she would not give her body to that genius of the June family so easily. After all, she had a marriage contract. If something were to happen, wouldn't that make the eldest prince of the ancient kingdom of Dragon a cuckold? Bayur walked up after making up her mind. The June family's imperial guards were standing guard at the entrance of the June residence. They looked like towering iron towers and were brimming with vigor. Stop right there. Tell me your name. The imperial guard of the June family said coldly. I'm Bayur, the princess of the ancient kingdom of Phoenix. I'm here to greet June Linglong, Bayur said plainly. Greet the princess? Do you have a token? Get lost if you don't, the imperial guard of the June family said coldly. Bayur's pretty face froze. She was the princess of a kingdom after all. Even a mere guard of the June family dared to scold her like that. However, she had come to ask for a favor, so she had no choice but to be patient and take out the jade scroll used to communicate with June Linglong. Go in. The imperial guard of the June family waved his hand indifferently. Bayur bit her lip. Her identity as a princess was not worth mentioning before the June family. On the other side, June Linglong found June Xiaoyao as well. Lord Son of God, she's here, June Linglong said. Let's go. Let's go see this princess. June Xiaoyao stood up. He was dressed in white and looked handsome. Although he was only 8 years old, his body was as tall as a teenager's. On the other side, Bayur walked into a courtyard that looked like a paradise. June Linglong had agreed to meet her there. Bayur heard footsteps before long and looked in the direction of the footsteps. A young man with a slender figure and jade-like skin was slowly walking over. He looked like the son of a god. He looked divine and handsome, and he was shrouded in a thin layer of light. Bayur was completely dumbfounded. She had seen many geniuses and young talents before, and all of them were handsome and charming. However, compared to the young man in front of her, she was like a firefly compared to the moon, or a loach compared to a dragon. Even her fiancé, the eldest prince of the ancient kingdom of Dragon, was handsome and talented. However, he still looked dull when compared to the young man in front of her. Next to June Xiaoyao was June Linglong, who was dressed in palace attire, trailing behind him. When Bayur saw this detail, she took a deep breath in her heart. June Linglong was the noble daughter of the June family. She was someone that even she had to curry favor with. Why did she feel like she had become a servant at the moment? Where did this genius of the June family come from? Is he a sequence? Bayur was shocked. So, you're Bayur? June Xiaoyao asked casually. That's right. Bayur bowed slightly, but she was very reserved. She also came back to her senses. So what if the young man in front of her was otherworldly? He was still plotting something against her. If that was the case, there was no need for her to lower herself. So, you're asking for a stalk of the immortality herb to save your father? June Xiaoyao continued. That's right. I hope you'll be kind enough to lend a helping hand, sir, Bai Yuer said calmly without the slightest hint of humility in her tone. Jun Xiaoyao raised his eyebrows slightly when he saw that. Why does this attitude feel like something's not right? It's as if she's not there to ask for the herb at all. She's there to ask for it as a matter of course. Oh? But can you give me a reason? The immortality herb doesn't just fall from the sky, Jun Xiaoyao said casually. Bai Yuer's pretty face froze for a moment. Then, her lips curled into a faint sneer. So, he's here with a purpose, huh? However, there was no way Bai Yuer would trade herself for the immortality herb. She then said, Sir, you're an extraordinary person. I'm sure you're of high status in the Jun family. You shouldn't be lacking in immortality herbs. If you give me a stalk of the immortality herb, you can save a life. Not only that, but saving my father would also mean saving the lives of hundreds of millions of people in the ancient kingdom of Phoenix. This is a piece of cake for you, sir. You'll be able to gain merits and fame in return. Are you not willing to do that, sir? Bai Yuer said, standing on the moral high ground. Jun Xiaoyao had the ability to save people, so why wouldn't he? With great power came great responsibility. Was that not the case? Jun Xiaoyao felt like laughing when he heard that somewhat familiar statement. It reminded him of those internet keyboard warriors from his previous life who forced celebrities and rich people to donate. He took a good look at Bai Yuer. Her face was flawless, her skin was translucent, and her legs were long and slender. She was indeed a famous beauty. The cinnabar between her eyebrows was especially eye-catching. It was as red as fire and looked very alluring. It seemed to contain a divine fire that could burn heaven and earth. Bai Yuer's aptitude was not bad. Jun Xiaoyao had originally planned to use her as a pawn to manage the ancient kingdom of Phoenix for him if she was obedient. But now, it seemed that she was yet another arrogant beauty who was used to being fawned upon. She thought that all the men in the world would revolve around her and fawn over her. If it were any other ordinary traveler, they might have fawned over her first. Too bad, I'm not. Jun Xiaoyao shook his head. Jun Xiaoyao had invincible talents, an invincible identity, and an invincible background. He was a tall, rich, and handsome man. Now, it was time for others to fawn over him, not the other way around. For example, Jun Linglong was the first woman to fawn over him. However, Bai Yuer's IQ was obviously not as high as Jun Linglong's. In other words, she had become arrogant after being fawned upon for too long. She dared to put on an act in front of Jun Xiaoyao. How long have we known each other? Jun Xiaoyao smiled faintly and asked. Bai Yuer was slightly stunned. Why did he bring up something irrelevant all of a sudden? But Bai Yuer still said, This is the first time I've met you, sir. Asking for the elixir of immortality so matter-of-factly from someone you've just met for the first time. Although I did promise you before, did I say that I would give it to the ancient kingdom of Phoenix for free? Besides, what does the survival of the ancient kingdom of Phoenix have to do with me? Is your father's life that important to me? The smile on Jun Xiaoyao's face faded as he asked coldly. Bai Yuer only came to her senses then, and her face turned red. Jun Xiaoyao's 3 questions left her speechless. Her expression was awkward and unnatural. Indeed, Jun Linglong only told her that there was a genius of the Jun family who was willing to give her the elixir of immortality. She did not say that it would be for free. Furthermore, the survival of the king of Vermilion Bird and the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird had nothing to do with Jun Xiaoyao. But young master, you don't lack elixirs of immortality. Just give them away and you can save a life or even billions of lives. Why wouldn't you be willing? Bai Yuer was still standing on the moral high ground. Jun Xiaoyao's expression became completely indifferent. He said coldly, It's very simple. Because the elixir of immortality is mine. As long as I want it, I can even give it to a dog. Hearing this, Bai Yuer's delicate body trembled slightly. Her face turned pale as a sense of humiliation welled up from the bottom of her heart. Didn't Jun Xiaoyao's words mean that in his eyes, her father wasn't even comparable to a dog? Thinking of this, Bai Yuer could not help but blurt out in anger. Young master, there's no need to find excuses. Aren't you just coveting my body? But unfortunately, Yuer already has a fiancé. Forgive me for being unable to comply with this condition. As soon as he finished speaking, Jun Linglong's beautiful face instantly changed. She did not expect Bai Yu'er to say something so indiscreet. Bai Yu'er also came to her senses. She felt a gust of cold air permeating her delicate body. Her face was as white as a sheet. She had actually said what was in her heart. Hee, Jun Xiaoyao laughed. Hearing his laughter, Bai Yu'er felt even more terrified. Jun Xiaoyao reached out and wrapped his arm around Jun Linglong's slender and soft waist. 5 years had passed. Jun Linglong was now 19 years old. She had just begun to mature. Her body was soft and graceful, thin where it should be and full where it should be. When Jun Xiaoyao suddenly wrapped his arm around her slender waist, Jun Linglong could not help but groan softly and her cheeks blushed. Jun Xiaoyao's face was playful but his eyes were indifferent. Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror? Do I, the son of God, need to do that? Isn't it nice to lust after Linglong's body? Who do you think you are? Those 2 sentences made Bai Yu'er feel extremely embarrassed. Her face and ears were flushed. Jun Linglong was indeed better than her in all aspects. However, what shocked Bai Yu'er even more was Jun Xiaoyao's self-proclamation. He was the son of God. Oh my God, could this person be the son of God of the Jun family? Bai Yu'er felt as if her mind was struck by lightning. Her mind was in turmoil. Her slender legs trembled and she collapsed to the ground. The son of God of the clan of the ancients was an absolute symbol of status. Bai Yu'er initially thought that the young man in front of her was one of the more outstanding geniuses of the Jun family. She never thought that he was the son of God. Lord Son of God, please forgive Bai Yu'er's rudeness. Bai Yu'er knelt on the ground and kowtowed. She did not even care that her fiery red hair was stained with dust. Jun Xiaoyao's face remained impassive. Jun Linglong, who had his arm wrapped around her waist, was dizzy. Jun Linglong's heart throbbed when she heard the words my Linglong. Jun Xiaoyao looked at Bai Yu'er, who was kneeling on the ground and begging for forgiveness, and shook his head slightly. You only get what you pay for. This is a principle that even children understand. It seems that you don't understand, Jun Xiaoyao said coldly. Bai Yu'er was dreaming if she thought that she could get an immortality herb for free. He flung his sleeve and turned around to leave. Jun Linglong calmed herself down and sighed at Bai Yu'er. I can't help you with your rudeness in front of Lord Son of God. No, I beg you. My father still needs the immortality herb to save his life. He might not be able to live for more than a few years. Bai Yu'er cried and lamented. She was filled with regret. If she had known, she would have accepted the conditions. Her arrogance had gotten her into trouble. If you knew this would happen, you wouldn't have done it in the first place. Jun Linglong expressed her helplessness. There was no way she would upset Jun Xiaoyao just for Bai Yu'er, who was not even close to her. I'm willing to kneel outside the Son of God's chamber and beg for his forgiveness. Bai Yu'er kept kowtowing. Her fair forehead was stained with blood. Be it for the ancient kingdom of Phoenix, her father, or herself, Bai Yu'er had to get Jun Xiaoyao's forgiveness. Jun Linglong shook her head and let her be. Not long after, some members of the Jun family saw a beauty in red kneeling outside Jun Xiaoyao's chamber in the Heavenly Emperor Palace. Her beautiful face was filled with extreme regret and determination. Hey, that seems to be the princess of the ancient kingdom of Phoenix. Why is she kneeling there? Shoo, she seems to have offended Lord Son of God. Let's stay out of it. Everyone in the Jun family avoided Bai Yu'er and treated her like air. In the Heavenly Emperor Palace, Jun Xiaoyao was lying in a spirit pool and relaxing. Lord Son of God. Jun Linglong walked in. What is it? Are you going to plead for her? Jun Xiaoyao smiled faintly. No, she deserved it. It's just that Linglong thinks that the ancient kingdom of Phoenix behind her is still useful, Jun Linglong pondered and said. She had Linglong's heart, which made her quick-witted and intelligent. I have my own plans for her. Her personality is too bad, and she needs to be trained. Just leave her there for now, Jun Xiaoyao said casually. While he did not like Bai Yu'er, Jun Xiaoyao did not want to give up on the ancient kingdom of Phoenix just like that. With Bai Yu'er as a bridge, he would be able to better control the ancient kingdom of Phoenix. Lord Son of God, you really are a little naughty. June Linglong rolled her eyes at him, which was a rare sight. She was a little presumptuous and coquettish. He was only 8 years old, but he behaved like an old adult. Even though she had Linglong's heart, she could not read the mind of the person in front of her. If I were really naughty, I wouldn't have just wrapped my arms around your waist just now. Jun Xiaoyao smiled casually as his eyes moved down June Linglong's slender waist. The curve of her buttocks under the palace dress was full and tempting. Lord Son of God, I'll take my leave. June Linglong sensed Jun Xiaoyao's gaze and blushed. She turned around and left in a hurry. Jun Xiaoyao smiled faintly. Sometimes, teasing this smart maidservant was a way to relax. Bai Yuer's fiancé, I hope he has some self-awareness. Bai Yuer was something that Jun Xiaoyao had to teach her a good lesson, as she was still of use to him. Compared to killing her, wouldn't it be better to train her into a slave or a pawn? As for her fiancé, regardless of his background, Jun Xiaoyao did not care. More than half a year passed in the blink of an eye. Magical power fluctuations and rumbling noises could be heard from time to time in the Heavenly Emperor Palace. Everyone in the Jun family knew that Jun Xiaoyao had made another breakthrough. At first, many members of the Jun family were very surprised by Jun Xiaoyao's speed of making breakthroughs. But by now, they were no longer surprised. If he did not make such breakthroughs, the members of the Jun family would find it strange. For the past half a year, Bai Yuer had been kneeling outside the Heavenly Emperor Palace. Her face had become pale and skinny. Compared to half a year ago, she had lost a lot of weight. Because she was a cultivator, she would not starve to death even if she did not eat for half a year, but she would become weak. Now, she no longer had the high and mighty demeanor of a princess of a country. She looked like a lowly slave begging Jun Xiaoyao for mercy. During this time, Jun Xiaoyao did not pay attention to her at all. Even when they walked out of the Heavenly Emperor Palace and ran into each other, Jun Xiaoyao would not even look at her. It was as if she did not exist. Bai Yuer only showed a self-deprecating smile in response. She had brought this upon herself. She deserved it. In the Heavenly Emperor Palace, Jun Xiaoyao sat cross-legged in the secret chamber to cultivate. Along with a rumbling noise, Jun Xiaoyao's aura climbed to the peak and made another breakthrough. I've made a breakthrough to the 9th level of Divinity Palace, Jun Xiaoyao murmured. Starting from the 5 levels of physical body, he went through the 5 levels of Divine Treasure, the 9 levels of Spirit Sea, and now the 9 levels of Divinity Palace. Jun Xiaoyao, who was only 8 years old, made a total of 28 breakthroughs in cultivation in the past 8 years. This was absolutely terrifying. Generally speaking, even some geniuses would need about 20 years to make so many breakthroughs. Jun Xiaoyao did it in only 8 years. It's still not enough. I have to make a breakthrough to the true spirit realm at the 10-years-old banquet, Jun Xiaoyao said to himself. He had a feeling that his 10-years-old banquet would not be so peaceful. Right, there's still the matter of the ancient kingdom of Phoenix that needs to be taken care of. After that, Jun Xiaoyao sent a telepathic message to Jun Linglong. A moment later, Jun Linglong pushed the door open and entered. Jun Xiaoyao flipped his wrist and took out a precious herb that looked like a qilin, shrouded in purple qi, from his spatial ring. It was none other than the qilin immortal herb. If this stock of immortality herb were to be released to the outside world, it would definitely cause a bloodbath as countless people would fight over it. Lord Son of God, you want to? Jun Linglong's beautiful eyes flashed. Could it be that Jun Xiaoyao was finally going to deal with the affairs of the ancient kingdom of Phoenix? Linglong, go to the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird on my behalf. Tell the king of Vermilion Bird that if he is willing to submit to me, I will give him this immortal qilin herb to save his life. Jun Xiaoyao said as he handed the immortal Kirin pill to Jun Linglong. Linglong will definitely do it. I'll go tell Bai Yuer right away, Jun Linglong said. Bai Yuer had been kneeling outside the Heavenly Emperor Palace for more than half a year. She was sincerely remorseful, and Jun Linglong saw it all. Hold on, don't tell Bai Yuer yet. Let her continue kneeling. We can't let the ancient kingdom of Phoenix tell Bai Yuer about this herb either, Jun Xiaoyao said with a wave of his hand. He was going to let Bai Yuer kneel for a full year first. In the end, when she was about to lose all hope, she heard the news that her father had been cured. One could only imagine how Bai Yuer felt at that time. There was no doubt that he would be loyal to Jun Xiaoyao. Why do I feel like I'm becoming more and more like a villain? Jun Xiaoyao rubbed his chin and mumbled to himself. Jun Linglong was very smart, and she had thought of that as well. She couldn't help but admire Jun Xiaoyao's methods even more. It would be difficult for a proud son of heaven who only had martial prowess to make it to the end. Only a proud son of heaven who had both martial prowess and wisdom would have the right to reach the top. After that, Jun Linglong left the Heavenly Emperor Palace and found a protector of her lineage, preparing to head to the ancient kingdom of Phoenix. The protector was an old woman who saw Jun Linglong running errands for Jun Xiaoyao all these years. She couldn't help but feel sorry for her. My lady, is it really worth it for you to do all this? The Son of God might really only see you as a servant girl. Granny Hua, don't say such things in the future. You can't imagine what Lord Son of God will achieve in the future. Even if it's just being a servant girl, Linglong would be content, Jun Linglong said. Granny Hua sighed to herself after hearing that. She naturally didn't know that Jun Linglong had glimpsed a corner of the future. Being a servant girl of the future Heavenly Emperor doesn't seem so bad after all. Jun Linglong and Granny Hua rushed to the ancient kingdom of Phoenix without stopping to rest. At the same time, in the Zhangzhou state, one of the 3,000 mystical states in the Huangtian mystic realm. The entire Zhangzhou state was adjacent to the fire state, and the area was about the same. The one who owned the entire Zhangzhou state was the top orthodoxy, the ancient kingdom of Dragon. Unlike the ancient kingdom of Phoenix, which was declining day by day, the ancient kingdom of Dragon was thriving, and it had the potential to become the leader of the 4 ancient kingdoms. At that moment, in a hall in the royal palace of the ancient kingdom of Dragon, a young man wearing a 4-clawed dragon robe was kneeling on the ground. He looked delicate and handsome, and was very pleasant to look at. He was about 16 or 17 years old. His cultivation had reached the divinity realm. In the clan of the ancients, reaching the divinity realm at such a young age was considered a genius. In the outside world, such a person would definitely be considered a proud son of heaven. He was Bai Yuer's fiancé, the eldest prince of the ancient kingdom of Dragon, Xiaochen. At that moment, Xiaochen's eyes were bloodshot, and his face wore an expression of suppressed anger. He cupped his hands and spoke to the figure on the throne, who was shrouded in boundless mana. Father, please grant me an immortality herb as a gift to the ancient kingdom of Phoenix. The emperor of the Azure Dragon country sat on the throne. His mana vibrated, and it seemed to have taken the shape of a dragon. His aura was extremely majestic. He said plainly, Son, the ancient kingdom of Dragon only has one immortality herb, and it was passed down from our ancestors. How could we give it to the ancient kingdom of Phoenix? But Yuer is being humiliated while kneeling in front of the Jun family. As her fiancé, how could I be willing to do that? Xiaochen was furious. He clenched his fists so hard that his nails dug deep into his palms, causing excruciating pain. The news of Bai Yuer kneeling before the palace of the son of God of the Jun family spread like wildfire. While many were curious about the mysterious son of God of the Jun family, they were also looking at the ancient kingdom of Dragon as a joke. His own fiancé was kneeling before another man's palace. What kind of humiliation was that? Furthermore, Bai Yuer was his childhood sweetheart. How could Xiaochen tolerate such humiliation? Son, you need to be patient. I have my own considerations regarding the ancient kingdom of Phoenix, the emperor of the Azure Dragon country said plainly. What's so great about that son of God of the Jun family? He's bullying people just because of his background. How could he bully a girl? Is he even human? Xiaochen rebuked angrily. He did not even think about what Bai Yuer had done wrong. How could his fiancé have done anything wrong? It must be that Jun Xiaoya's fault. Shut up. Don't talk nonsense about this. Leave now. The Jun family is not someone you have the right to criticize, the emperor of the Azure Dragon country said with a frown. Xiaochen gritted his teeth and walked out of the hall. Just you wait. What's so great about that son of God of the Jun family? I'll go to the Jun family to bring Yuer back after I've mastered that move, and teach that son of God a lesson. Xiaochen thought to himself as he rubbed the Panlong ring on his finger. This coiling dragon ring had been passed down to him by his late mother. A few years ago, the coiling dragon ring began to transmit powerful techniques to him, as well as pure magic power. It was because of that Xiaochen was able to become as powerful as he was today. With the Panlong ring left behind by my mother, I'll be able to trample even that son of God of the Jun family. In a bedchamber in the ancient kingdom of Phoenix. The king of Phoenix country was lying on his bed, surrounded by alchemists and imperial physicians from the ancient kingdom of Phoenix. However, none of them were able to do anything about the king's illness. The king's illness was caused when he went to a secret realm with the king of Azure Dragon country to explore several years ago. He was injured by a 9-demon snake demon, an ancient beast that was comparable to a saint. The venom of the 9-demon snake demon was so potent that even a saint would have a hard time resisting it. It was even more so for a quasi-saint like the king of Phoenix country. Sigh, what should we do now? The princess went to the Jun family, and not only did she fail to get the elixir of immortality, she was humiliated instead. What else can we do? We can't just go looking for trouble with the Jun family. Wouldn't that be suicide? The alchemists and imperial physicians, as well as the ministers of the ancient kingdom of Phoenix, shook their heads and sighed. The clan of the ancients was not something they could afford to mess with. As such, even when they heard that Bai Yu had been humiliated to the point of kneeling, the ancient kingdom of Phoenix had no intention of settling the score. The king of Phoenix country, who was lying on his bed, coughed even harder when he heard that. His face looked defeated. However, at that moment, a guard rushed in from outside the door and hurriedly reported, "Your Majesty, there is an esteemed guest in the ancient kingdom of Phoenix, requesting an audience with you." One of the ministers heard that and immediately flung his sleeve, yelling angrily, "You blind fool! Can't you see the condition of His Majesty's body right now? How dare you disturb His Majesty?" As soon as the minister finished speaking, a woman's delicate voice was heard from the door of the hall. "The king of Phoenix country is not terminally ill yet, is he? If that is the case, why can't he see you? Who is it that has a death wish?" The minister's face was filled with anger. "How dare you yell at our young lady? How dare you?" An elderly figure appeared. With a flick of his sleeves, a majestic quasi-sage cultivation erupted from him. PFFTT, the minister spat out blood right away and was sent flying. Everyone from the ancient kingdom of Phoenix in the hall froze right away. Their legs trembled, and they were extremely terrified. The aura of a quasi-saint, even the most powerful king of the ancient kingdom of Phoenix was only a quasi-saint. Everyone's eyes trembled as they looked. An old woman in hemp garments walked in with an indifferent look on her face. Behind him was a beautiful woman in palace attire. Her long golden hair draped over her shoulders. Her hair was soft and supple, and her snow-white face was sparkling and translucent like jade. They were Jun Linglong and Grandma Hua. She is the noble daughter of the Jun family. Some of the ministers were shocked. Jun Linglong was quite famous in the outside world, so they recognized her at a glance. As for the official who had scolded them earlier, blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were filled with fear as he collapsed to the ground, unable to get up. Ahem. I didn't expect the noble daughter of the Jun family to come. Is she here to denounce me? On the bed, the Vermilion Bird King struggled to get up, his face showing signs of exhaustion. Not long ago, there was news that Bai Yu had offended the son of God of the Jun family and was forced to kneel outside the bedchamber. And now, the Jun family had arrived. If they weren't here to condemn him, then what were they here for? As soon as those words were said, everyone from the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird in the hall clenched their teeth and felt fear in their hearts. If the Jun family wanted to wipe out the ancient kingdom of Phoenix, it wouldn't have taken them much effort. The Vermilion Bird King had accepted his fate, so he remained calm. Is the son of God the kind of devil who would wipe out entire families at the drop of a hat? You should be thanking the son of God for his mercy. Jun Linglong covered her mouth and smiled faintly. Huh? The Vermilion Bird King and the others were all confused. So the Jun family wasn't here to condemn him? Jun Linglong stepped forward and brushed her hand across the void ring. Suddenly, purple clouds surged and the fragrance of herbs filled the air. A herb that looked like a qilin appeared before everyone's eyes. That is, the immortality herb. Everyone from the ancient kingdom of Phoenix stared with their eyes wide open and found it hard to breathe. The Vermilion Bird King's face was also filled with shock. Every immortality herb that was born would cause a commotion in the Huangtian mystic realm. And now, Jun Linglong was able to take out an immortality herb so easily. They were all shocked, as if they were country bumpkins who had just seen a mountain of gold. Granny Hua saw the reaction of the people from the ancient kingdom of Phoenix, and a look of disdain appeared in her old eyes. King of Phoenix, you have two choices now. Submit to Lord Son of God, and you will get the immortality herb. If you don't agree, then you are on your own, Jun Linglong said plainly. She was humble before Jun Xiaoyao. But now, she had reverted to the temperament of a noble daughter of the Jun family in front of outsiders. The faces of the officials of the ancient kingdom of Phoenix changed. They understood the meaning behind Jun Linglong's words. She meant submitting to the Son of God of the Jun family, not the Jun family. The difference between the two was huge. Submitting to the Jun family of the ancients was not unacceptable to the ancient kingdom of Phoenix. After all, there were still many top-notch orthodoxies who were vassals of the Jun family. But if they were to only submit to Jun Xiaoyao, that would be rather dishonorable for a top-notch orthodoxy. You don't want to? Do you know what an honor it is to be able to submit to Lord Son of God? Jun Linglong raised her eyebrows, and her expression turned cold. The King of Phoenix looked conflicted, but he eventually sighed and said, I agree. Please thank the Son of God of the Jun family for me. I just hope that he will not make things difficult for you. At this point, did the King of Phoenix have any other choice? Don't worry, Lord Son of God will only punish by you slightly. He will not do anything to her, Jun Linglong said plainly. She handed the immortality herb of the Qilin to the King of Phoenix. The Vermilion Bird King took the elixir of immortality with trembling hands. After all, who would want to die if they could live, let alone the king of a nation? Focus on improving your cultivation. This immortality herb will not only heal your injuries, but it will also help you improve. You will be more useful to Lord Son of God then, Jun Linglong warned. Hearing Jun Linglong's words, all the ministers were speechless. Wasn't it obvious that he was treating the Vermilion Bird Nation's ruler like a tool? I understand. The King of Phoenix nodded. He did not show any dissatisfaction. Instead, his eyes were filled with excitement. Above the demi-saint were the saints. With the immortality herb of the Qilin, he might be able to break through to the saint stage. Remember, this is a favor bestowed upon you by Lord Son of God. If you dare to have any thoughts of betrayal. Jun Linglong's tone was extremely cold. She was still using the carrot and stick method to perfection. Of course. From now on, Lord Son of God is the true master of the ancient kingdom of Phoenix, the King of Phoenix said respectfully. Offending the Son of God of the Jun family was tantamount to offending the Jun family. Although the ancient kingdom of Phoenix was a top-notch force, it was just a slightly bigger ant in front of the Jun family. Good that you understand. Jun Linglong and Granny Hua turned around and left. The ancient kingdom of Phoenix was considered to have completely submitted to Jun Xiaoyao, becoming his vassal force. Jun Xiaoyao would be able to have better control over the ancient kingdom of Phoenix after Bai Yuer was properly trained. Several months passed. Jun Xiaoyao stood up in the Heavenly Emperor Palace with a faint smile on his face. It's about time. That Bai Yuer has been kneeling for a year. It's time to train her. At the same time, a Jiao dragon chariot took to the air within the ancient kingdom of Dragon and headed for the Jun family. The person inside the chariot was none other than the eldest prince of the ancient kingdom of Dragon, Xiaochen. That move has been mastered. It's time to bring Yuer back. There's also that Son of God of the Jun family. If I were to challenge him and defeat him, my name would be known throughout the Huangtian mystic realm. The Jun family would not be so shameless as to make things difficult for a junior like me. Xiaochen's lips curled into a confident smile. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Xiaochen had barged into the Jun family all by himself, saved the beauty in his arms, and trampled on the Son of God of the Jun family, making his name known everywhere. Weren't all the protagonists in biographies and novels like that? At the entrance of the Heavenly Emperor Palace, Bai Yuer was still kneeling on the ground. She had not gotten up for an entire year. Her red feather robe was covered in dust. Her once snow-white cheeks had lost all color. She looked pale and weak. Although Baiyu was a proud daughter of the heavens and had the protection of the divine fire of the vermilion bird, kneeling for an entire year without eating or drinking still made her very weak. For the past year, Jun Xiaoyao had entered the heavenly emperor palace many times, but he had never looked at her in the eye. As time passed, Baiyuer's heart sank to the bottom of the valley. She felt that Jun Xiaoyao would never forgive her. This meant that there was no way she could get the elixir of immortality from Jun Xiaoyao, let alone save her father. Due to Jun Linglong's instructions, the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird did not inform Baiyuer that the emperor of Vermilion Bird had obtained the elixir of immortality. Baiyuer still thought that there was no hope for her anymore. She felt as if she had sunk into a bottomless ocean. She was about to suffocate, and her crimson eyes were filled with despair. At that moment, faint footsteps were heard. Baiyuer looked up instinctively, and her breathing almost stopped. The figure that she had been thinking about day and night was really walking toward her. Jun Xiaoyao was dressed in a robe whiter than snow. His skin was glowing with a divine light. A year had passed. Jun Xiaoyao was 9 years old. His body had grown taller, and his facial features looked like they were carved by the heavens. He was starting to look handsome. His expression was calm as he walked toward Baiyuer. Jun Linglong followed behind him. "Greetings, Lord Son of God." Baiyuer's expression was one of surprise and surprise. After a whole year, this day had finally come. Jun Xiaoyao sized Baiyuer up. She had lost a lot of weight, but she did look like she was sincerely remorseful. However, Jun Xiaoyao didn't say anything and just looked at her indifferently. Seeing this, Baiyuer gritted her teeth and kowtowed 3 times to Jun Xiaoyao, "Lord Son of God, Yuer knows her mistake. Please forgive Yuer this time." Jun Xiaoyao said indifferently, "It's good that you know your mistake. Get up. After all, I'm not a demon." Jun Linglong grumbled to herself after hearing that. If you're not a demon, why did you make him kneel there for a whole year? He had even taken out the elixir of immortality and kept it from Baiyuer, forcing her to continue kneeling. What an old demon. "Thank you, Lord Son of God." Baiyuer struggled to get to her feet. Her legs were numb, and she swayed weakly. Upon seeing this, Jun Xiaoyao flicked his finger and a top-grade saint pill fell into Baiyuer's hand. Baiyuer felt even more flattered. A top-grade saint pill could fetch a sky-high price in the outside world, but Jun Xiaoyao gave it to her so casually. For a moment, Baiyuer did not feel any resentment toward Jun Xiaoyao. Instead, she felt grateful. She took the saint pill and began to recover her strength. Jun Xiaoyao's lips curled into a sneer. He was very familiar with the trick of giving a candy with a whip. The saint pill's effect was amazing, and Baiyuer's weakness was quickly swept away. However, when she thought of the seriously ill Vermilion Bird King, she clenched her fists and found it hard to speak. It was a pleasant surprise to be forgiven by Jun Xiaoyao. How could she ask Jun Xiaoyao to take out the elixir of immortality again? Thinking of this, Baiyuer took a deep breath and bowed to Jun Xiaoyao. "Thank you, Lord Son of God, for your forgiveness. Yuer will take her leave now." Baiyuer sighed in her heart. In the end, she failed to bring back the elixir of immortality. At that moment, Jun Linglong chuckled and said, "Baiyuer, don't you want the elixir of immortality anymore?" Baiyuer smiled bitterly when she heard that. "I'm lucky enough to be forgiven by Lord Son of God. I wouldn't dare ask for more." "Then why don't you contact the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird?" Jun Linglong's eyes sparkled as she asked. Baiyuer was slightly stunned. She then took out a jade scroll and sent a message. The ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird sent a message as well. "The Jun family sent us the elixir of immortality some time ago. It's all a gift from Lord Son of God. Not only has the king recovered from his injuries, but he's also training in seclusion to break through to a higher level. It's all a gift from Lord Son of God." The news made Baiyuer's mind go blank in an instant. She was so excited that her face turned red. She was in disbelief. "Lord Son of God, it's you." Baiyuer's eyes were burning with excitement as she looked at Jun Xiaoyao. Her voice was choked with sobs. "This Son of God told me that I'm not some devil." Jun Xiaoyao smiled faintly. At that moment, Jun Xiaoyao's silhouette was deeply engraved in Baiyuer's heart. She seemed to have taken the shape of Jun Xiaoyao from the inside out. Jun Xiaoyao's imprint was so deeply engraved in her heart that it would be difficult to erase it for the rest of her life. She felt as if she was a person who had fallen into deep despair, and all her hopes were suddenly realized. That hope was brought to her by Jun Xiaoyao. "You are as willing to serve Lord Son of God for the rest of my life. I'll be your slave or servant. I dare not disobey you. May I be struck by lightning if I violate this oath." Bai Yuer knelt before Jun Xiaoyao and said resolutely. If she had been begging for forgiveness before, then she was now sincerely pledging allegiance to Jun Xiaoyao. At that moment, a voice filled with anger was heard from outside the gates of the Jun residence. "Where is the son of God of the Jun family? What's the point of bullying a weak woman? Fight me if you have the guts." That voice was like a thunderclap that shook the world. Many members of the Jun family were alerted. A guard of the Jun family walked up to Jun Xiaoyao and reported. "Son of God, there is a young man outside the gate who is being presumptuous. He should be someone from the ancient kingdom of Dragon." "Heh. It seems that this fiancé of yours still doesn't know his place." Jun Xiaoyao sneered in his mind. He said faintly, "Let him in. I'll take care of this." "Yes, sir." The guard excused himself. Bai Yuer, who was still kneeling on the ground, looked rather pale. Jun Xiaoyao had just forgiven her, and now her fiancé had come to provoke her. Wasn't this just ruining things for her? At that moment, Bai Yuer actually felt a little resentful toward her fiancé, Xiao Qin. "Lord Son of God, I..." Bai Yuer panicked and tried to explain herself. "It's fine." Jun Xiaoyao waved his hand. A moment later, a handsome young man wearing a long robe with an azure dragon on it arrived. When he saw Bai Yuer, who was kneeling before Jun Xiaoyao, his eyes immediately widened, and a murderous aura emanated from him. No man would be able to accept his fiancée kneeling before another man of the opposite sex. "Yuer, get up. How dare this man push you like this?" Xiao Qin shouted angrily. "Xiao Qin, shut up. How dare you disrespect Lord Son of God?" Bai Yuer immediately reprimanded him. Xiao Qin was stunned and looked at Bai Yuer in disbelief. "Yuer, I'm here to save you. Why are you speaking up for him?" Xiao Qin was puzzled. "Enough. I knelt of my own accord. I'm more than happy that Lord Son of God is willing to forgive me." "What are you doing here?" Bai Yuer said coldly. At first, she had a good impression of Xiao Qin, her childhood sweetheart. However, the ancient kingdom of Dragon went back on their word and refused to give the ancient kingdom of Phoenix the elixir of immortality. She had asked Xiao Qin for help before, and Xiao Qin had promised to give it to her. However, there was still no sign of the elixir of immortality. If it had not been for Jun Xiaoyao giving her the elixir of immortality, her father would have been seriously ill and dying. Between Jun Xiaoyao and Xiao Qin, who was Bai Yuer indebted to? "Yuer, why would you think that? Did he force you to do this?" Bai Yuer felt more and more disappointed after seeing Xiao Qin's brainless rage. One would never know if they were not compared to each other. She used to think that Xiao Qin was an excellent man. However, compared to Jun Xiaoyao, Xiao Qin looked like a loach in the mud. He was an eyesore no matter how she looked at him. "I can't believe that someone like him is my fiancé." Bai Yuer shook her head. She then said, "I did all of this willingly. Just leave, Xiao Qin." What Bai Yuer said was like a heavy blow to Xiao Qin's heart. He was so angry that his chest heaved. He glared at Jun Xiaoyao with a cold expression and said, "You're Jun Xiaoyao, aren't you? It must be you. What kind of magic potion did you feed Yuer?" Xiao Qin looked like a raging lion. Jun Xiaoyao, on the other hand, looked indifferent at the moment. He stared at Xiao Qin with a peculiar look in his eyes. To be more precise, he was staring at the panlong ring on Xiao Qin's finger. Because Jun Xiaoyao was trained in the visualization of chaotic divinity grindstone, his soul was far more sensitive than common people. Jun Xiaoyao sensed a different aura and soul fluctuation from the panlong ring. "No way, this is what he's doing." Jun Xiaoyao looked surprised. The old man in the ring betrayed his fiancée. It was still the same formula and the same feeling. It was just that their positions had been switched. Interesting. Is this Xiao Qin trying to slap me in the face? Jun Xiaoyao thought to himself. Bai Bai Yuer continued, "That's enough, Xiaochen. I've made up my mind. I will serve Lord Son of God for the rest of my life as a slave. Let's call off the engagement between us." Jun Xiaoyao was the only one in Bai Yuer's heart at the moment. Jun Xiaoyao was her master for the rest of her life. As for Xiaochen, the little bit of friendship she had with him had been worn down by the repeated disappointments and lies. Xiaochen promised to give her the immortality potion, but he never fulfilled his promise. "No. How could you do this, Yuer?" Xiaochen was trembling all over. His fiancée had been snatched away. Xiaochen felt that he had been made a cuckold. He even thought that Bai Yuer had sold her body to earn Jun Xiaoyao's favor. So that's how it is. You slut, using your own body to exchange for the elixir of immortality? Xiaochen's heart sank to the bottom of the valley, and he decided to shed all pretenses of cordiality. He was so angry that he laughed, and his expression was cold and sarcastic. He could not bear the betrayal of his woman. Bai Yuer was also stunned. She did not expect that Xiaochen, who had always been calm and resolute, would say something like that. Jun Xiaoyao, on the other hand, was not surprised at all. He was a protagonist, after all. Those who followed him would prosper, and those who opposed him would perish. Would anyone who betrayed the main character have a good ending? However, Jun Xiaoyao knew that if he were in Xiaochen's shoes, he would have killed Bai Yuer without any hesitation. Holy Mother? There was no such thing. He would only do things more ruthlessly than Xiaochen. Unfortunately, Bai Yuer was now his pawn and slave, and there was no way he would allow Xiaochen to do anything to her. Furthermore, he could take the opportunity to put on a show and make Bai Yuer fall for him again. "I can't believe that you are Bai Yuer's fiancé. How dare you slander her like that? Even an outsider like me feels bitterly disappointed for her." Jun Xiaoyao stepped out and stood in front of Bai Yuer, shaking his head and sighing. "Lord Son of God." Bai Yuer's heart was touched, and her crimson eyes became misty. She never thought that Jun Xiaoyao would stand up for her. At that moment, Bai Yuer's feelings toward Jun Xiaoyao were mixed with some indescribable emotions aside from respect and admiration. In Xiaochen's eyes, the look in her eyes was one of pure affection. "Damn you, you slut." Xiaochen was so angry that he felt as if his internal organs were burning. Bai Yuer was ogling Jun Xiaoyao right in front of him. It was no longer a cuckold, it was a grassland in Helamber. "Jun Xiaoyao, do you dare to fight me fairly?" Xiaochen shouted. The only way to solve the problem was to completely crush Jun Xiaoyao right in front of Bai Yuer and trample him underfoot. That was the only way to vent the anger in Xiaochen's heart. He wanted to see Bai Yuer regretting her actions and kneeling before him in repentance. "I'm only 8 years old, and you're already 15 or 16. Fair fight, huh?" Jun Xiaoyao smirked sarcastically. Xiaochen's expression was rather unnatural, but he still said stubbornly, "So what? You're the son of God of the Jun family, and you have access to countless resources. It's fair. Or are you afraid to fight me?" Xiaochen put on a provocative look. During this period of time, he had finally mastered the martial arts imparted to him by the coiling dragon ring. He was confident that among his peers, there were not many who could compete with him. The same was true for the son of God of the Jun family. "Very well. Let's go to the combat arena." Jun Xiaoyao put his hands behind his back and stepped out. There was nothing much to say at this point. This kind of protagonist who felt so good about himself should be slapped to wake him up. Bai Yuer and Jun Linglong followed right behind him. Jun Linglong looked at Xiaochen with a hint of sarcasm and pity in her eyes. Jun Xiaoyao defeated Jun Zhangjian, the 10th rank, when he was only 3 years old. Even Jun Linglong had no idea how powerful he was now. Xiaochen's eyes were burning with jealousy as he looked at Jun Xiaoyao, who was accompanied by 2 beautiful women. If I had been born in a clan of the ancients, my achievements would definitely be on par with Jun Xiaoyao's. But he would never expect that I have the help of the Panlong ring, Xiaochen thought to himself. Jun Xiaoyao and Xiaochen soon arrived at the combat arena. Their arrival attracted the attention of many disciples of the Jun family. "It's Lord Son of God. What is he doing here at the combat arena? I heard that there's an idiot who wants to challenge Sir Deity. Is it that prince of the ancient kingdom of Dragon? What an idiot." "That's right. It's already his honor that the divine child is willing to lower himself to fight with him. Along the way, almost everyone from the Jun family mocked and ridiculed Xiaochen, looking down on him. Xiaochen saw it all and clenched his fists. The protagonists in those legendary novels were also looked down upon, but they were able to turn the tables in the end. A bunch of snobs. So what if you were born in a clan of the ancients? I'll let you know what it means to be a man who can conquer fate. Xiaochen's lips curled into a proud smile. Jun Xiaoyao and Xiaochen stood in a ring. Jun Linglong, Bai Yuer, and many other members of the Jun family were watching. In the shadows, Jun Zhantian and a few other elders were also secretly observing. They were not worried that Jun Xiaoyao would lose. Instead, he wanted to use the battle to see just how powerful Jun Xiaoyao actually was. Alright, you can make your move now. Jun Xiaoyao stood in the ring with his hands behind his back, looking calm. Humph, if I make my move, you might not have a chance to fight back. Xiaochen's lips curled into a cold smirk. He was a genius of the divinity stage. Jun Xiaoyao, on the other hand, was only 8 years old. How strong could he possibly be? Is that so? Alright then. Jun Xiaoyao nodded slightly. Golden qi and blood surged around Jun Xiaoyao like huge waves. 20,000 granules of the giant elephant were awakened in his body. Indeed, in the past few years, Jun Xiaoyao had cultivated the divine elephant overpowering divine elephant. He had awakened 20,000 granules of the giant elephant from 1,000. That meant that Jun Xiaoyao was capable of exerting 100 million caddies of force with a single strike. That was so terrifying that he could shatter the stars in the sky with a single slap. The qi and blood in Jun Xiaoyao's body surged. The vigorous golden magical power turned into a huge golden hand and pressed down. 200 million pounds of force was enough to crush the sky. Xiaochen was so shocked that his face turned pale when he felt the shocking power. His expression changed drastically. Jun Xiaoyao did not make a move, but when he made a move, the world shook and the universe changed. That huge golden magical power hand was like the hand of a god, pressing down on Xiaochen. How is this possible? Xiaochen could not help but roar. However, he was still quite capable. He did not just sit there and wait for his death. His magical power surged. Sky-breaking punch of the Azure Dragon. Xiaochen gathered his magical power on the tip of his fist and punched out. With a dragon's roar, the shadow of an azure dragon seemed to rush out with Xiaochen's punch. However, it was still useless. Rumble, it was as if the big stars collided with each other like thunder. The giant golden hand instantly annihilated the azure dragon's silhouette with an unstoppable force. Then, it continued to bombard Xiaochen. PFFTT, Xiaochen felt as if he had been kicked by an ancient giant elephant. He spat out blood. His whole body was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. He then fell heavily to the ground. Dead silence. Throughout the combat arena, many of the Jun family's disciples looked at the scene with some astonishment. Although they knew that Xiaochen had overestimated himself by challenging Jun Xiaoyao, they did not expect that the situation would be so overwhelming. This was no longer a competition, but a blatant suppression, a complete and utter abuse. My goodness, Lord Son of God is already at the 9th level of the Divine Palace. Doesn't that mean he's about to break through to the true spirit realm? This is truly terrifying. That Xiaochen may not be much, but he is still a rather famous genius in the outside world. I can't believe that he was sent flying by Lord Son of God with just a single palm strike. Don't you guys forget that Lord Son of God is only 8 years old, while Xiaochen is already 15 or 16 years old. He can't even beat Lord Son of God who is twice his age. I feel ashamed for him. After a brief moment of astonishment, there was an uproar. Countless sarcastic remarks were directed at Xiaochen. Even Bai Yuer covered her red lips with her hand as her crimson eyes widened. Although she knew that Jun Xiaoyao would win, she didn't expect him to win so easily. Xiaochen was completely defenseless before him. The way Bai Yuer looked at Jun Xiaoyao became even more radiant. How is this possible? How could this be? Even Xiaochen himself, who was lying paralyzed in the crater, was somewhat dumbfounded. Logically speaking, he should have been the one to turn the tables and slap Jun Xiaoyao in the face, so that Bai Yuer would regret it for the rest of her life. Why was he the one who was beaten down instead? I let you fight first because I wanted to give you a chance to struggle, so that it wouldn't be too boring. But now, it seems that I've overestimated you. Jun Xiaoyao shook his head and sounded disappointed. He thought that Xiao Chen would be able to bring him some fun and challenge. Yet, Xiao Chen was still so vulnerable. Don't you get cocky, Jun Xiaoyao. Our duel is not over yet. Xiao Chen's face turned red due to embarrassment and anger after hearing what Jun Xiaoyao said. It was an unchanging truth that a protagonist would become more powerful after gaining more anger. Xiao Chen was the same at the moment. He struggled to get to his feet and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. A terrifying dragon aura was brewing and rising from his body. Xiao Chen's cultivation level began to climb steadily. The second level of Divinity Palace, the third level of Divinity Palace, the fourth level of Divinity Palace, the fifth level of Divinity Palace. He was at the sixth level of the Divinity Realm. Xiao Chen's cultivation surged by 5 levels in a short period of time. The scene was seen by the members of the Jun family around, who were rather surprised. Yo, this prince of the ancient kingdom of dragon has some tricks up his sleeve. Jun Zhantian and the other elders of the Jun family also saw what happened in the air. Jun Zhantian was slightly surprised and said, this is interesting. This kid has dragon aura around him, which means that he is quite lucky. He is a good seedling. It's a pity that he messed with your grandson. I'm afraid he won't end well, another elder said with a smile. So what if he has dragon aura around him? Jun Xiaoyao had the sacred body of the ancients, which was born with 10 shackles broken. Jun Xiaoyao raised his eyebrows after seeing Xiao Chen's state. So, he's cheating right in front of me, huh? Jun Xiaoyao was a cheater himself, so he was more than familiar with things like using cheats. Cheating right in front of a cheater was like showing off in front of an expert. Jun Xiaoyao, you didn't expect this, did you? Do you really think that you are invincible? Watch me beat you with one move. Heavenly Seal of the Blue Dragon. After Xiao Chen's cultivation had skyrocketed, the dragon aura all over his body rose. It seemed to have condensed into a huge seal that could suppress the heavens in the void. That was the martial arts technique that he had been practicing for a long time. That move was originally Xiao Chen's trump card, which he had not planned to use. However, Jun Xiaoyao's strength was beyond his expectations. As such, he had no choice but to use his trump card. Jun Xiaoyao, get on your knees. Xiao Chen leaped into the air and controlled the heavenly seal of the blue dragon, pressing it down on Jun Xiaoyao. He wanted to make Jun Xiaoyao kneel on the ground. Jun Xiaoyao looked up casually and looked at Xiao Chen, who looked very excited and wanted to take him down. How sad. He shook his head casually and raised his hand. Endless golden power surged like an ocean and condensed into divine weapons. Sabers, spears, swords, halberds, axes, hooks, tridents. Tens of thousands of golden divine weapons gathered around Jun Xiaoyao. At that moment, he looked like the master of all weapons, the king of all divine weapons. That was the ultimate technique of the Jun family, the army attack tactics. Go! Jun Xiaoyao pushed out his hand and tens of thousands of divine weapons gathered into a torrent of divine weapons that could split the sky and earth, rushing toward Xiao Chen. How is this possible? Xiao Chen was shocked. He gritted his teeth and pressed down with the seal. Boom, the two collided and the universe shook. The heavenly seal of the blue dragon was shattered by the thousands of divine weapons. Xiao Chen's face was pale. He used his movement technique and hurriedly retreated, but he was still hit by some of the divine weapons. PFFTT, blood splattered everywhere. Xiao Chen's shoulders, thighs, and waist were all wounded. The wounds were so deep that his bones were visible. Blood spurted out. His body fell from the sky and hit the ground heavily. His hair was disheveled and his body was covered in blood. He looked very pathetic. Is that all? Jun Xiaoyao tilted his head slightly and looked at Xiao Chen. PFFTT, Xiao Chen was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood when he heard that. Humiliation, extreme humiliation, Xiao Chen's eyes were bloodshot. He saw Bai Yuer from the corner of his eye. She looked disappointed, but there was also a hint of pity and sympathy. That made Xiao Chen, who had a strong sense of self-esteem, feel like his heart was being pierced by needles. There is always someone better than you out there. Before the Son of God, you have to lie down even if you are a dragon or a tiger. With the help of the system, his talents were unparalleled, and his background was invincible. What Jun Xiaoyao wanted was to dominate the era. All of the geniuses and protagonists would only be able to play second fiddle to him. It was even more so for Xiao Chen, who had a bit of luck. Xiao Chen clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. To be honest, he never expected to be defeated so thoroughly and in such a sorry state. A thick feeling of humiliation brewed in his heart. However, he was unable to say anything arrogant anymore. That was because facts spoke louder than words. Xiao Chen, that's enough. Given Lord Son of God's powers, he could easily kill you. He has already shown you mercy, Bai Yuer stood up and said. She had been so disappointed in Xiao Chen that she had even annulled the engagement. However, they were childhood sweethearts after all. While they were not very close, there was still some affection between them. However, that was all there was to it. Shut up, you *tch. Do I need Jun Xiaoyao to show me mercy? Xiao Chen yelled furiously. Bai Yuer meant well, but that only aggravated Xiao Chen even more. His eyes, which were about to be filled with dejection, were now filled with anger and indignation. What a dumb girl. She's trying to make me hate her. Jun Xiaoyao thought to himself. However, that was exactly what he wanted. That was because Jun Xiaoyao had another plan in mind. Fine, I guess you took my kindness for granted. Bai Yuer's face turned gloomy as Xiao Chen kept calling her *tch. The last bit of affection she had for Xiao Chen was gone. Xiao Chen's chest rose and fell as he breathed heavily. He knew that there was no way he could defeat Jun Xiaoyao that day. Xiao Chen clenched his fists so hard that his nails dug deep into his palms, causing him excruciating pain. He glanced at Bai Yuer and Jun Xiaoyao coldly and said, Jun Xiaoyao, don't be so arrogant. Life is full of ups and downs. Don't think you can bully a young man just because he's poor. We will fight again in 3 years. Xiao Chen said with determination and solemnity, which went well with his handsome face, which was stained with blood. This made some of the girls from the Jun family view him in a new light. At this moment, Xiao Chen's indomitable will was indeed quite imposing. Xiao Chen turned around and dragged his injured body out of the arena step by step, leaving bloody footprints on the ground. Even Bai Yuer's heart was slightly shaken. She seemed to be able to see Xiao Chen soaring into the heavens in the future. However, at this moment, a cold voice sounded. Hold on, Xiao Chen stopped dead in his tracks when he heard that. Did I say you could leave? Jun Xiaoyao stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a playful look on his face. Did he think he could leave peacefully after saying a famous quote and leaving behind a coquettish back view? Xiao Chen was being a little too simple-minded. What do you want to do? Xiao Chen turned around, his face stiff. As the son of God of the Jun family, shouldn't Jun Xiaoyao magnanimously let him go and wait for him to slap his face 3 years later? Why didn't he follow the script? Jun Xiaoyao smirked coldly and said, You said such harsh words to the son of God in the Jun family, and then you want to leave peacefully. What do you take the Jun family for? And what do you take me, the son of God, for? Then what do you want to do? Are you afraid that I'll beat you 3 years later? Xiao Chen's eyes flashed with panic, but he forced himself to stay calm. Don't try to goad me, but I have no intention of killing you right now, Jun Xiaoyao said with a faint smile. Then what do you want to do? Xiao Chen was slightly relieved when he heard that, but his eyes were still full of vigilance. I can spare you the death penalty, but I can't escape punishment. I've taken a liking to your dragon chi. Jun Xiaoyao raised his hand as soon as he finished speaking. The golden spirit sea inside his body churned and surged, forming a huge hand and grabbing at Xiao Chen. You despicable bastard. Xiao Chen's expression changed drastically, and he turned around to run. However, he was still knocked down by the golden hand with a single slap. Jun Xiaoyao then grabbed at the air, and a dragon's roar was heard from Xiao Chen's body. Jun Xiaoyao then grabbed a semi-illusory shadow of a green dragon. That was the dragon chi inside Xiao Chen. No, my dragon chi. Xiao Chen's eyes were bloodshot as he screamed in a frenzy. Shut up. Jun Xiaoyao slapped him again. There was a loud rumble, accompanied by the sound of bones cracking. More than half of Xiaoqian's bones were broken, and he spat out blood as if it was free. You crippled all of my meridians. Xiaoqian's face was pale, and he gritted his teeth so hard that they were about to break. Jun Xiaoyao did not kill him, but he did cripple him. As such, he would not be able to defeat Jun Xiaoyao even if he had 300 or even 3,000 years, let alone 3 years. Jun Xiao Yao. Xiaoqian spat out the words one by one, and his eyes were filled with hatred and anger. The surrounding disciples of the Jun family also shuddered slightly, and they felt a chill in their hearts. It was the first time they had seen Jun Xiaoyao's ruthless methods. Zhantian, Xiaoyao is really swift in his actions, an elder who was hiding in the void said with a smile. That's good. The more ruthless my grandson is, the more relieved I will be, Jun Zhantian said with a smile. Not only did they not think that Jun Xiaoyao's actions were inappropriate, but they also thought that it was normal. When the Emperor's road opened in the future, there would be crueler things, and this level of things was nothing. In the combat arena, after Jun Xiaoyao obtained the Dragon Qi, he did not hesitate and started to absorb it right in front of Xiaoqian. There was a continuous sound of explosions coming from inside his body. It was the sound of the granules of the giant elephant awakening. After absorbing more than half of the Dragon Qi, another 10,000 granules of the giant elephant were awakened in Jun Xiaoyao's body. At that moment, he had awakened 30,000 granules of the giant elephant, which was equivalent to 300 million caddies of strength, which was extremely terrifying. Not only that, but Jun Xiaoyao also found that the Dragon Qi was nourishing his body, making his sacred body of the ancients, which was already extremely powerful, even more powerful. Furthermore, there seemed to be a layer of azure light spreading under his skin, which could be turned into an inner armor made of dragon scales to protect him when needed. Not bad. Jun Xiaoyao nodded slightly. He then put the remaining half of the Dragon Qi, which had not been digested, into Bai Yuer's body. Lord Son of God, you. Bai Yuer was shocked, not expecting Jun Xiaoyao to do something like that. You have the divine fire of the vermilion bird in your body, which should complement the azure Dragon Qi, Jun Xiaoyao said plainly. He did that to win over people's hearts. He still needed Bai Yuer to manage the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird for him in the future, so her talents could not be too weak. Thank you, Lord Son of God. Bai Yuer was so touched that there were even tears in her eyes. That favor was like giving her a new life. Xiaoqian, who had witnessed that scene, could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. He was furious, he was so furious that he felt like his organs were on fire and his organs were about to be crushed. Jun Xiaoyao refined his Dragon Qi right in front of him and even gave it to his ex-fiancée. His ex-fiancée, Bai Yuer, even went as far as to lick Jun Xiaoyao's boots like a bitch. That made Xiaoqian feel like he was about to pass out from anger. Jun Xiaoyao saw that and said earnestly, "Don't be angry, Xiaoqian. I took your Dragon Qi and crippled your cultivation for your own good." Every main character had to go through all kinds of hardships. If their cultivation was not crippled, they would be embarrassed to call themselves main characters. From that perspective, Jun Xiaoyao was indeed helping Xiaoqian with good intentions. He looked at Xiaoqian, who had fainted out of anger. All the disciples of the Jun family in the combat arena shuddered. Jun Xiaoyao was not only strong, but he was also good at talking. He had made Xiaoqian so angry that he almost passed away on the spot. Jun Xiaoyao sighed slightly, feeling a little speechless. What he said was indeed the truth. Generally speaking, people like Xiaoqian, who were blessed with luck, would usually explode after their cultivation was destroyed and their talents were taken away. They would have all kinds of adventures, and then they would grow and become invincible. Thinking about it this way, Jun Xiaoyao did have Xiaoqian's best interests at heart. Throw him out of the gate, Jun Xiaoyao waved his hand and said. Soon, the guards of the Jun family came and dragged the unconscious Xiaoqian away. At that moment, Jun Zhantian's figure suddenly appeared out of thin air. Grandpa. Jun Xiaoyao nodded slightly. He had long felt that Jun Zhantian and the other elders of the family were watching him from behind. Xiaoyao, do you know that even a wildfire can't burn it out, it will grow again when the spring breeze blows? Jun Zhantian looked serious. He was afraid that Jun Xiaoyao would develop the habit of being arrogant and underestimating the enemy, It was not a wise decision to let the enemy go like this. Oh, don't worry, Grandpa. I have my own plans. Jun Xiaoyao smiled and said. Did Jun Xiaoyao not know the principle of cutting the weeds and eliminating the roots? But then again, Xiaochen was like a leek to him now. He would harvest him when he needed him. Jun Xiaoyao had only harvested the dragon qi, which was far from draining the value of Xiaochen's luck. Wouldn't it be better to harvest them one by one? When there was no more value to harvest in the end, Jun Xiaoyao would naturally swat the fly. It's good that you have a plan in mind. This kind of small fry can't do anything. You still have a year to prepare, Jun Zhantian said. Jun Xiaoyao nodded slightly. Jun Zhantian was referring to his 10-years-old banquet. When the time came, the Jun family would invite forces from all over the Huangtian mystic realm. It would definitely be a feast that would attract the attention of the world. Even Jun Xiaoyao's mother's family, the Jiang family of the remote antiquity, would send people over. His mother, Jiang Rou, had always wanted to push the Jiang family's precious daughter to Jun Xiaoyao. In addition, the Jun family would also announce his identity as Sequence Zero at his 10-years-old banquet. At that time, the Jun family would surely be shaken violently, and all the sequences would certainly react. Therefore, Jun Zhantian wanted Jun Xiaoyao to be prepared. Grandpa, don't worry. I will never let you, Mother, the 18th ancestor, and the others down, Jun Xiaoyao said with certainty. He did not forget that he still had the chance to sign in at the Shui banquet. At that time, the reward he received might be of great help to his strength. Of course, Grandpa believes in you. Jun Zhantian smiled with satisfaction. After the incident, Jun Xiaoyao returned to the Heavenly Emperor Palace, ready to completely refine the dragon aura. Bai Yuer stayed at the Heavenly Emperor Palace for the time being. She also received a small part of the dragon aura, and she had the divine fire of the phoenix. Bai Yuer's talent and strength would skyrocket. Most importantly, she was now loyal to Jun Xiaoyao. She was branded with Jun Xiaoyao from the inside out. Even if Jun Xiaoyao asked her to die, Bai Yuer would not hesitate. Compared to Jun Xiaoyao, who had gained a lot, Xiaochen looked rather miserable at the moment. He slowly opened his eyes and found himself outside the gate of the Jun family's residence. Cough, cough, Xiaochen struggled to get up. His body was covered in wounds, and there were also many internal injuries. His meridians were all destroyed, and his bones were broken. One could say that he was in an extremely miserable state. There were also many cultivators outside the gate of the Jun family's residence, watching the show. After all, Xiaochen had entered the Jun family's residence in a very arrogant manner. It did not take long for him to be thrown out of the residence in such a sorry state. Is that prince of the ancient kingdom of dragon crippled? I think so. He's like a dog. It's his fault for messing with the son of God of the Jun family. His fiancée probably ran away as well. Serves him right. The cultivators who were watching the show all mocked and ridiculed Xiaochen with looks of disdain. Xiaochen clenched his fists and walked out step by step. When he was out of the sight of the crowd, Xiaochen roared at the sky and punched the ancient tree in front of him. Damn you, Jun Xiaoyao. If I get the chance, I'll return the pain I suffered today to you 1,000 times over. While Xiaochen was screaming, the blood on his body had unknowingly soaked the panlong ring on his finger. Are all descendants of the ancient kingdom of dragon as unambitious as you? Suddenly, an old voice was heard. Who is it? Xiaochen looked around. However, in the next moment, his eyes fell on the panlong ring on his finger. The ring suddenly flashed with a blue light. Then, an old man with white eyebrows wearing a blue dragon robe suddenly appeared in front of Xiaochen. You are. Xiaochen's eyes widened as he stared at the old man in front of him. There were 2 dragon horns on the old man's head. Xiaochen felt like he had seen this old man somewhere before. Haha, have the descendants forgotten about me? The old man in the blue robe with dragon horns said with a smile. You are the founding Grand Master of the ancient kingdom of dragon, Master Blue Dragon. Xiaochen gasped as a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. He finally remembered. The old man looked exactly the same as the statue of the founding ancestor in the royal palace of the ancient kingdom of dragon. As for the founding ancestor, Master Azure Dragon, according to the historical records, he was a quasi-supreme, he was half a step away from becoming a supreme being. That was a very powerful level. He was only one step away from becoming a supreme being. I am Xiaochen, the eldest prince of the ancient kingdom of Dragon. Greetings, great ancestor. Xiaochen was trembling with excitement. He didn't expect the soul of the founding ancestor to reside in the Panlong ring among his mother's belongings. Sure enough, there was always a way out. Master Blue Dragon looked at Xiaochen and said, I woke up a few years ago and realized that you were the son of the ancient kingdom of Dragon. I gave you all kinds of magic power and resources. I didn't expect that you would still lose to the son of God of the Jun family. Xiaochen looked cold and resentful after hearing that. He said, Great ancestor, why didn't you just kill Jun Xiaoyao back then? Humph, how foolish. If I had done it back then, neither you nor I would have been able to walk out of the Jun family alive, Master Blue Dragon scolded coldly. He had always been satisfied with Xiaochen's performance, but now, Xiaochen was confused. Great ancestor, you are a quasi-supreme being. Can't you intimidate the Jun family? Xiaochen asked, unwilling to give up. Master Blue Dragon shook his head and said, Not to mention that I am only 1/10 as powerful as I used to be, I couldn't do anything to the Jun family even at my peak. The clan of the ancients is not as simple as you think. Xiaochen gritted his teeth and said, Then I won't be able to take revenge for the rest of my life. He had been crippled, and Master Blue Dragon couldn't help him. Don't be discouraged. You are the son of the ancient kingdom of Dragon. The ancient kingdom of Dragon still needs you in the future. I won't let you die so sadly, Master Blue Dragon said. Please help me, great ancestor. I am willing to pay any price. Xiaochen said firmly. A gratified look appeared in Master Azure Dragon's eyes as he took out an azure scroll. Although your cultivation has been crippled, it is a blessing in disguise. This is the art of dragon transformation in Blue Heaven. I used to practice it, and I will teach it to you. The art of dragon transformation in Blue Heaven. Xiaochen's eyes, which had been filled with despair, rekindled the fire of hope after hearing that. It was as if he had been revived, and he was full of fighting spirit. Jun Xiaoyao, your biggest mistake was being too arrogant and complacent. You let me live. Seeing that Xiaochen had regained his fighting spirit and confidence, Master Blue Dragon nodded in satisfaction. Such an indomitable character was the true son of the nation. By the way, you need to practice the spell of dragon transformation in Blue Heaven. At the same time, I also speculated that the secret treasure of Yuan Tian will appear in the next few years, Master Blue Dragon said. Yuan Tian Supreme? Is he a supreme master? Xiaochen's eyes widened. That's right. Yuan Tian Supreme is extremely powerful and domineering. It is said that he once took several sets of ancient dragon bones from the Archean royalty, Master Blue Dragon said. Master Blue Dragon's eyes lit up when he talked about the ancient dragon bones. Archean royalty. Xiaochen took a deep breath. That Yuan Tian Supreme is indeed a domineering person. He even dares to offend the Archean royalty. However, Xiaochen immediately thought of the key. He said, Grand Ancestor, are you going to? Master Blue Dragon nodded and said, That's right. You need to find a supreme token of Yuan Tian, then find a chance to enter the secret treasure and take the ancient dragon bones. If you can get the ancient dragon bones, your spell of dragon transformation in Blue Heaven will definitely reach the peak. I can also use an ancient dragon bone to reconstruct my physical body. Xiaochen clenched his fists. His eyes were full of fighting spirit. Don't worry, Grand Ancestor. I will go to the secret treasure of Yuan Tian and take the ancient dragon bones. And Jun Xiaoyao and Bai Yuer, that be *tch. Just you wait. Xiaochen looked up to the sky and laughed. He finally saw the light of revenge. At the same time, in the heavenly emperor palace of the Jun family. Achoo, Jun Xiaoyao touched his nose. Someone is cursing me. Is it Xiaochen? Jun Xiaoyao muttered to himself. According to the usual routine, he should have already obtained some treasures by now. He should be thinking about how to get back at Xiaochen in the future. Xiaochen, you gave me the dragon chi and a fiancé this time. I wonder what you will give me next time. Jun Xiaoyao smiled. He actually hoped that there would be more geniuses like Xianxia there, the more the better. There were no farmers who died of exhaustion. Let's put the matter of Xianxia aside for now. I don't think he'll amount to anything in a few years. I'd better prepare for the 10-years-old banquet first. I need to do a closed-door training to make a breakthrough, Jun Xiaoyao murmured. After all, this was his first time appearing on the stage before the eyes of the various powers in the immortal realms. If he didn't perform well, it would be too degrading. When the news of Jun Xiaoyao going into seclusion spread, the entire Jun family was in an uproar. Heavens, Lord Son of God is actually going into seclusion? As I recall, Lord Son of God has never gone into seclusion ever since he started cultivating, right? His cultivation speed is already so fast when he's not in closed-door cultivation. How fast would he be after closed-door cultivation? Will Lord Son of God break through to the true spirit realm? Sounds of discussion could be heard coming from all directions of the Jun residents. They were also very curious about Jun Xiaoyao, who never went into seclusion. If he came out of seclusion after a year, how powerful would his strength be? Amidst the curiosity and anticipation, a year slowly passed. During this year, the news of the Jun family holding a 10-years-old banquet for Jun Xiaoyao also began to spread in the Huangtian mystic realm. Many forces paid close attention to this. After all, the strange phenomenon of the reverence of 10,000 saints 10 years ago was too terrifying. Many big shots and old antiques were guessing what kind of nature-defying physique the mysterious son of God of the Jun family had. The son of God's father is the white-robed divine king, a taboo existence. I guess the son of God's physique isn't too bad. That's right. The white-robed divine king Jun Wuhui is known to be the most likely person to become a great emperor in the late ancient era. He was even one of the people who touched the immortal path. Unfortunately, 10 years ago, many big shots of ancient forces were communicating in the void through their divine thoughts. In fact, they were also curious about how the son of God of the Jun family, who was born with the glory of his father, would perform in his first appearance in the world. Hong State was one of the 3,000 mystical states of the Huangtian mystic realm. It was located in the territory of the Archean royalty, Zulong. Most of the 3,000 mystical continents were occupied by various factions. For example, the ancient kingdom of Phoenix occupied the entire fire state. Hong State was only one of the more than 50 mystical states under Zulong's control. That's right, the far ancient royal family of the lair of Zulong alone owned more than 50 prefectures. The ancient kingdom of Phoenix only occupied one mystical state. One could imagine the difference between a first-rate force and the Archean royalty. However, the Jun family was even more terrifying. They occupied more than 100 mystical states, which was twice the size of Zulong's. The emperor state was only the base of the Jun family. At this moment, in a big city in Hong State, many humanoid creatures of different shapes and sizes were coming and going. Some had black horns on their heads, some had wings on their backs, some had scales on their foreheads, and some had beast-like eyes. These creatures were all from the 10,000 ancient races of the mystic realm. The creatures of the Archean royalty were among them. In the territories of some human clans of the ancients and immortal dynasties, humans were the majority. In the territories of the Archean royalty, some races of the mystic realm were strange creatures. There were more creatures of all races. Of course, the creatures of all races, including humans, lived in peace. On the streets of the city, many creatures were looking at a woman in a blue dress with a hood on her head. Although most of her face was covered, one could still tell that she was a human. Furthermore, she had a slim figure. It was not that there were no humans in the territories of the Archean royalty, but they were very rare. The woman in the blue dress raised her head slightly, revealing a charming face. She was none other than Xianxia, who was expelled from the Jun family. At this moment, her eyes were looking at a splendid tavern at the end of the road. It should be there. That lord will be gathering there. I want to leak the news that Jun Xiaoyao has the sacred body of the human race. Jun Xiaoyao, Jun Linglong, Xianxia, may not be able to take revenge on you, but someone else can. Xianxia's face flashed with deep hatred. After she was expelled from the Jun family, her situation was extremely miserable. She was used to living like a prince, and now she was living in the open, suffering desolation. Xianxia would not reflect on her own actions. She would only blame everything on Jun Xiaoyao and Jun Linglong. On the top floor of the splendid tavern, a group of creatures was gathering. Some had wings on their backs, some had scales on their bodies, and some were as strong as bears or tigers. At this moment, this group of creatures was surrounding one person like stars surrounding the moon. It was a young man dressed in a luxurious golden robe. His facial features were arrogant and unruly, and there were 2 dragon horns on his head. His eyes were like 2 big stars, shining with a cold light. Under his skin, golden dragon scales could be faintly seen. His aura was very breathtaking. This young man was one of the geniuses of Zulong, one of the dragon's sons, Long Haoyin. Zulong was an Archean royalty with a deep heritage. Their ancestor was the Archean ancestor dragon, who claimed the throne of the Archean emperor. His fame even overshadowed some of the great emperors of the human race. Long Haoyin was one of Zulong's most brilliant geniuses, known as the Forbidden First Generation. As for Long Haoyin, although he was not as talented as his brother Long Haoyin, he was still very strong. Otherwise, how could he have become the dragon's son? The dragon son of Zulong was almost equivalent to the sequence of the Jun family. Congratulations, Lord Dragon's son. You have integrated a dragon essence, and your strength has increased greatly. Yeah, that's a dragon essence. If it were an ordinary person, their body would have exploded, but Lord Dragon's son was able to suppress and refine it. It's amazing. Many of the creatures around were flattering him. Not at all. It's merely a single dragon essence. Although it's already pretty good, my big brother has already assimilated 3 dragon essences. Long Haoyin smiled complacently. What? 3 dragon essences? All the creatures present were shocked. The so-called dragon essence referred to the essence of flesh and blood left behind by some of the most powerful beings of the dragon clan after they died. Not only did it contain the essence of the dragon clan, but it also contained various talents and runes. Although this kind of dragon essence was priceless, it was not that easy to refine it. Even some of the geniuses of Zulong found it difficult to integrate a dragon essence, and they might even explode. Long Haoyin was able to integrate a dragon essence, which was enough for him to show off. However, Long Haoyin had already integrated 3 dragon essences. Seeing the shocked expressions of the creatures around him, Long Haoyin smiled proudly and said, "That's not all. I heard from my brother that his final goal is to integrate 7 dragon essences into his body. When that time comes, with the blood of the Emperor Dragon, my brother will be the ruler of this world." Long Haoyin was not jealous of Long Haoyin. Instead, he admired him. Then, congratulations in advance. However, I heard that the 10-years-old banquet of the Jun family's Son of God is coming soon. A tall and burly young man with horns on his head said. He was a young cultivator of the Demon Ox Mountain, a force of the far ancient royal family. Although the strength of the far ancient royal family was not as strong as the Archean royalty, it was enough to intimidate a region. Many creatures present fell silent when they heard the words Jun family's Son of God. Even though Jun Xiaoyao had never truly shown himself to the world until now. However, the reverence of the 10,000 saints had still shocked the heavenly mystic of Huangtian. Although Jun Xiaoyao didn't make any big news after that, no one dared to underestimate the low-key and mysterious divine child of the Jun family. After all, he was the gods of the White God. The divine child of the Jun family hasn't been born yet. Who knows what he's capable of? Although the reverence of 10,000 saints is extraordinary, a vision of the ancestral dragon appeared on the day my brother was born. In fact, in the future, even without my elder brother doing anything, I will be able to suppress him. Long Haoyin's expression was one of disdain. The feud between Zulong and the Jun family had been going on for a long time. The most recent incident was when the white-robed divine king, Jun Wuhui, skinned and pulled out the dragon tendons of a quasi-supreme expert from the lair of Zulong when he was still a saint. That was a great humiliation for Zulong. It would be nailed to the pillar of shame in the history of Zulong. To think that a quasi-supreme would be completely defeated by a saint. This was simply too humiliating. From then on, the lair of Zulong and the Jun family became sworn enemies. Haha, that's true. I believe that the Son of God is no match for the dragon's son, a woman of the feather race with snow-white wings on her back said with a smile. Sigh, I wonder what kind of constitution the Son of God has. A being from the far ancient royal family shook his head slightly. At that moment, a woman's voice was suddenly heard. I know what kind of constitution the son of God of the Jun family has. Who is it? The beings all looked over. At the entrance of the pavilion, a woman in a blue dress walked up the stairs. Why is a human here? The young man from the Demon Bull Mountain frowned. Although the far ancient royal family would not kill humans on sight, they did not have a good impression of them. Calm down. Long Haoyan raised his hand and made a gesture. The beings around him quieted down. Long Haoyan glanced at Lan Qingya and asked with some interest, You said you know what kind of constitution the son of God of the Jun family has? Yes, I know because I was once a follower of a sequence of the Jun family, Lan Qingya said with certainty. What? These words caused all the living beings to be stunned. A follower of a sequence of the Jun family came to the far ancient royal family? Next, Lan Qingya briefly explained the feud with Jun Xiaoyao and the others. I see. Then tell me, what kind of constitution does the son of God of the Jun family have? Long Haoyan asked. The sacred body of the ancients, Lan Qingya said. As soon as she said that, the entire pavilion fell into dead silence. All the beings were stunned for a moment before they burst into laughter. Haha, what a joke. Are you telling the truth? The sacred body of the ancients. Haha, it used to be a sacred body of the human race, but now it's a useless body. Long Haoyan was also a little surprised. He glared and said with a murderous aura, Do you know the consequences of lying to me? How could a useless body be valued by the Jun family? It's true. Jun Xiaoyao does have the sacred body of the ancients, but it's a sacred body of the ancients that has broken one shackle, Lan Qingya continued to reveal. What? Broken one shackle? How is that possible? He has the ability to do that? Lan Qingya's words froze the smiles on the faces of the far ancient royal family. Their faces turned slightly pale. A sacred body of the human race that has broken one shackle was not ordinary. It was terrifying. Long Haoyan's expression did not change much. He pondered and said, with the Jun family's resources, it's not impossible to force resources to break the shackle. However, this method will not work. At most, 3 shackles will be broken. Jun Xiaoyao's path will be completely sealed. Long Haoyan sneered. If the shackles of the sacred body of the ancients could be broken so easily, it would not have been called a useless body. Probably, Lan Qingya nodded and said. She only thought that Jun Xiaoyao had broken one shackle. However, she could not imagine that Jun Xiaoyao had broken 10 shackles when he was born. Haha, this is interesting. It seems that I might have to attend the 10-years-old banquet of the son of God of the Jun family. Long Haoyan laughed heartily. When the time came, he would trample the son of God of the Jun family under his feet at the 10-years-old banquet. That kind of scene. TSK, just thinking about it made him excited. Haha, with Lord Long's involvement, the son of God of the Jun family's 10-years-old banquet will become a banquet of shame. It's time for the Jun family to lose some face. The entire pavilion was filled with a relaxed and joyful atmosphere. Jun Xiaoyao, you forced Qingya to do this. Don't blame me when the time comes. Lan Qingya narrowed her beautiful eyes and flashed with a cold light. When the time came, she would follow Long Haoyan and witness the moment when Jun Xiaoyao and the others were humiliated. Not long after Lan Qingya tipped them off. From the Jun family of the Emperor State, invitations were tied to golden flying swords. They turned into dense streams of light and flooded all over the Huangtian mystic realm. That's the Jun family sword message. It's an invitation. Is the mysterious son of God of the Jun family finally going to show himself to the world? The Jun family was one of the top forces in the Huangtian mystic realm. Their every move would bring changes to the entire Huangtian mystic realm. Not to mention that the main character of this banquet was the mysterious son of God of the Jun family. As the son of Jun Wuhui, the white-robed king of gods, Jun Xiaoyao had attracted a lot of attention. This 10-years-old banquet was the first time Jun Xiaoyao appeared in the world. It was impossible not to cause a sensation. Qingzhou, one of the 3,000 mystical states. Qingzhou was the land of the Jiang family, a family of the clan of the ancients. The Jiang family was the family of Xianxia's mother, Jiang Rou. Jiang Rou was once the goddess of the Jiang family and had a high status. At this moment, in the land of the Jiang family, there was a paradise shrouded in mist and auspicious colors. A young woman in a snow-white dress was waiting for something. Her entire body was flawless. She had a celestial appearance, and her pure white body was tall and slender. Her hair was like a waterfall, falling straight to her hips. She had a picturesque face, with curved eyebrows, eyes like autumn water, bright red lips, and sparkling white teeth. At first glance, she was like a fairy descending to the mortal world. She was beautiful and pleasing to the eye. My nephew is going to hold his 10-years-old banquet. I've never seen you before, the woman murmured and suddenly smiled. This woman was a distant cousin of Jiang Rou. Although they were not closely related, she was still Jun Xiaoyao's aunt in name. Her name was Xianxia. In Jiang Rou's family, Xianxia was the youngest, only 24 years old. She was in the prime of her life and was a feast for the eyes. At this moment, a crisp voice like a silver bell came from afar. Sister Xingyi, why are you looking for me? As the voice came out, a young girl about 12 years old stepped lightly on the void and teleported over. She was petite and agile. Her hair was tied into 2 ponytails, which danced with her movements. Her eyelashes were long, her big eyes were bright, her nose was straight, and her lips were cherry. When she smiled, she would reveal 2 small canine teeth. There were also 2 dimples on her pretty face, which made her look quite charming. This young girl seemed to be the spirit of heaven and earth. She was a fairy of heaven and earth, cunning and intelligent. Luoli, you have the elemental spirit Tao body, which is the body that is closest to the origin of the great Tao of heaven and earth. Jiang Xingyi rolled her eyes at Jiang Luoli. She stretched out a slender finger and tapped Jiang Luoli's forehead. Hey, Sister Xingyi, you are the divine lady of the Jiang family. You have the natural Taoist embryo. With you around, why would Luoli need to cultivate? Jiang Luoli covered her forehead with her hand, blinked, and said with a playful smile. Jiang Luoli was the precious daughter of the Jiang family that Jiang Rou and Jun Zhantian had mentioned. Jiang Xingyi said. You mischievous girl. Alright, I've called you here to talk business. You'll come with me to the Jun family to attend the 10-years-old banquet. Hearing this, Jiang Luoli asked, is it the banquet for the son of God of the Jun family? Jiang Xingyi smiled and said, that's right. You can finally meet your future husband. What husband? Sister Xingyi, don't talk nonsense. Jiang Luoli stomped her feet, her face a little red. She hadn't met the son of God of the Jun family yet. How could she be so careless? My nephew must be an outstanding person. Don't regret it when the time comes if you're so eager to oppose it. Jiang Xingyi teased. I'm against arranged marriages. Even if I, Jiang Luoli, were to die, even if I were to jump off a mountain, I would never get engaged so casually. Jiang Luoli swore angrily. Jiang Xingyi covered her mouth and smiled. Alright, I think I've heard from cousin Jiang Rou that my nephew is handsome and refined, just like an immortal. Really? Jiang Luoli rolled her eyes, her beautiful eyes sparkling. I'm just kidding. I don't know. Jiang Xingyi burst into laughter. She knew that Jiang Luoli was obsessed with looks and had high standards for appearance. Jiang Luoli wouldn't like people who weren't handsome at all. Perhaps this was also the reason why the Yuan spirit Taoist body pursued perfection. The man who can catch my eye must be the most handsome in the immortal realm. Jiang Luoli puffed out her chest and pouted. She was also guessing how handsome the mysterious son of God of the Jun family was. Don't worry. You'll find out soon. Jiang Xingyi patted Jiang Luoli's head and said. The Jiang family wasn't the only one invited by the Jun family. There were other ancient families, supreme clans, immortal dynasties, and so on. First-rate forces that were slightly inferior were also invited, but it wasn't as formal. Second-rate forces that were one level lower weren't even qualified to be invited. Of course, the Jun family wouldn't stop them from taking the initiative to participate, but they weren't qualified to enter the main hall and could only watch from the outside. As time passed, the entire 3,000 mystical states of the Huangtian mystic realm began to heat up. A year had finally passed, and the 10-years-old banquet of the son of God of the Jun family finally began. On this day, the entire Huangtian mystic realm was in an uproar. Countless ancient warships, flying boats, mounts, and so on rose into the air and turned into tens of thousands of streams of light. There was only one direction in which they were heading. The Jun family of the emperor state, the great Shang dynasty, was an ancient dynasty of the human race. It had a deep foundation and a long history. One after another, luxurious ships rose into the air and sailed towards the emperor state. Hey, that's the ship of the great Shang princess. She's going to attend the son of God of the Jun family's 10-years-old banquet. Yeah, the 10-years-old banquet is also an opportunity. Who wouldn't want to climb up the Jun family's branch? That's true. Generally speaking, after turning 10, one could prepare to find a cultivation partner. Although the son of God of the Jun family had never shown his face, his status alone was enough to make many princesses, emperors, and geniuses recommend themselves to him. If they were chosen by the son of God of the Jun family, they would definitely soar into the sky, and the forces behind them would also rise to the top. Therefore, many beauties from various forces were ready to go to the banquet and try their luck. The Holy Land of Dian also rose into the air and prepared to go to the Jun family. The last time the Jun family held such a grand 10-years-old banquet was for the sequence number 1. But this time, the son of God of the Jun family's 10-years-old banquet is even grander. The Yi family of the clan of the ancients pulled a carriage into the air. I heard that Luoli will be there too. If that's the case, I naturally can't be absent. In the carriage, a handsome young man in a blue robe with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes chuckled. A glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. The Luoli he was talking about was the pearl of the Jiang family, Jiang Luoli. Young Master Xingyun, the master has ordered that we are going to the banquet, not to cause trouble. Young master, if you cause trouble at the Jun family's banquet, the master will not let you go. An old man with a goatee said with a serious face. He faintly exuded the aura of a sage-to-be. To have a sage-to-be as a servant, this young man's status was obviously not low. Haha, don't worry, Uncle Fu. I know what I'm doing. I'm going to find Luoli, not provoke the son of God of the Jun family. The young man laughed. His name was Yi Xingyun, and he was a top genius of the Yi family of the ancients. He had the kingly body of stars, which was ranked in the top 500 among the 3,000 physiques. It could contain the power of the stars in the 9 heavens. Yi Xingyun had once met Jiang Luoli during an adventure in a secret realm. He still couldn't forget the lively and beautiful girl who was like a fairy. It was just that he never had the chance to see her again. This banquet of the Jun family was a good opportunity to strike up a conversation. Outside the Jun family's mountain gate in the emperor state, countless birds and beasts covered the sky and covered the earth, pulling all kinds of gorgeous carriages. There were huge ships crossing the void. At this moment, the Jun family's mountain gate was wide open, welcoming guests from all over. As for the possibility of someone causing trouble, the array that was faintly flickering in the void exuded an aura that even saints would be wary of. It was enough to intimidate those with impure thoughts. No one or force dared to cause trouble at the Jun family's banquet. The Daoji heavenly sect is here. They present the Son of God with 9 Taoist scrolls. It's the Daoji heavenly sect. The old Taoist from the Daoji heavenly sect is quite famous, some people from other forces discussed. The Holy Land of Dian is here. They present the Son of God with a bottle of divine condensation chalcedony and 100 supreme-grade divine sources. Oh my God, the Holy Land of Dian even took out the divine condensation chalcedony. That's a miraculous item that can nourish the true spirit in the divine palace. Many people were jealous when they heard that. Every one of those gifts was enough to make people scramble for them. Now, all of them were presented to the Son of God of the Jun family as congratulatory gifts. People couldn't help but be jealous. The great Shang dynasty is here. They present the most precious treasure, a painting of mountains and rivers. Following the shout, a beautiful and alluring woman came over with a painting of mountains and rivers. She had a sweet smile on her face and her beautiful eyes were filled with longing. It's the princess of the great Shang dynasty. What a beauty. Sigh, we can only look at such a beauty from afar, but she wants to chase after the son of God of the Jun family. Comparisons are odious. Many male geniuses from other forces sighed in their hearts. They were not qualified to pursue the princess of the great Shang dynasty, but the princess only wanted to be liked by the Son of God. Next, many forces came in an endless stream to present congratulatory gifts. There was the Snow Wind Empire in the far north, and the Tianya Temple in the far south. It could be said that as long as the forces received the sword message, none of them dared to not come. These forces were all first-rate forces and above, and they were qualified to enter the Jun family's mountain gate. Those second-rate forces that were not even first-rate could only send gifts and wait at the banquet outside the mountain gate. These forces weren't dissatisfied. After all, they didn't have the right to do so. The clan of the ancients, the Jiang clan, has arrived. They've delivered an ancient saint weapon, 3 immortal herbs, 100 top-notch sage pills, and 1,000 peerless celestial sources, the disciple of the Jun family continued to recite. This extravagance also shocked the many factions present. Isn't this gift a little too generous? Have you forgotten? The Jiang family and the Jun family have been connected by marriage for generations. That son of God of the Jun family's mother is a member of the Jiang family. How can there not be many congratulatory gifts from his mother's family? The Jiang family was considered the immortal power that had the best relationship with the Jun family. The two families had been connected by marriage for generations, and they were almost wearing the same pants. 2 beautiful silhouettes stepped directly into the Jun family's mountain gate. All the guests present looked over, and their faces could not help but be stunned. They were a little dazed. These 2 beauties, one big and one small. Her snow-white robe was flawless, and she looked like a celestial being. Her facial features were exquisite, and she looked like a fairy descending to the mortal world. The younger one was delicate and dainty. Her eyes were quick-witted and lively. Her temperament was like that of a beautiful fairy. These 2 women had different styles, but they were both so beautiful that even heaven and earth were overshadowed by them. The 2 of them are so beautiful. The big beauty must be Xianxia, the goddess of the Jiang family, who has a natural Taoist embryo. The small one must be the pearl of the Jiang family, Jiang Luoli, who has the Yuan spirit body. Looking at the 2 beauties, the men present couldn't take their eyes off them. Almost at the same time, another voice was heard. The clan of the ancients, the Yi family, has arrived. They've delivered 10 top-notch sage pills, 100 divine sources, and 3 noble weapons. Hearing this voice, many people whispered to themselves. The clan of the ancients, the Yi family, was also quite famous. However, their gifts were ordinary. Not to mention the Jiang family, even the gifts given by the clan of the ancients were shabby. However, the relationship between the Yi family and the Jun family was just so. It was natural for them to send such gifts. Haha, Miss Luoli, please wait. 2 figures walked into the gate of the Jun family. One of them was an old servant with a goatee, and the other was a young man in a blue shirt. It was Yi Xingyun. It's the top genius of the Yi family, Yi Xingyun, who has the kingly body of stars. And you are? Jiang Luoli turned around and looked at Yi Xingyun in confusion. The smile on Yi Xingyun's face froze. He was a little embarrassed. Then, he said, Miss Luoli, you forgot that in the secret realm of Luoyue, Jiang Luoli finally remembered. She said calmly, oh, you're that, who are you? I'm Yi Xingyun of the Yi family. Yi Xingyun felt even more embarrassed. Could it be that Jiang Luoli didn't remember him at all? Oh, it's you. Sorry, I usually don't remember people with average looks, Jiang Luoli said, curling her lips. As soon as she said that, the whole place fell silent. Yi Xingyun was even more embarrassed. To be honest, Yi Xingyun was not bad-looking. He had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. He was very delicate and pretty. Most girls would feel comfortable looking at him. However, in Jiang Luoli's words, he was just average-looking. However, Yi Xingyun was thick-skinned. He forced a smile and said, Miss Luoli, long time no see. Would you like to sit with me later? Hearing this, some of the people present understood what was going on. It turned out that Yi Xingyun had an ulterior motive. He was not here to attend the banquet. He was here to flirt. At the side, Jiang Xingyi frowned slightly. Jiang Ro had always wanted to matchmake Jiang Luoli and Jun Xiaoyao. Was Yi Xingyun trying to steal her away? Luoli, let's go find cousin Jiang Luoli. Xianxia took Jiang Luoli's hand and said. Okay. Jiang Luoli nodded slightly and stopped paying attention to Yi Xingyun. Yi Xingyun took a deep breath. He still had a calm smile on his face. It's okay. I still have a chance. Yi Xingyun comforted himself. On the other side, the door to a magnificent hall in the Jun residence opened. Only the most distinguished guests and people from the top orthodoxies were allowed to enter. The rest of the top forces were seated on other divine islands. The Jiang family, the Yi family, and some other clan of the ancients, supreme clans, and top dynasties were also seated. All kinds of fine wine and delicacies were served on jade plates. The dishes were gorgeous and sumptuous. They were all rare treasures. Are the big shots of the Jun family not here yet? Where is the Son of God? An elder from a top orthodoxy looked around. Just then, a man and a woman with powerful auras appeared. One of them was a young man in a black robe. His aura was as sharp as a sword. He was Jun Zhangjian, sequence 10 of the Jun family. He had come out of seclusion to attend Jun Xiaoyao's 10-years-old banquet. The woman beside him was wearing a light blue tassel dress. She seemed to be surrounded by a cold aura. Her eyes were ice blue. Her hair was tied up with an ice blue phoenix hairpin. Her skin was as white as snow. She looked like a beauty carved out of ice. That's Jun Xuehuang, sequence 7 of the Jun family. She has the ice spirit body. It's said that she can freeze thousands of miles of land and make it snow with a single thought. Many people looked at Jun Xuehuang. The sequence 10 of the Jun family were all extraordinary. Among them, there was no lack of outstanding women. Jun Xuehuang was such an existence. I didn't expect you to come out of seclusion to attend Xiaoyao's 10-years-old banquet. Jun Zhangjian smiled faintly. The sequence 10 of the Jun family were either in seclusion or traveling the world to explore the secret realms. Only a few people came to attend Jun Xiaoyao's 10-years-old banquet. Jun Xuehuang pursed her lips and said faintly, I just want to see how powerful the Son of God, who defeated you at the age of 3, is. Hearing this, Jun Zhangjian's face immediately became unnatural. This was simply touching the pot that didn't boil. At that moment, another figure walked into the hall. It's him? The only person who could make the two sequences of the Jun family look so serious was someone even more powerful. The person who walked into the hall was a young man in silver armor. He had a square face and a cold and arrogant temperament. The crisscrossing scars on his cheeks added to his cold temperament. The young man's eyes were like two thunder lakes. When he opened and closed them, lightning shot out, and the profound meaning of thunder and lightning manifested around him. It's him. I didn't expect him to be here too. Seeing the young man, many geniuses from the major forces looked serious. Even Yi Xingyun looked serious. He's here too. He's Jun Wanjia, the 5th sequence of the Jun family. Jun Wanjia was definitely a legendary genius. He was born in a collateral branch of the Jun family. His status was not high, and he had suffered a lot. These collateral members of the Jun family were usually sent to various states to manage the Jun family's businesses after they reached adulthood. Jun Wanjia was one of them. That was until he accidentally obtained a supreme technique, the heavenly skill of surviving calamities. Because of that, Jun Wanjia awakened a top-level constitution that he had never known before, the Thunder Calamity Battle Constitution. The Thunder Calamity Battle Constitution was ranked in the top 300 among the 3,000 constitutions. It was one of the top-level constitutions and had extremely strong combat power. Because of that, Jun Wanjia became the 5th sequence of the Jun family. Although the 10 sequences of the Jun family were all outstanding talents, there was still a certain gap in strength between them. The fact that Jun Wanjia could be ranked in the top 5 of the 10 sequences was enough to prove his strength. However, his arrival made Jun Zhangjian and Jun Xuehuang frown. The reason was simple. Perhaps it was because Jun Wanjia was born in a collateral branch and had been treated coldly since he was a child. He was very arrogant and domineering. He did not have a good relationship with the other sequences. With his personality, it's really strange that he would attend Xiaoyao's 10-years-old banquet, Jun Zhangjian murmured. Obviously, he didn't like Jun Wanjia either. Perhaps he wants to witness the strength of the Son of God. After all, in the future, the Son of God is likely to become one of the top 10 sequences, Jun Huang guessed. Until now, they still did not know that Jun Xiaoyao had already been internally selected as Sequence 0. After Jun Wanjia arrived, he immediately chose a seat and sat down alone. No one else dared to approach him. With the arrival of the 3 sequences of the Jun family, the atmosphere in the hall became even more heated. At this moment, several powerful auras arrived. Many people from the various forces and orthodoxies were startled as they looked over. A group of elders of the Jun family had arrived. Every one of them had an imposing aura that made people feel intimidated at first glance. Jun Xiaoyao's mother, Jiang Ro, had also arrived. Everyone, thank you for attending my grandson's 10-years-old banquet. This old man would like to express his gratitude. The golden-robed elder in the middle was none other than Jun Zhantian. You're welcome. It's our honor to be able to catch a glimpse of the true face of the Son of God. Everyone present smiled and returned the salute. An elder from an orthodoxy hesitated and said, "May I know where Lord Son of God is now?" As soon as he said that, many people's ears perked up. The banquet had already begun, but the main character had yet to appear. This was somewhat inappropriate. Moreover, these people were mostly here to catch a glimpse of the true face of the Jun family's Son of God. I'm sorry, everyone. My grandson has been in seclusion and has yet to come out. However, he should be out soon, just as Jun Zhantian finished speaking. Suddenly, a rumbling sound was heard from the Heavenly Emperor Palace deep within the Jun family's residence. Above the 9 heavens, thunder surged and rays of light shone brightly. What kind of scene is that? It seems like someone is breaking through to the next level. Is it the Son of God? But isn't the aura of a breakthrough a little too terrifying? Many powerhouses in the main hall were stunned when they sensed the fluctuation of the aura. They took a deep breath. The divine child of the Jun family was only 10 years old at the very most. Boom, in the distance, the Heavenly Emperor Palace shone with a bright golden light. Vaguely, the shadow of an immemorial divine elephant appeared, suppressing the 9 heavens and 10 earths. What kind of cultivation method is that? It makes me feel a little scared. Yi Xingyan's expression changed slightly when he sensed the pressure of the immemorial divine elephant. He was one of the more arrogant ones. With his kingly body of stars, he was extraordinarily talented and could easily dominate the world. However, the primordial divine elephant made even Yi Xingyan shudder in fear. This made Yi Xingyan frown. He did not like this feeling. While the guests were still in shock, a giant hand appeared in the distance and pressed down from the sky, isolating all the strange phenomena so that no one could see what was going on. That hand, could it be, a supreme being? Seeing the giant hand that wiped away the strange phenomena, all the powerhouses in the hall secretly swallowed their saliva and trembled with fear. There was no doubt that the person who made the move was a supreme being. Could it be the 18th ancestor of the Jun family? Some people guessed. While the various powers were making all sorts of guesses due to the abnormal phenomenon, the gate of the Heavenly Emperor Palace was finally opened. In the midst of the dazzling light, a peerless figure in a white robe slowly appeared. At this moment, countless pairs of eyes fell on the figure who stepped out of the Heavenly Emperor Palace. It was a tall young man. His body was shrouded in a hazy divine halo. His white robe was whiter than snow, making him look like a banished immortal. His hair was sparkling and translucent, and his body seemed to be the best immortal jade. It contained divine light. His face was shrouded in a hazy divine halo, but it could still be vaguely seen. His facial features were naturally exquisite, so handsome that it gave people a kind of unreal feeling. At first glance, people would be puzzled. Was he human, or was he an immortal who was accidentally banished to the mortal world? At this moment, the world was silent. Many women even seemed to have stopped breathing. Even some of the girls of the Jun family who had seen Jun Xiaoyao before felt suffocated at this moment. After a year of closed-door cultivation, Jun Xiaoyao's temperament had sublimated and become more profound. A stranger like Jade, the Son of God, is unparalleled. A girl of the Jun family murmured these words as if she had lost her mind. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao looked at the gazes all over the sky and was slightly surprised. Is it time for my 10-years-old banquet? Jun Xiaoyao did not expect that he would be in closed-door cultivation for a year in the blink of an eye. Now, his strength had sublimated again and reached the peak of the true spirit level 9. This far exceeded his goal of breaking through to the true spirit level, which was considered to be an overachievement. It could be said that in the entire Huangtian mystic realm, there were few who could reach the true spirit level 9 before the age of 10. Lord Son of God, the banquet has begun. Seeing that Jun Xiaoyao had come out of closed-door cultivation, Jun Linglong, who had been waiting outside the palace, came up and said. As for Bai Yu, she had returned to the ancient kingdom of Phoenix. Well, let's go to the main hall first. Jun Xiaoyao nodded slightly and stepped into the air like a deity. It was not until Jun Xiaoyao's figure was far away that those who had been paying attention came back to their senses. I don't know how strong the son of God of the Jun family is, but when it comes to appearance and temperament, he is the best in the mystic realm. A maiden of a major force who came to the banquet mumbled to herself. At this moment, in the main hall, many people knew that the son of God of the Jun family had come out of closed-door cultivation. In just a moment, a calm and gentle voice was heard from the entrance of the hall. Thank you all for coming to attend my banquet. As soon as the voice was heard, an otherworldly figure dressed in snow-white clothes walked into the hall leisurely. Everyone present was mesmerized by Jun Xiaoyao's appearance and temperament. All the women's beautiful eyes were infatuated. It was as if their souls were captivated by the handsome young man in front of them. Jun Xiaoyao was like an immortal descending to the mortal world. His temperament was too otherworldly. Is this the son of God of the Jun family? Seeing him in person is better than hearing about him 100 times. He's really a god. Everyone sighed in their hearts. In the midst of this silence, a delicate voice suddenly rang out. Wow, 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 are you the son of God of the Jun family, Jun Xiaoyao? A beautiful young girl cried out loudly. Her beautiful eyes were sparkling, and sparkling saliva was dripping from the corner of her tender red mouth. Yes, you are? Jun Xiaoyao raised his eyebrows and looked at the beautiful young girl. His first impression was, short. That's right. Jiang Luoli had bright eyes and white teeth. She was delicate and charming, and when she smiled, 2 dimples would appear on her jade cheeks. However, her figure was quite petite. She looked to be about 1.5 meters tall. I'm Jiang Luoli. Jiang Luoli's beautiful face was slightly red. Loli Jiang? Jun Xiaoyao tilted his head slightly. No. It's Jiang Luoli. No. It's Jiang Luoli. Jiang Luoli's face was red and her heart was beating fast. She was a little incoherent. Jun Xiaoyao suddenly understood. So she was a member of his mother's family. Thinking of this, Jun Xiaoyao smiled at Jiang Luoli and said, Thank you, Miss Jiang, for giving me the honor of coming to this banquet. Seeing Jun Xiaoyao's handsome face shrouded in celestial light and faintly smiling, Jiang Luoli's whole body went numb. She had the illusion that her heart was shot by Cupid's arrow. For someone like her who was obsessed with looks, Jun Xiaoyao's appearance had simply stimulated her. He was truly a celestial being. Xianxia, on the other hand, was slightly shaken when she saw her nephew who was so handsome that he didn't look human. She originally wanted to tease Jiang Luoli, but now, she was a little stunned. The moment Xianxia saw Jun Xiaoyao, an indescribable emotion welled up in his heart. Her innate Taoist fetus physique seemed to be touched. What's going on? Xianxia was shocked. She touched her slightly red face. Xiaoyao, come here quickly. This is mother's distant cousin, your aunt, Xianxia. There's also Luoli. She's the apple of my Jiang family's eye. It's just nice to get to know her. Jiang Ro smiled and greeted Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao was speechless. It turned out that the short little girl was the precious daughter of the Jiang family, whom Jiang Ro and Jun Tian had been talking about for a long time. Aunt. Jun Xiaoyao nodded slightly. You're making me sound old. You should call me sister. Xianxia pretended to be relaxed, as if to hide the strange feeling in her heart. She revealed her pearly white teeth and smiled charmingly as she teased him. At the same time, she was also observing Jun Xiaoyao. She didn't know what kind of physique he had. Jiang Luoli, on the other hand, had been blushing ever since Jun Xiaoyao appeared. She, who was usually delicate and lively, felt a little reserved at this moment. When the other guests saw this scene, they all sighed. It seemed that the pearl of the Jiang family was about to be moved. That was how superficial people who only cared about appearances were. Yi Xingyan looked at the bashful Jiang Luoli from one of the seats. He was so angry that his body trembled slightly. His face was extremely pale. How could this be? Yi Xingyu's brows were furrowed. To be honest, he didn't want to provoke Jun Xiaoyao. However, when he saw the scene in front of him, Yi Xingyun felt very heartbroken. Jiang Luoli was the woman that he wanted. Apart from his appearance, Yi Xingyun was confident that his talent, strength, and family background were not inferior to Jun Xiaoyao. Moreover, he had some dealings with Jiang Luoli in the secret realm of Luoyue. However, Jun Xiaoyao had done nothing. Just his appearance alone was enough to make Jiang Luoli fall for him. Was there any justice in this world? So what if he was handsome? On the other side, Jun Zhangjian sighed and said, "It's only been a few years. Xiaoyao has already grown to this level." Jun Zhangjian was now a little relieved that he didn't offend Jun Xiaoyao back then. Instead, he took out the supreme token of Yuan Tian and befriended him. That could be said to be the wisest decision that Jun Zhangjian had ever made. Beside him, Jun Xuehuang stared at Jun Xiaoyao. Her ice-blue eyes were also slightly dazed for a moment. However, she wasn't like Jiang Luoli, who was a complete dog for looks. This son of God really lives up to his reputation. His aura is unfathomable. Jun Xuehuang shook her head slightly. Jun Xiaoyao's entire body was shrouded in a mist of divine light. No one could see through him. They also noticed Jun Wanjie from the corner of their eyes. From the moment Jun Xiaoyao appeared, Jun Wanjie's gaze had been fixed on him. There was a faint trace of judgment and indifference in his eyes. Obviously, Jun Wanjie, who was born in the collateral family and had been looked down upon by others, was extremely displeased with this kind of genius from the direct family who was born with a silver spoon in his mouth. Why was he born with something that he had to work hard to get? It seems that Jun Wanjie doesn't like Xiaoyao. Jun Zhangjian whispered. To be honest, I'm a little jealous of this son of God's status and treatment. Jun Xuehuang shook her head and said. Fortunately, Jun Wanjie was just watching coldly and didn't do anything unnecessary. Next, the banquet officially began. Most people's attention was still on Jun Xiaoyao. The princess of the great Shang dynasty stared at Jun Xiaoyao with her beautiful eyes, but she still shook her head and whispered. I'm not worthy of Master Son of God. His words caused many of the surrounding forces to be shocked. The princess of the great Shang dynasty, who was famous for her beauty, actually said that she wasn't worthy of the son of God of the Jun family? Who knows how strong the son of God of the Jun family is? Maybe he's just a good-looking guy. At this time a low voice said. Only a few people heard it and looked over. It's the one with the kingly body of stars from the Yi family. Some people's eyes flashed. Was he secretly expressing his dissatisfaction? But the son of God of the Jun family didn't seem to have offended him. Young master, don't talk nonsense. The old sage-to-be servant next to Yi Xingyun changed his expression and whispered. Humph. Yi Xingyun's face was as gloomy as water. He was the genius of the Yi family of the ancients. Could he not even say a word? On the other side, Jiang Rou pulled Jun Xiaoyao and kept introducing Jiang Luoli. Xiaoyao, you're not young anymore. It's time for you to consider giving me a grandson, Jiang Rou said with a smile. Jun Xiaoyao was a little speechless when he heard this. What did she mean by not young anymore? Although Jun Xiaoyao looked tall and slender like a teenager of 14 or 15 years old, he was actually only 10 years old. Moreover, Jun Xiaoyao didn't feel anything when he looked at Jiang Luoli. If the marriage was really arranged, Jun Xiaoyao would feel like he was committing a crime. Jiang Luoli's face was blushing and she didn't dare to look at Jun Xiaoyao directly. Tsk. Who was the one who said that she would rather die than compromise with an arranged marriage? Jiang Xingyi teased with a smile. Sister Xingyi, don't talk nonsense. When did I say that? Jiang Luoli puffed up her cheeks and shook her head like a rattledrum. She hurriedly denied. As long as I don't admit it, it means that I didn't say it. But he really is the most handsome person I've ever seen. Jiang Luoli thought to herself. She now felt that an arranged marriage was quite good. Yes, it was really good. Seeing Jun Xiaoyao and Jiang Luoli together, Yi Xingyun was going crazy with jealousy. Smack, Yi Xingyun slammed the wine cup in his hand on the table. The entire hall suddenly fell silent. Yi Xingyun's words silenced the lively atmosphere in the main hall. Many people from the major forces looked at Yi Xingyun in astonishment, as if they were looking at a fool. It's that guy with the kingly body of stars from the Yi family of the clan of the ancients. What is he trying to do? Yeah, this is the 10-years-old banquet of the son of God of the Jun family. How dare he say such a thing? I heard that Yi Xingyun seems to be quite fond of the precious daughter of the Jiang family. Many guests around were whispering to each other. They didn't dare to say anything. After all, the Yi family was also a famous clan of the ancients with a strong foundation and countless years of history. It was better for them not to get involved in this kind of conflict. The old servant beside Yi Xingyun suddenly changed his expression when he heard Yi Xingyun's words. Young master, don't mess around. That's enough, Uncle Fu. I'm not trying to cause trouble. I just got excited when I saw the son of God of the Jun family. Yi Xingyun directly interrupted the old servant's advice. He could no longer tolerate the woman he loved looking at Jun Xiaoyao with such a smitten look on her face. How about it, son of God of the Jun family? May I have the honor? Yi Xingyun suppressed the jealousy and anger in his heart and tried to speak as calmly as possible. He wasn't stupid. If he really spoke rudely at the Jun family's banquet, he would be courting death. However, if it was just a friendly exchange, Yi Xingyun believed that the Jun family wouldn't do anything to him. As expected, Jun Zhantian and the others frowned slightly when they heard Yi Xingyun's words, but they didn't say anything. It wasn't because Yi Xingyun was backed by the Yi family of the ancients. Jun Zhantian and the others also wanted to know how much progress Jun Xiaoyao had made after a year of closed-door cultivation. You are. Jun Xiaoyao's expression remained calm. Yi Xingyun of the Yi family. Yi Xingyun looked directly at Jun Xiaoyao and said. Oh, you are the one with the kingly body of stars. Jun Xiaoyao suddenly understood. He knew some of the young talents of the remote antiquity families. The most famous outlawed skyprite of the Yi clan of the ancients should be the legendary reincarnation of the sword demon, Yi Guqin. Wielding the Emperor Slayer sword, he was a peerless genius of the sword Dao who swept through the younger generation of the immortal domain. Rumor had it that he had never used a second sword strike when fighting against prodigies of the same generation. Because no one could withstand his first strike. Yi Xingyun possessed the kingly body of stars, which was not bad. However, he was no match for Yi Guqin. If Yi Guqin was here, Jun Xiaoyao might have been a little more interested. As for Yi Xingyun, Jun Xiaoyao really didn't think much of it. There's no need. This Jun's strength is nothing special. There's no need for us to exchange pointers. Jun Xiaoyao shook his head. He was too lazy to deal with Yi Xingyun, so he found a lame excuse. Hearing Jun Xiaoyao's words, some of the influential figures looked surprised. To be honest, Jun Xiaoyao's appearance had indeed shocked them. His aura was profound and his temperament was otherworldly. He was like a banished immortal. However, in the face of Yi Xingyun's provocation, Jun Xiaoyao refused to fight. Instead, he said that his strength was nothing special. Was that really the case? Was the son of God of the Jun family only a peerless spear? Jun Zhanjian and the others were speechless when they heard this. What did he mean by nothing special? If Brother Xiaoyao is nothing special, then I'll kill myself with a piece of tofu. Jun Zhanjian was speechless. However, Yi Xingyun was unaware of Jun Xiaoyao's true strength. Previously, Jun Xiaoyao's breakthrough only attracted Yi Xingyun's attention. Now, seeing that Jun Xiaoyao was unwilling to fight, Yi Xingyun was anxious. If Jun Xiaoyao didn't fight, how could he show off in front of Jiang Luoli? After thinking for a while, Yi Xingyun said. Son of God, you don't have to be so humble. If it's because your level is not high enough, then I can suppress my level to the peak of the divinity stage and fight with you. In Yi Xingyun's opinion, the 10-year-old Jun Xiaoyao was only at the divinity stage, no matter how monstrous he was. Yi Xingyun, on the other hand, was 16 or 17 years old and was already a master of the fifth sky of the true spirit level. Hearing Yi Xingyun's words, everyone in the hall turned to look at Jun Xiaoyao. If Jun Xiaoyao still didn't agree, then it would cause a lot of criticism. Jun Xiaoyao sighed inwardly. He couldn't be bothered to slap Yi Xingyun's face, but someone just had to give it to him. He glanced at Jiang Luoli and roughly knew why Yi Xingyun was acting this way. Femme fatale. You're so annoying. Why do you keep harping on Brother Xiaoyao? Jiang Luoli was displeased. She wanted to have a good chat with Jun Xiaoyao and get to know him better. However, Yi Xingyun didn't know what was good for him and interfered. Luoli, I just wanted to. Yi Xingyun's face turned green. Jiang Luoli was calling Xiaoyao brother. Jiang Luoli said impatiently, what are you thinking? If you hurt Brother Xiaoyao's face, will you pay for it? What the F*** CK Yi Xingyun choked and his face turned red. He almost couldn't help but swear. Did being handsome mean that he was superior to others and could do whatever he wanted? Yi Xingyun was even more jealous. Jun Xiaoyao was also speechless. Jiang Luoli could be the president of the Appearance Association. No need. Since you insist on sparring with the Son of God, then make your move, Jun Xiaoyao said calmly with one hand behind his back. Brother Xiaoyao, you. Jiang Luoli hesitated. She was also a little worried that Jun Xiaoyao would be suppressed by Yi Xingyun. TSK. Luoli is already worried about her future husband? Jiang Xingyi chuckled, revealing her pearly white teeth. Of course not. Jiang Luoli's pretty face turned red. Yi Xingyun's expression was serious. He couldn't wait to prove himself. He suppressed his cultivation level to the 9th level of the divinity stage. Jun Xiaoyao said calmly, you can make the first move and you don't have to suppress your cultivation level. No need. Yi Xingyun refused directly. He knew that if he really did that, Jun Xiaoyao would have an excuse for his failure. That way, he wouldn't be able to show off and embarrass himself. How would he be able to impress Jiang Luoli? Sigh. Jun Xiaoyao sighed. He didn't say anything else and directly activated the divine elephant overpowering force. During this year of closed-door cultivation, Jun Xiaoyao had awakened another 10,000 granules of the giant elephant. In other words, Jun Xiaoyao had now awakened a total of 40,000 granules of the giant elephant, which was equivalent to 400 million pounds of force, 400 million pounds of force. What kind of concept was that? One palm strike was enough to shatter ancient mountains and strike the stars in the 9 heavens. Rumble. The golden sacred blood in Jun Xiaoyao's body was surging. The surging golden blood and qi gushed out of his body, forming a faint shadow of an ancient divine elephant that suppressed the heavens. Jun Xiaoyao simply pushed out with one hand. It was as if the hand of an ancient god was breaking through the earth. The force of the force caused the void to tremble and the entire hall to rumble violently. Everyone who came to attend the banquet, whether they were young geniuses or figures of the older generation, couldn't help but stand up, tongue-tied. The terrifying force made many of the figures of the older generation tremble with fear. How is this possible? Your strength. Yi Xingyun roared. Feeling Jun Xiaoyao's power, he felt like his scalp was about to explode. Horror, shock, disbelief. How could this be called ordinary? Yi Xingyun wanted to curse in his heart. Not only him, but the guests around him also seemed to have been petrified. The son of God of the Jun family used the phrase ordinary, but it was very eloquent. Yi Xingyun's heart skipped a beat. But no matter what, he was still the pride of the Yi family of the clan of the ancients. His mental fortitude was not bad, so he reacted immediately. Star-plucking hand. Yi Xingyun did not hold back and immediately used his most powerful technique. He originally wanted to test Yi Xingyun's strength, but now it was completely unnecessary. Yi Xingyun stretched out his hand. The surging dermic powers condensed into a giant hand with flowing lights and brilliant stars. It seemed to be branded with the orbit of the stars. This was a powerful martial art that could only be used by the kingly body of stars. The giant hand of stars collided with Jun Xiaoyao's palm. The golden dermic powers surged and directly broke the giant hand of stars, then struck towards Yi Xingyun. Crack, accompanied by a series of cracking sounds, Yi Xingyun was directly sent flying out of the main hall, leaving a trail on the ground. The crowd fell silent. Looking at Yi Xingyun, who was lying outside the main hall and coughing up blood, many of the heavenly talents felt their hair stand on end. Then, they looked at Jun Xiaoyao with eyes that were filled with fear. Monster, a real little monster, Yi Xingyun was not a nobody. He was the pride of the Yi family of the ancients. Not to mention, he also had the kingly body of stars. Such a young heavenly talent was sent flying by Jun Xiaoyao, who was only 10 years old. If this was not a monster, then what was? Not to mention these people, even Jiang Luoli, Jiang Xingyi, and the others were dumbfounded with their red lips wide open in disbelief. But soon after, Jiang Luoli's sparkling eyes flashed with splendor. Her criteria for choosing a partner was naturally to be handsome. That was the most important thing. If he was both handsome and powerful, then it would be even more perfect. Jun Xiaoyao, on the other hand, was a perfect match for Jiang Luoli's image of Mr. Right. As for Jiang Xingyi, a strange look flashed across his clear eyes. That golden aura is indeed the sacred body of the ancients, Jiang Xingyi thought to himself. She wasn't the only one. The eyes of many great figures present flashed as they realized what was going on. So, it really is the sacred body of the ancients. No wonder it was able to trigger the pilgrimage of the 10,000 saints 10 years ago. After all, he has the sacred body of the human race. But isn't it rumored that the sacred body of the ancients has become useless? Why is the son of God of the Jun family still so powerful? Could it be that the Jun family spent a huge amount of resources to help the son of God of the Jun family break a few shackles? That's very likely. But even so, the sacred body of the ancients won't last long. After Jun Xiaoyao made his move, almost everyone present was certain that he had the unique sacred body of the ancients. In the primordial era, the sacred body of the ancients was enough to be called a king. It was comparable to the great emperors and could rival the ancient emperors. But in the modern era, the status of the sacred body of the ancients was very awkward. Although the sacred body of the ancients was still in the top 10 among the 3,000 body types. But now, the sacred body of the ancients was far less intimidating than it was in the primordial era. You have the sacred body of the ancients. Outside the hall, Yi Xingyun struggled to get up. He felt a sharp pain in his chest. But he still had the kingly body of stars. His body was much stronger than the average genius. I told you that there was no need to spar. The result is obvious, Jun Xiaoyao said, shaking his head slightly. It's not over yet. I wasn't prepared before. Yi Xingyun gritted his teeth. He was not willing to give up just like that. Young master, you. Uncle Fu, Yi Xingyun's old servant, stopped talking. Chaotic star finger. Yi Xingyun immediately made his move and pointed his finger. In an instant, the power of the stars gathered and turned into an ancient finger. It seemed to be able to crush the stars in outer space. Boring. Jun Xiaoyao reached out his hand again. Golden qi and blood gushed out and turned into a giant golden palm. It broke the finger. Then, Jun Xiaoyao reached out and grabbed. The surging power condensed into a dark purple spear, burning with the infernal flames. It was the spear of the underworld, the ultimate technique of the divine elephant overpowering force. Jun Xiaoyao threw the spear of the underworld. A sharp whistle sounded in the void, and ripples spread out. The infernal flames billowed and the sharp spear of the underworld pierced toward Yi Xingyun. Yi Xingyun's expression changed drastically when he felt the power of the spear of the underworld. Heavenly Star Shield. Yi Xingyun took out a noble weapon. It was a shield shining with starlight. However, what made people gasp was that the spear of the underworld, which was strengthened by 400 million pounds of force, pierced through the heavenly star shield and shattered it. Yi Xingyun's face was filled with horror. Jun Xiaoyao's moves made his hair stand on end and sent chills down his spine. Black hole palm. Yi Xingyun took out his ultimate technique and activated the special star spirit C in his dantian to the extreme. He struck out with his palm and it seemed to manifest a black hole. The spear of the underworld was swallowed into the black hole. However, Yi Xingyun also suffered from the backlash. He was forced to retreat dozens of steps and vomited blood. His arm was trembling violently. It's over. Jun Xiaoyao used the combatant formula again. Endless golden light burst out and turned into thousands of divine weapons. Sabers, spears, swords, halberds, axes, hooks, and forks. They roared like a torrent and cut through the void. This power made many young geniuses from different forces turn pale and their hearts tremble. Constellation true form. Seeing this, Yi Xingyun roared into the sky and stopped suppressing his level. His cultivation of LV5 True Spirit Realm burst out. He knew that if he continued to suppress his level, he would really be suppressed by Jun Xiaoyao. However, Jun Xiaoyao's expression did not change at all. He had also completely revealed his cultivation base. Boom! His cultivation of LV9 True Spirit Realm gushed out and the golden magical power rose like a burning flame. This is LV9 True Spirit Realm. How is this possible? The son of God of the Jun family is only 10 years old. When Jun Xiaoyao completely unleashed his cultivation, everyone in the hall was shocked as if they had seen a ghost. Yi Xingyun's face froze and he felt a chill in his heart. Jun Xiaoyao was younger than him and his level was higher. Most importantly, Yi Xingyun was more handsome than him. Would Yi Xingyun be angry? Boom. The two of them exchanged blows and the result was as expected. The sacred body of the ancients could firmly suppress Yi Xingyun's kingly body of stars. Jun Xiaoyao's level was also higher than Yi Xingyun's. In the end, Yi Xingyun spat out blood. His sternum was broken and his body was covered with bleeding wounds. He was sent flying out of the hall like a rag bag. Young master. Uncle Fu's expression changed and he quickly checked on Yi Xingyun's condition. After checking, Uncle Fu heaved a sigh of relief. Although Yi Xingyun was seriously injured, his foundation was not damaged. Yi Xingyun's face was pale and he looked at Jun Xiaoyao unwillingly. Brother Xiaoyao is so handsome. Jiang Luoli's eyes sparkled. She stared at Jun Xiaoyao like a fangirl and drooled. She did not even look at Yi Xingyun. Seeing this, Yi Xingyun spat out a mouthful of blood. Anger rushed to his head and he fainted. At the moment of fainting, Yi Xingyun's consciousness seemed to have arrived at a strange place. He looked around and saw a magnificent constellation palace standing among the stars in the universe. In front of the constellation palace, a figure covered in the sun, moon, and stars had his back to him. It was as if the figure stood above the heavens. The atmosphere in the hall was dead silent. Yi Xingyun, the proud son of the Yi family of the clan of the ancients, was so angry that he vomited blood and fainted. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed that the 10-year-old Jun Xiaoyao could defeat Yi Xingyun so easily. Most importantly, compared to Yi Xingyun's sorry state, Jun Xiaoyao's white robe was spotless. There wasn't even a wrinkle on it. This was no longer a friendly match. It was a complete one-sided defeat. The son of God of the Jun family is so terrifying. Many people were shocked. The divine child of the Jun family will be one of the brightest stars of this era. He is destined to leave his name in the annals of history, a white-bearded old man with a transcendent aura exclaimed. The one who spoke is an old Taoist from the Daoji heavenly sect. He once preached at the North Mountain. I can't believe he has such a high opinion of the son of God of the Jun family. Everyone was even more shocked when they heard the old Taoist from the Daoji heavenly sect's evaluation of Jun Xiaoyao. The beautiful princess of the great Shang dynasty was also in a daze as she murmured to herself. Once I met the son of God, I would be wrong for the rest of my life. Other men would no longer be pleasing to my eyes. The words of the princess of the great Shang dynasty broke the hearts of many men. What the princess of the great Shang dynasty meant was that after meeting the son of God of the Jun family, other men would no longer be pleasing to her eyes. What kind of extraordinary existence could make the princess of the great Shang dynasty say such words? Everyone's eyes were locked onto Jun Xiaoyao at the moment. Jun Xiaoyao himself, on the other hand, was very calm. Defeating Yi Xingyun was no big deal to him. Thank you, Lord Son of God, for showing mercy. Our young master was just too impulsive. He didn't mean anything else. Uncle Fu, Yi Xingyun's old servant, hurriedly explained, fearing that Jun Xiaoyao would misunderstand. Although they were backed by the Yi family of the clan of the ancients, they didn't want to offend the Jun family. Oh, of course I know. It's just a simple exchange of pointers, Jun Xiaoyao said with a smile. When he heard Jun Xiaoyao's words, he looked at Yi Xingyun, who was covered in wounds and had fainted. How could this be called a friendly exchange? He had almost beaten him to death. Even Uncle Fu's mouth twitched. He forced out a smile and said, since Lord Son of God is magnanimous, then this old man will take the young master away first. Jun Xiaoyao nodded casually. After all, Yi Xingyun was a member of the Yi family of the clan of the ancients. Although Jun Xiaoyao was not afraid of him, he did not intend to do anything to him. Yi Xingyan was just an idiot who was impulsive because of a woman. After that, Uncle Fu took the unconscious Yi Xingyun and left the Jun residence in disgrace. Haha, I'm sorry to spoil everyone's mood. This Jun will drink a cup of wine as compensation. Jun Xiaoyao looked around, then raised the wine cup in his hand and drained it in one gulp. You're welcome, son of God. You're too kind. That's right, that's right. Such an exciting battle has really opened our eyes. All the people present, regardless of whether they were of the younger generation or the older generation, stood up and returned the toast. No one dared to remain seated. Jun Zhangjian and Jun Xuehuang also stood up to toast. Only one figure remained seated. He did not stand up, nor did he intend to return the toast. It was Jun Wanjia. At this moment, Jun Wanjia's face was cold and indifferent. There seemed to be thunder interweaving in the depths of his dark eyes. There was a hint of seriousness in his eyes. He had seen the battle between Jun Xiaoyao and Yi Xingyun just now. To be honest, Jun Xiaoyao's strength had far exceeded his expectations. At such a young age, Yi Xingyun already had the combat strength of a top genius. What would happen in a few years? Jun Xiaoyao also noticed Jun Wanjia. Is that Jun Wanjia, the fifth sequence? He was born in a collateral family and was looked down on. Later, he accidentally obtained the supreme technique and the heavenly skill of tribulation transcendence. He awakened the thunder calamity combat constitution and rose to become the fifth sequence. Why does this script seem so familiar? Jun Xiaoyao muttered to himself. Isn't this the plot of a loser who found a supreme technique and turned the tables? He's even older than Xiao Chen, who is a grandfather with a ring. However, Jun Xiaoyao did not pay too much attention to it. As long as Jun Wanjia did not provoke him, he would not take the initiative to target him. Brother Xiaoyao, you were so cool when you attacked just now. Jiang Luoli stared at Jun Xiaoyao with blazing eyes. The more she looked at him, the more she liked him. It's all right, Jun Xiaoyao said as he sipped his tea. He was not interested in this kind of little girl. After all, she was not a bronze refining warlock. Moreover, Jiang Luoli was too short. If he really married her, when the time came, he would probably fall into the stomach. Not to mention that he had the sacred body of the ancients, and the divine treasure of the kidney was exceptionally strong. Jiang Ro smiled and said, Is the girl moved? Do you want to settle down now? Jiang Luoli heard this and blushed slightly. She twisted her fingers and said rather embarrassedly, Mother, pft. Cough, cough, Jun Xiaoyao almost spat out the tea in his mouth. However, for the sake of his image, he swallowed it and coughed twice. Xiaoyao, what's wrong with you? I think Luoli is very good, Jiang Ro said. Jun Xiaoyao sighed and said, Luoli is 1.5 meters tall. What, brother Xiaoyao, you actually said that I'm short. Jiang Luoli's eyes widened. She raised her snow-white neck and looked up at Jun Xiaoyao. She was only 12 years old, 2 years older than Jun Xiaoyao, but her height only reached Jun Xiaoyao's chest. It was the most adorable height difference. Is that not the case? Jun Xiaoyao raised his eyebrows. Jiang Luoli ground her sparkling canine teeth and puffed up her cheeks. Her big black eyes moved, revealing a hint of slyness. Then, she opened her small mouth and bit Jun Xiaoyao's arm. She wanted to leave a mark on Jun Xiaoyao's body. A mark that belonged exclusively to her, Jiang Luoli. In this way, Jun Xiaoyao would not ignore or forget about her. Then, after she bit down, it hurts. Jiang Luoli cried out in pain. One of her canine teeth was broken. She covered her mouth and tears welled up in her eyes. You know I have the sacred body of the ancients and you still bit me. Are you a dog? Jun Xiaoyao was speechless. He had the sacred body of the ancients, which made his body comparable to a divine weapon. At his current stage, he could fight with his bare hands and even shatter a noble weapon. Jiang Luoli wanted to leave a bite mark on his body. How could that be possible? Jun Xiaoyao grabbed Jiang Luoli's waist and slapped Jiang Luoli's delicate butt. To deal with such a naughty little girl, she had to be beaten into submission. Smack, there was a crisp sound. Jiang Luoli was stunned. Her watery eyes widened in disbelief. Jiang Xingyi's expression froze as well. Jiang Ro's face was full of pride, as expected of her son. All the people present awkwardly avoided eye contact. Jun Xiaoyao came back to his senses and realized that it was inappropriate for him to do that in public, so he let go of Jiang Luoli's waist. Jiang Luoli's face was so red that it looked like it was going to bleed. She was so ashamed that she wanted to crawl into a hole. Boo-hoo, I got spanked in public. Jiang Luoli threw herself into Jiang Xingyi's arms and buried her head like an ostrich. She was the pearl of the Jiang family, a virgin. It was only natural that she would feel ashamed to be treated like that. Jiang Xingyi touched Jiang Luoli's little head and couldn't help but roll her eyes at Jun Xiaoyao. Although this nephew of his looked like a celestial being that had been banished from the immortal world, he was still very handsome. However, he seemed to be a little naughty. After Jiang Xingyi rolled her eyes at him, Jun Xiaoyao took notice of his nominal aunt. That fluctuation. Is it really the innate Taoist embryo? Jun Xiaoyao's eyes dimmed as he muttered to himself. Jiang Ro had already told Jun Xiaoyao about it before. Jiang Luoli was the pearl of the Jiang family. She had the rare elemental spirit Taoist body, which was enough to rank in the top 100 of the 3,000 constitutions. Jiang Xingyi, on the other hand, was the goddess of the Jiang family. She had the even rarer innate Taoist embryo. This constitution was not much weaker than the sacred body of the ancients. The sacred body of the ancients, the innate Taoist embryo, rumor has it that a long time ago, there was a great emperor who touched the realm of the immortal path. He had a supreme constitution, the innate sacred body of the ancients. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flickered. He stopped thinking about it. At that moment, Jun Zhantian stepped forward, cleared his throat, and said, "Thank you, seniors, for coming to my grandchild's banquet. Today, the Jun family has another announcement to make at this banquet." When he said this, Jun Zhantian's face became solemn and formal. "What is it?" Seeing the serious expression on Jun Zhantian's face, everyone was flabbergasted. I'm sure everyone knows that there are 10 sequences in the Jun family, and each of them is a peerless genius. However, there is another position above the 10 sequences. Jun Zhantian's words caused the expressions of everyone in the hall to freeze. Then, as if they had thought of something, their expressions suddenly changed. The 2 sequences, Jun Zhangjian and Jun Xuehuang, also seemed to have thought of something. They suddenly stood up, their faces filled with shock and disbelief. Jun Wanjia's face became even more solemn. Jun Xiaoyao, the son of God of the Jun family, will be the sequence 0 of the Jun family. His position will be above the 10 sequences. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone fell silent. Everyone's eyes were filled with shock. Everyone knew what sequence 0 meant. It was because the previous sequence 0 of the Jun family was Jun Xiaoyao's father, the white-robed divine king Jun Wuhui. The news announced by Jun Zhantian was like a huge rock falling into the ocean, setting off huge waves. It was conceivable that when the news spread today, the entire Huangtian mystic realm would be in an uproar. After all, the sequence 0 of the Jun family was extraordinary. If nothing unexpected happened, he would be the core figure of the Jun family in the future, and his existence would be like a pillar. In terms of status, even the first sequence was slightly weaker than the sequence 0. Brother Xiaoyao has already been decided to be the sequence 0? Jun Zhangjian took a deep breath and suppressed the shock in his heart. He had thought that Jun Xiaoyao was likely to join the fight for the sequences after he turned 10 years old. As it turned out, he didn't need to join the fight at all. He was already decided to be the sequence 0. In this regard, although Jun Zhangjian was shocked, he was not jealous. After all, he had personally experienced Jun Xiaoyao's strength. He was indeed qualified to be the sequence 0. I didn't expect that the Son of God was already the sequence 0. Jun Xuehuang's chest heaved up and down. She was also shocked. Jun Wanjia, on the other hand, clenched his fists tightly. There seemed to be a vast amount of lightning intertwining in his eyes, indicating that his heart was not calm. Why? Jun Wanjia said coldly in his heart. Why was Jun Xiaoyao able to get something that he had to go through so much trouble to get? The identity of the Son of God was not a big deal. Now, even the supreme identity of the sequence 0 was directly given to Jun Xiaoyao. For geniuses like Jun Wanjia, just to compete for the identity of the sequence, he had to go through many difficult tests before he finally stood out among the geniuses of the Jun family. Jun Wanjie felt indignant, unsatisfied, and indignant. Jun Zhantian glanced around and saw the shocked and awestruck expressions. He couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. This was the effect he wanted. After the 10-year-old banquet, it was time for Jun Xiaoyao to enter the world. And before that, the Jun family had to build momentum for Jun Xiaoyao. The identity of the Sequence Zero was undoubtedly the fastest way to build Jun Xiaoyao's reputation. Is he going to take over his father's business? Many people's gazes began to change as they looked at Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao's father, Jun Wuhui, was the Sequence Zero of the previous generation. Now, he had also become the Sequence Zero. Just the identity of the Son of God alone made Jun Xiaoyao indescribably noble. Now, there was also the identity of the Sequence Zero. With these two identities combined, there were probably not many people who would dare to provoke Jun Xiaoyao. Big brother Xiaoyao is actually the Sequence Zero? Jiang Luoli poked her small face out of Jiang Xingyi's arms and blinked her eyes. One of the people she admired the most was Jun Xiaoyao's father, the white-robed divine king, Jun Wuhui. Now that Jun Xiaoyao had taken over his father's business, it made Jun Xiaoyao seem even more charming, as if he was the next white-robed divine king. But big brother Xiaoyao actually spanked my butt and said I was short. How bad? Jiang Luoli muttered. Although she was a little angry with Jun Xiaoyao, she couldn't resist the fact that Jun Xiaoyao was really handsome. Regardless of strength, identity, background, or appearance, he was almost unparalleled in the world. Jiang Luoli definitely couldn't get rid of the law of fragrance. Jiang Ro's eyes revealed a trace of reminiscence and emotion as she muttered to herself, Wu Hui, did you see that? Our child has now become the Sequence Zero, just as all the forces were in shock. An ice-cold voice sounded. Clan Elder, I have a question. Upon hearing this voice, the expressions of the two sequences, Jun Zhantian and Jun Xuehuang, changed. Jun Zhantian also looked over and secretly frowned. The person who spoke was none other than the Sequence 5, Jun Wanjie. Jun Xiaoyao also looked over with an expressionless face. He definitely wanted the identity of the Sequence Zero. If Jun Wanjie didn't know what was good for him, Jun Xiaoyao wouldn't back down either. What's your question? Jun Zhantian asked calmly. May I ask if Jun Xiaoyao has ever participated in the sequence competition? Jun Wanjie asked in a deep voice. No, Jun Zhantian replied. May I ask if Jun Xiaoyao has ever made any significant contributions to the family? Jun Wanjie continued to ask. No. Jun Zhantian's face darkened. Jun Xiaoyao hadn't stepped out into the world yet. How could he have made any contributions to the Jun family? May I ask if Jun Xiaoyao has ever passed the 5 stages, killed the 6 generals, and won the position of the Sequence Zero? Jun Wanjie asked 3 questions in a row. No. Jun Zhantian's voice was slightly cold. If someone from another force had questioned him like this, Jun Zhantian would have slapped him out. However, the person who spoke was the Sequence 5 of the Jun family. If he attacked him, the Jun family would lose face. If that's the case, how can Jun Xiaoyao become the Sequence Zero for no reason? Jun Wanjie suddenly stood up and questioned sternly. The violent lightning of the thunder tribulation flickered in his eyes. The atmosphere was dead silent, even Jun Zhantian couldn't say anything for a while. In this dead silence, Jun Xiaoyao took a step forward and stood with his hands behind his back, like an immortal in white. Since you have so many questions, I'll tell you. The identity of the Sequence Zero was bestowed by the 18th ancestor. The reason he did so was because he trusted me. With me around, the Jun family will never have to worry about not having a great emperor. Jun Xiaoyao's words were majestic, as if they could swallow mountains and rivers. Jun Xiaoyao's words seemed to echo throughout the great hall and even the entire Jun family. At that moment, the faces of all the people from the major forces who came to the banquet froze, rumble, the sky changed color and thunder rumbled, as if they were echoing Jun Xiaoyao's words. These words were not to be said casually. Some words would lead to great karma. The Son of God of the Jun family has an invincible spirit. Listening to the Son of God's words, could it be that he has the confidence to become a great emperor? The road to becoming a great emperor is going to be interesting. Many of the powerhouses of the older generation sighed. The hearts of the beauties from the major forces were also swayed by Jun Xiaoyao's words. Which beauty did not want to be matched with a hero? A real man should be like this. The princess of the great Shang sighed, her heart had already fallen. As for Jiang Luoli, the corners of her mouth were almost dripping with saliva. She did not look like the pearl of the Jiang family at all. Jun Xiaoyao did not care about the gazes of the people around him. Instead, he looked down at Jun Wanjie and said lightly, "Are you satisfied with this answer?" Jun Xiaoyao's rhetorical question made Jun Wanjie's throat choke. His cheeks were gloomy, but he could not say anything to refute. That was because even he had almost been intimidated by Jun Xiaoyao's invincible spirit just moments ago. At that moment, an old voice came from the depths of the Jun family's residence. Good. That one word made everyone's expression change abruptly. It's the 18th ancestor. Jun Zhangtian's voice trembled slightly. The 18th ancestor was an ancestor of the Jun family, and he did not show up easily. The last time he showed up was when Jun Xiaoyao was born. This time, although the 18th ancestor still did not show up, the word good was obviously praising Jun Xiaoyao for his spirit. Confirming one's Dao and becoming an emperor was not something that anyone dared to boast about. Even some of the top geniuses would feel uneasy and uncertain. Since the 18th ancestor had spoken, what else could Jun Wanjie say? No matter how arrogant and domineering he was, he would never dare to contradict the 18th ancestor. Wanjie has been rude. I still have other matters to attend to. Goodbye. Jun Wanjie glanced coldly at Jun Xiaoyao, then turned around and left without any hesitation. If he continued to stay here, it would only add to his frustration. Jun Zhangtian's expression softened a little when he saw this. Although this Jun Wanjie's character was somewhat unreasonable, he was not a fool and could still see the big picture. If he was unwilling to give up and ended up fighting with Jun Xiaoyao on the spot, it would be a disgrace to the Jun family. Jun Xiaoyao looked at Jun Wanjie's back as he left, thinking of his cold gaze just now. He knew that Jun Wanjie was still unwilling to give up. Even if he stopped now, he would still find trouble with him in the future. Jun Wanjie, I hope you're not as stupid as Xiao Chen. Otherwise, even if you're a member of the Jun family, I won't hold back at all, Jun Xiaoyao muttered to himself. He would sweep away any obstacle that stood in his way. It didn't matter if the obstacle came from the outside world or from within the family. With Jun Wanjie's departure, the atmosphere in the hall returned to its original state. Congratulations, son of God. Jun Xuehuang stood up and raised her glass to Jun Xiaoyao. She didn't have the same hostility toward Jun Xiaoyao as Jun Wanjie did. At most, she was a little envious. Thank you. Jun Xiaoyao smiled and raised his glass to return the gesture. He had always appreciated people who could see the big picture. Congratulations, son of God. Jun Zhangjian also stood up to congratulate him. He didn't address Jun Xiaoyao as Xiaoyao's younger brother anymore because he knew that he no longer had that qualification. Son of God's identity and Sequence Zero's identity. In the younger generation of the Jun family, there shouldn't be anyone with a higher status than Jun Xiaoyao. Even the Sequence 1 who had been in seclusion all this time, or the Sequence 2 and Sequence 3 who had been training outside, had a lower status than Jun Xiaoyao. I really don't know what kind of attitude those people would have if they knew that Xiaoyao's younger brother had become Sequence 0, Jun Zhangjian thought to himself. Although they were both sequences of the Jun family, Jun Zhangjian didn't even have the courage to draw his sword when facing the top sequences. To be able to become one of the top sequences of the Jun family, none of them were simple people. They either had polychoria or some kind of taboo inheritance. Jun Xiaoyao naturally knew that those sequences weren't simple. However, he believed that with his talent and strength, he would be able to settle any trouble. Then, the banquet continued. Jun Xiaoyao was wondering why the system hadn't prompted him to check in yet. At that moment, in the sky outside the Jun family's mountain gate, an arrogant, cold, and mocking voice suddenly sounded. Son of God of the Jun family, your tone is indeed arrogant. I wonder if your strength is worthy of your tone. Hearing this voice, everyone in the hall trembled. Who was this voice, who dared to say such words at the son of God of the Jun family's 10-years-old banquet? Even if you want to die, you shouldn't die in such a way. Outside the hall, many people from various forces looked at the sky outside the hall. In the distant sky, a Jiao dragon with green wings on its back crossed the sky, and a group of people stood on top of it. Some had horns on their heads, some had wings on their backs, and some had scales on their bodies. At a glance, they didn't look like humans. The young man in the lead was dressed in a golden robe with 2 dragon horns on his head. His expression was arrogant and unruly. The words just now came from his mouth. "That's the Archean royalty, the dragon son of Zulong." An old man from a major force took a deep breath and said. The Archean royalty was a super force comparable to the clan of the ancients, the supreme sect, and the immortal Jin dynasty. The ancient emperor of the Archean royalty was comparable to the great emperors of the human race. In some eras, the ancient emperors even dominated the immortal realm, standing above billions of creatures. Zulong was the top force in the Archean royalty, on par with the top royal families such as Huang Spirit Mountain and the ancient Qilin Cave. And now, the dragon son of Zulong came to the 10-years-old banquet of the Jun family's son of God. As long as one wasn't a fool, one should know that Zulong didn't come with good intentions. Some people couldn't help but think of the feud between Zulong and the Jun family, and their eyes couldn't help but flicker. It seemed that they were going to see another good show today. Zulong? Jun Xiaoyao muttered to himself. He had heard Jun Zhantian mention this force before. Zulong was the Jun family's enemy. In this life, Zulong produced a forbidden first-generation Long Outyin who had the blood of the Emperor Dragon. He had crushed many young geniuses of the Jun family. Of course, the Jun family had also tortured and killed geniuses of Zulong. The 2 forces were like fire and water. Even his father, Jun Wuhui, the white-clad divine king, had tortured and killed a quasi-supreme from Zulong when he was in the saint stage. That was the battle that made Jun Wuhui famous. Humph, what bad luck. Jun Zhantian's face darkened. It was impossible for them to invite Zulong to the banquet. What's wrong? The Jun family of the ancients doesn't even dare to let people in? Long Haoyan said arrogantly. As soon as he said that, Jun Zhangjian, Jun Xuehuang, and the other sequences were all furious. This Zulong dragon's son was really arrogant. Grandpa, let them in. They're just a few loaches. Jun Xiaoyao did not avoid the topic and directly said it. As soon as he said this, all the cultivators present were stunned, and then they sighed in their hearts. As expected of the son of God of the Jun family, he dared to say that Zulong's son was a loach. Long Haoyan was not deaf, and he obviously heard Jun Xiaoyao's words. His eyes narrowed slightly, and a cold light flashed in them. The purpose of his visit this time was to discuss the Jun family. He wanted to trample on the son of God of the Jun family at the 10-years-old banquet of the son of God of the Jun family and make Zulong famous. After all, Zulong's reputation had never been good before. Jun Wuhui, as a saint, had torn apart Zulong, a quasi-supreme, with his bare hands, making Zulong the laughingstock of the Huangtian mystic realm. Although no forces dared to talk about it in front of the people of Zulong, they were all mocking Zulong behind his back. Therefore, Long Haoyan also wanted to return the favor and trample on Jun Wuhui's descendant. Long Haoyan also had the confidence to do so. He had integrated a dragon essence. Although he had not completely refined it, it was enough for him to stand at the top of the younger generation. He was not afraid of anyone except for a few supreme geniuses. Under Jun Zhantian's tacit consent, the guards of the Jun family did not stop Long Haoyan and the others from entering. In addition to Long Haoyan, some young geniuses of the far ancient royal family also followed. Although the far ancient royal family was slightly weaker than the Archean royalty, they were still a top force. Unlike Long Haoyan, these beings of the far ancient royal family were still a little afraid. After all, the Jun family was one of the most famous and prosperous families of the ancients. Their actions were tantamount to provocation, and it would be strange if they were not afraid. However, with Long Haoyan in front of them, these beings of the far ancient royal family still calmed down. If the sky collapsed, there was someone higher to hold it up. What were they afraid of? On the other side, Jun Xiaoyao glanced at Long Haoyan and the others indifferently. Suddenly, he noticed a familiar figure. A charming woman in a blue dress followed behind Long Haoyan. Her eyes were filled with resentment as she stared at Jun Xiaoyao and Jun Linglong. It's him? Jun Xiaoyao raised his eyebrows slightly. He saw a figure that he thought he would never see again. It's you, Lan Qingya. What's going on? On the other side, Jun Zhangjian couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment after sweeping his gaze across the battlefield. Didn't he banish Lan Qingya from the Jun family? Why would he appear next to Long Haoyan now? Hearing Jun Zhangjian's reprimand, the corners of Long Haoyan's mouth suddenly curled into a playful smile. He reached out and lifted Lan Qingya's snow-white chin right in front of Jun Zhangjian. His eyes were filled with provocation as he said, "What are you talking about? She's my slave right now, isn't she?" "Yes, Qingya is Master Long's slave," Lan Qingya said obediently. "You be *tch." Jun Zhangjian's black hair fluttered in the wind. His face was cold, and his eyes flashed with murderous intent. Because he missed their past relationship, he only chased Lan Qingya away and didn't make things difficult for her. In the end, Lan Qingya lured Zulong's people here. One had to know that her previous identity was Jun Zhangjian's follower. After such a thing happened, how would the elders of the Jun family view him? On top of that, Long Haoyan used Lan Qingya to humiliate the Jun family's sequence. Where would Jun Zhangjian put his face? Thinking of this, Jun Zhangjian's heart sank. Out of the corner of his eye, he could faintly see that the elders of the Jun family's faces were somewhat gloomy. It wasn't good for the older generation to intervene in this kind of competition between the younger generation. It would ruin their reputation. Damn it, if this matter isn't handled properly, I might lose my sequence status. Jun Zhangjian clenched his fists. Just as Jun Zhangjian's expression changed, Jun Xiaoyao stepped forward and said indifferently, "I didn't expect that Zulong's dragon son would have such a hobby." Hobby? Long Haoyan frowned and looked at Jun Xiaoyao. This ridiculously handsome young man was the target he wanted to trample under his feet today. "I didn't expect you to have a hobby of picking up broken shoes. You're willing to accept someone my Jun family's sequence doesn't want. You're really an old hero." Jun Xiaoyao's tone was understated. Hearing this, Long Haoyan's eyes widened and his face immediately turned green. It became extremely ugly. Wasn't this saying that he, Long Haoyan, was picking up trash that others didn't want? Lan Qingya's face was as pale as a sheet. She was so embarrassed that her fingers were trembling. No woman wanted to be called a broken shoe. Jun Xiaoyao's two simple sentences immediately turned the situation around. Originally, Long Haoyan wanted to humiliate the Jun family's sequence. But now, he was the one being mocked. Although the people from the various forces around didn't dare to laugh at Long Haoyan openly, their eyes were full of ridicule and contempt. Son of God. Jun Zhangjian's heart trembled. Jun Xiaoyao was helping him out of his predicament. At the thought of this, Jun Zhangjian looked at Jun Xiaoyao with a faint sense of gratitude. What Jun Xiaoyao said was all it took to resolve the awkwardness and crisis he was in. "We're all family. Don't say anything unnecessary." Jun Xiaoyao smiled faintly. Jun Zhangjian nodded heavily, but he had made a decision in his heart. Jun Xiaoyao was worthy of his loyalty and following. Son of God is indeed unfathomable. With just a few words, he resolved Jun Zhangjian's dilemma. Jun Xiaohuang muttered to herself. Jun Xiaoyao's quick-wittedness was not something a 10-year-old boy should be capable of. "Wow, I see another side of Brother Xiaoyao again," Jiang Luoli exclaimed. Jun Xiaoyao not only looked like a fairy, but he was also extremely powerful. His EQ and wisdom were also outstanding. With just a few words, he made Zulong the dragon's son speechless and humiliated him. Is Jun Wuhui's descendant only good at talking? That's a little disappointing. Long Haoyan's face was as gloomy as water. That's right. Isn't it just the sacred body of the ancients? Do you really think you're invincible? You're nothing in front of the dragon's son, Lan Qingya said sarcastically. With Long Haoyan behind her, she dared to speak. You're just a bug. How dare you talk so much? Jun Xiaoyao said with a cold look in his eyes. In his eyes, Lan Qingya was already a dead person. It was only a matter of time before she died. Since Lan Qingya was in such a hurry to be reincarnated, Jun Xiaoyao could only fulfill her wish. Rumble. Jun Xiaoyao raised his hand. Endless golden divine power surged and turned into a giant palm, directly slamming towards Lan Qingya. This sudden action was out of everyone's expectations. How dare you attack in front of me? You're too arrogant. Long Haotian's eyes immediately narrowed like golden dragon eyes. He wanted to attack to protect Lan Xianxia. If the Son of God wants to kill, no one can stop me. Jun Xiaoyao's voice was as cold as a god's. He raised his other hand and thousands of divine weapons surged out. It was the army attack formula. The torrent of divine weapons poured towards Long Haotian, causing his expression to change. Jun Xiaoyao's strength was beyond his expectations. Rumble, in the eyes of many forces, Long Haotian's body suddenly retreated. His arms trembled violently, and a trace of horror appeared in his eyes. At that moment, the giant golden palm was already pressing down on Lan Xianxia's head. No. Save me, Dragon Son. Lan Xianxia's face was as pale as paper. Her beautiful eyes were filled with extreme fear as she let out a shrill scream. However, as the giant golden palm slammed down, her scream came to an abrupt end. The entire book boom. The giant golden palm made of magical power came crashing down like a corner of the heavens, accompanied by a hair-raising cracking sound. Fresh blood spurted out from the giant golden palm. The blood even splashed onto Long Haotian's body, causing his entire body to be covered in blood. Stunned, astonished, at that moment, all the people from the various forces were silent. They didn't expect Jun Xiaoyao to be so overbearing. He attacked without saying anything and killed Lan Xianxia with a single palm. Moreover, he did it in front of Long Haotian. Many observant people also noticed that Jun Xiaoyao knocked Long Haotian back with a casual move. Although Long Haotian was caught off guard, the fact that he was knocked back with a single blow was enough to explain some problems. As the giant palm made of magical power dissipated, there was only a pile of mangled flesh left on the spot. It was a nauseating sight. She was a beauty just a moment ago, and the next moment, she was turned into a pile of mangled flesh. The contrast was too drastic. Many people looked at Jun Xiaoyao with a kind of respect. This deity's son is truly decisive. Even if it's a woman, he would still kill her. This is the Son of God's demeanor. If he was the kind of person who showed mercy when he saw a woman, people would look down on him. Some of the old antiques of the major forces were whispering to each other. Jun Xiaoyao's performance lived up to his identity as the Son of God and Sequence 0 of the Jun family. You deserve to die. Long Haotian's eyes were burning with anger, but at the same time, there was a look of horror in his eyes. Jun Xiaoyao had only stopped him with a casual move, yet Long Haotian felt an almost unstoppable divine power from that move. As the son of the dragon of Zulong, his physical body was the best among the top geniuses. However, Jun Xiaoyao's casual move made his arms tremble so much that they felt like they were going to shatter. Even if Jun Xiaoyao has the sacred body of the ancients, his physical body can't be this strong, Long Haotian said coldly with a gloomy face. At that moment, a few far ancient royal prodigies who had followed Long Haotian stepped forward and shouted angrily. Son of God of the Jun family, you are truly despicable. You actually dared to launch a sneak attack. That's right. If you hadn't suddenly attacked, how could Lord Dragon's son have possibly been forced back? Clearly, these primordial royal prodigies were trying to save Long Haotian's face. How dare you? The Son of God of the Jun family is not someone you ants can casually criticize. Jun Zhangjian's eyes fluttered as the long sword on his back rose into the air. He held it in his hand and a terrifying sword intent spread out. Today, Jun Xiaoyao was like a benefactor to Jun Zhangjian. Jun Xiaoyao helped him out, so Jun Zhangjian naturally had to return the favor. Jun Xiaohuang stepped forward as well. Her icy blue eyes seemed to be filled with coldness. You have no right to be presumptuous in the Jun family. For a moment, the young prodigies of the far ancient royal prodigies were confronting the Jun family's sequence. Their fighting spirit and murderous intent filled the air. On the other side, Jun Xiaoyao stood with his hands behind his back with a cold expression. Jun Zhangjian and Jun Xiaohuang, on the other hand, were full of fighting spirit. On the other side, Long Haotian was full of vigor and his eyes were filled with gloominess. The group of far ancient royal beings around him were also in high spirits. Let me, Niu Ding Tian, have a taste of this legendary divine child of the Jun family. Let's see how capable he is. A tall and burly young man stepped forward. He had 2 black horns on his head. With every step he took, the earth seemed to tremble. That is Niu Ding Tian, a young powerhouse from the far ancient royal demonic Bull Mountain. Rumor has it that he once fought against 10 human geniuses alone. Many young geniuses from different forces whispered. This was a rather famous genius from the far ancient royal family. You are not qualified to fight against the Son of God. Jun Zhangjian's figure flashed and his sword swept across the sky. Humph, so what if you are the son of God of the Jun family? So what if you are sequence 0? Today's banquet will be a disgrace to the Jun family. A beautiful woman with a pair of wings on her back made a move. She was a genius from the far ancient royal family, the winged human tribe. My Jun family is not to be provoked by any Tom, Dick, or Harry. Jun Xuehuang's tone was indifferent. She raised her jade-like hand and the endless cold air around her condensed into ice spears. In addition, some famous beings from the far ancient royal family also made a move at the same time. For a moment, magic power surged and divine light flashed across the sky. The void exploded and the surroundings shook. Jun Zhangjian and Jun Xuehuang, the two sequences of the Jun family, blocked all the geniuses from the far ancient royal family. 9 Swords of the Rising Sun. Jun Zhangjian possessed the heart-illuminated sword. Any sword technique could be cultivated to the peak of perfection. His 9 swords pierced through the air and slashed down like 9 divine lights. A being from the far ancient royal family was torn into pieces and died on the spot. Cold air flowed around Jun Xuehuang as the ice spears pierced through. A being from the far ancient royal family screamed as his body was pierced through. The sequences of the Jun family are so strong. Many guests from different forces could not help but exclaim. The most eye-catching person at this banquet was naturally Jun Xiaoyao. However, Jun Zhangjian, Jun Xuehuang, and the other sequences of the Jun family were also shining brightly at this moment. Jun Zhangjian is ranked 10th among the 10 sequences of the Jun family, and Jun Xuehuang is only ranked 7th. Even so, their strength is still shocking. TSK. I heard that among the top 5 sequences of the Jun family, there are people with polychoria and supreme geniuses who have obtained forbidden inheritances. Their strength is unbelievably strong. Sigh, ordinary forces would be proud if they had one genius like this. However, the Jun family has 10 of them. Not to mention, there is also the son of God of the Jun family. Sequence 0 has not appeared for a long time. This is the foundation of the clan of the ancients. It's nothing to be envious of. Some of the old-timers from first-rate forces sighed and were envious at the same time. This was the Jun family, an extremely glorious and indestructible top-notch clan of the ancients. Long Haoyan's face was gloomy as he looked at the geniuses of the far ancient royal family who were bleeding. He had come this time to trample Jun Xiaoyao under his feet. As it turned out, Jun Xiaoyao was safe and sound, while the people on his side were almost all dead. Indestructible sword body, 10,000 swords as one. Jun Zhangjian activated the power of his indestructible sword body. 10,000 sword chi appeared, swept across the void, and finally condensed into a sword that could cut the sky. Niao Ding Tian, the young genius of the demonic bull mountain, was directly cut in half by the sword, and blood burst out. Frozen snow lotus. Jun Xuehuang raised her jade-like hands, and an endless amount of ice magic power converged to form a magnificent ice lotus. It looked beautiful, but it seemed to contain the power to freeze eternally. Go! Jun Xuehuang threw the snow lotus at the genius of the Featherman tribe. Oh no! The genius of the Featherman tribe turned pale. Feeling that powerful cold air, she knew that she couldn't block it at all. At this critical moment, a figure like a fierce dragon broke free from its shackles. It was Long Haoyan. His brows were tightly furrowed, and his golden dragon eyes were filled with anger. Long Haoyan could not stand it anymore. Boom! Long Haoyan stretched out his hand, and a majestic magic power surged, faintly condensing into a golden dragon claw. It had the power to tear the heavens and earth apart and shake the universe. It's Zulong's top-tier martial arts, the severing dragon palm. Many guests exclaimed. This was a great magical power of the lair of Zulong that was not taught to outsiders. It was extremely powerful. Bang! The golden dragon claw destroyed the snow lotus, and then it continued to land on Jun Xuehuang's chest. Oh no, be careful! Jun Zhangjian saw the situation and shouted. He wanted to save her, but it was too late. Jun Xuehuang was also slightly surprised. She did not expect Long Haoyan to suddenly intervene. As the dragon son of the lair of Zulong, the power of the severing dragon hand was extremely powerful. Even Jun Xuehuang could not avoid it. Just as the golden dragon claw was about to hit Jun Xuehuang's chest, a figure flashed out at an extremely fast speed and blocked in front of Jun Xuehuang. The golden dragon claw landed squarely on the man's chest. Son of God. Jun Xuehuang's face suddenly changed. Full edition boom, the sound of a violent collision was heard. Smoke and dust rose, and heaven and earth shook. All the guests were silent as they stared blankly at the white-robed figure who was hit by the severing dragon hand. Long Haoyan's sudden attack had caught everyone off guard. Jun Xiaoyao's extremely fast reaction speed was even more surprising. However, Long Haoyan had used Zulong's top-notch technique, the severing dragon hand. Once a technique like this was unleashed, even if one had a noble weapon to protect themselves, they would still be heavily injured, let alone being able to defend against this attack. Long Haoyan had used this technique to kill more than 10 geniuses from top-notch orthodoxies. Son of God. Jun Xuehuang's face quickly turned pale. If Jun Xiaoyao was seriously injured or something happened to him because of her, Jun Xuehuang would not be able to absolve herself from the blame even if she died. After all, she was not as important to the Jun family as Jun Xiaoyao was. Brother Xiaoyao. Jiang Luoli's pretty face also changed. Jiang Rou, Jiang Xingyi, Jun Zhantian, and the others also changed their expressions. Jun Xiaoyao was now the most important person among the younger generation of the Jun family. If anything happened to him, the consequences would be unimaginable. This. Will the Jun family Son of God's 10-years-old banquet turn into a bloodbath? Is the legend of the Jun family Son of God going to end before it even began? All the guests who came to the banquet froze. If that was the case, the Jun family's reputation would plummet. Zulong's reputation would soar. At this moment, the world was dead silent. Countless pairs of eyes were gathered on the peerless figure in white. That's not right. The old Taoist from the Daoji heavenly sect said softly. Logically speaking, if one was hit by Long Haoyan's severing dragon hand, one would at least spit out blood and fly backward, if not be smashed into pieces. However, Jun Xiaoyao did not move at all, and there was no expression on his face. Only a pair of eyes that were as deep as an ancient well were filled with extreme indifference. At this moment, everyone sensed that something was wrong. Jun Xiaoyao's reaction was nothing out of the ordinary. His body didn't even move an inch. Is the Son of God forcing himself? Some people looked and murmured in their hearts. However, Long Haoyan himself was the only one who was able to sense Jun Xiaoyao's condition. Your physical body. Long Haoyan's eyes were filled with shock. His hand landed on Jun Xiaoyao's chest, and he felt as if he had hit a piece of primordial divine gold. Not only was he unable to shake Jun Xiaoyao in the slightest, but his palm was also hurting from the impact. One Long Haoyan was Dragon the Dragon clan's Dragon's body was Dragon of God. However, Jun Xiaoyao was standing there and letting him hit him. How was it possible that he couldn't even hurt him? That's it? Jun Xiaoyao tilted his head slightly. Although he did not seem to say a word of humiliation. It made Long Haoyan's face flush red, anger rising in his heart. What's the matter with you? Could it be that you can't put down your face and forcefully suppress your internal injuries? This was the only possibility that Long Haoyan could think of. You're thinking too much. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes glinted with a cold light as soon as he finished speaking. He reached out and directly grabbed Long Haoyan's arm that hit his chest. The 40,000 granules of the giant elephant in his body erupted at the same time. In an instant, 400 million kilograms of force surged out. Rip! Jun Xiaoyao twisted his wrist and pulled fiercely, accompanied by a scream. Long Haoyan's arm was torn off by Jun Xiaoyao, fresh blood splattered everywhere. Long Haoyan's figure retreated rapidly, clutching the gap of his broken arm. His face was pale and full of disbelief. Not just Long Haoyan, all the guests were speechless. This kind of reversal was something that no one had expected. Jun Xiaoyao not only took a hit from Long Haoyan's severing dragon hand, but he also tore off Long Haoyan's arm in an extremely violent manner. Who would have thought? The Son of God of the Jun family is breathing steadily. He does not seem to be injured, the old Taoist of the Daoji heavenly sect said. Hearing his words, many forces came to a realization. They immediately looked at Jun Xiaoyao as if they were looking at a monster. After all, in the entire Huangtian mystic realm, there were only a few geniuses who could take a hit from Zulong's severing dragon hand. Most importantly, Jun Xiaoyao did not take the hit or suffer any injuries. He was completely fine. The sacred body of the ancients. Even if it is confined by heaven and earth, it is still terrifying. Many young geniuses were shocked. Son of God. Jun Xuehuang also breathed a sigh of relief. She looked at Jun Xiaoyao with gratitude in her eyes. You can leave now. Leave this loach to me, Jun Xiaoyao said lightly. Yes. Jun Xuehuang nodded respectfully. At this moment, she no longer seemed to be the high and mighty sequence 7 of the Jun family. She was more like Jun Xiaoyao's maid. Long Haoyan's face turned pale when he heard Jun Xiaoyao's words. He covered the gap of his broken arm with fear in his eyes. If he were to still underestimate Jun Xiaoyao at this point, then he would truly be a fool. Jun Xiaoyao shook his head lightly. There was a faint green light under his skin. Jun Xiaoyao absorbed and refined Xiao Chen's dragon qi, which allowed him to condense the dragon scale inner armor in his body. Jun Xiaoyao was able to block Long Haoyan's severing dragon hand without getting hurt because of his already powerful sacred body of the ancients. He didn't even bother to use the underworld protection of the divine elephant overpowering force. Humph, Jun Xiaoyao, I don't know what you used to block this move, but you are too naive if you think you can win just like that. Long Haoyan said coldly. A vigorous stream of qi and blood suddenly gushed out from his body. Then, under the stunned gaze of everyone, the flesh at the gap of his broken arm began to squirm, and then a new arm slowly grew out. Is that even possible? Some young geniuses were tongue-tied. Is Long Haoyan immortal? No, even if the dragon clan is full of qi and blood, they can't just sit there and regrow a broken arm. At least, Long Haoyan can't do that. I understand now. Rumor has it that Long Haoyan has fused with a dragon essence. Could it be because of the dragon essence? Now, everyone understood that Long Haoyan was using the dragon essence. Oh, dragon essence? A light flashed in Jun Xiaoyao's eyes. He looked at Long Haoyan like a hunter staring at his prey. Courting death. Seeing Jun Xiaoyao's look, Long Haoyan was enraged. It had always been him who treated humans as prey. Since when did a human treat him as prey? Boom, Long Haoyan punched out, his qi and blood surging. Everyone seemed to hear a dragon's roar. A colossal dragon phantom, coiling around Long Haoyan's fist light, shattered the void, and blasted toward Jun Xiaoyao. That kind of powerful fluctuation was like a true dragon coming into being, fighting in the sky. This was another great divine ability of Zulong, as famous as the severing dragon hand, called Dragon Fist. As expected of the dragon son of Zulong, his strength is astonishing. The moment Long Haoyan made his move, many of the younger generation were stunned. Although they couldn't stand Long Haoyan's arrogance, his strength was indeed speechless. Seeing the situation, the corners of Jun Xiaoyao's lips curled into a cold smile. He reached his hand out, forming hand seals. Golden divine power surged. Behind him, there seemed to be an indomitable and majestic figure appearing. That is, many guests' pupils constricted in unison when they saw the situation. That kind of vast power made their hair stand on end and their hair stand on end. Full edition. Jun Xiaoyao reached out his hand and formed a seal. Behind him, a towering figure stood between heaven and earth, like an emperor who suppressed the world. That's the Jun family's martial arts, the seal of the human ruler, an old man exclaimed. As a clan of the ancients, the Jun family had been passed down for countless years. They had a shocking foundation and all kinds of martial arts, cultivation methods, and secret techniques. It was only natural that Jun Xiaoyao had been training in more than just the combatant formula over the years. The seal of the human ruler was one of the top martial arts techniques that Jun Xiaoyao had cultivated. With his monstrous talent and comprehension ability, it was naturally easy for him to cultivate it. Very quickly, he succeeded. At that moment, Jun Xiaoyao used the seal of the human ruler. Heaven and earth were intimidated by the seal. The shadow of the human ruler behind him seemed to have the power to suppress the sun, moon, and sky. With the seal of the human ruler, Jun Xiaoyao was like a banished immortal. The seal suppressed the sky and overturned the sun and moon. Long Haoyan also performed the dragon fist. His fist light was shocking and illuminated the sky, accompanied by the shadow of a dragon. Boom, the two of them collided like two big stars colliding, and like meteors collapsing on each other. The void trembled, and magical power fluctuations spread in all directions like ripples. Jun Zhantian saw this and reached out his hand. The surrounding void seemed to have been imprisoned, turning into a prison of heaven and earth, isolating the fluctuations. Almighty Saint Stage. None of the elders of the Jun family are weak. Some of the elders of the forces were shocked. Those who had reached the Saint Stage were called Almighty. Generally, a force with one Almighty Saint Stage cultivator could become a first-class force. No one knew how many elders there were in each branch of the Jun family. Perhaps even the Jun family did not know. On the other side, the violent magical power fluctuations were restrained and kept rolling in the void. Everyone's eyes were focused on it. Cough, cough, the sound of coughing blood was heard, and a figure staggered out. It was Long Haoyan. At that moment, his eyes were wide open and filled with disbelief. The arm that he used to punch was cracked, and blood kept flowing out. His whole arm was trembling. In the collision just now, Jun Xiaoyao had almost crippled his arm again. Even if Long Haoyan possessed dragon essence, it was also impossible to endlessly regrow severed limbs. Your strength. Long Haoyan gritted his teeth as his heart sank. He had completely underestimated the 10-year-old son of God of the Jun family. One of Jun Xiaoyao's hands was still in the state of forming a seal, while the other hand was behind his back. His clothes were whiter than snow, and his temperament was transcendent. He was like a true immortal who had not fallen into the mortal world. His aura was leisurely. It didn't look like it had experienced a great battle at all. It was incomparably sacred. He's so handsome. Jiang Luoli drooled as she looked at him. In her eyes, Jun Xiaoyao was like a god. Okay, she wasn't the only one. The eyes of many princesses and prides from other forces were also shining. With a raise of his hand, he suppressed Zulong Longzi. In the younger generation of the world, how many people could have such a graceful bearing? Long Haoyan's expression was unprecedentedly ugly. He had come this time to trample Jun Xiaoyao under his feet and use this opportunity to show off the might of Zulong. But now, he had failed to show off and was beaten instead. No matter what, I can't lose today. Long Haoyan took a deep breath. A terrifying force slowly emitted from his body. As this force spread, Long Haoyan's cultivation realm actually broke through from the true spirit realm to a new realm. Celestial Bridge Realm. Cultivators who reached this realm would build a celestial bridge in their bodies. It would allow the spirit sea in their dantian to connect with the celestial palace in their mind. Their strength was obviously much stronger than that of a true spirit realm cultivator. I originally wanted to build a good foundation before breaking through. Jun Xiaoyao, it's all because of you. Long Haoyan's aura soared. His expression was frightening, and his gaze was as sharp as a sword. With the help of the dragon essence, he had officially stepped into the celestial bridge realm. Originally, Long Haoyan had planned to return to Zulong to break through in peace after this battle. But now, because of Jun Xiaoyao, he had broken through in advance. Because if he did not break through, he would not be able to defeat Jun Xiaoyao. This way, Long Haoyan's realm would be somewhat unstable, which would not be beneficial to his cultivation. One could only imagine just how much hatred Long Haoyan harbored toward Jun Xiaoyao at the moment. Originally, he only wanted to suppress Jun Xiaoyao. Now, he even had the intention to kill Jun Xiaoyao. True Dragon Heaven Imprisonment. Technique. Long Haoyan's aura was majestic, like a true dragon breaking free from its shackles. In his body, there seemed to be a blazing core that appeared, emitting a majestic force. It's the dragon essence. Not only did Long Haoyan break through to the celestial bridge realm, he even activated the power of the dragon essence. Not only that, could that move of his be an attack evolved from the true dragon's superpower? Feeling Long Haoyan's aura, many young geniuses from the major forces felt a chill run down their spines. If they were facing the current Long Haoyan, just his aura alone would be able to suppress them, let alone fight. The true dragon heaven imprisonment technique should be an attack evolved from the true dragon's superpower. It's too terrifying, Not to mention the young geniuses, even some of the older generation felt a chill run down their spines. The true dragon's superpower was Zulong's supreme technique. It was definitely one of the top superpowers in the Huangtian mystic realm, although what Long Haotian displayed was not the true dragon's superpower, it was still a secondary superpower that was born from the true dragon's superpower. It was also very powerful. Roar, the shadow of a true dragon wrapped around Long Haotian, then rose into the air, its scales were thick, and its dragon horns were sharp. It raised its huge dragon claws and came crashing down on Jun Xiaoyao. Wherever the dragon claws passed, the space vibrated like ripples. Too powerful, some of the geniuses from the major forces felt their teeth chattering, as if a basin of cold water had been poured over them from head to toe. Long Haotian, the dragon son of Zulong, was practically invincible at this moment. Son of God. Jun Zhongjian and Jun Shuahuang both looked nervous. At this moment, Long Haotian's attack made them feel a sense of danger. Brother Xiaoyao. Jiang Luoli could not help but feel nervous as well. Jiang Xingyi's beautiful eyes were also filled with worry, as was Jiang Rou. Even Jun Zhongtian, who knew Jun Xiaoyao's strength best, clenched his fists and was fully prepared. If there was even the slightest accident, he would immediately make a move. The reputation of the Jun family was not as important as Jun Xiaoyao's life. Jun Xiaoyao, die. Long Haotian's face was ferocious, as if he could already see Jun Xiaoyao's blood. This is interesting. Jun Xiaoyao's expression was calm. Even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him, his expression would not change. Just as he was about to activate his divine body vision to fight, the mechanical voice of the system suddenly rang in his mind. Ding! You are already at the 10-years-old banquet. Would the host like to sign in? Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flashed, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. I thought the system was malfunctioning, but it's just in time. It's better to be early than early. Sign in. Jun Xiaoyao said in his mind. He wanted to see what good things he could sign in this time. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 7-star reward, the Bone of Supremacy. As the system's voice fell, Jun Xiaoyao's chest suddenly glowed, and an earth-shattering and terrifying aura burst out. Full addition within Jun Xiaoyao's chest, there was an extremely terrifying energy gathering, as if it was a blazing sun. A crystalline bone with countless complicated runes intertwined with one another was born from it. The Bone of Supremacy, among the 3,000 physiques, it was also a terrifying physique that was ranked in the top 30. The so-called 3,000 physiques were not only the Imperial Physique, the Divine Physique, and the Sacred Physique. For example, the Bone of Supremacy, the Polychoria, the Innate Taoist Fetus, the Heart of 7 Orifices Linglong, and so on could all be considered as special physiques. As for the Bone of Supremacy, it was obvious that it was extremely extraordinary. Among the 3,000 physiques, it was ranked in the top 30, which was an extremely high ranking. It could be said that even if Jun Xiaoyao did not have the sacred body of the ancients, the Bone of Supremacy alone was enough for him to stand at the top of the heavens' favorites and dominate the world. A 7-star reward. It seems that my luck is not bad. Jun Xiaoyao smiled. Faintly. Jun Xiaoyao's change also attracted the attention of everyone present. What's going on? The son of God of the Jun family's chest is shining. What a terrifying aura. It feels like I'm facing a supremacy. I'm about to kneel down. A young genius's face was pale, and his legs were trembling. At this moment, a blazing light erupted from Jun Xiaoyao's chest, and all kinds of runes were imprinted in the void. The aura was as if they were facing a supremacy, and it was daunting. Many young geniuses could not bear the terrifying aura and directly knelt down on the spot. Could that be the Bone of Supremacy? The old Taoist of the Daoji heavenly sect could not help but exclaim, and his old eyes were as big as copper bells. He had been cultivating for many years, and his temperament was stable, but at this moment, he could not help but lose his composure and exclaim. In addition to the sacred body of the ancients, the son of God of the Jun family also had a Bone of Supremacy in his chest. This was so terrifying that they could not believe their eyes, the sacred body of the ancients and the Bone of Supremacy. Any one of these talents was enough to allow one to stand at the top of the heavens' favorites. Now, the son of God of the Jun family actually had 2 top talents. Who would dare to believe this? Xiaoyao actually has the bone of supremacy? Not to mention the outsiders, even Jun Zhantian, Jiang Rou, and the other relatives were dumbfounded. Even they didn't know that Jun Xiaoyao possessed the bone of supremacy, let alone outsiders. Bones of supremacy? How is that possible? Long Haoyan, who was fighting Jun Xiaoyao, felt the shocking aura erupting from Jun Xiaoyao's chest, and his dragon eyes widened. He could not believe it. In the past, Lan Qingya had never told him that Jun Xiaoyao had a bone of supremacy. It was worth noting that the bones of supremacy were different from the sacred body of the ancients. The sacred body of the ancients was known as a useless body in modern times. However, the bone of supremacy was still one of the top physiques. With just a piece of bone, he could create an invincible young supreme being. So what if you have the supreme being bone? I'll just kill you. Long Haoyan hardened his heart and decided to kill Jun Xiaoyao. As for his escape route, he was not stupid enough to provoke the Jun family alone. There would be someone behind him who would protect him. As long as he could kill Jun Xiaoyao, everything would be worth it. Thinking of this, Long Haoyan activated the power of the dragon essence in his body and poured it all into the true dragon heaven imprisonment technique. The lifelike true dragon's claws tore through the air and pressed down on Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao stood still with a faint smile on his lips. He changed his mind and stopped using the power of the sacred body of the ancients. I'd like to try the power of this bone of supremacy, Jun Xiaoyao murmured. He activated the golden spirit sea in his body, and the magical power surged into the bone of supremacy in his chest. In an instant, divine light shone brightly and brilliantly. It was as if a sun had appeared in Jun Xiaoyao's chest. The dazzling divine light illuminated the void, shaking the 9 heavens and shattering the clouds in the sky. All the geniuses were shocked and couldn't help but tremble, almost falling to their knees. Even some of the older generation experts felt their hearts skip a beat. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao, who had used the bone of supremacy, was like an ancient true immortal descending and baptizing the world with divine light. This dazzling divine light was the first terrifying great magical power contained in the bone of supremacy. The light of tribulation, it was as if the heavens had sent down a divine tribulation to destroy the world with divine light. This kind of divine ability was too terrifying. It caused many guests to shiver, and they could feel their souls trembling. Many geniuses had lost any intention of comparing with it just by looking at it. There was no comparison at all. When Long Haoyan felt this power, his face was also overwhelmed with shock, mixed with endless shock. Boom, the two ultimate techniques collided, and the true dragon heaven imprisonment technique and the light of tribulation fell together. There was no suspense. The terrifying light of tribulation, which seemed to be able to penetrate everything, directly destroyed the true dragon's shadow and swept towards Long Haoyan. No. Long Haoyan was shocked. He activated the dragon essence with all his might, and a layer of light golden scales spread out on the surface of his body. At the same time, he hurriedly dodged. But how could he dodge the speed of light? Puff, Long Haoyan only dodged half a step before the light of tribulation hit him. Half of his body, together with one of his arms, was directly cut open. Dragon blood flowed out and splashed into the sky. Long Haoyan's eyes were blood red as he held at the sky. When had he ever experienced such pain? As the dragon son of Zulong, he had always been the one to torture and kill others. No one could threaten him. But now, half of Long Haoyan's body was cut open. Even if he had the dragon essence, he would not be able to recover in a short time. He looked at Jun Xiaoyao with a look of horror. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were still indifferent. He activated the divine elephant overpowering force, and the demon wings extended from his back. With a flap of his wings, he landed beside Long Haoyan in an instant. He grabbed Long Haoyan's remaining arm with one hand and pulled it hard again, blood splattered, accompanied by Long Haoyan's roar. Seeing this scene, the crowd fell silent. The son of God of the Jun family tore apart the dragon son of Zulong with his bare hands. This was not a metaphor, but a real tearing with his bare hands. Before, there was the white-robed divine king, Jun Wuhui, who pulled out the Zulong quasi-supreme's dragon tendons and skinned him. After that, there was the son of God of the Jun family, Jun Xiaoyao, who tore apart the dragon son of Zulong with his bare hands. Is this a skill passed down from his ancestors? Some of the older generation figures were dumbfounded as they watched. Were the people of the Jun family all dragon-slaying warriors? Like father, like son. The son of God of the Jun family has lived up to his father's name. Many cultivators sighed in their hearts. The only remaining proud daughter of the Featherman tribe looked pale as if she had lost her soul. Her legs trembled as she watched. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao stared at Long Haoyan as if he was staring at meat on a chopping board. Sensing Jun Xiaoyao's dangerous gaze, Long Haoyan's face turned pale. He frantically retreated and shouted, "Jun Xiaoyao, how dare you? Why wouldn't I, the son of God, dare?" Jun Xiaoyao smiled. As he reached out his hand, golden magical power surged like a tide and slapped toward Long Haoyan. The son of God of the Jun family is going to kill him. Everyone gasped in unison. They did not expect Jun Xiaoyao to really want to kill Long Haoyan. He was the dragon son of Zulong and the younger brother of Long Haoyan, the first generation of the Zulong taboo. If Long Haoyan was killed, it would set off a huge wave that would shake the entire Huangtian mystic realm. However, they still underestimated Jun Xiaoyao's means. Not only did Jun Xiaoyao want to kill Long Haoyan, but he also wanted to extract the dragon essence from his body. Just as Jun Xiaoyao was about to make his move, a majestic and powerful voice with a cold tone sounded from the sky in the distance. "Junior of the Jun family, how dare you?" Full text. That voice caused the universe to tremble and the world to tremble. A terrifying dragon aura came crashing down, under the astonished gazes of all the people from the various forces. A gigantic pitch-black dragon claw with bulging muscles pressed down from the heavens. The dark black scales glittered with a cold light. A claw swiped down, tearing a crack in the void. The fluctuations were so terrifying that it made one's heart tremble. "That aura, it's at least a quasi-supreme," some of the older generation exclaimed. Supremes were already at the peak of the immortal realm. And quasi-supremes were the strongest below supremes. Even in some imperishable orthodoxies, quasi-supreme beings were definitely top-notch figures, and could be said to be existences with deep foundations. Yet now, there was actually a half-supreme being who appeared, leaving everyone horrified. No wonder Long Haoyan can be so fearless. He has someone backing him. Of course he's not afraid. Some people understood. No matter how arrogant Long Haoyan was, he wouldn't come to the Jun family alone. Just like how the Jun family's prodigy wouldn't be stupid enough to provoke the Zulong alone. Long Haoyan had someone backing him. "Great, Elder Yu Long has made a move." Long Haoyan revealed a smile of relief. As long as he was alive, he would have a chance to rise again. He might have a chance to wash away today's shame in the future. What? Could it be the Zulong supremacy Yu Long? Hearing Long Haoyan's words, some of the older cultivators were shocked. Supremacy Yu Long was an extremely powerful quasi-supremacy in the Zulong. His true form was a black dragon. He had once fought against a supremacy of the human race with his quasi-supremacy Cultivation, and his fame spread throughout the 3,000 mystical prefectures of the immortal realm. But later on, he hid in the Zulong and didn't come out. Now that he reappeared in the world, his aura was still shocking. "Junior of the Jun family, don't be so ruthless. Let's stop here." Supremacy Yu Long's tone was cold and arrogant. It was Long Haoyan who started the trouble first. He came to the Jun family and tried to step on Jun Xiaoyao to make a name for himself. But now, Supremacy Yu Long just wanted to let it go. Of course, the only thing Supreme Nether Dragon could do now was take Long Haoyan away. Trying to kill Jun Xiaoyao in the Jun family's residence was no different from a fantasy story. Even if the real Supreme Zulong was here, he wouldn't be able to kill Jun Xiaoyao in the Jun family's territory. Hearing Nether Dragon Sovereign's words, Long Haoyan finally heaved a sigh of relief. However, the way he looked at Jun Xiaoyao was filled with cold resentment. This was the first time in his life that he had lost so miserably. In the end, he even needed the seniors of the clan to put aside their pride to save him. It could be said that Long Haoyan had never suffered such humiliation before. One could only imagine how much he hated Jun Xiaoyao. Looking at Long Haoyan's expression, Jun Xiaoyao's lips curled into a sneer. "What? Are you also going to say that the river flows east for 30 years and the river flows west for 30 years? Humph, my elder brother, Long Haoyan, will let you taste a crushing defeat." Long Haoyan said with a sinister tone. He didn't dare to say anything about taking revenge himself. After all, the sacred body of the ancients combined with the bones of supremacy was too powerful. It wasn't something he could deal with. Heh. Unfortunately, no matter what, you won't be able to see it. Jun Xiaoyao smiled. Under Long Haotian's shocked gaze, he continued to suppress him with one hand. Jun Xiaoyao, are you crazy? How dare you attack me? Long Haotian's expression changed as he quickly retreated. How dare you? In the sky, Nether Dragon Sovereign's thunderous voice shook the 9 heavens and 10 earths. He, a quasi-supreme, had personally spoken, but Jun Xiaoyao actually turned a blind eye to it. Rumble, a huge dragon claw directly descended from the sky. In the void, many runes flashed. It was the Jun family's defensive array that sensed the fluctuation of magical power and automatically activated. Every ray of light was enough to kill a saint. However, now, it couldn't stop the dragon claw from descending from the sky. Wherever the dragon claw passed, many runes and arrays exploded. Nether Dragon Sovereign made a move. He didn't want to deal with Jun Xiaoyao, but he wanted to take Long Haotian away. Bang! 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 The pitch-black dragon claw tore through the void, and the array runes directly exploded. The power of a quasi-supreme was so powerful. This. Is the Jun family not reacting at all? Feeling this terrifying power, many people hurriedly scattered. At the same time, they looked at Jun Zhantian and the other elders of the family. Zulong, a quasi-supreme, had already made a move. How could they still be so calm? Some of the more observant people noticed that the corners of Jun Zhantian and the other elders' mouths were curled up in a cold and mocking smile. The powerful quasi-supreme's power pressed down and concentrated on Jun Xiaoyao. If it were an ordinary young genius, they would have been suppressed by this power and be unable to move. However, Jun Xiaoyao turned a blind eye and continued to attack. He grabbed at the void, and the spear of the underworld formed. He directly threw it at the escaping Long Haotian and pierced through his chest. Then, he used the extreme speed of the demon wings and slapped at Long Haotian with lightning speed. Crack, a series of bone-cracking sounds rang out, making one's teeth ache. Long Haotian violently vomited blood. All the bones in his body were shattered, and he fell to the ground, dying. In the end, Jun Xiaoyao directly stomped down from the sky. His foot, strengthened by 40,000 granules of the giant elephant, directly stomped on Long Haotian's chest. Splat, a large mouthful of blood mixed with broken organs was spat out from Long Haotian's mouth. Even if he had the physical body of a dragon, he couldn't withstand such a huge force. Long Haotian's eyes bulged. His face was filled with anger, shock, unwillingness, and a faint sense of regret. Brother, won't let you go. Long Haotian's eyes widened, and his words were unclear. Finally, he breathed his last and died with his eyes wide open. Zulong's dragon son had fallen, and all of this happened in the blink of an eye. Even Supreme Nether Dragon didn't expect Jun Xiaoyao to act so decisively. Damn it! An angry roar shook the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Supreme Nether Dragon was furious, a majestic pressure came crashing down like a tidal wave. The ground began to crack, and some of the guests who were affected were directly pressed to the ground. On the other hand, Jun Xiaoyao stood with his hands behind his back. His handsome face was as calm as an ancient well. It was as if the person he was facing wasn't a quasi-supreme whose strength was unparalleled in the world, but an ordinary person. It was also at this moment that a cold snort sounded from the depths of the Jun residence. Since when did a mere quasi-supreme dare to be so impudent in my Jun residence? As the voice fell, a majestic and resplendent sword aura broke through the air from the depths of the Jun residence. The sword aura sparkled, as if reflecting the terrifying scene of a group of immortals falling. A pitch-black crack directly appeared in the void, the pitch-black spatial turbulence accompanied the roar of the sword aura. Supreme Nether Dragon let out an angry roar as the sword swept past. A huge dragon arm, accompanied by dragon blood, fell from the depths of the firmament. One sword had cut off one of Supreme Nether Dragon's dragon arms. Everyone's scalps were about to explode. The power of that sword aura was as if it could destroy the heavens. It's the Jun family's immortal slaying sword art, one of the 5 great divine arts. The one who attacked is the Jun family's 18th ancestor, someone exclaimed. Jun family's 18th ancestor, just you wait. Supreme Nether Dragon's voice was cold and harsh. since you're here, then stay, the 18th ancestor's voice sounded again. Immediately, two sword auras from the immortal slaying sword art slashed through the air from the depths of the June residence. No, don't tell me you want to start an immortal war between the Zulong and the June family? Supreme Nether Dragon's voice was filled with unprecedented fear. If the two immortal forces really started an immortal war, the entire Huangtian mystic realm would fall into unprecedented turmoil. So what if it's an immortal war? The June family has stood tall in the mystic realm for countless years. When have we ever feared anyone? The 18th ancestor's tone was boundlessly domineering. Above the firmament, two sword auras swept across in succession. A rain of blood pouring down in torrents, heaven and earth cried, and the universe shook. A massive black dragon's corpse fell from the distant sky like a fallen god. The 18th ancestor of the June family had killed a quasi-supreme Zulong in 3 moves. The entire book. The world was dead silent, and everyone was speechless. Hundreds and thousands of forces came to attend Jun Xiaoyao's 10-years-old banquet. At this moment, the people of these forces had witnessed the fall of a quasi-supreme from the lair of Zulong with their own eyes. Moreover, the one who fell was not a nameless quasi-supreme, but an existence who could compete with the supreme beings of the human race. However, such a powerful existence was killed by the June family's 18th ancestor in 3 moves. What did that mean? A quasi-supreme could be regarded as the foundation of an immortal orthodoxy. They could even create a top orthodoxy on their own. However, such an existence was killed by the 18th ancestor in 3 moves like a dog. The June family's 18th ancestor should not be an ordinary supreme being, right? A young genius swallowed hard and said. Rumor has it that the most mysterious place in the June family is the ancestral temple. No one knows how many old antiques are buried there. Some old people who knew a little about the June family said in a deep voice. The June family had stood in the mystic realm for countless years and was extremely glorious. Its foundation was simply unimaginable. Any one of the great ancestors buried in the ancestral temple could make the mystic realm tremble with a stomp of their feet. Not to mention, there were rumors that the June family might have great emperors. In the late ancient era, the last great emperor came from the June family. Qitian the great emperor, Jun Qitian, was a supreme existence who abandoned the heavens. Some old people whispered to each other, their words full of reverence. There was a reason why the June family could shine in the mystic realm for countless eras. There was a rain of blood falling from the sky, as if all living beings were singing a sad song. The fall of a quasi-supreme was enough to trigger a vision of heaven and earth. Xiaoyao, come and see me after the banquet. The 18th ancestor's voice came from the depths of the June family's residence. Yes. Jun Xiaoyao cupped his hands in the air. To be honest, the 18th ancestor's methods also amazed Jun Xiaoyao. In particular, the Immortal Slayer sword chant, which was named after the Immortal Slayer, was extremely powerful. Even Jun Xiaoyao was a little envious. This kind of top-level martial art was not even found in the Jun family's martial pavilion. Jun Xiaoyao wondered if he should ask the 18th ancestor for the importation of the Immortal Slaying sword chant. The Archean royalty who had come to provoke the Jun family had almost been completely annihilated. From quasi-sovereign Yulong to the prides of the ancient royal families. Oh, right, I forgot one more. Jun Xiaoyao raised his eyebrows slightly as he looked at the genius of the Featherman tribe who was trembling on the ground. Previously, she was almost killed by Jun Xuehuang. In the end, it was Long Haoyan who intervened, allowing her to luckily survive. However, upon seeing such a scene, this Featherman clan's proud daughter felt as if her liver and guts were about to shatter. She was so scared that she pissed her pants and her lower body became wet. She had previously thought that the son of God of the Jun family would not be a match for Long Haoyan. But now, the scene of Jun Xiaoyao tearing Long Haoyan apart with his bare hands replayed in her mind like a nightmare. You should go with them. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were indifferent. No, please spare my life, son of God of the Jun family. I am willing to be your slave and serve you for the rest of my life, Lord Son of God. The Featherman clan's proud daughter kept kowtowing and crying. It had to be said that some women of the ancient royal families or the demon race did indeed have charm that human women did not have. For example, Yuzhu had a pair of snow-white wings on her back. Her skin was crystal clear, and her appearance was beautiful. Even if she were to be auctioned, she would be able to fetch a sky-high price. Jun Xiaoyao said coldly, "Are you worthy of being my slave?" Even the princess of the ancient kingdom of Phoenix, Bai Yuer, was only his slave. What right did a mere genius of the Featherman clan have to be his slave? Jun Xiaoyao slammed his palm down. No. Yuzhu screamed. She did not expect that in Jun Xiaoyao's eyes, she was not even qualified to be a slave. The last proud daughter of the ancient royal family also died. Seeing how merciless Jun Xiaoyao was, some of the guests wiped the sweat off their foreheads. The Jun family was a group of ruthless people, however, even more ruthless was yet to come. Jun Zhantian and a few other clan elders directly carried the body of Quasi-Supreme Yulong over. They refined it with the elemental fire on the spot and began to roast the black dragon meat. Everyone was stunned. Everyone's faces were filled with astonishment. They were a little dumbfounded. Zulong's Quasi-Supreme Yulong was going to roast meat. Humans could eat anything as long as it was not in the shape of a human. However, this was Zulong's Quasi-Supreme Yulong's flesh. Who would dare to eat it? Even if it was placed in front of these people, they would not dare to touch it. If Zulong held a grudge against them, he would flatten them in a matter of minutes. After all, they were not the families of the ancients like the Jun family, the Jiang family, or the Yi family. They could not bear Zulong's anger. Everyone, please do. As you please. Jun Xiaoyao smiled faintly. He did not think that there was anything wrong with this. Wow, we can eat dragon meat now. Jiang Luoli cried out excitedly. Although she was the apple of the Jiang family's eye, it was impossible for her to casually eat dragon meat, let alone the meat of a quasi-supreme level dragon. Moreover, she had the Jiang family behind her, so she was not afraid of Zulong's revenge. Jun Xiaoyao would eat it too, but before that, he had something to take care of. He walked to Long Haoyan's body and raised his hand. Vast golden dermic power surged out and began to extract the dragon essence from Long Haoyan's body. Generally speaking, once the dragon essence was completely refined, it would be impossible to extract it. However, Long Haoyan had not completely digested the dragon essence, so it could still be extracted. A moment later, a ball of golden dragon essence was extracted. There seemed to be a mini dragon within it, roaring at Jun Xiaoyao. Do you think a mere dragon essence can stump the son of God? Jun Xiaoyao's lips curled into a cold smile. He raised his hand and activated the strength of the hell-crushing god mammoth again. This time, it was different. A pitch-black furnace appeared above his head, carrying a terrifying aura that could refine all things in the world. What is the son of God of the Jun family using? Why do I feel like my soul is being sucked into that furnace? The group of young geniuses trembled in fear. Jun Xiaoyao had made progress in the strength of the hell-crushing god mammoth during his year of seclusion. His strongest attack was the spear of the underworld. His strongest defense was the underworld protection. His strongest speed was the wings of the devil. Now, Jun Xiaoyao was using the fourth transformation of the strength of the hell-crushing god mammoth. His strongest refinement was the hellfire furnace. The hellfire furnace could refine all things. Whether it was used to fight enemies or to refine treasures of heaven and earth, it was very practical. The dragon essence was sucked into the hellfire furnace without any resistance and began to be forcibly refined. A dragon essence was condensed from the essence of a dragon's flesh and blood throughout his life and the magical runes. Even Long Haoyan was barely able to refine it and did not completely integrate it. Now, Jun Xiaoyao was able to refine it without any difficulty, and it was impossible for his body to explode. There was no energy that could make the body of the sacred body of the ancients explode. The moment Jun Xiaoyao refined the dragon essence, his aura rose uncontrollably again. Rumble, tribulation clouds began to gather in the sky, and thunder rumbled. Is the son of God of the Jun family going to make another breakthrough? The complete book Jun Xiaoyao was only 10 years old, but he was already at level 9 of the true spirit realm, which was enough to shock everyone. However, seeing Jun Xiaoyao's aura skyrocketing again, everyone present was dumbfounded. They were all dumbfounded. Is he going to break through again? This is bad. Could it be the tribulation of the sacred body of the ancients? Jun Zhantian looked up at the dark clouds in the sky and frowned. Ordinary cultivators would not face any tribulation if they broke through from the true spirit realm to the celestial bridge realm. But the sacred body of the ancients was different. This kind of body constitution was not tolerated by heaven and earth, except for the 10 natural restrictions. Every time the sacred body of the ancients made a big breakthrough, heaven would punish it. And from the true spirit realm to the celestial bridge realm was a big leap. Seeing this, Jun Zhantian was not the only one who noticed it. The other guests also noticed it. Could that be the tribulation of the sacred body of the ancients? That's right. Rumor has it that the sacred body of the ancients will face a tribulation when it breaks through a realm. The son of God of the Jun family is in trouble now. For cultivators, the tribulation was the most dreaded thing. If they were not careful, they would die, and their success or failure would be gone. For a body constitution like the sacred body of the ancients, the tribulation it attracted was even stronger than the ordinary ones. Ordinary geniuses might not even be able to withstand a single attack. Xiaoyao, don't worry. Grandpa and the others will protect you. Jun Zhantian and a group of elders stood up, exuding the aura of the saint stage. In the past, there were many forces that wanted to cultivate the sacred body of the ancients. Every time the sacred body of the ancients went through a tribulation, there would be a group of strong cultivators to protect it and help it through the tribulation. However, Jun Xiaoyao's handsome face was as calm as still water, and his eyes were unperturbed. Grandpa, there's no need. It's just a tribulation. It's not worth mentioning. Let me handle it alone. Hearing Jun Xiaoyao's words, Jun Zhantian and the others were stunned. The expressions of the surrounding cultivators all froze. At this moment, the tribulation finally turned into a torrent of lightning and fell. That terrifying tribulation might was horrifying. Jun Xiaoyao stood in midair. His black hair flowed with divine radiance and fluttered in the wind. His clothes were as white as snow, and his sleeves fluttered in the wind. He looked like an immortal who was about to leave with the wind. Jun Xiaoyao raised his hand, and the hellfire crucible appeared once more. The torrent of lightning crashed into the hellfire crucible. Jun Xiaoyao shuddered all of a sudden. Boundless golden qi and blood rose from within his body as the silhouette of a golden primordial divine elephant suddenly appeared. It carried with it a vast might that could suppress the universe. Jun Xiaoyao raised his trunk to the sky and inhaled. Rolling thunderbolts surged into his body. 100,000 lightning tribulations, forge my immortal saint body. Not only was Jun Xiaoyao not afraid of the thunder tribulation, but he also used it as a means to temper his sacred body of the ancients. Rumble, lightning continued to fall, but it was unable to harm Jun Xiaoyao. At most, it could only push him back. This is simply a monster. Many people from the various forces were speechless, unable to say a word. Every genius was trembling in fear when they went through the tribulation, fearing that they would die. Jun Xiaoyao, on the other hand, was using the heavenly tribulation as a resource to temper his body. Sigh, it seems that I still underestimated Xiaoyao. Jun Zhantian and the other elders shook their heads with bitter smiles. Sometimes, Jun Xiaoyao's talent made even the saints feel like their minds were about to collapse. If even they felt that way, one could only imagine how the young geniuses who came to the banquet felt. I feel like I'll never be able to catch up to the son of God of the Jun family. Yeah, this world of great battles seems to be the stage of the son of God of the Jun family. Some of the top geniuses of the major forces said so. Cracks began to appear in their minds. In the end, the thunder tribulation could do nothing to Jun Xiaoyao. Disperse. Jun Xiaoyao pushed his palm forward. The immemorial divine elephant's shadow roared into the sky. Lightning swept across the sky, and the dark tribulation clouds were scattered. Light finally returned to the world. Jun Xiaoyao's gains were also gratifying. First, his cultivation broke through to the celestial bridge stage. Not only that, but he also broke through to the late stage of the celestial bridge stage. The celestial bridge stage was divided into the early stage, the middle stage, the late stage, and the peak stage. After reaching the peak stage, the celestial bridge in the body was successfully built. Then, it was the consolidation stage, where the spirit and body merged and became one. After that, it was to find some Tao seeds, immortal seeds, and so on to integrate into one's body. After the consolidation stage, it was the nirvana stage, where one would find a fire seed to cleanse the divine palace in the brain and transform the true spirit into a primordial spirit. After the nirvana stage, one's strength would surge and reach the ascension stage. Finally, it was to ignite the divine fire and open the stairs to the saint stage. Celestial bridge, consolidation, convergence, nirvana, ascension stage, and divine fire, this was the middle stage of cultivation. After that, it would be the saint stage. Jun Xiaoyao, who was only 10 years old, had reached the late stage of the celestial bridge stage. He was already an absolute monster. Usually, geniuses at his age would still be between the divinity stage and the true spirit stage. Previously, Long Haoyan had only reached the celestial bridge stage with the help of the dragon essence. In addition to the stage, Jun Xiaoyao used the power of the thunder tribulation and the dragon essence to awaken another 10,000 granules of the giant elephant in his body. In other words, Jun Xiaoyao's current physical strength had reached 500 million caddies. This was simply terrifying. An ordinary genius's physical strength was only a few 100,000 caddies at most. Even those top geniuses only had a few million or 10 million caddies. Jun Xiaoyao had 500 million caddies of divine strength. In addition, Jun Xiaoyao realized that the bone of supremacy in his chest was also absorbing the power of the heavenly tribulation and the dragon essence. It seems that the light of tribulation is not the complete form of this supernatural power. I have to find a way to nourish this bone in the future, Jun Xiaoyao thought to himself. Like the sacred body of the ancients, the bone of supremacy had unlimited potential and would always be with Jun Xiaoyao. However, at the same time, these two special constitutions required nourishment from all kinds of treasures. They were simply two bottomless pits. Fortunately, I was born in a clan of the ancients. If I was born in a small clan, I wouldn't even have enough resources, let alone cultivation. Jun Xiaoyao couldn't help but sigh again. Reincarnation was really an art. Oh right, I forgot about the flesh of a quasi-supreme, Jun Xiaoyao thought. Come, brother Xiaoyao. Have some dragon meat. Jiang Luoli was intelligent and elegant. Light of wisdom flowed on her snow-white forehead. She was very intelligent and had been observing Jun Xiaoyao. At this moment, she brought a plate of grilled dragon meat and handed it to Jun Xiaoyao. She blinked her watery eyes and looked very obedient. Thank you. Jun Xiaoyao nodded slightly. The way he ate was even more graceful than Jiang Luoli. He had to admit that the life essence of the quasi-supreme level dragon meat was amazing. The bone of supremacy in his chest was also desperately absorbing it. Jun Xiaoyao was also looking forward to the day when the bone of supremacy would transform. Just the light of tribulation alone was already so powerful. If it transformed again, how powerful would his bone of supremacy be? After the 10-years-old banquet, there is still the supreme treasure of Yuan-Tian. It seems that I have to start preparing after that, Jun Xiaoyao thought to himself. The rewards of the check-ins were really rich. The sacred body of the ancients, the divine elephant overpowering force, and the bone of supremacy were all very helpful to him. Jun Xiaoyao was very curious. What rewards would he get for checking in at the supreme secret realm of Yuan-Tian? There's also Xiao Chen. I wonder if he's still worth it for me to harvest, Jun Xiaoyao thought. After the 10-years-old banquet, Jun Xiaoyao could finally enter the world and walk in the mystic realm. He was also looking forward to this vast and boundless mystic realm. I hope this world of great battles won't be too boring for me. Jun Xiaoyao stood with his hands behind his back and sighed to the sky. It was quite a feeling of invincibility and loneliness. The whole book Jun Xiaoyao's 10-years-old banquet came to an end amidst all the ups and downs of the event. The shock and amazement on the faces of the clan leaders, elders, and young geniuses of the major forces had yet to subside when they left the Jun residence. From their point of view, what they saw in the Jun residence this time was simply shocking to the core. The son of God of the Jun family, in particular, was like a young emperor with an invincible aura. Whether it was the kingly body of stars of the Yi family or the son of the dragon of Zulong, they were all like soft persimmons in his hands. Some of the young geniuses could not help but sigh and despair when they compared themselves to the son of God of the Jun family. With the sacred body of the ancients and the bones of supremacy, Jun Xiaoyao's talent could no longer be described as monstrous. He was simply born to be an emperor. With Jun Xiaoyao around, there was no place for anyone else in this life. Even some of the older generation sighed. With Jun Xiaoyao's current rate of cultivation, he would surpass all of them in a few years' time. Of course, in addition to Jun Xiaoyao, Jun Zhangjian and Jun Xuehuang also performed well. They could easily kill the geniuses of the far ancient imperial family. The most shocking one was naturally the 18th ancestor of the Jun family, who had never shown up from the beginning to the end. He was a grand ancestor who had been buried in the Jun family's ancestral hall for countless years. The fact that he killed the quasi-supreme Zulong with 3 sword moves shocked everyone. Everyone knew that after this 10-years-old banquet, the Huangtian mystic realm, which had been peaceful for a long time, would be in turmoil. Not long after the Jun family banquet ended. Far away in Hong State, in the headquarters of the Zulong, there was a long roar of a dragon that shook the world and shook the stars. All the creatures in Hong State seemed to have felt a vast power of heaven that could destroy the world. It's the supreme of the Zulong. Why is he angry? A creature of Hong State asked with a pale face. The news of the Jun family banquet would not spread for a while, so they did not know about it. Inside the Zulong, many powerful telepathic wills were communicating. Calm down for now. What's the use of being so angry? Are you going to attack the Jun family? That little bastard of the Jun family dared to kill the dragon son of this lord's bloodline. And that Jun Shiba, he dared to kill you long. Is he not afraid of me, Zulong? The furious voice from before said coldly. Jun Shiba is a madman. It's too difficult to kill him. Should we tell proud heaven about this? Another Zulong expert asked via divine will. There's no need for that. Long Outyen is currently in seclusion to refine the 5th dragon essence. Once he's done refining the 7th dragon essence and the blood of the emperor dragon, he'll be able to dominate the younger generation of the deity region. Even the son of God from the Jun family can be easily killed. Alright, I will wait for the day when Ao Tian kills the son of God of the Jun family. There's also the Jun family. In the future, I will definitely make them pay with blood. On the other side, a divine bird was pulling a carriage through the void. Inside the carriage, a young man in a blue robe with dashing eyebrows and bright eyes slowly woke up. It was Yi Xingyun. Ouch. It hurts. Yi Xingyun felt as if his body was about to fall apart when he moved. His face was pale from the pain. Young master, you're awake, Uncle Fu said. What happened to me? Yi Xingyun was at a loss for a moment before he finally recalled everything that happened at the banquet. A strong sense of humiliation filled his heart. As the pride of the Yi family of the ancients, when had Yi Xingyun ever suffered such humiliation, not to mention being humiliated in front of his goddess? Jun Xiaoyao. Yi Xingyun gritted his teeth and clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles turned white. Young master, the son of God of the Jun family is not to be trifled with. I've received news that the Son of God not only has the sacred body of the ancients, but he was also born with a piece of the bone of supremacy. Even the dragon son of Zulong was easily killed by him, Uncle Fu said with a sigh. What? Is that true? Yi Xingyun was stunned. He couldn't believe his ears. Jun Xiaoyao was still holding back when he fought with him. He didn't even use the bone of supremacy. Yi Xingyun felt even more humiliated. Jun Xiaoyao didn't take him seriously at all. Damn it. Yi Xingyun was both angry and humiliated. Suddenly, a blurry memory flashed through his mind. He seemed to see a magnificent star palace and a magnificent figure with the sun, moon, and stars with his back facing him. What is that? Is it a dream? Or? Yi Xingyun muttered to himself. He knew that there were reincarnations of sages and even great emperors in this world. Those reincarnated skyprides were the real deal. Their vision and cultivation were far beyond that of ordinary skyprides. For example, the outlawed skypride of the Yi family of the ancients, Yi Guchen, was rumored to be the reincarnation of the immemorial sword demon, Dugu Wubai. According to historical records, the sword demon once killed a boundary emperor with the Emperor Slayer sword. Could it be that I'm like Yi Guchen? That I'm the reincarnation of a supreme powerhouse and that the Star Palace is a treasure left behind for me? Yi Xingyun couldn't help but think to himself. This was very likely. As time passed, he would awaken more memories. By then, he might be able to find that Star Palace and inherit all of the supreme powerhouse's opportunities of fortune. Jun Xiaoyao, every dog has its day. Once I awaken my memories, I'll be able to rise to power. And Luoli, I'll make you understand who's the best match for you. Yi Xingyun was reinvigorated. He felt that he was about to soar. Meanwhile, at the Jun residence. After the banquet, Jun Xiaoyao was being harassed by Jiang Luoli. Jiang Luoli was supposed to return to the Jiang residence, but she refused to leave. The girl that Yi Xingyun had been dreaming of getting his hands on had turned into a sticky plaster that Jun Xiaoyao couldn't shake off no matter how hard he tried. Brother Xiaoyao, do you need a maid to serve you tea? I have Ling Long. Brother Xiaoyao, do you need a maid to wash your clothes and fold your blankets? I have Ling Long. Brother Xiaoyao, do you need a maid to warm your bed? I have Ling Long. Ahem, what are you talking about? Jun Xiaoyao coughed dryly. He was annoyed beyond words. In the end, even Jiang Rou began to urge him to get married. Mother, the 18th ancestor is still looking for me. I'll take my leave first. Jun Xiaoyao could not stand the harassment and clamor of the group of women and immediately left. Humph, Brother Xiaoyao, Luoli won't give up. Jiang Luoli clenched her fists like a little fangirl. Meanwhile, Jun Xiaoyao had also arrived at the ancestral land in the deepest part of the Jun residence and saw the 18th ancestor. The 18th ancestor, who was dressed in a gray robe and had white hair, sat cross-legged in the void. There seemed to be the sun and the moon rotating around him. Living beings were dying, the heavens were collapsing, and the galaxy was reversing. The 18th ancestor's aura was unbelievably strong. It made one feel as if they were facing the heavens. No wonder he had the ability to kill a supreme martial artist in 3 moves. Jun Xiaoyao secretly sighed. None of the patriarchs of the Jun family were simple people. Not to mention, the Jun family seemed to have 17 people as powerful as the 18th ancestor. Seeing Jun Xiaoyao's arrival, a rare smile appeared on the 18th ancestor's old face. Very good, the 18th ancestor said. Obviously, he was praising Jun Xiaoyao's performance at the 10-years-old banquet. Defeating Yi Xingyun was one thing, but tearing apart the dragon son of Zulong with his bare hands was definitely an honor for the Jun family. Jun Xiaoyao cupped his hands slightly and said calmly, "May I know why the patriarch has asked me to come?" In the face of the 18th ancestor, even some of the clan elders would tremble and be very cautious. Jun Xiaoyao, on the other hand, remained calm and composed. This made the 18th ancestor even more satisfied. The sacred body of the ancients combined with the bones of supremacy meant that there was no doubt about his talent. However, what was even rarer was that Jun Xiaoyao's temperament was also so calm and composed. He did not seem like a 10-year-old boy at all. Don't you want to learn the sword chant of the immortal slayer? The 18th ancestor asked with a faint smile. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes lit up. The whole book Jun Xiaoyao could never forget the immortal slaughtering sword art. The sword slashed out, reflecting the horrifying scene of the fallen immortals. Zulong, a quasi-supreme, was killed in 3 moves. Although the 18th ancestor's high cultivation was one of the reasons, it was also because the immortal slaying sword chant was too powerful. The 18th ancestor continued, there are countless sword arts in the Huangtian mystic realm, but the ones that are truly at the top are the 5 great divine arts. The Jun family sword chant of the immortal slayer is one of the 5 great divine arts. 5 great divine arts. Jun Xiaoyao muttered. Even though he already knew that the sword chant of the immortal slayer was no ordinary item, he didn't expect it to be one of the 5 godly chants. No wonder I couldn't find the immortal slayer sword art in the Jun family's martial pavilion. Jun Xiaoyao suddenly understood. Haha, of course. The main thing is that this sword technique is difficult to learn. Even if it is open to ordinary people, they might not even be able to learn it after spending more than 10 years. Instead, it would be a waste of time, the 18th ancestor explained. Jun Xiaoyao agreed. Without extraordinary talent and perception, cultivating the immortal slaughtering sword art was indeed a waste of time and effort. Unfortunately, Jun Xiaoyao just so happened to be a person with monstrous innate talent and comprehension ability. Ancestor, this immortal slaying sword art. Jun Xiaoyao stopped talking. I didn't give it to you before because I was afraid that it would delay your cultivation. But now, you're about to go out and travel the world, and you really do need a trump card. While the sacred body of the ancients and the bones of supremacy are powerful, you still need to learn martial arts, the 18th ancestor warned. Next, the 18th ancestor taught Jun Xiaoyao the immortal slaying sword chant. The immortal slaughtering sword art was divided into 3 moves. The first move, Immortal Fall, was a sword of mana that targeted the physical body. The second move, Immortal Vanquisher, was a sword of the soul that targeted the primordial spirit of the divine palace. As for the final move, it was the Immortal Slaying. It was a sword strike that combined the spirit and flesh. It was the move that the 18th ancestor had used to kill a quasi-paragon in 3 moves. If you can learn the first move of these 3 moves within 3 years, you will have a high chance of successfully mastering them, the 18th ancestor said with a faint smile. Yes. Jun Xiaoyao nodded, but he was thinking in his heart. 3 years? I can't wait that long, the 18th ancestor looked at Jun Xiaoyao. After a moment of hesitation, he said, Xiaoyao, there are 2 more things I need to tell you. Patriarch, please speak your mind, Jun Xiaoyao said. When you turn 18, I'll tell you the secrets behind the Jun family and your father's affairs. Jun Xiaoyao was shocked when he heard this. The secret behind the Jun family? Jun Xiaoyao was also very curious. What kind of secret story was behind such a powerful and glorious Jun family? But the most important thing was his father, Jun Wuhui. Jun Xiaoyao had heard the words white-robed divine king so many times that his ears were about to grow calluses. What kind of person was his father? Why didn't he return? What exactly happened back then? It's still too early for you to know all of this. I'll tell you everything during the coming-of-age ceremony, the 18th ancestor said. Jun Xiaoyao nodded slightly and did not ask any more questions. Now, he was indeed invincible among the young geniuses. But he still did not have the ability to know these secrets. Jun Xiaoyao stayed by the 18th ancestor's side for the rest of the time. The 18th ancestor personally explained the sword chant of the Immortal Slayer to Jun Xiaoyao. Back then, the 18th ancestor cultivated the sword chant of the Immortal Slayer. He was already extremely talented to have mastered it within a year. However, 3 months later, in the ancestral land of the Jun family, Jun Xiaoyao raised his hand, and a vast amount of golden magical power surged out. He used his fingers as a sword, and a dazzling sword aura appeared out of nowhere. It was as if there were phantoms of deities around it. The sword aura swept across as if it wanted to destroy the stars in the sky. The void trembled, and the clouds in the sky collapsed. Rumble, after the sword aura swept across, a large patch of clouds was cut in half. The remaining sword aura burst out in all directions, alarming many elders and important figures of the Jun family. That's the aura of the sword chant of the Immortal Slayer. Could it be the 18th ancestor? No, although the sword aura's power is amazing, it's not at the level of the 18th ancestor. It's the Son of God. Many of the elders and disciples of the Jun family were dumbfounded. It had only been 3 months, right? Not only had Jun Xiaoyao mastered it, but he could even perform the first style of the sword chant of the Immortal Slayer. In the ancestral land, the 18th ancestor looked at Jun Xiaoyao and was stunned for a moment. He did not know what expression to show. It took 3 months to master the first style. This sword chant of the Immortal Slayer is really difficult to learn. Jun Xiaoyao shook his head and sighed. It was not that Jun Xiaoyao was deliberately putting on an act, but he had never spent more than 7 days training in martial arts before. In comparison, it took him 3 months to master the first style of the sword chant of the Immortal Slayer was indeed slow. Ahem. The 18th ancestor's face looked unnatural. Great ancestor, what's wrong? Jun Xiaoyao asked. No, nothing. I want to lie back in the coffin and sleep for a while, the 18th ancestor said. Being with Jun Xiaoyao had made the 18th ancestor's Taoist heart a little unstable. He needed to calm down. Thank you for the skill, great ancestor. Xiaoyao will take his leave. Jun Xiaoyao was also very tactful and did not disturb the 18th ancestor. After coming out of the ancestral land, Jun Xiaoyao went straight to the Heavenly Emperor Palace. To his relief, Jiang Luoli finally left. He really had no interest in this kind of little girl. When Jun Xiaoyao stepped into the Heavenly Emperor Palace, he found Jun Zhantian waiting for him. Have you learned the sword chant of the Immortal Slayer? Jun Zhantian asked. Just barely. The first style, Jun Xiaoyao said. What a little monster. Jun Zhantian said to himself. He then said, Grandpa didn't expect you to have a piece of the bone of supremacy hidden away. Jun Xiaoyao's expression did not change, But he thought to himself that this was a bone that he got from signing in. However, after getting it, it was no different from Xianxia's own bone. "Grandpa, is there something I can help you with?" Xiao asked. Zhangtian would not have come to him for no reason. Zhangtian said, "Xiaoyao, although you have two top physiques, you still need to put in double the effort to cultivate them, especially the sacred body of the ancients. When you were born, you had already awakened the first vision, the reverence of 10,000 saints. However, the sacred body of the ancients has a total of 6 visions." Zhangtian's words made Xiaoyao fall into deep thought. Indeed, the cultivation of the sacred body of the ancients was even more difficult than the bone of supremacy. The awakening of visions was not a simple matter. Although Xiaoyao's talent was monstrous, there was still a process. "Grandpa might know a place that can speed up your comprehension of the second vision of the sacred body," Zhangtian said. "Oh?" Xiaoyao raised his eyebrows. "There was such a place? Have you heard of the Panwu Jin dynasty?" Zhangtian asked. "The Panwu Jin dynasty. It seems to be a top force on the level of the immortal Jin dynasty," Xiaoyao said. He had read books in his spare time, so he had a certain understanding of the major forces in the Huangtian mystic realm. "That's right. The founder of the Panwu Jin dynasty was a great emperor named Panwu the Great. However, that is not important. What is important is that it is rumored that he also has the sacred body of the ancients. There is a rumor that there is a Panwu mausoleum in the depths of the palace of the Jin dynasty. It may be related to Panwu the Great." Just as Zhangtian finished speaking, the mechanical voice of the system sounded in Xiaoyao's mind again. Ding! Congratulations to the host. New check-in location has been refreshed. Please check in at Panwu Mausoleum. Full copy. Xiaoyao's expression remained unchanged, but he was a little surprised. He didn't expect to see a new check-in location. However, the Panwu tomb was obviously not like the supreme treasure of Yuantian. It was a secret place that belonged to the Panwu Jin dynasty. How could they let outsiders enter? "Grandpa, I don't think the Panwu Jin dynasty would let outsiders enter their secret place, would they?" Xiaoyao shook his head slightly and said. "Well, that's true. However, nothing is absolute. I'm just telling you that there is a way. If it doesn't work, you can force your way in for the sake of your future," Zhangtian said domineeringly. "Let's talk about this later." Xiaoyao was speechless. It seemed that the Jun family was born to be domineering. However, Xiaoyao still wanted to solve these problems himself if possible. Great Emperor Panwu had the sacred body of the ancients. "If I can get some information, it will help me avoid many detours," Xiaoyao murmured. The sacred body of the ancients was extremely rare. It was difficult to find a few in an era. The sacred body of the ancients was even rarer. Not everyone was like Xiaoyao, who had the ability to cheat and break the 10 shackles at birth. In the era of Great Emperor Panwu, cultivating the sacred body of the ancients might not be as difficult as it was now. However, it was still impossible to break through the sacred body of the ancients. "Panwu tomb, huh? If I have the chance in the future, I should go and take a look," Xiaoyao thought to himself. After that, Xiaoyao continued to cultivate in the Heavenly Emperor Palace. He had a faint premonition that the supreme treasure of Yuantian would most likely be opened within the next few years. Therefore, before that, Xiaoyao needed to continue to improve his strength. A year passed in the blink of an eye. Xiaoyao was 11 years old. However, he looked like a teenager of 15 or 16 years old. He was tall, handsome, and had an otherworldly temperament. People who looked at him felt ashamed of their inferiority. They were afraid that their gazes would taint Xiaoyao's sacredness. Within this 1 year, Xiaoyao's cultivation had reached the consummate level of the celestial bridge realm. However, the main reason was that he had spent all of his energy on cultivating his divine abilities. He had finished cultivating the second style of the immortal slaughtering sword art. This speed would leave even the 18th ancestor speechless and in awe. After the bone of supremacy absorbed the divinity essence, it transformed into a complete grand superpower, the Hand of Heaven. This was the complete version of the Light of Tribulation. As for the dragon essence, Xiaoyao had completely digested it. The boundless dragonfolk chi and blood had allowed Jun Xiaoyao to awaken another 20,000 granules of the mega mammoth. Now that he had awakened 70,000 granules of the giant elephant, that was a force of 700 million pounds. It was worth noting that the power of the sacred body of the ancients was not included. Jun Xiaoyao had been using the power of the strength of the hell-crushing divine elephant all this time. As for the ability of the sacred body of the ancients itself, it was more on the level of immortality and indestructibility. Of course, if Jun Xiaoyao were to use the power of the sacred body of the ancients, it would only be more terrifying. In addition, Jun Xiaoyao had also obtained the Severing Dragon Hand, Dragon Fist, True Dragon Heaven Imprisonment Technique, and other martial arts divine abilities of Zulong from the stripped dragon essence. The only thing that made him feel a little regretful was that the dragon essence did not contain any true dragon divine abilities. Sigh, it's a little boring to cultivate all the time. I kind of miss Xiaochen. Jun Xiaoyao sighed slightly. I wonder if Xiaochen has fattened up. Jun Xiaoyao seemed to be able to see a lush green field of leeks. Kuan State was one of the 3,000 mystical states of the Huangtian mystic realm. This state was located in a remote area, and the environment was barren. Bandits and monsters ran rampant, and the soil was extremely harsh. This state was not occupied by any major forces, and it was obviously an abandoned land. However, it was also because this province was quite dangerous and had a dangerous environment that it had become a somewhat famous training ground. Many young disciples of orthodoxies liked to come to Kuan State to train. At this moment, in a rather dangerous mountain range in Kuan State. Sky-ripping Azure Dragon Hand. With a loud shout, a figure that looked like a half-dragon flapped its azure dragon wings. Both of its hands turned into claws and stretched out across the sky. In an instant, hundreds of azure dragon light patterns burst out, as if they had turned into sky-ripping hands, and directly tore a monster of the consolidation realm in front of it into pieces. Blood rained down, and pieces of the monster's flesh and blood splattered everywhere. The cyan dragon scales on the surface of the half-dragon figure and the wings on its back were withdrawn, revealing a handsome young man. It was none other than Xiaochen. It had been 3 years since he was chased out of the Jun family by Jun Xiaoyao. The boy back then had also grown into a young man. Although Xiaochen's meridians were crippled by Jun Xiaoyao, it was a blessing in disguise. However, it was a blessing in disguise. He, who had cultivated the art of dragon transformation in Green Heaven, was now even stronger and had reached the middle stage of the Celestial Bridge realm. After using the Green Dragon transformation, he could even kill a Consolidation realm demonic beast. Not bad. You were able to cultivate to the 4th level of the Azure Dragon transformation in just a few years. You are indeed the son of the ancient kingdom of dragon. In the void next to Xiaochen, the shadow of an elder wearing an azure dragon robe with dragon horns on his head appeared. It was the remnant soul of the master azure dragon, the grand elder of the ancient kingdom of dragon. He looked at Xiaochen with eyes full of admiration. The azure dragon transformation in heaven was extremely difficult to cultivate. Even he had spent a lot of time cultivating it back then. However, Xiaochen's speed of improvement was far faster than his back then. It could be said that if nothing unexpected happened, Xiaochen would definitely become a famous figure in the 3,000 mystical states in the future. When Xiaochen heard that, there was no joy on his face. Instead, there was hatred and coldness. Every dog has its day. I told Jun Xiaoyao that we would fight again in 3 years, but he took me as a joke. Now that 3 years have passed, I will let Jun Xiaoyao know who the real joke is. Xiaochen was in high spirits. It was as if he could already see himself trampling Jun Xiaoyao under his feet. There was also Bai Yuer. He was going to make that bitch regret it. Just as Xiaochen was fantasizing, there was a commotion in the distance. Xiaochen, there is a commotion over there. Be careful, Master Azure Dragon returned to the Panlong Ring and said telepathically. Xiaochen frowned and flew over carefully. When he looked over, he was astonished. He saw a woman in a silk dress with a white veil covering her face being chased by a group of bandits. The bandits were the demonic wolf bandits, who were somewhat famous in the Kuan State. Hee, beauty, run. No one in the Kuan State can escape from the demonic wolf bandits, the bandit leader sneered. His cultivation level was also at the consolidation realm. Damn it, I can't use my cultivation level. Otherwise, they will sense me and take me back. The veiled woman was secretly angry. She had sneaked out. If she used any martial arts that were inherited from her ancestors, her guardians would sense it. Go ahead and scream, beauty. No one will come to help you even if you scream yourself hoarse, the bandit leader said with a sinister smile. Just at this moment, a figure abruptly charged out while speaking in a cold tone. Let go of that girl. The entire book. Xiaochen used the blue dragon transformation. Blue dragon scales spread all over his body and a pair of blue dragon wings appeared on his back. Hundreds of blue dragon light patterns spread out along with his fist. The bandit leader of the demonic wolf bandits was reduced to a bloody pulp by the punch. Damn it! How dare you attack our boss? Where did this idiot come from? Die! What followed was a fierce battle. Xiaochen was like a blue dragon emerging from the sea. His moves were bold and powerful, which surprised the woman with the white veil. She had seen countless young talents, successors of major sects, and geniuses. However, it was rare to see a young man as powerful as Xiaochen. Moreover, Xiaochen did not have the arrogance and condescension of those geniuses from top orthodoxies. This made the woman with the white veil have a better impression of Xiaochen. Soon, Xiaochen finished the battle. At that moment, the voice of Master Blue Dragon rang in his mind. Xiaochen, that woman is probably not an ordinary person. She has something on her that can even hide from my detection. She is definitely a genius from some imperishable orthodoxy. If you can build a good relationship with her, it will be very helpful for you to deal with the son of God of the Jun family in the future. Master Blue Dragon's words made Xiaochen's heart skip a beat. He knew that he was not a despicable person who would take advantage of others. However, in order to deal with Jun Xiaoyao and wash away the humiliation from 3 years ago, he would do anything. Miss, are you all right? Xiaochen stepped forward and smiled. His handsome and clean smile made the woman with the white veil feel more at ease. Xiaochen was also looking at the masked woman. Although the woman's face was covered by a white veil, her pair of watery eyes were dazzling, and her eyelashes were long. With one look, one could tell that she was a peerless beauty. This made Xiaochen even more determined to make a good impression on the woman. What happened next was a series of tricks. The woman hid her identity and only said that she was out to train. Xiaochen gave a brief account of his situation as well. So, he is the eldest prince of the ancient kingdom of Dragon, the masked woman muttered to herself. She knew that the ancient kingdom of Dragon was one of the 4 symbols ancient kingdoms. It was a first-class force. However, compared to the forces behind her, there was no comparison at all. Because the power behind her was the immortal Jin dynasty, after that, Xiaochen and the masked woman trained together in Kuan State. Their relationship was getting closer and closer. Although the veiled woman had not done anything intimate with Xiaochen due to the fact that he was a man and a woman, Xiaochen was still a man. But from the way they spoke, they were already very good friends. Even Master Azure Dragon couldn't help but sigh. Xiaochen was indeed the son of fortune and the destined protagonist. He even had such luck when it came to women. One night, Xiaochen was roasting chicken for the masked woman beside the fire. He also knew that the masked woman's name was Wu Mingyue. Here, Mingyue. Here you go. Xiaochen handed Wu Mingyue a roasted drumstick that was sizzling with oil. Wu Mingyue stretched out her jade-like hand and took it. Then, she removed the white veil covering her face. In an instant, a beautiful and dreamlike face entered Xiaochen's eyes. Her eyes were like limpid autumn waters. She looked around, her snow-white skin was beautiful, and her beauty was otherworldly. Even Xiaochen was slightly dazed by what he saw. He had never seen such a beautiful woman in his life. What are you looking at? Wu Mingyue's jade-like face was slightly flushed. She tore at the drumstick with her jade-like fingers, but her heart could not stop beating. To be honest, Xiaochen did not have an advantage in terms of background or appearance compared to the young men she had met before. But for some reason, she liked Xiaochen's honest and simple personality. At that moment, Xiaochen's heart also skipped a beat. Even though that bitch by Yuer abandoned me, I met someone better than her. Could this be fate? Xiaochen thought to himself. He was even more determined to win Wu Mingyue's heart. He deliberately sighed. His expression was unusually gloomy. "What's wrong, Xiaochen?" Wu Mingyue noticed it and asked. "Nothing. I just thought of my unfaithful fiancé." Xiaochen sighed deeply. It was as if he was a devoted man who had been betrayed. "So, he is also a man with a story," Wu Mingyue muttered to herself. Next, Xiaochen began to tell the story of his life with some embellishments. He was deeply in love with Bai Yuer, but Bai Yuer betrayed him and threw herself into the arms of his enemy. He went to her house to ask for an explanation, but he was oppressed by his enemy. In the end, all of his meridians were destroyed. After that, he gritted his teeth and trained alone, looking for an opportunity to take revenge. It was like the story of a protagonist destined to be in a novel. "Xiaochen, I didn't expect you to have such a past." Wu Mingyue could not help but feel sorry for Xiaochen when she heard what he said. At the same time, she was very disgusted by the enemy who bullied others. "That enemy of yours is really disgusting. Which force does he belong to? Do you need my help?" Wu Mingyue asked. Xiaochen was slightly delighted. Was that not the effect he wanted? Master Blue Dragon said that there might be an imperishable orthodoxy behind Wu Mingyue. If that was the case, they would definitely be able to contend with the Jun family. However, Xiaochen did not say it directly. Instead, he said with a determined face, "No need. I will take revenge on my own. How can I rely on others?" Xiaochen's words made Wu Mingyue admire him even more. It also made Wu Mingyue more determined to help Xiaochen. "Xiaochen, say no more. No matter what your enemy's background is, I am not afraid of him. If he dares to oppress me, I will definitely make him regret it." Wu Mingyue's tone revealed a rare touch of nobility and dominance. Who was she? She was the eldest princess of the imperishable Jin dynasty. Her background was shocking. She was confident that even if Xiaochen's enemy was a genius from an imperishable orthodoxy, he would only be able to bow before her. In the Huangtian mystic realm, there were not many geniuses who had a higher status than her. "Thank you very much, Mingyue." Xiaochen showed a touch of gratitude. Wu Mingyue nodded slightly. She had made up her mind. If she had the chance to meet Xiaochen's enemy in the future, she would not mind eliminating him directly. In the Heavenly Emperor Palace of the Jun family in the Emperor State, Jun Xiaoyao, who was training, suddenly felt something and opened his eyes. "Why do I feel like someone is trying to hurt me?" Jun Xiaoyao murmured. However, he then smiled. There were a lot of people who wanted to hurt him. The people of Zulong, Xiaochen, Yi Xingyun, and even Jun Wanjia were all possibilities. However, Jun Xiaoyao did not care about these things. No matter what, no one could threaten him. At this moment, Jun Zhangjian's voice was heard outside the Heavenly Emperor Palace. "Jun Zhangjian requests to see Lord Son of God." "Come in," Jun Xiaoyao said. After a short while, Jun Zhangjian walked in with a hint of excitement on his face. "Brother Zhangjian, what happened?" Jun Xiaoyao asked with a smile. "Son of God, there is news about the supreme treasure of Yuan Tian." The complete book. Jun Zhangjian's face was filled with excitement. He had obtained the supreme token of Yuan Tian a few years ago, but he had never had a chance to use it. But now, there was finally news about the supreme treasure of Yuan Tian. "Oh, the secret treasure is about to appear?" Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were calm. He was not too surprised. This was within his expectations. "That's right." Jun Zhangjian nodded and said, "There is news that there is a phenomenon in the Nanyuan mystical state, and there is a supreme aura spreading. If there is no accident, there is no doubt that it is the supreme treasure of Yuan Tian." Jun Xiaoyao nodded slightly and said, "Well then, we can go after some preparation." Jun Zhangjian continued, "Son of God, there should be 4 geniuses in the Jun family who have obtained the supreme token of Yuan Tian." 4? Jun Xiaoyao was puzzled. "Son of God, you, me, Jun Xuehuang, and..." Jun Zhangjian paused and hesitated. "Who?" Jun Xiaoyao asked calmly. "Jun Wanjia." Jun Zhangjian exhaled and said. He knew that Jun Wanjia did not seem to get along with Jun Xiaoyao. "Oh, it's him. Then it's fine," Jun Xiaoyao said casually. He was invincible and respected among his peers. Jun Wanjia was not a threat to him. A few days later, the news of a supreme treasure appearing in the Nanyuan mystical state began to spread throughout the 3,000 mystical states. Supreme secret treasures were the treasures of an unparalleled sovereign expert. Even the immortal orthodoxies were attracted to it, let alone the second-tier forces. For a time, the 3,000 mystical states of the Huangtian mystic realm were in turmoil. It was conceivable that this would be a grand gathering of geniuses, a stage for the various forces to compete. Kuan State, outside a mountain range. Xiaochen and Wu Mingyue appeared. Xiaochen had already found out that the supreme treasure of Yuan-Tian had appeared in the Nanyuan mystical state. Master Azure Dragon had also been telling him that he had to obtain the ancient dragon bones in the treasure trove. Therefore, he was also preparing to head to the Nanyuan mystical state. Mingyue, do you want to go to the Nanyuan mystical state with me? Xiaochen looked at Wu Mingyue with tender eyes. During this period of time, he and Wu Mingyue had not had any substantial contact. However, their relationship was already very harmonious. This made Xiaochen think that he was almost done with Wu Mingyue. Wu Mingyue's face was covered with a white veil. She looked at Xiaochen with her bright eyes, which were filled with tenderness. However, she still shook her head slightly and said, "I'm sorry, Xiaochen. The supreme treasure of Yuan-Tian has appeared, and many forces will gather here. If I show up, my identity will be exposed, and I will be taken back." Xiaochen's face darkened slightly at Wu Mingyue's words. He now knew Wu Mingyue's true identity. She was the eldest princess of the Panwu Jin dynasty, and her status was extremely high. The reason why she escaped alone was because she didn't want to face the matter of choosing a prince consort. She didn't want her marriage to be mixed with personal interests and be manipulated by others. Mingyue, one day, I will go to the Panwu Jin dynasty and marry you. For some reason, Xiaochen suddenly said in a hot-blooded manner. Wu Mingyue's cheeks blushed when she heard this. She was as beautiful as the morning glow reflected on the snow. Xiaochen, what nonsense are you talking about? Wu Mingyue showed a rare shyness. It was said that women in love were brainless. Wu Mingyue didn't fall for Xiaochen directly, but she already had a good impression of him. However, she also understood that although Xiaochen was powerful, he was not a match for her. There was no way the Panwu celestial dynasty would allow their eldest princess to marry a prince of the ancient kingdom of Dragon. Haha, don't worry. I, Xiaochen, am a man of my words. I will never go back on my words. Xiaochen smiled with confidence. That confident and bright smile gave Wu Mingyue a special feeling. Xiaochen was different from the other young talents she had met. He was determined and simple. After that, Xiaochen said goodbye to Wu Mingyue despite his reluctance. Xiaochen, although I can't go with you in public, I can help you in secret. If you encounter any danger in the supreme treasure of Yuan-Tian, I will help you. Wu Mingyue murmured in her mind. She had decided to hide in the dark and follow Xiaochen. The reason why she did that was because she had a vague feeling in her heart. Xiaochen's trip to the supreme treasure of Yuan-Tian this time would be very dangerous. In the headquarters of the Zulong, Hong State. In a mountain range that stretched for thousands of miles and was filled with dragon qi. A loud voice was heard. Bitch, back then, Supreme Yuan-Tian was arrogant and overbearing. He took several sets of priceless ancient dragon bones from the lair of Zulong. Now that the treasure is open, go and get those dragon bones back. As the voice finished speaking, another woman in blue armor suddenly showed herself. She had a beautiful face and a slender body. The blue armor wrapped around her well-proportioned body. She looked like a heroine. But the most eye-catching thing about her was the two blue dragon horns sticking out of her smooth black hair. It showed that she was not a human, but a descendant of the Archean royalty. This woman was called Long Bichi. She was a talented dragon girl in Zulong. In Zulong, dragon girls were equal in status to the sons of dragons. And Long Bichi was more powerful than Long Haoyan to some extent. This was because her lineage's ancestor had once produced an ancient azure dragon emperor. The ancient emperor of the Archean royalty was a supreme being who was on par with the great emperor of the human race. Therefore, it seemed that Long Bichi also had a trace of the ancient emperor's bloodline. Although the ancient emperor's bloodline in Long Bichi's body was so thin that it was difficult to extract. But after all, she was the descendant of the ancient emperor of the Blue Dragon. Her talent was indisputable. Yes, Bichi will follow ancestors' order and bring back the ancient dragon bones. Long Bichi cupped her fists. She looked as valiant as a man. By the way, you must be careful of the son of God of the Jun family. When the hidden treasure is opened, he might join the fight. The loud voice reminded her. Is the son of God of the Jun family that powerful? Long Bichi frowned. She had heard so many stories about the son of God of the Jun family that her ears were almost sick of hearing them. He can easily kill Long Haoyan. What do you think? The voice said. Long Haoyan has integrated 1 dragon essence, so he is not weak. But Bichi has integrated 2 dragon essences and completely refined them. In terms of strength, Long Haoyan is no match for Bichi. Long Bichi raised her snow-white chin slightly with confidence. Both of them were 1 in a million geniuses. Who would admit defeat to each other? Before seeing how powerful Jun Xiaoyao was, even Jun Zhangjian, a member of the Jun family, would underestimate him. Not to mention Long Bichi, who was an enemy of the Jun family. Most of the time, these arrogant geniuses wouldn't admit defeat before they were truly defeated. If they were afraid from the beginning, their Taoist heart would collapse, and they would not be able to continue their cultivation. Anyway, be careful. The voice warned. Yes, master. I will take my leave now. Long Bichi cupped her fists slightly. She did not take the advice seriously and left immediately. The loud voice sighed and said, sigh. There used to be a descendant of the first wife of the ancient emperor of the Blue Dragon clan who was sealed in the divine source. Now, she is missing. The complete spell of dragon transformation in Blue Heaven is also lost. If we can find the descendant of the first wife and let her break the seal, we will have another existence like Long Outyen and Zulong. When the time comes, the Forbidden Dragon's son and the Forbidden Dragon daughter will both appear. The son of God of the Jun family will be nothing. The complete book The Appearance of the Supreme Treasure of Yuan Tian in the Nanyuan mystical state had stirred up a storm. Recently, people from top orthodoxies and first-rate forces rushed to the Nanyuan mystical state from time to time. There were all kinds of carriages, flying ancient beasts, and ships crossing the void. It was very lively. However, people from these forces also knew that the imperishable orthodoxies would eventually occupy the majority of the supreme treasure of Yuan Tian. This time, the supreme treasure of Yuan Tian would become a place for the imperishable orthodoxies to train their younger disciples. For example, someone saw an azure dragon soaring into the sky from Zulong with a valiant figure standing on it. Someone recognized that it was the famous dragon lady of the azure dragon bloodline in Zulong. She was extremely powerful. Someone also saw a golden divine chariot flying across the sky from the Ji family of the clan of the ancients. A handsome young man was sitting on it, and his right arm seemed to be shining with bright divine light. It's Ji Xian, the young saint of the Ji family, someone exclaimed. Some members of the Archean royal family also rushed over. Someone saw a 9-headed golden lion treading across the sky, full of vigor and might. It was the most prosperous bloodline of the Archean royal family, the 9-headed lion clan. It was rumored that there were very few creatures in this clan, but they were extremely powerful. They were almost at the threshold of the Archean royalty. It would probably not take many years for the 9-headed lion clan to successfully enter the Archean royalty class. There were also the pitch-black sky-swallowing sparrows. They flapped their wings and devoured everything in their path. All in all, there were many top forces like this. People from other forces also knew that they could only pick up the leftovers. In the Jun family of the Emperor State. After some time of preparation, Jun Xiaoyao was also ready to set off. This would be his first time entering the world. Strictly speaking, the 10-years-old banquet could only be regarded as a debut, not a complete entry into the world. This time, he was going to walk out of the Jun family and travel the mystic realm with the double halo of the Jun family's Son of God and Sequence 0. Xiaoyao, take these things. This guardian talisman was refined by the 18th ancestor, and this greater teleportation talisman can be used to shift space at critical moments. All in all, if those old farts dare to lower themselves to make a move against you, my Jun family will definitely make them suffer, Jun Zhangtian said. Thank you, Grandpa. Jun Xiaoyao nodded slightly. However, if you encounter geniuses of the same generation, you'll have to rely on yourself. After all, this is also considered an experience, Jun Zhantian said. Of course. If someone of my generation could defeat me, then there would be no need for me to represent the Jun family in the immortal realm, Jun Xiaoyao said with a calm smile. These Son of God, holy sons, holy daughters, and others who traveled outside represented the face of their respective forces. If he lost to someone else, the faction behind him would also lose face. Xiaoyao, with your status, there will definitely be a lot of people who want to step on you to become famous, Jun Zhantian warned. If they want to step on me to become famous, they'll have to have the luck to do so, Jun Xiaoyao said lightly with his hands behind his back. After that, Jun Xiaoyao and the others prepared to set off. This time, Jun Zhantian and the other elders led the team. Outside the Jun family's mountain gate, a carriage pulled by 9 white jade dragon horses had already been prepared. This kind of white jade dragon horse had an extremely rare bloodline. It had a trace of the white dragon's blood and could ride the clouds and mist, looking extraordinary. If a top genius could obtain a white jade dragon horse, it would be enough for him to show off among his peers. But now, there were 9 white jade draconic horses pulling a carriage. Obviously, this carriage was prepared for Jun Xiaoyao. Next to the carriage stood Jun Zhangjian and Jun Xuehuang, the 2 sequences. There were also some young geniuses of the Jun family who had been training and had been waiting respectfully for a long time. Jun Xiaoyao walked out calmly with Jun Linglong following beside him. Greetings, Lord Son of God. Everyone, including Jun Xuehuang and Jun Zhangjian, saluted Jun Xiaoyao respectfully with admiration in their eyes. Jun Xiaoyao's performance at the 10-years-old banquet was enough to convince these young people of the Jun family. They were also looking forward to seeing what kind of amazing achievements Jun Xiaoyao could make in the supreme treasure of Yuantian. No need to be so polite. By the way, is there one person missing? Jun Xiaoyao raised his eyebrows slightly. Jun Zhangjian said, Son of God, it's Jun Wanjia. He has already left with his followers. Are they dissatisfied with me? Jun Xiaoyao murmured. He didn't care. Dissatisfied, he just needed to beat them into submission. There was nothing that couldn't be solved with his fists. If that didn't work, he would just punch them again. After that, the Jun family's mighty team also set off for the Nanyuan mystical state. At the same time, Xiaochen was also rushing to the Nanyuan mystical state. After all, the supreme treasure of Yuantian was also very important to him. Putting aside other rare fortuitous encounters, the ancient dragon bones alone were extremely important for him to cultivate the spell of dragon transformation in Blue Heaven. Not to mention, Master Blue Dragon also needed the ancient dragon bones to reconstruct his body. Therefore, Xiaochen was determined to succeed in this trip to the secret realm. The Nanyuan mystical state was one of the 3,000 mystical states in the Huangtian mystic realm. It was in the territory of the Daoji Heavenly Sect, a top force. The Daoji Heavenly Sect had attended Jun Xiaoyao's 10-years-old banquet before. The old Daoist of the Daoji Heavenly Sect was full of praise for Jun Xiaoyao. At the moment, in Nantian city of the Nanyuan mystical state. This city was the closest to the supreme treasure of Yuantian. Therefore, it had become very lively recently. All the major forces, the far ancient royal families, strange creatures, and even the demon clan had shown up. It could be said that the good and the bad were mixed together. At this moment, everyone noticed that a group of green-robed figures had appeared in the sky above Nantian city. Look at their clothes. They are the disciples of the Daoji Heavenly Sect. There are also many elders. Why are they all here? Is the leader the old Daoist of the Daoji Heavenly Sect? In terms of status, he is even higher than the sect master of the Daoji Heavenly Sect. Oh my God, even such people have come out to wait. Could it be that they are going to meet someone important? But what kind of important person is worthy of meeting the old Daoist of the Daoji Heavenly Sect? While many cultivators and creatures in Nantian city were in an uproar. In the distant sky, a mighty group of people arrived. There were ships, chariots, and carriages pulled by 9 white jade dragons. The rumbling sound of the carriages crushed the sky. The flag fluttered in the wind, and the word Jun was written on it. Damn, it's the Jun family of the ancients. The people of the Jun family are here. No wonder the Daoji heavenly sect is so cautious. Even the old Taoist has shown up. By the way, is the rumored son of God of the Jun family here? I've heard so many rumors about him that I've grown calluses in my ears. Yes, yes. I heard that the son of God of the Jun family is so handsome that he doesn't look like a human. He looks like a banished immortal from the heavens. Many female cultivators were also looking forward to seeing him with bright eyes. The entire book. This was Jun Xiaoyao's first time traveling outside. However, his name had already spread throughout the entire Huangtian mystic realm. There was almost no one who did not know about it. However, many people knew about Jun Xiaoyao, but very few had actually seen Jun Xiaoyao. Under such curiosity, Jun Xiaoyao seemed even more mysterious, making everyone look forward to seeing him. I didn't expect Elder Jun to come in person this time. Your presence brings light to our Daoji heavenly sect. The old Taoist of the Daoji heavenly sect smiled and cupped his hands. Haha, old Taoist, you're too polite. Jun Zhangtian stepped out and laughed heartily. By the way, that son of God. The old Taoist glanced around. To be honest, there were very few people in the younger generation who could leave a deep impression on him. Jun Xiaoyao was definitely the one who left the deepest impression on him. Haha, I didn't expect to be remembered by you. I'm flattered. On the carriage pulled by 9 white jade dragons, Jun Linglong lifted the bead curtain with her hand, and Jun Xiaoyao walked out calmly. He was dressed in snow-white clothes, and his figure was slender like a bamboo in the breeze. His temperament was excellent. His skin was crystal clear like jade, and his hair was shining. His entire body was shrouded in a hazy mist of immortal light. His peerlessly handsome face was also shrouded in a mist of immortal light. This wasn't deliberately hidden by Jun Xiaoyao. It was his natural physique and the bones of supremacy that made his entire body shrouded in Taoist rhymes and natural immortal light. Oh my God, is that the son of God of the Jun family? What kind of godlike face is this? I love it. Ah, I'm dead. The moment Jun Xiaoyao appeared, the entire Nantian city was in an uproar, not to mention the human female cultivators. At this moment, all the female creatures' eyes were glued to Jun Xiaoyao like magnets meeting iron. Even some of the male cultivators were dumbfounded by the sight. God, why did you let me see the face of the son of God of the Jun family? With this, who else in my life would be able to catch my eye? A proud daughter of heaven from a first-rate orthodoxy raised her head to look. Her beautiful eyes were absent-minded, extremely distressed. The saintess from the other holy land muttered to herself as she tied up her long hair. In this life, I'll keep my long hair for you. If I don't marry you, I won't cut my hair, and I'll comb my own boudoir. Such scenes played out in every corner of Nantian city. It could be said that Jun Xiaoyao's appearance caused the female cultivators to almost freeze in place. Orgasm. Even those men could not bring themselves to be jealous, because the disparity between them was simply too great. Jun Xiaoyao's identity, status, appearance, and strength were all superior to Jun Xiaoyao. Every single one of them left them in the dust. Jun Xiaoyao glanced down indifferently. Those female cultivators reminded him of the die-hard fans who chased after celebrities in his previous life. Although Jun Xiaoyao's appearance was already shrouded in divine brilliance, even a blurry glimpse of him was soul-stirring, enough to make those female cultivators dizzy. Haha, son of God, you're too kind. This old Taoist has already prepared a place for you to stay. Everyone, please, the old Taoist cupped his hands and said. Then, under the old Taoist's lead, Jun Xiaoyao and the others left. The entire Nantian city was in an uproar. It was not hard to imagine that the appearance of the son of God of the Jun family was far more influential than the appearance of any other faction's prides. At this moment, in a house in Nantian city, a young man in silver armor was sitting cross-legged. His face was square and resolute, and there were crisscrossing scars on his cheeks, adding to his bone-chilling temperament. Around him, electric arcs were entwined, and countless lightning runes appeared in the void, exuding a powerful destructive wave. This man was naturally the fifth sequence of the Jun family, Jun Wanjia. In front of him, a follower shrouded in black mist was reporting the situation to him. They're already here? Jun Wanjia's eyes were intertwined with lightning tribulations. At the same time, there was a cold expression on his face. He had arrived at Nantian City in advance, and only some disciples of the Daoji Heavenly Sect had received him. But now, Jun Xiaoyao and the others had arrived, and the entire Daoji Heavenly Sect had been dispatched, including all the disciples and elders. Even the old Taoist, who had a higher status than the sect master, had appeared to welcome them. This kind of differential treatment was too obvious. Although there was also the intention of receiving Jun Zhantian and the other elders of the clan. But Jun Wanjie knew that the main reason was actually Jun Xiaoyao. In the eyes of the people of the Daoji Heavenly Sect, Jun Wanjie's importance was far less than Jun Xiaoyao's. The follower shrouded in black mist also said indignantly, "Those people of the Daoji Heavenly Sect are really blind. How can a fledgling be compared to Lord Wanjie?" This follower was a genius that Jun Wanjie had subdued from the outside world. His name was He Tu, and he was from the Black Cloud clan. Rumor had it that the ancestor of this clan was a black cloud that attained the supreme realm. No one is born high and mighty, not even Jun Xiaoyao. I will prove to the Jun family that he is not worthy of the position of Sequence 0. Jun Wanjie said coldly. He had gone through a lot of hardships, suffered countless injuries, and suffered countless hardships in exchange for the position of the fifth sequence. Jun Xiaoyao had obtained the position of Sequence 0 so easily. Anyone would have exploded mentally if they had been in his shoes. Jun Wanjie asked himself, and he was already very restrained. Sigh, my lord is really too aggrieved. He Tu thought to himself, feeling indignant for Jun Wanjie. A few days passed in a row, and Jun Xiaoyao finally settled down in Nantian City. Although the supreme treasure of Yuantian had shown signs of abnormalities, it would still be a few days before it truly appeared. During these few days, Jun Zhantian also left and began to contact the people in charge of the other immortal orthodoxies. They wanted to unite and turn the entire supreme treasure of Yuantian into a training ground for the younger disciples. No experts of the older generation were allowed to enter. Jun Xiaoyao had nothing to do, so he was very leisurely resting in his residence. Jun Linglong smiled and said, "Sir, I heard that the Nanyuan mystical state has a local specialty called the Tranquil Spirit Tea. Linglong will go and buy it for you now." Jun Linglong was smart, attentive, and considerate. She knew that Jun Xiaoyao liked to drink tea, so she specially inquired about this local specialty. Linglong is so attentive. Whoever marries you in the future will enjoy a good life. Jun Xiaoyao smiled casually. Jun Linglong's pretty face blushed slightly, and she charmingly rolled her eyes at Jun Xiaoyao. She had already made up her mind to follow Jun Xiaoyao and be his servant for the rest of her life. How could she still marry someone else? As for asking Jun Xiaoyao to marry her, Jun Linglong was still self-aware. It was already good enough for her to stay by Jun Xiaoyao's side as his servant. She would not take the initiative to make such an unreasonable request. Of course, if Jun Xiaoyao was willing, Jun Linglong would gladly accept. As for the age difference of more than 10 years, it was actually negligible for cultivators. Not long after, Jun Linglong went out and arrived at a market in Nantian City. Soon, she found the Tranquil Spirit Tea that was at least 10,000 years old. Just as Jun Linglong was about to buy it, a young figure shrouded in black mist appeared, and his tone was cold and playful. "Sorry, I want this Tranquil Spirit Tea. The full book." Jun Linglong frowned slightly and looked over with her beautiful eyes. She was the daughter of the Jun family after all. Although she wasn't as famous as Jun Xiaoyao and the 10 sequences, she still had some reputation. There weren't many people who dared to go against her. The young figure shrouded in black fog was Jun Wanjie's follower, the genius of the Black Cloud tribe. "Hey Tuesday, you're from the Black Cloud tribe?" Jun Linglong frowned. She had Linglong's heart and was knowledgeable. She recognized He Tu as a member of the Black Cloud tribe at a glance. However, she didn't know that He Tu was Jun Wanjie's follower. After all, Jun Linglong didn't pay attention to Jun Wanjie. "I want this Tranquil Spirit Tea. Do you have a problem with that?" He Tu looked at Jun Linglong provocatively. Jun Linglong's eyes shone. She could tell that this wasn't a coincidence. This genius of the Black Cloud tribe was the one who provoked her. "Do you know who I am?" Jun Linglong said calmly, looking noble and arrogant. Only in front of Jun Xiaoyao would she behave like an obedient servant girl. In front of everyone else, she was the daughter of the Jun family. In any case, I am a follower of Master Thousand Calamity. How could I not know noble Lady Linglong's name? He Tu indifferently curled his lips and smiled. I see. Jun Linglong immediately understood after hearing what he said. No wonder this genius of the Black Cloud tribe was so fearless and even dared to provoke her. It turned out that the Sequence 5, Jun Wanjia, was standing behind him. It seemed that He Tu didn't need to be afraid of her. This tea is what Lord Son of God wants. How dare you stop him? Jun Linglong said coldly. Sorry, my lord also wants to drink this tea. Also, don't use Son of God as a shield. My lord is not weaker than him. He Tu said coldly. At this moment, a sword light suddenly shot towards He Tu from afar. At the same time, a cold scolding voice was heard. Where did this blind thing come from? Let me teach you a lesson on behalf of Jun Wanjia. He Tu's expression changed when he sensed the fluctuation of the sword light. His body suddenly vaporized and turned into a cloud of black mist. The sword light pierced through the black fog and landed on the ground behind it. He Tu condensed again, but his face was pale. Vaporizing into mist was the innate ability of the black cloud race. However, every time it was used, it consumed a lot of magic power. Not far away, a figure holding a sword in his arms appeared. It was the 10th sequence, Jun Zhangjian. He had previously wanted to become Jun Xiaoyao's follower, but had been rejected by Jun Xiaoyao. It was indeed inappropriate for an echelon cultivator to become a follower. Although he had been rejected by Jun Xiaoyao, Jun Zhangjian was already prepared to be a follower. It was just that he did not have the title. 10th sequence, Jun Zhangjian, why are you? He Tu's face was pale, and there was fear in his eyes. If it was just Jun Linglong, he would not be afraid. Although Jun Linglong was a noble lady, she had not reached the level of one of the 10 echelon cultivators. Jun Zhangjian, on the other hand, was a genuine echelon cultivator. Although his status and strength were not as high as his master, Jun Wanjia. However, a echelon cultivator was a echelon cultivator. He could not be humiliated. He Tu was also full of doubts. Why did Jun Zhangjian feel like he was Jun Xiaoyao's follower? Who gave you the courage to provoke the people around the Son of God? Was it Jun Wanjia? Jun Zhangjian scolded coldly. He Tu's face turned pale. He was still a little afraid when facing Jun Zhangjian. At this moment, a voice that was as cold as ice sounded in the distance. Jun Zhangjian, you are one of the echelon cultivators, but you are willing to become Jun Xiaoyao's follower. What charm does he have that you are willing to submit to him? When he heard this voice, Jun Zhangjian's expression changed slightly. It was Jun Wanjia's voice. As expected, a figure wrapped in lightning divine radiance descended from the sky. It was Jun Wanjia. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and lightning runes appeared all over his body, making him look like a god of thunder. Is that Jun Wanjia, the 5th sequence of the Jun family? What's going on? Is there going to be a conflict? That seems to be Jun Zhangjian, the 10th sequence of the Jun family, and Linglong. The supreme treasure of Yuan Tian hasn't been opened yet, and the Jun family is going to fight among themselves? Many people were attracted to the scene. Jun Wanjia, what are you doing? Seeing Jun Wanjia's explosive aura, Jun Zhangjian frowned. Jun Wanjia's temper was famous for being tyrannical. He had even taught many members of the Jun family a lesson, let alone outsiders. I can't believe that a sequence of the Jun family has become a follower. If you really want to do this, then you should give up your identity as a sequence of the Jun family as soon as possible. After saying that, Jun Wanjia directly attacked. As he raised his hand, the divine light of thunder appeared. He cultivated the supreme technique, the heavenly method of surviving calamities, and awakened the thunder calamity battle body. Among the 3,000 physiques, it ranked in the top 300. Moreover, this thunder calamity battle body was extremely powerful and lethal, far surpassing Yi Xingyun's kingly body of stars. Rumble, Jun Wanjia pushed out his palm, and the rolling thunder seemed to turn into a torrent, crashing down on Jun Zhangjian and Jun Linglong. Oh no! Jun Zhangjian hurriedly drew his sword, and the dazzling sword light spread out. Jun Linglong made a move as well. However, even if the two of them attacked at the same time, it was still difficult to block Jun Wanjia's attack. A loud rumble was heard. Both Jun Zhangjian and Jun Linglong were shaken, and they took several steps back. Jun Zhangjian was fine. After all, he was a sequence 10. Although he was not as strong as Jun Wanjie, the gap was not too big. Jun Linglong, on the other hand, was slightly weaker. She retreated dozens of steps, and her flawless snow-white face was a little pale. There was a faint trace of blood at the corner of her lips. Jun Wanjie glanced at them and said indifferently, "Today is a warning. Tell Jun Xiaoyao to keep a low profile in the future." After saying that, Jun Wanjie turned around and left. No matter what, Jun Zhangjian and Jun Linglong were both members of the Jun family. It was enough to teach them a lesson and suppress Jun Xiaoyao's arrogance. Jun Wanjie did not intend to seriously injure them. Master strength is indeed the best in the world. Seeing Jun Wanjie defeat Jun Zhangjian and Jun Linglong with a raise of his hand, He Tu's eyes were full of admiration. He turned to look at Jun Linglong and the corners of his mouth curled into a playful smile. "Tell your master that my master is the pillar and hope of the younger generation of the Jun family." After saying that, He Tu followed Jun Wanjie and left. At this time, Jun Linglong spat out another small mouthful of blood. "You're badly injured," Jun Zhangjian said with a hint of helplessness in his tone. Compared to Jun Wanjie, he was indeed inferior. "It's okay. I still have to buy tea for the young master." Jun Linglong did not forget about her own matter and bought some mind-calming spirit tea for Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Zhangjian sighed slightly as he watched. Even at this time, she was still thinking about Jun Xiaoyao. However, Jun Zhangjian also knew that Jun Xiaoyao was not someone who would swallow his anger. Since Jun Wanjie had offended the people around Jun Wanjie, he would not have a good ending. The whole book. Not long after, Jun Linglong and Jun Zhangjian returned to where Jun Xiaoyao was. "Young master, I've bought the tranquil spirit tea." Jun Linglong's slightly pale face revealed a smile. Okay." Jun Xiaoyao had just nodded when he noticed the abnormalities of Jun Linglong and Jun Zhangjian. He frowned slightly, got up, and walked to Jun Linglong. "Young master?" Jun Linglong's expression froze, and she looked a little uneasy. Jun Xiaoyao raised his hand and gently wiped away the faint trace of blood at the corner of Jun Linglong's lips. Such an intimate act made Jun Linglong blush all of a sudden. "What's going on?" Jun Xiaoyao asked indifferently. He wasn't all that fond of Jun Linglong, after all. At least, Jun Linglong was someone by his side. Attacking Jun Linglong was a provocation to him. "I'm sorry, son of God. I couldn't stop Jun Wanjie," Jun Zhangjian said apologetically. "Speak clearly," Jun Xiaoyao said. Then, Jun Zhangjian told Jun Xiaoyao everything that had happened. "You're already injured, and you still want to buy me tea? Are you stupid?" Jun Xiaoyao shook his head slightly. "If young master wants to drink, Linglong will naturally buy it." Jun Linglong felt as sweet as honey when she heard Jun Xiaoyao's words, which seemed to contain a hint of indulgence. "Let's go." Jun Xiaoyao flung his sleeves and said with his hands behind his back. "Where to?" Jun Zhangjian asked instinctively. "Of course to find Jun Wanjie," Jun Xiaoyao said with a smile. However, there was a hint of coldness in that smile. Revenge is a dish best served cold. "What do you mean by the Jun family?" "The bigger picture is the most important thing. Revenge could not be delayed overnight." Since Jun Wanjie had taken the initiative to provoke him, Jun Xiaoyao did not need to give him any face. On the other side, at Jun Wanjie's place, He Tu revealed a look of unwillingness as he said, "My lord, since you are so powerful, why don't you go and suppress Jun Xiaoyao directly?" When he saw Jun Wanjie's domineering attack, He Tu's heart was filled with admiration. At the same time, he also believed that Jun Wanjie could definitely defeat Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Wanjie shook his head slightly and said, "First of all, Jun Xiaoyao has the sacred body of the ancients and the bones of supremacy. He is not weak at all. If I didn't have the advantage of age and cultivation, I might not have been able to deal with him. Secondly, the supreme treasure of Yuan Tian is about to be opened. If I have an internal conflict with Jun Xiaoyao, it will affect my condition. I might even be blamed by the elders." It had to be said that Jun Wanjie had risen from the bottom of the collateral family. He was not stupid. On the contrary, he was very shrewd. Previously, he only made a move to suppress Jun Zhangjian and Jun Linglong. He wanted to slightly suppress Jun Xiaoyao's limelight. It could be said that he stopped when it was appropriate. This way, the effect would be effective. He would not be blamed by the elders, and it would not affect his participation in the fight for the secret treasure. My lord, you are indeed a strategist. I didn't think of this at all. Heitu could not help but be even more impressed. Also, I can guarantee that Jun Xiaoyao will hold back for the time being. He will at least wait until the matter of the secret treasure is over before he dares to make a move on me. Jun Wanjia's lips curled into a cold smile. However, just as he finished speaking, there was a sudden vibration outside the pavilion where he was. What's going on? Just as Jun Wanjia was in a daze, a seal fell from the sky like a falling meteor. It's the seal of the human ruler. Jun Wanjia's expression changed abruptly, and he hurriedly dodged. Heitu's face was also pale. He turned into a wisp of black smoke and rushed out. Boom, the sky and the floor shook. The pavilion where Jun Wanjia lived was directly reduced to nothingness. A huge deep pit appeared where it used to be, and thick cracks spread around it. Such a commotion could be said to have attracted the attention of countless people around. What's going on? Did someone make a move? It seems that something happened to the sequence 5 of the Jun family. Heavens, someone actually razed Jun Wanjia's residence to the ground. The entire Nantian city was in an uproar. One had to know that that was the residence of the sequence 5 of the Jun family. Not to mention razing it to the ground, even passing by on a normal day would have to be very careful. Look, that. Is that the son of God of the Jun family? A cultivator raised his head and suddenly pointed to the sky. Above the dome of the sky, 4 figures stood. Jun Linglong, Jun Shuahuang, and Jun Zhangjian stood at the back. Jun Xiaoyao was at the forefront. One of his hands was behind his back, while the other hand was in a posture where he had just released the seal. It was obvious that he was the one who released the man-ruler seal. Jun Xiao Yao. A cold shout spread out along with billions of lightning bolts. With a loud bang, a figure surrounded by lightning bolts soared into the sky. It was Jun Wanjia. His gaze was fixed on Jun Xiaoyao. It was as if there were 2 pools of lightning rolling in his eyes. Lightning flashed endlessly. He did not expect Jun Xiaoyao to be so decisive. He had just said that Jun Xiaoyao would definitely not make a move on him before the secret treasure was over. In the next moment, he was immediately slapped in the face. Beside him, Heitu also revealed himself. His eyes were filled with fear as he looked at Jun Xiaoyao. He had only heard of Jun Xiaoyao's name before, but he had never seen him in person. This was his first time seeing him. However, he definitely had a deep impression of him. After all, their residences were reduced to nothingness by Jun Xiaoyao's attack. Jun Xiaoyao, what is the meaning of this? Jun Wanjia suppressed the anger in his heart and said coldly. Who gave you the guts to touch the son of God's people? Jun Xiaoyao's tone was indifferent, but it did not lose its dominance. Jun Linglong's heart was beating non-stop. Many female cultivators who were paying attention were also overwhelmed with emotions. They wanted nothing more than to replace Jun Linglong's position. I only punished them a little. I didn't really do anything to them. Is the son of God so petty? Jun Wanjia's tone was extremely cold. Yes, you're right. I am indeed petty. If that's the case, Jun Xiaoyao nodded slightly and looked at Heitu's heart instantly sank to the bottom of an ice cave. You're the one who started it, right? It's fine to kill a brainless follower like you. Jun Xiaoyao raised his hand as soon as he finished speaking. Majestic golden dermic powers erupted like a volcano and intertwined to form a giant golden rune hand. He grabbed with his hand, and it was as if the 5-finger mountains were descending. No, how is this possible? Heitu was so shocked that his soul almost left his body. This was his first time facing Jun Xiaoyao. Naturally, he did not know that Jun Xiaoyao's power had reached such a level. It was as if he was facing a young arch. Enough, stop. Jun Wanjia raised his hand as well. Divine lightning intertwined and formed a giant lightning hand, trying to stop Jun Xiaoyao. The son of God wants to kill. Can you stop me? Jun Xiaoyao shook his head and sighed. He reached out with his other hand. Dragon Qi erupted and turned into a golden dragon claw that collided with Jun Wanjia's move. It was the severing dragon hand that he had refined from Long Haoyan's dragon essence. On the other side, Jun Xiaoyao continued to suppress He Tuesday. He Tu gritted his teeth and used the unique technique of the Black Cloud tribe again, turning his qi into mist. The giant golden rune hand dispersed the black mist but could not kill him. Haha, what sequence 0? You can't even kill me. How are you going to compete with the Lord? He Tu's figure condensed again. His face was pale and he still had lingering fear. However, he was relieved. It seemed that Jun Xiaoyao could not do anything to him for the time being. Are you really brainless? Jun Xiaoyao tilted his head slightly as if he was looking at a clown. He raised his hand again and activated the divine elephant overpowering force. The pitch-black hellfire crucible pressed down from the sky like a furnace that could refine gods and devils. It erupted with endless suction force. No, what is this? He Tu was so scared that his soul almost left his body. He hurriedly used qi into mist again. However, all the black mist was instantly absorbed and refined by the hellfire crucible. He Tu's shrill scream came from within. After a while, the scream suddenly stopped, the complete book the world fell into a dead silence. Looking at He Tu, who was killed in 2 moves, all the cultivators around Nantian City secretly swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He Tu was a skypride of the Black Cloud tribe. Not only was he not weak, but he was also very strong. His strength was even comparable to the skyprides of some of the major sects and orthodoxies. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become Jun Wanjia's follower. Now, Jun Xiaoyao killed a skypride effortlessly with a flip of his hand. All of the cultivators who saw Jun Xiaoyao in action for the first time were shocked by what they saw. The son of God of the Jun family, Sequence 0, lived up to his name. Jun Xiaoyao. A furious roar exploded like a sudden clap of thunder. It was Jun Wanjia. He was so angry that his hair stood on end. Lightning shot out from his eyes, showing that he was extremely angry. His own follower was killed in front of him. This was a slap in the face. Moreover, it was a merciless slap. Boom, Jun Wanjia didn't say anything else. He couldn't take it anymore. He would talk about the consequences later. Right now, Jun Wanjia only wanted to suppress Jun Xiaoyao. He slapped out with one hand. Terrifying lightning poured out and turned into tens of thousands of lightning bolts. The energy waves were so powerful that it was terrifying. This was a powerful lightning-type martial art, the 8 Baron Thunder Palm. With Jun Wanjia's Thunder Calamity battle body, any skypride of the Celestial Bridge realm would be injured or killed with a single slap. Son of God, be careful. Jun Zhangjian couldn't help but remind him. Although he knew that Jun Xiaoyao was very strong, Jun Wanjia wasn't weak either. Previously, he and Jun Linglong couldn't block Jun Wanjia's move. However, as soon as Jun Zhangjian said that, he choked and his pupils slowly widened. Jun Xiaoyao clenched his fist and punched out lightly. There wasn't the slightest bit of smoke or fire, but it seemed to erupt with the roar of a dragon. The shadow of a true dragon coiled around the tip of his fist and exploded with a bang. It was Zulong's supernatural power, Dragon Fist. At the same time, the 70,000 granules of the mammoth within his body, augmented by 300 million kilograms of divine power, poured out in torrents along with this punch. When the two powers overlapped, the ripples seemed to be able to push through the heavens for 100,000 miles. Rumble. Terrifying mana ripples spread out like a small nuclear bomb exploding. The entire Nantian city seemed to tremble. Under everyone's gazes, a figure flew out from the center of the collision like a kite with its string cut. Blood splattered all over the sky. It was Jun Wanjia. His figure flew backward, and the arm that he used to punch was twisted in a strange way. It was obvious that his bones were broken. His face was pale as he looked at Jun Xiaoyao with shock that he had never felt before. There were many things that one wouldn't be able to understand if they didn't experience it personally and only watched from the sidelines. Jun Wanjia finally understood the despair that Yi Xingyun and Long Haoyan felt back then. It was as if he wasn't facing a person at all. He was facing a young great emperor. Jun Xiaoyao, your strength. Jun Wanjia stopped himself from retreating, and his pupils trembled slightly. Not only him, but the entire Nantian city was stunned. Jun Zhongjian was completely dumbfounded. He knew that Jun Xiaoyao wasn't afraid of Jun Wanjie, but he didn't expect him to be so overwhelming. Lord Son of God is truly invincible. Jun Shuahuang exclaimed. Master. Jun Linglong's beautiful eyes were filled with admiration and admiration. This was her master, invincible in this world. I don't believe it. Again. No matter what, Jun Wanjie had risen from the bottom after all. He was more determined than people like Yi Xingyun. He obviously wouldn't admit defeat just like that. Jun Wanjie's body was surrounded by lightning. His broken bones made crackling sounds, and then his arm was restored. As expected of the Thunder Calamity Combat Constitution. It said that this kind of constitution can be tempered by the heavenly tribulation and make the body unbelievably strong. Seeing Jun Wanjie's restored arm, many cultivators' eyes flickered. The Thunder Calamity Combat Constitution was ranked in the top 300 among the 3,000 constitutions. It was extraordinary. So what if his body is strong? It was still shattered by the Son of God of the Jun family with one punch. It can only be said that compared to the sacred body of the ancients, the Thunder Calamity Combat Constitution is trash. Many female cultivators curled their lips and said disdainfully. At this moment, they had already become Jun Xiaoyao's die-hard fans. How many young geniuses in the Huangtian mystic realm who were as good-looking and strong as him? At this moment, Jun Wanjie stood in the sky, surrounded by lightning. There was no longer a trace of contempt in his eyes when he looked at Jun Xiaoyao. I cultivate the supreme method and have the Thunder Calamity Combat Constitution. I will punish on behalf of the heavens and control thousands of thunder calamities. 8 Thunder's Prohibition, Desolate Thunder God. Jun Wanjie roared into the sky. Hundreds of millions of lightning bolts burst out and intertwined in the void. Black tribulation clouds rolled, as if a thunder god was manifesting. Such a scene was shocking. Punish on behalf of the heavens? Ridiculous. Jun Xiaoyao's expression was calm. Even the heavens have to bow before the Son of God, let alone you. Jun Xiaoyao's black hair fluttered in the wind. His cold words were boundlessly domineering. He activated the golden spirit sea of the sacred body of the ancients. Vigorous mana burst out and vaguely condensed into a golden divine elephant that suppressed time and space. The divine elephant overpowering force was activated to the extreme. At the same time, his left hand conjured the combatant formula. Sabers, spears, swords, halberds, axes, battle axes, hooks, and tridents. Thousands of divine weapons condensed from the void with a murderous sound that shook heaven and earth. His right hand, on the other hand, conjured a lifelike true dragon shadow with dragon chi. It was Zulong's abijna that he refined from the dragon essence, the true dragon heaven imprisonment technique. The two moves were executed together. The true dragon shadow burst into the sky and crashed into the thunder god in the black tribulation clouds. The collision of the two caused the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. Thousands of divine weapons rushed toward Jun Wanjie. How could? Jun Wanjie was hit before he could react. Even though he defended with all his might, he was still severely impacted. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood as his bones and tendons were broken. Jun Xiaoyao summoned the devil's wings and flew through the void at extreme speed. In an instant, he landed above Jun Wanjie. Augmented with divine power, his foot landed like the foot of a god king. Boom! A scalp-numbing sound was heard. His foot landed directly on Jun Wanjie's chest. The two of them fell like meteors. Accompanied by a rumbling sound. Jun Wanjie's body hit the ground heavily. Jun Xiaoyao's foot was still on Jun Wanjie's chest with one hand behind his back. His sleeves fluttered in the wind, untainted by a speck of dust. This kind of contrast was too great, giving people a kind of unreal feeling. The sequence 5 of the Jun family was currently being stepped on by Jun Xiaoyao, unable to move. Was Jun Wanjie weak? Absolutely not. Everyone saw Jun Wanjie's power just now. Then, there was only one result left. Jun Xiaoyao was too strong. Many people could see that Jun Xiaoyao hadn't used all his strength at all. He hadn't even used the supremacy bone or the sacred body. Jun Xiaoyao, let go of your foot. Jun Wanjie's face turned red as he shouted angrily, unable to remain calm. Boom! When Jun Xiaoyao heard this, he stomped heavily on Jun Wanjie again, causing blood to gush out of his mouth and his sternum to shatter. Why don't you just be a sequence 5 obediently? Why are you so blind? Jun Xiaoyao said indifferently. I haven't lost yet. As long as you give me time. Jun Wanjie's expression was ferocious as he roared indignantly. I'm not interested in a loser. Even if I give you 100,000 years, you can only look at my back in vain until you can't see me anymore. Jun Xiaoyao's words were murderous. Jun Wanjie's face turned red and blue. He spat out a mouthful of blood again. He was so angry that his Taoist heart was about to collapse. The whole book he was trampled on in front of all the cultivators in Nantian City. If it was anyone else, they would have collapsed, let alone someone as proud and arrogant as Jun Wanjie. Coupled with Jun Xiaoyao's words, Jun Wanjie felt that his mind was collapsing inch by inch. He had gone through countless difficulties and obstacles to climb to his current position. In the end, he was kicked down by Jun Xiaoyao again. One could only imagine how he felt. Jun Xiaoyao, you. Jun Wanjie was trembling all over. He was about to explode. The supreme technique you have, the heavenly technique of overcoming calamities, is useful to me. As Jun Xiaoyao spoke, he directly searched Jun Wanjie's body for the jade scroll that was branded with the heavenly technique of overcoming calamities. Jun Xiaoyao did not lack supreme techniques, but the heavenly technique of overcoming calamities was related to the heavenly tribulation. He still had to go through the tribulation of the sacred body of the ancients in the future. Having the heavenly technique of overcoming calamities as a reference would be of some help to him. Watching Jun Xiaoyao take away the heavenly skill of overcoming calamities, Jun Wanjie felt his blood boil in his chest, yet there was nothing he could do but watch. You're not convinced, are you? Let me think about it. If I kill you directly, will the family punish me? Jun Xiaoyao lowered his eyes slightly and looked at Jun Wanjie indifferently. His cold words made Jun Wanjie's face, which was originally filled with indignation and anger, freeze in an instant. Jun Xiaoyao wanted to kill him. Moreover, Jun Wanjie thought about it carefully. With Jun Xiaoyao's current status in the Jun family, what would happen if he killed him? The answer was nothing would happen at all. Jun Xiaoyao's current status was far from what he, a sequence 5, could compare to. If Jun Xiaoyao killed him, the Jun family would at most give him a warning on the surface. There would not even be any substantial punishment. Jun Wanjie felt cold all over at the thought of this result. Jun Xiaoyao would not be punished for killing him. However, he would lose his life for nothing. As if seeing the panic in Jun Wanjie's eyes, Jun Xiaoyao's lips curved into a faint smile. In this world, how many people were not afraid of death? But to be honest, Jun Xiaoyao wasn't willing to kill Jun Wanjie if it wasn't necessary. It wasn't that he was soft-hearted. However, as the son of God of the Jun family and Sequence 0, killing a Sequence 0 would have a bad impact on the family. At the very least, the elders of the other branches of the Jun family and the other sequences might have some opinions about him. Jun Xiaoyao was not afraid of trouble, but he was too lazy to deal with it. However, Jun Xiaoyao would not allow Jun Wanjie to leave and leave behind hidden dangers. Therefore, the only viable solution was, now, I'll give you 2 choices. Submit to me and plant a slave imprint on you, or, die. Jun Xiaoyao gave Jun Wanjie a choice. Jun Wanjie's face instantly turned pale as he gritted his teeth. He knew that even if he died here today, no one would avenge him. However, if he submitted to Jun Xiaoyao, his Dao heart would completely collapse, and he would only become Jun Xiaoyao's slave in the future. My patience is limited. I'll only give you 3 breaths of time. Jun Xiaoyao frowned. Jun Wanjie's body trembled violently. He got up with difficulty and then knelt down. He didn't want to die, because there was still an obsession in his heart that had not been completed. Oh? What a surprise. Seeing Jun Wanjie kneeling in front of him, Jun Xiaoyao was slightly surprised. He had thought that with Jun Wanjie's personality, he would rather die than submit. Jun Wanjie is willing to submit to young master. He spat out the words with difficulty. Jun Xiaoyao nodded slightly. In the divine palace in his mind, a soul slave seal was formed. Jun Wanjie's divine palace was in an open state and was directly implanted with a slave seal. With this, Jun Xiaoyao could control Jun Wanjia's life and death without worrying about any hidden dangers. Of course, this kind of slave seal had to be voluntary. Otherwise, it would be difficult to forcibly implant it. Your choice surprised this son of God. Jun Xiaoyao looked Jun Wanjia straight in the eyes. Jun Wanjia's face showed a trace of disappointment, but in the end, he sighed and said, "Young master, I have a biological sister. She was placed in the lower realm when she was young. I swore that I would bring her back to the immortal domain, so I can't die." Jun Wanjia's words made Jun Xiaoyao raise his eyebrows slightly. So this was the plan. He was separated from his biological sister when he was young and then worked hard to become stronger to find his sister. Jun Xiaoyao knew that the entire world was divided into 9 heavens and 10 earths. The 9 heavens referred to the 9 heavens immortal domain. The Huangtian immortal domain was one of the 9 heavens immortal domains. The 10 earths referred to the 10 vast continents in the lower realm. Generally speaking, the boundary between the 9 heavens and 10 earths was very difficult to break. If one wanted to send a person to the lower realm, they would have to pay a huge price. Moreover, there was a limit to their cultivation level. It was no wonder that Jun Wanjia wanted to cultivate to become stronger and then climb to a higher level. It turned out that he wanted to go to the lower realm to find his sister. Let's talk about this later. If this son of God has the chance to go to the lower realm, it's not impossible to bring your sister back. Jun Xiaoyao said calmly. Since Jun Wanjia was already his slave, he was no longer a threat to him. Why not give him a sweet date? Jun Wanjia's originally disappointed face immediately froze when he heard this. Then, a trace of excitement appeared. The resentment in his heart before melted at this moment. There was nothing more important than reuniting him with his sister. Thank you, young master. I was blind before and overestimated myself. Jun Wanjia kowtowed heavily to Jun Xiaoyao. Just now, he had reluctantly submitted because of the pressure of life and death. Now, however, he was truly and wholeheartedly submitting to Jun Xiaoyao. Seeing this scene, Jun Zhangjian and Jun Xuehuang looked at each other and took a deep breath. Jun Wanjia, the thorn in the 10 sequences, who had the most rebellious and domineering personality, was subdued just like that. Young master, both your strength and wisdom are amazing. Jun Linglong also exclaimed. Although she had the 7 orifices Linglong's heart, she always felt that it was not enough in front of Jun Xiaoyao. A conflict within the Jun family was resolved just like that. Jun Wanjia, the 5th sequence, had completely submitted to Jun Xiaoyao. Together with Jun Zhangjian and Jun Xuehuang. Out of the 10 sequences of the Jun family, 3 of them had completely surrendered to him. Grandpa has always been worried that the other sequences would find trouble with me. Maybe it won't be long before all the 10 sequences submit to me, Jun Xiaoyao thought to himself. However, he also knew that the most powerful people in the Jun family were the first few sequences. Those sequences were either cultivating in seclusion or training outside. He hadn't seen them until now. Among them, there were people with polychoria and geniuses who had obtained forbidden inheritances. Jun Zhangjian, Jun Wanjia, and the others were far from comparable. Let's go back and wait for the supreme treasure of Yuantian to open. Jun Xiaoyao waved his sleeves and left like a banished immortal. He was looking forward to checking into the supreme treasure. The complete book after Jun Wanjia's incident, the news spread throughout the entire Nantian city. The story of Jun Xiaoyao suppressing the sequence 5 and forcing him to submit was also widely known. Although this was considered an internal conflict within the Jun family, Jun Xiaoyao's strength could still be seen. In the western district of Nantian City, a group of young geniuses was having a gathering in an exquisite and gorgeous pavilion. This group of young geniuses came from various orthodoxies, and their auras were not weak. However, among them, there was a young man sitting in the middle, like the moon surrounded by stars. This young man was wearing a golden robe. He was handsome, and his skin was as white as jade. The most eye-catching thing about him was his right arm, which seemed to be shining with divine light. If one looked closely, they would see that there were many sacred runes imprinted on his arm bone. This young man was Ji Xian, a famous genius from the Ji family of the clan of the ancients. At this moment, at the banquet, a young genius smiled at Ji Xian and said respectfully, "Brother Ji Xian will be the winner of the supreme treasure of Yuantian this time." Yes, Brother Ji Xian is known as the Little Saint, and he is the son of the Holy Spirit College. His status is not comparable to other geniuses. Many young geniuses were flattering him. Ji Xian's status was enough for them to suck up to him. This was because Ji Xian was not only a genius from the Ji family of the ancients. He was also a son of the Holy Spirit College. The Holy Spirit College was an extremely profound college in the Huangtian mystic realm, which had been passed down for countless years. The geniuses who came out of the college were from all the major forces in the Huangtian mystic realm. Many clan of the ancients and the immortal Jin dynasty would even send some of their younger disciples to the Holy Spirit College to cultivate. In the Holy Spirit Academy, only the most outstanding disciples could obtain the status of the Holy Son. The fact that Ji Xian could become sons of heaven was enough to show that his talent and strength were far superior to his peers. Some geniuses also secretly looked at Ji Xian's faintly glowing right arm. It was rumored that Ji Xian's right arm had fused with the bone of a saint king. In the sage realm, a sage king was an existence that was even more powerful than a sage. A sage king was enough to look down on the world with disdain and awe. As for Ji Xian, he was only at the consolidation realm and had already fused with a piece of the saint king's hand bone. One could only imagine how powerful he was. Even with his current cultivation level, he was still unable to unleash 10 to 20% of the Saint King's hand bone's power. But it was enough for him to laugh proudly at his peers. It was also because of this piece of the Sage King's hand bone that he received the title of Little Sage. Speaking of status, he reminds me of the son of God of the Jun family, one of the geniuses said. As soon as he said this, the lively banquet quieted down. A faintly oppressive atmosphere emerged. Over the past few days, they had been in Nantian City. Naturally, they had heard about the incident between Jun Xiaoyao and Jun Wanjie. For these geniuses, not to mention Jun Wanjie, even Jun Zhangjian was an existence that they had to look up to. And Jun Wanjie, who could easily suppress Jun Xiaoyao, was like the sun and moon in the sky to them. They could only look at him but not touch him. Some people looked at Ji Xian faintly. They had just said that Ji Xian's status was very high, but compared to Jun Xiaoyao, it seemed that it was nothing. Ji Xian's expression did not change much. He picked up a glass of wine and sipped slowly, but his eyes were very deep. The son of God of the Jun family. Ji Xian muttered to himself. To be honest, when he learned that Jun Xiaoyao had appeared in Nantian City, Ji Xian really wanted to compete with Jun Xiaoyao. It was not for anything else, but for the family behind him. For the Huangtian mystic realm, there had always been a saying that there were 3 families of the clan of the ancients. The so-called 3 families of the clan of the ancients were the most famous, the most powerful, and the most outstanding geniuses of the younger generation. Among them, the geniuses of the younger generation were one of the important indicators to measure the 3 families of the clan of the ancients. After all, the entire clan of the ancients could only be passed down if the younger generation was prosperous. The Ji family used to be one of the 3 families of the clan of the ancients, but now it had become the Jun family, the Jian family, and the Yi family. Needless to say, the Jun family had always been full of geniuses. In the previous generation, Jun Wuhui alone was enough to establish the Jun family as one of the 3 families of the ancients. In the current generation, there were also the 10 sequences, and Jun Xiaoyao, who was an anomaly. In the current generation of the Jiang family, there was also Jiang Xingyi with the innate spirit vessel, Jiang Luoli with the Yuan spirit vessel, and several other geniuses with the king body. As for the Yi family, there was no need to say much about Yi Xingyun and the others with the king body. Yi Guchen, the reincarnation of the sword demon, was enough to lead the Yi family for tens of thousands of years. Because of this, Ji Xian felt that it was unfair. Did the Ji family not have any geniuses? However, Ji Xian was no fool. He knew that Jun Xiaoyao was not someone who was easy to deal with. But he had the bone of the Saint King, and he was also a top genius. It was impossible for him to be afraid of Jun Xiaoyao. Some people noticed that Ji Xian's mood was not quite right, and they forced a smile and said, "Haha, why are you talking about the son of God of the Jun family? Is brother Ji Xian not better than the son of God of the Jun family?" That's right, brother Ji Xian is also someone who is better than the sequence of the Jun family, a young genius flattered. They were not talking nonsense. Ji Xian had indeed fought with Jun Zhangjian before. At that time, he took advantage of the fact that his cultivation level was slightly higher, and he was able to defeat Jun Zhangjian by a few moves. Although Ji Xian's strength was now stronger, it was impossible for others to stay the same. Jun Xiaoyao, if he doesn't provoke me first, I don't have to provoke him first. Moreover, I found some secrets about Supreme Yuan Tian and that thing in a broken ancient book in the Holy Spirit College. Ji Xian murmured to himself. He had not come unprepared. Because he had once found an ancient book in the library of the Holy Spirit College by chance. There was not only a supreme token of Yuan Tian in it, but also an ancient talisman. Some of the deeds and secrets of Supreme Yuan Tian were vaguely recorded in the ancient book. There seemed to be a rare item hidden in the supreme treasure of Yuan Tian. If he could get it, he could create an invincible young supreme. After Ji Xian obtained this opportunity, he was very excited. He had been patiently waiting for the supreme treasure of Yuan Tian to appear. Now, the time had finally come. As long as I can seize this opportunity, I, Ji Xian, will soar to the sky and stand at the top of the younger generation of the Huangtian mystic realm. When the time comes, I will defeat all the young supreme beings of the three families of the Yu family. Who can stop me? Ji Xian took a deep breath as he thought of the scene that might happen in the future. His eyes surged. At the same time, at the gate of Nantian City, a figure wearing a cloak and a hood entered the city. He raised his head, revealing a handsome face. It was none other than Xiaochen. The whole book Xiaochen had finally arrived at Nantian City after several days of traveling in the open. He heard the news about Jun Xiaoyao as soon as he entered Nantian City. Xiaochen felt as if thunder was rumbling in his head when he heard the news. His face went pale. Jun Xiaoyao is even stronger than before. Xiaochen clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. For some reason, he always felt powerless when facing Jun Xiaoyao, like an ant trying to shake a tree. Xiaochen, calm down. You are not weak now. If you can get the ancient dragon bone and the supreme treasure, it is not impossible for you to surpass Jun Xiaoyao. The voice of Master Blue Dragon was heard in Xiaochen's mind. Xiaochen took a deep breath and said, "You're right, great ancestor. My mind is messed up. I must seize this opportunity." Xiaochen had a decent temperament. He had a kind of indomitable will, which was why he had been able to persevere until now. However, Xiaochen did not know that. In the distance behind him, a woman covered in a large gauze robe was following him from a distance. Her face was covered with a white veil, only revealing a pair of watery eyes. It was Wu Mingyue, the eldest princess of the Jin dynasty, who had sneaked out. Xiaochen will not be in any danger for the time being, Wu Mingyue mumbled to herself. She then thought of Jun Xiaoyao, who had been the subject of much discussion during this time. The rumored son of God of the Jun family is so powerful that he can easily suppress the sequence 5 of the Jun family. Wu Mingyue sighed. She was the eldest princess of the Jin dynasty and had a very high status. However, even she felt like she had to look up to the son of God of the Jun family. Jun Xiaoyao's noble status was so high that even she, the eldest princess of the Jin dynasty, could not compare. It is said that the son of God of the Jun family is like a fairy. I really want to see what kind of person he is. Wu Mingyue could not help but be curious. She was not a superficial person. Otherwise, she would not have fallen in love with Xiaochen. However, Jun Xiaoyao had been rumored to be a god, which piqued her curiosity. In the pavilion of the Jun family in Nantian City, Jun Xiaoyao sat cross-legged and adjusted his breath, waiting for the supreme treasure of Yuan Tian to appear. Not long after, Jun Zhangtian and the other elders of the family returned. They also knew what happened between Jun Xiaoyao and Jun Wanjie. Xiaoyao, you did the right thing. Sometimes, you need to use thunderous means to stabilize your position as sequence 0. Not only did Jun Zhangtian not blame him, but he was also very supportive. Would the other elders have anything to say? Jun Xiaoyao asked. Criticize? Who would dare? You are the son of God personally appointed by the 18th ancestor. Coupled with your unparalleled talent, no one would dare to do anything to you even if you killed Jun Wanjie, let alone making him your slave, said Jun Zhangtian. Jun Xiaoyao nodded slightly. This was within his expectations. As for the supreme treasure of Yuan Tian, the imperishable orthodoxies have already reached an agreement. The treasure will probably be opened in a few days. When the time comes, we will seal the place and only allow the younger generation to enter. The supreme treasure will be your stage. Hearing this, Jun Xiaoyao nodded slightly and said, Grandpa, don't worry. Xiaoyao will not bring shame to the name of the Jun family. Haha, I believe in you, Jun Zhantian said with a smile. He was very confident in his grandson. A few days later. In the great wild forest, thousands of miles away from Nantian City, there was a sudden vibration. The pressure of a supreme being spread out. At the same time, wisps of strange black fog began to spread in the deepest part of the great wild forest. Wherever the grey fog passed, all kinds of monsters, archaean remains, and pure-blooded creatures began to roar with bloodshot eyes as if they had gone mad. This is not quite right with the supreme treasure of Yuantian. In the void, several silhouettes appeared from time to time. The one who spoke was the old Taoist of the Daoji Heavenly Sect. The Nanyuan mystical state was the headquarters of the Daoji Heavenly Sect. As the most powerful person in the Daoji Heavenly Sect, the old Taoist was naturally in charge of planning. At this moment, he looked at the grey fog spreading out from the depths of the great wild forest and frowned slightly. Why do I feel that the grey fog is somewhat similar to the dark matter of the foreign realm? An old man in a luxurious robe said hesitantly. He was an elder of the Ji family of the clan of the ancients. His name was Ji Bangyin, and he was also Ji Xian's guardian this time. Hearing his words, the hearts of the other great figures trembled. It is somewhat similar, but it is far from being comparable to the real dark matter. Jun Zhantian was among the big shots. He thought for a moment and shook his head slightly. The foreign realm's dark matter was an extremely strange and terrifying existence. Just a little bit of it could cause creatures to go mad and mutate, and in the worst case, they would die. Although the grey fog was also strange, it was still incomparable to the real dark matter. Haha, if the Jun family is afraid, you can be a coward. An old man with a green dragon horn on his head and a sky-blue robe sneered coldly. He was an elder of the Tsang dragon branch in Zulong, and he was there to protect Long Bichi. Hearing this, Jun Zhantian snorted coldly and said, What? You green-skinned loach, do you want to follow in the footsteps of that black-skinned loach? Hearing Jun Zhantian's words, the elder of the Tsang dragon branch turned pale. He snorted heavily and said no more. The Jun family's 18th ancestor had killed Supreme Yulong in 3 moves, which had greatly intimidated Zulong. At least before Zulong was ready, they would not have a large-scale conflict with the Jun family. So, should we continue this trial? On the other side, a thin and tall old man asked. He was an elder of the Jiang family of the ancients, and he had brought the Jiang family's geniuses with him. And the one he brought was none other than the Jiang family's goddess, Xianxia. Although Xianxia was Jun Xiaoyao's aunt in name, she was only 24 years old. She was also a genius of the younger generation. Of course we have to continue. If we back down at the slightest difficulty, then these geniuses will not be able to participate in the Emperor Road in the future. Ji Bangyin pretended to be serious. However, his real purpose was to make the Ji family's Ji Xian famous. After a round of discussion, the leaders of the imperishable orthodoxies came to a decision. Meanwhile, in Nantian City, Jun Xiaoyao and the others also sensed the movement from the great wild forest. Is it finally starting? Jun Xiaoyao stood up and walked out of the door. He was dressed in a white robe and looked into the distance. In another pavilion in Nantian City, the little Saint Ji Xian also stood up. His right arm, which had merged with the Saint King's hand bone, was behind his back. After all, he had the advantage. Not only did he have the supreme token of Yuan Tian, but he also had the ancient talisman and some secrets in the secret treasure. Ji Xian was one step ahead of everyone else. I will make the Ji family's name known in the secret treasure of Yuan Tian. Ji Xian smiled confidently. In a restaurant in Nantian City, Xiao Chen, who had eaten and drunk to his heart's content, set off. I, Xiao Chen, must get the supreme treasure and the ancient dragon bone. The complete book at the same time, on the other side of the great wild forest. Dragons with azure scales were flapping their wings in the sky. Long Bichi stood proudly on the head of the flying dragon. She was wearing a suit of azure armor that wrapped around her slender body. Her face was beautiful and heroic. 2 azure dragon horns protruded from her hair. They looked like they were carved from jade and were faintly glowing. The secret chamber is finally going to be opened. I would like to see if the son of God of the Jun family has 3 heads and 6 arms. Long Bichi raised her eyebrows. She didn't underestimate Jun Xiaoyao. However, she didn't think that Jun Xiaoyao was invincible. After all, in this world of great battles, there were many talents and kings fighting for supremacy. Who was qualified to call themselves invincible? Since no one was, Jun Xiaoyao couldn't be invincible. Long Bichi thought that even if she couldn't defeat Jun Xiaoyao, she could at least escape unscathed. On the other side, Long Bichi and Zulong was not the only one. There were also the young kings of the 9-headed lions, the top far ancient royal family. There were also the powerful sky-swallowing sparrows. Nantian City. Jun Xiaoyao and the others were ready to depart. They stepped out of the void and immediately attracted the attention of everyone. There was nothing he could do about it. With Jun Xiaoyao's current popularity, as soon as his identity was exposed and he was recognized, he would attract everyone's attention wherever he went. Jun Xiaoyao didn't care. Right at this moment, a soft and tender female voice that sounded like a warbler leaving a valley sounded. Xiaoyao, long time no see. Jun Xiaoyao stopped in his tracks when he heard the voice and turned around to look. A group of people came over on a flying boat. The leader of the group was a young woman in a snow-white robe. Her hair and clothes fluttered in the wind, making her look like a fairy. Her face was crystal clear and seemed to be radiating light. Her eyebrows were like the distant mountains and her eyes were clear. She was very beautiful and had a kind of otherworldly beauty. Perhaps it was because she had the innate Taoist embryo, she was born to be compatible with the Taoist principle, which made her look very harmonious and natural. Who else could this woman be other than Xianxia? It's the goddess of the Jiang family. Many people shifted their gazes. The eyes of many male cultivators were filled with amazement, and they were slightly stunned. Little. Jun Xiaoyao was just about to speak. Jiang Xingyi snorted softly, as if reminding him of something. Sister Xingyi. Jun Xiaoyao had no choice but to change the way he addressed her. That's more like it. Jiang Xingyi smiled, revealing her sparkling white teeth. Although she was much more mature than Jiang Luoli, she was still a young woman after all. Her personality wasn't too mature and old-fashioned. Jun Xiaoyao didn't expect that Jiang Xingyi would come instead of Jiang Luoli. Seeing Jun Xiaoyao's expression, Jiang Xingyi teased, "What's wrong? Are you disappointed that you didn't see Luoli?" No, Jun Xiaoyao answered honestly. He didn't care about that short-legged girl. She's being forced to cultivate in the family. She's furious that she can't see you this time, Jiang Xingyi said with a smile. Then let her cultivate. By the way, Sister Xingyi, are we going together? Jun Xiaoyao asked. After all, Jiang Xingyi was his mother's distant cousin. If possible, he didn't mind taking care of her. You're so mischievous. Who should take care of whom? Jiang Xingyi rolled her eyes at Jun Xiaoyao charmingly. She should be the one protecting Jun Xiaoyao. Okay, then I'll leave it to you, Sister Xingyi. Jun Xiaoyao didn't care. He didn't need anyone's protection anyway. Looking at Jun Xiaoyao, who was casually chatting with Jiang Xingyi, all the male cultivators present showed envious eyes. The female cultivators, on the other hand, were envious of Jiang Xingyi for being able to talk to Jun Xiaoyao. For a moment, the people present didn't know who to be envious of. At this moment, the voice of the Daoji Heavenly Sect's elder Taoist echoed in the sky above Nantian City. Everyone, this time when the supreme treasure of Yuan-Tian opens, the immortal orthodoxy will seal off the sky and the earth. Cultivators of the older generation are not allowed to enter. This time, the supreme treasure is extremely dangerous. Those who are weak should know what's good for them and leave. Otherwise, you may still be alive. As soon as he finished speaking, a bright light soared into the sky and floated above the great wild forest. It was a huge mirror. The surface of the mirror was like a pool of clear water. This is the ancient sacred weapon of the Jun family, the sky mirror. Jun Zhangjian said. The sky mirror could reflect the scenery of heaven and earth. Jun Xiaoyao knew that this was because they were afraid that the geniuses of the immortal orthodoxy would die in the supreme treasure. If they were in danger, they would be able to help in time with the sky mirror. Let's go. Jun Xiaoyao flicked his sleeves and said. Yes. Behind him, Jun Zhangjian, Jun Xuehuang, Jun Wanjia, and Jun Linglong nodded and responded like respectful servants and maids. Jiang Xingyi also followed along with some geniuses of the Jiang family. There was also surprise in her eyes. It seems that my nephew is starting to gain momentum. While Jun Xiaoyao and the others were heading to the Great Wild Forest, the entire Nantian city was in motion. Although the elder Taoist had warned them that the supreme treasure of Yuan-Tian was very dangerous, it still couldn't stop these cultivators from being fanatical. That was the supreme treasure of a supreme being. Any opportunity they found could help them rise. After all, these cultivators didn't come from powerful forces. They had to find all kinds of resources and opportunities on their own. Ji Xian and the others from the Ji family also set off with a group of geniuses. At the gate of Nantian City, Xiao Chen, who was wearing a cloak and a hood, raised his head and looked at Jun Xiaoyao and the others as they left. A touch of hatred and determination appeared in his eyes. Jun Xiaoyao, wait, Xiao Chen also rushed to the Great Wild Forest. Behind him, Wu Mingyue, who was hiding in the dark, followed him. She didn't want Xiao Chen to train alone in the dangerous supreme treasure of Yuan-Tian. At the same time, Long Bichi, the nine-headed lion, and the sky-swallowing sparrow also set off from the Archean royalty. The entire area around the Great Wild Forest was in an uproar. Nantian City was only a few hundred miles away from the Great Wild Forest. In less than 15 minutes, Jun Xiaoyao and the others arrived at the Great Wild Forest. Jun Xiaoyao looked around. The forest was boundless, and there was a strange gray mist spreading everywhere. It was ominous. In the deepest part of the forest, there was a supreme qi pervading the air, and there was a strange phenomenon. There was no doubt that was where the supreme treasure of Yuan-Tian was located. Only those who had the supreme token of Yuan-Tian could go to the deepest part of the treasure. However, the rest of the people could also find some treasures outside. Therefore, all the cultivators rushed to the Great Wild Forest at the same time. At the same time, in the Great Wild Forest, there were also tiger remains and pure-blooded creatures roaring in anger. They were all infected by the gray mist and went berserk. Their combat strength was stronger than usual. Soon, all kinds of battles broke out. At the same time, Ji Xian of the Ji family also arrived. He glanced at Jun Xiaoyao from afar. Jun Xiaoyao seemed to have sensed something. He turned around and saw Ji Xian. He should be the junior saint of the Ji family, Jun Xiaoyao said casually. However, Jun Zhangjian, who was next to him, gritted his teeth slightly. His eyes were a little gloomy. Humph, he used to rely on his cultivation level to defeat me. Then he spread the word that he defeated the sequence of the Jun family. Jun Zhangjian said coldly. He was very unhappy. Oh, I didn't know that, Jun Xiaoyao said. However, his attention was focused on Ji Xian's right arm. The arm bone of the Saint King. Should I snatch it, the whole thing? Jun Xiaoyao looked at Ji Xian as if he was looking at a piece of meat on a chopping board. Ji Xian also glanced at Jun Xiaoyao with a solemn look in his eyes. Jun Xiaoyao was shrouded in a mist of divine light, making it hard for others to see him clearly. However, that hazy feeling made Ji Xian even more wary. After that, his gaze turned to Jun Zhangjian, who was at the side, and a playful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Ji Xian was not sure how he would fare against Jun Xiaoyao. However, Ji Xian was confident that he would be able to defeat Jun Zhangjian, Jun Xuehuang, and the others. I really want to beat Ji Xian to the ground. Seeing the playful smile on Ji Xian's face, Jun Zhangjian's face darkened. Ji Xian did not dare to provoke Jun Xiaoyao, so he turned to provoke him. Don't be impatient. Let's wait until we reach the supreme treasure, Jun Xiaoyao said calmly. If Ji Xian were to behave himself, Jun Xiaoyao would have probably only taken away his opportunity instead of doing anything to him. However, if Ji Xian insisted on messing around in front of him, Jun Xiaoyao could only teach him a lesson. Next, Jun Xiaoyao and the others went deep into the Great Wild Forest. Those who were at the top were naturally the top geniuses of the imperishable orthodoxies. Next were the geniuses of the top orthodoxies and first-rate forces. The chief disciple of the Daoji heavenly sect also set off, but he followed closely behind Jun Xiaoyao and the others. This was because the elders of the Daoji Heavenly Sect had warned him that the safest way to stay safe was to follow the son of God of the Jun family. Roar, a ghost-faced bear that was contaminated by the gray mist raised its head and roared. It stood up straight and was about 3 feet tall, like a small black hill with a murderous aura. The bear stretched out its claws and smashed several disciples of the celestial bridge stage into meat patties. However, in the blink of an eye, a magnificent golden palm print came from the front. With a loud bang, the powerful ghost-masked man-bear was turned into a meat patty. Jun Xiaoyao calmly withdrew his hand and said, "Let's move on." Jun Zhangjian and the others were fine. After all, they already knew how powerful Jun Xiaoyao was. The chief disciple of the Daoji Heavenly Sect, who was following behind, swallowed a mouthful of saliva. His eyes were filled with shock. As expected of the son of God of the Jun family, he killed the ghost-masked bear with a single palm strike, even though it was difficult for ordinary cultivators at the celestial bridge stage to deal with it. The lead disciple sighed. Of course, Jun Xiaoyao was not the only one who was straightforward. It was the same for Ji Xian. He also attacked calmly. On his right arm, there was a divine rune brand, and divine light bloomed. With a casual push of his palm and a flick of his finger, rays of light shot out and tore apart the demonic beasts in front of him as easily as blowing off dust. The young saint of the Ji family is also invincible. He can kill powerful demonic beasts with a raise of his hand. That's right. Ji Xian's right arm has been integrated with a piece of the Saint King's hand bone. He doesn't even need to use any martial arts skills. A casual palm strike is shockingly powerful. Many geniuses from first-rate forces sighed. The geniuses from the imperishable orthodoxies were treated differently. They could even integrate with the Saint King's hand bone. Of course, the geniuses from the imperishable orthodoxies were excluded. There were also some stunning dark horses that appeared. Hey, who is that cloaked man? How can he be so powerful? Some of the cultivators also noticed a figure wearing a cloak and a hood. He did not reveal his true appearance, but with a casual punch, there was a burst of azure dragon light pattern, which easily crushed the demonic beasts in front of him. This surprised many people. They did not expect such a dark horse to appear. TSK, the leaks have indeed appeared. It seems that they have developed well and are growing well. They did not disappoint me. On the other side, Jun Xiaoyao sensed something and noticed the cloaked figure from the corner of his eye. He immediately knew that it was Xiao Chen. However, Jun Xiaoyao did not do anything. He knew that Xiao Chen wanted to hide his identity and not be discovered by him. Then, he would pretend to be weak and take advantage of the opportunity in the secret realm. In the end, his strength would skyrocket and he would be able to beat him. However, dreams were full, but reality was cruel. Xiao Chen thought that he was on the second level and Jun Xiaoyao was on the first level. Little did he know that Jun Xiaoyao was already on the 5th level. The entire situation was under Jun Xiaoyao's control. Xiao Chen, I'll give you one last chance to be delusional. When it's time to harvest the leeks, don't say that I didn't give you any face. Jun Xiaoyao's lips curled into a faint smile. On the other side, under the hood, Xiao Chen's face was determined and there was a hint of excitement. His chance to rise was finally here. Jun Xiaoyao, when I integrate with the ancient dragon bone and cultivate the blue heaven dragonization method to greater mastery, I will trample you under my feet in front of everyone. The battle continued. The cultivators who attacked the great wild forest and the monsters in the forest engaged in a bloody battle. Only a few people, such as Jun Xiaoyao, could push through. The other geniuses of the major forces, as well as some rogue cultivators, suffered a large number of casualties. We are not on the same level as the successors of the imperishable orthodoxies. A rogue cultivator said bitterly as he looked at the transcendent figure who had already entered the depths of the forest and sighed. Jun Xiaoyao was like a white-robed divine king with an invincible aura. All the monsters in front of him could not withstand more than 2 or 3 attacks. Before long, Jun Xiaoyao and the others were the first to enter the deepest part of the great wild forest. Looking around, there was a huge black crack in the depths of the forest, like a wound on the earth. A strange gray mist was emitted from it. Jun Zhangjian and the others used their magical power to protect themselves from the gray mist. However, doing so consumed a lot of energy. In addition, they also felt a faint pressure in the gray mist. However, Jun Xiaoyao was different. He did not use his magical power to protect himself at all. This was because he had the sacred body of the ancients, which was extremely strong and young and could not be invaded by any evil. Even his blood was golden. The qi and blood of the sacred body were extremely resistant to all kinds of evil and yin qi. It seems that the supreme treasure is under the crack in the earth, but there seems to be some strange changes, Jun Xiaoyao murmured. Just as he finished speaking, a voice rang out. Another roar was heard. A terrifying black ape with a single horn on its head and a pair of wings on its back leaped over. With a stomp of its feet, it collapsed a cliff that was dozens of feet high. It's the archaic remnant, the demon ape. Some of the cultivators who went deep into the forest could not help but exclaim. The archaic remnant had a trace of the bloodline passed down from the archaic era. Its strength was far stronger than ordinary monsters. This demon ape had a murderous aura and its strength had reached the consolidation realm. In addition, the archaic remnant was stronger than humans in the same realm. Even the consolidation realm geniuses of the immortal orthodoxy would have a hard time dealing with this demon ape. Most importantly, Jun Xiaoyao's current realm was only at the celestial bridge realm. Roar, the archaic remnant, the demon ape, let out a roar. After being contaminated by the gray mist, its eyes were scarlet. Its already violent temperament seemed to have gone berserk as it charged toward Jun Xiaoyao. Along the way, it crashed into a few mountains. Everyone's eyes were fixed on it. In the void above the great wild forest. The sky observation mirror also reflected the scene outside the supreme treasure. I'm afraid the son of God of the Jun family is in trouble, Ji Bangyin, the elder of the Ji family, said with a smile. The whole book, not even Ji Xian, could easily deal with an Archean remnant of the consolidation stage. Not to mention Jun Xiaoyao, whose level was one level lower. Although Ji Bangyin didn't say anything sarcastic or belittling, it was obvious that he was enjoying the show. Jun Zhangtian's old face didn't change. He even smiled. He knew Jun Xiaoyao's strength better than anyone else. Outside the supreme treasure, Jun Xiaoyao's handsome face did not waver in the slightest as he watched the demon ape dashing toward him. He raised his hand, and the endless golden spirit sea in his body surged. The vigorous golden magical power was like a vast ocean, vast and surging. In the void, the magical power condensed into divine weapons such as sabers, spears, swords, halberds, axes, hooks, and tridents. It was the army attack formula, the martial arts of the Jun family. Go! Jun Xiaoyao pushed out his hand, and thousands of divine weapons turned into a golden torrent, rushing toward the demon ape. The demon ape roared at the sky, and the black murderous aura around it surged, condensing into a black armor on the surface of its body. Boom, an earth-shattering collision sound erupted. The combatant formula broke through the black armor on the surface of the demonic ape's body, but it did not cause much damage to its body. As expected of an Archean remnant. Jun Xiaoyao was a little surprised. The demon ape saw this, and a black horn on its forehead bloomed with black runes. It turned into a beam of light that pierced toward Jun Xiaoyao. Some of the cultivators who had rushed to this place from all directions looked up. Ji Xian, Xiao Chen, and Wu Mingyue, who had just arrived, also cast their gazes toward them. Jun Xiaoyao's face was as calm as water. He used the divine elephant overpowering force again. A pitch-black shadow of the god of the underworld spread out from his body. It was the strongest defense of the divine elephant overpowering force, the god of the underworld protection. Bang, the pitch-black beam of light fell on the god of the underworld protection, causing ripples, but it couldn't break through the defense. Even the ferocious demonic ape's blood-red eyes were slightly stunned. Clearly, it did not expect that the human in front of it, whose cultivation level was lower than its, could actually withstand its ultimate divine ability. Jun Xiaoyao unfurled the demon wings on his back, increasing his speed as he flashed in front of the demon ape. He formed a seal with his hands, and a majestic figure that reached the heavens and the 9 underworlds appeared between heaven and earth. Jun Xiaoyao exuded a terrifying aura that could suppress heaven and earth, the sun, the moon, and the universe. He stood between the illusory figures of the emperors, as if he was the son of a god who ruled over heaven and earth. The moment the man-ruler seal appeared, it suppressed the universe. Boom, Jun Xiaoyao lashed out with his seal as if an ancient divine mountain was pressing down on the ape. He slammed the ape to the ground right away, causing the ape's flesh to be torn open and blood to flow. The demon ape roared, but Jun Xiaoyao punched it again. The vast fist wind seemed to have formed a spatial storm that shook the entire area. Bang! 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 After 3 punches, this ferocious and awe-inspiring archaic remnant lost all signs of life. Everyone fell silent. There was dead silence. This was because this scene was simply too shocking to the eyes. Jun Xiaoyao looked like an immortal who had not been tainted by the mortal world. However, when he attacked, he was so violent that he smashed an archaic remnant into a meat patty with 3 punches. Ji Xian's gaze was unprecedentedly serious. Xiaochen clenched his fists tightly, his eyes filled with reluctance and a hint of fear. Jun Xiaoyao was too strong. Xiaochen thought that he had completely caught up to Jun Xiaoyao after cultivating for a few years. However, it seemed that Jun Xiaoyao's strength still made him feel a sense of despair. Wu Mingyue, who was hiding in the dark, also had shock in her bright eyes. There was no falsehood in the saying that a person with a great reputation lived up to his name. In the void above the great wild forest, Ji Bangyin wanted to say something, but no words came out. Jun Zhantian stroked his beard and chuckled. "Ah, my grandson is good at everything, but he doesn't know how to keep a low profile." Ji Bangyin's face stiffened when he heard that. He felt as if there was a fishbone stuck in his throat. Fortunately, Ji Xian's performance was also good. Otherwise, Ji Bangyin would have been too ashamed to stay there. This era of great competition is probably only the son of God of the Jun family, the elder of the Jiang family lamented. He didn't mean anything else. After all, Jun Xiaoyao was Jiang Rou's son, so he was half a member of the Jiang family. Humph, the result is not out yet. It's too early to say that, the elder of the Tsang dragon said indifferently. At the same time, Long Bichi was Zulong, near the supreme secret treasure. The 9-headed lion clan and the sky-swallowing sparrow also came from the other side of the great wild forest. For a moment, all the powerful cultivators gathered outside the supreme secret realm of Yuantian. The atmosphere was tense. Long Bichi noticed Jun Xiaoyao at first glance. It wasn't intentional. As long as Jun Xiaoyao stood there, it was as if he was the center of the world. Everyone's attention would be drawn to him. "Are you Jun Xiaoyao?" Long Bichi looked at Jun Xiaoyao and asked calmly. "You are." Jun Xiaoyao looked at her calmly. He could tell that the woman in front of him had dragon horns. She must be the genius of the Zulong continent. "I am Long Bichi, a descendant of the Tsang dragon of the Zulong continent," Long Bichi said proudly. Jun Xiaoyao had a rather peculiar look in his eyes when he heard that. After a long while, he finally said, "It's really a good name that's easy to pronounce." Long Bichi looked at Jun Xiaoyao in confusion. She didn't understand what he meant. In another direction, a golden divine light shone brightly between heaven and earth. A majestic golden lion stepped on the sky and made the sky tremble. The most special thing about it was that it had 9 heads. Its chi and blood were surging like tides. When the 9 heads roared at the same time, it sounded like thunder. Its aura was extremely powerful. It's the young supreme master of the 9-headed lion tribe. Many human cultivators turned pale and shouted in surprise. The 9-headed lion tribe was definitely an extremely powerful far ancient tribe. It was said that the 9-headed lion tribe used to be unstoppable a long time ago. In the end, a Buddhist emperor helped to convert the 9-headed lion tribe into a mount and a guardian. Although the population of the 9-headed lion tribe was small in recent times, there was a supreme master who was known as the Saint of 9 Spirits, who made the tribe famous. If not for the fact that the tribe was so small, it would have been one of the Archean royalty. Is this young supreme master the descendant of the Saint of 9 Spirits? A human? Genius asked with fear in his eyes. The 9-headed lion tribe looked at Jun Xiaoyao and said in human language, "Yes, young supreme master of the human tribe. You are powerful enough to be my follower." On the other side of the sky, a demonic wind suddenly blew. A giant black bird covered the sky and the sun. Its wings were like clouds in the sky, and its eyes were like 2 blood-red moons floating in the sky. Everywhere it passed, it carried the smell of blood, causing many human cultivators' faces to turn pale. The sky-devouring sparrow tribe was another far ancient tribe with a fierce reputation. Humans are not even qualified to be followers. They are only fit to be food, the sky-devouring sparrow tribe said. The sky-devouring sparrow stared at Jun Xiaoyao with a bloodthirsty look in its eyes. The sky-devouring sparrow tribe was extremely ferocious and liked to eat human flesh. Jun Xiaoyao's sacred body of the ancients was a great medicine for the human body, just like the meat of Tang Sanzang. However, the sky-devouring sparrow also knew that Jun Xiaoyao had a guardian. Therefore, it didn't want to eat Jun Xiaoyao. Looking at the two far ancient creatures who were talking nonsense, Jun Xiaoyao tilted his head slightly and said with confusion in his eyes. Are you far ancient tribes also brainless? The whole book, the sky-swallowing sparrow, the nine-headed lion, and Long Bichi were all dumbfounded. Jun Xiaoyao had insulted all the ancient races by himself. What? Is there something wrong with what I, the son of God, said? Jun Xiaoyao's words were very calm and emotionless. However, it was his arrogance that infuriated the nine-headed lion and the other ancient races. On the human side, Ji Xian and the others were also surprised and astonished. Even he didn't dare to provoke the nine-headed lion, the sky-swallowing sparrow, and the other ancient races at the same time. Just one of them was enough to put him in a difficult position. Human, even if you are the son of God of the clan of the ancients, you will pay the price today. The sky-swallowing sparrow was furious. It flapped its wings and stirred up a black storm. A chilly wind seemed to be blowing in the whole area. The strong airflow even blew away some of the weaker cultivators. The nine-headed lion was also furious. Its 9 heads roared at the same time. The sound was as loud as thunder, shaking the earth. Does the son of God of the Jun family really have something up his sleeves, or is he just courting death? Although Long Bichi was also angry, she remembered the warning of the ancestor of the Tsang dragon and didn't act rashly. However, Long Bichi knew that it would be very difficult for her to deal with the sky-swallowing sparrow and the nine-headed lion at the same time. Each of the two ancient races could defeat more than 80% of the talents of the human race. Anyone else would have been terrified if they were to face Jun Xiaoyao's current situation. The terrifying black storm swept over. The shadow of the underworld protection appeared on Jun Xiaoyao's body. He stood in the air with his hands behind his back. His glittering hair was blowing in the wind. His peerless and flawless face looked as if it had been personally carved by the heavens. It was as calm as a still lake. Many female cultivators were impressed by Jun Xiaoyao's temperament. They prayed for him in their hearts. Are you still pretending at a time like this? Xiaochen snorted inwardly. He would never admit that he was not only jealous of Jun Xiaoyao's status, but also his appearance. How can two beasts overturn the heavens? Jun Xiaoyao muttered indifferently. His figure finally moved. Yang Qi drew on the strength of the hell-crushing god mammoth, causing the 70,000 mega-mammoth particles to awaken. In an instant, golden qi and blood gushed out like a huge wave. Rolling in the sky, it vaguely condensed into the image of a golden divine elephant that could shake the heavens and shake the earth and shatter the stars. He punched out, and the golden divine elephant's phantom also followed suit with its elephant trunk. The pitch-black storm in front of him was torn apart by Jun Xiaoyao's fists. Seeing this, the sky-swallowing sparrow flapped its wings again. Countless black feathers shot out, covering the sky and covering the earth. It was like a black rain of destruction. This was the great ability of the sky-swallowing sparrow clan, the black feather arrow. If any celestial bridge realm prodigy were to fall into it, they would be pierced through without any chance of survival. Jun Xiaoyao's expression was calm. He didn't even try to defend himself. Instead, he charged forward in an extremely ferocious manner. You're courting death, the sky-swallowing sparrow said coldly. However, in the next moment, the sky-swallowing sparrow's pair of blood-red moon-like eyes froze. Its black feathers stood on end. A dense clanging sound was heard. It was the arrow feathers that fell on Jun Xiaoyao's body. However, the arrow feathers that could even pierce and shatter a noble weapon couldn't even break Jun Xiaoyao's skin when it fell on him. Is that all? Jun Xiaoyao sneered. The devil's wings extended from his back, and his figure swept in front of the sky-swallowing sparrow in an instant. He didn't use any fancy moves. He directly punched down with his fist. The golden fist radiance was monstrous, illuminating the sky. At the same time, the sky-swallowing sparrow let out a miserable cry. One of its wings was broken, and blood flowed out. "Human, you're too arrogant." The nine-headed lion rushed forward. It had also been stunned by Xianxia's unparalleled physical prowess earlier. Now that it had come back to its senses, it charged forward. The 9 heads of the nine-headed lion roared in unison. Visible spatial sound waves spread out, and the void in front of it seemed to be distorted. This was the grand magic of the nine-headed lion clan, the lion's roar. The roar could even crack the sky. Some of the cultivators in the surrounding forest hurriedly used their dharma power to protect their 7 orifices. Even so, some of the cultivators were still bleeding from their mouths and noses and almost fainted. One could imagine how much pressure Xianxia, who was in the center of such a terrifying power, would be under. However, Xianxia was still calm and collected. The sound waves hit the underworld protection and set off waves, but they couldn't break through. Xianxia took the opportunity to raise his hand. Endless dharma power surged and turned into the underworld spear. He threw it out and directly pierced the sky-swallowing sparrow's body. Blood splattered, and feathers scattered everywhere. The sky-swallowing sparrow let out a high-pitched and sharp cry. Xianxia flashed out, pushed his hands horizontally, grabbed the sky-swallowing sparrow's body, and then suddenly tore it apart. Swish, the sky-swallowing sparrow's body was cut in half. The scene was extremely shocking. "Ling Long, when we go back, make shredded chicken for us." Xianxia directly threw the 2 halves of the sky-swallowing sparrow's body to Jun Linglong behind him. All the cultivators were stunned. What did they just hear? Using the infamous sky-swallowing sparrow as an ingredient and giving it an insulting name, shredded chicken. "You are too arrogant." The nine-headed lion was furious. Although it wasn't closely related to the sky-swallowing sparrow, it was still a far ancient race. It couldn't help but feel sorry for the loss of its kind. "You want this son of God to be your follower? How ridiculous. However, you are barely qualified to be this son of God's mount." Xianxia's words made the nine-headed lion's 9 heads roar. To the nine-headed lions, the word mount was taboo to them. This was because their ancestors had been enlightened by the Buddhist Dharma and used as a mount. This was a disgrace that was engraved in their bloodline. "You are courting death." Seal of the fearless lion. The nine-headed lion went completely berserk and directly used the grand theurgy of its race. The seal of the fearless lion was an extremely terrifying grand theurgy. It was almost at the level of a true dragon's grand theurgy. The nine-headed lion's body was surging with golden light. An ancient golden seal was condensed and countless runes fell. The void shook and the earth shook. This move was so powerful that it made Long Bichi, Ji Xian, and other geniuses feel a chill in their hearts. They knew that if they were to face this move, they would definitely pay a heavy price. Xianxia's eyes were calm. Even in the face of such a powerful grand theurgy, he was extremely calm. Blazing brilliance gathered in front of Xianxia's chest, as if a small sun had appeared. Immediately, a terrifyingly bright divine light burst out, as if the heavens were punishing him. Wherever the divine light passed, the void rippled and the surrounding mountains exploded. This was the grand theurgy of the bone of supremacy, the light of tribulation. The most complete grand theurgy of the bone of supremacy was the hand of heaven. Xianxia had already mastered it. However, in this situation, there was no need to use the hand of heaven. The light of tribulation alone was enough to deal with it. Rumble, the dazzling light of tribulation fell on the seal of the fearless lion and blasted it away. Then, it swept past the nine-headed lion without slowing down. The nine-headed lion was so frightened that its hair stood on end. It hurriedly dodged, but it was still hit by the light of tribulation. 4 of its heads fell off. Immediately, blood gushed out like a fountain. The complete book roar, the nine-headed lion let out a miserable howl as 4 of its heads were cut off, severely injuring it. At that moment, its remaining 5 heads all revealed looks of panic in their eyes. This human was way too scary. If it didn't know that Xianxia was the son of God of the clan of the ancients, the nine-headed lion would have thought that he was an archean true dragon in human form. His terrifying physical strength was even stronger than that of creatures of the archean tribes. Even if you have the sacred body of the ancients, you can't be this strong. The nine-headed lion roared as divine light rose from its body. Divine light lingered around the severed parts of its four heads, as if new heads were about to grow out. The nine-headed lion's vitality is too strong. Many human cultivators were amazed by the nine-headed lion's state. Even so, such means were still nothing in front of Jun Xiaoyao. Don't use your limited imagination to figure out what I, the Son of God, can do. There was no way Jun Xiaoyao was going to give the nine-headed lion a chance to recover. He attacked again, but he did not use any special abilities this time. He simply threw punches at the beast. Every punch was as heavy as a ton, breaking the nine-headed lion's bones and breaking its tendons. This kind of ferocious hand-to-hand combat stunned everyone present. The sacred body of the ancients is indeed invincible in close combat. The elder of the Jiang family exclaimed in the void. Are you willing to be my mount now? Jun Xiaoyao asked indifferently. Humph, I am the descendant of the Saint of Nine Spirits. I would rather die than be humiliated like this. The remaining 5 heads of the nine-headed lion roared in unison. Oh? Is that so? Jun Xiaoyao attacked again. After a few breaths, the nine-headed lion was left with only 4 heads. Don't even think about making me submit, the nine-headed lion continued to roar. After a quarter of an hour, the nine-headed lion was left with only 3 heads, and it began to panic. Son of God of the Jun family, let's fight again someday if you dare, the nine-headed lion said with fear in its eyes. After a few more breaths, it only had 2 heads left. For the nine-headed lion, although its heads could be regenerated, if all 9 of its heads were chopped off, then it would be completely powerless to reverse the situation. Even the gods would not be able to save it. In the end, the nine-headed lion let out a miserable cry, begging for mercy. Son of God, stop. Don't behead me anymore. There's only 1 left. If you continue, I'll go bald. The nine-headed lion was beaten until it cried out in pain. It lay on the ground and begged for mercy. Its entire body was dripping with blood, and only its head was left. It looked like it wanted to cry but had no tears. Jun Xiaoyao had turned the nine-headed lion into a one-headed lion. Many cultivators were speechless when they saw this. The nine-headed lion, who had an unyielding expression earlier, was now lying on the ground like a fat orange cat, wagging its tail and begging for mercy. The contrast was too great. Are you convinced? Jun Xiaoyao stepped on the remaining head of the nine-headed lion. Son of God, please don't kill me. The nine-headed lion trembled. It no longer had the dignity of a far ancient imperial family. It knew that Jun Xiaoyao really dared to kill it. With the background of the Jun family, even the Saint of Nine Spirits would not be able to take revenge. Well, I guess you can just barely be my mount, Jun Xiaoyao said plainly. The nine-headed lion was very powerful. It was in such a miserable state because its opponent was Jun Xiaoyao. It would be very difficult for any other genius to beat the nine-headed lion to such a state. Yes. The nine-headed lion lowered its head. When the cultivators saw this scene, they felt as if there were raging waves in their hearts. Jun Xiaoyao tore apart the sky-swallowing sparrow and subdued the nine-headed lion. It was impossible for ordinary people to do so. However, Jun Xiaoyao did it with ease. Long Bichi took a deep breath. Her chest heaved up and down. She finally understood why the ancestral patriarch had warned her. Long Haoyan didn't die in vain. Long Bichi's eyes were filled with fear. At the same time, she thought of the genius who was still in seclusion to absorb the dragon essence. I wonder if Long Haoyan, who has absorbed 7 dragon essences and the blood of the emperor dragon, can defeat the son of God of the Jun family? On the other hand, Ji Xian, Xiao Chen, and the others increased the danger level of Jun Xiaoyao to the extreme. Suddenly, a strange phenomenon appeared in the crack in the ground again. Gray fog rolled and light surged. The supreme treasure is finally open. All the cultivators and far ancient living beings were on high alert. Jun Xiaoyao looked at the crack. He didn't see the system's notification in his mind. It seems that I have to go deep into the supreme treasure of Yuan Tian to check in, Jun Xiaoyao thought to himself. Let's go. Ji Xian and the others' eyes lit up. They wrapped their bodies with magic power and rushed down. The rest of the cultivators followed closely behind them. As for Long Bichi, she glanced at Jun Xiaoyao and gave up on messing with Jun Xiaoyao. Originally, I came here to deal with Jun Xiaoyao and bring glory to the lair of Zulong. But now, it seems that I have underestimated the situation. Let's focus on finding the ancient dragon bones, Long Bichi thought to herself. She had come here mainly to mess with Jun Xiaoyao and then to look for the ancient dragon bones. But now, after witnessing Jun Xiaoyao's strength with her own eyes, Long Bichi consciously put the ancient dragon bones as her top priority. Seeing that Long Bichi had obediently entered the crack in the ground, Jun Xiaoyao chuckled and said, "You know your place, let's go." Jun Xiaoyao waved his hand and rode the nine-headed lion into the crack in the ground first. Jun Zhangjian, Jun Xuehuang, Jun Linglong, Jun Wanjia, and Xianxia followed closely behind. As soon as they entered the crack, a thick gray fog rolled in. It was much thicker than the outside world. Many cultivators who entered recklessly were quickly corroded by the gray fog and lost their minds. Their eyes turned red. Even magic power couldn't completely block out the gray fog. Boom! Jun Xiaoyao waved his hand casually, killing several cultivators who had gone berserk before him with a single palm strike. Soon, he opened a path and arrived at the bottom of the crack. Glancing into the distance, they could see a magnificent underground palace with an aura of the Nine Heavens Supreme Realm lingering deep within it. Jun Xiaoyao released his soul power and roughly checked the place with his soul power. The entire underground palace seemed to be divided into 2 levels. Most people could enter the outer level, but the supreme token of Yuan Tian might be required to enter the inner level. It seems that if I want to check in, I have to go deep into the inner level, Jun Xiaoyao thought to himself. At that moment, Ji Xian had already rushed into the underground palace. He was smiling and there was a hint of excitement in his eyes. Is he? Jun Xiaoyao noticed Ji Xian's expression and pondered. Judging from Ji Xian's expression, he seemed to know some secrets about the supreme treasure. Ji Xian, I'll let you be my treasure-seeking mouse. Jun Xiaoyao smiled. On the other side, he also noticed that Xiaochen was also rushing to the other entrance of the underground palace. Jun Xiaoyao knew that Xiaochen was a man of fortune. He was sure that Xiaochen would be able to gain quite a bit from the secret treasure. Thinking of this, Jun Xiaoyao turned his head and said, "Wanjia, I have something to ask of you." "Yes, young master, please go ahead." Jun Wanjia cupped his hands and said. Jun Xiaoyao transmitted his voice to Jun Wanjia. Jun Wanjia nodded and left in a flash. "Huh. The entire supreme treasure of Yuan Tian is under my control." Jun Xiaoyao put his hands behind his back and said confidently. "The entire book." Jun Xiaoyao and the others started to go deeper into the underground palace. It was a supreme treasure, and there was a strange gray fog everywhere. Even an idiot would know that something strange had happened to this supreme treasure, causing it to be filled with inauspiciousness. Inside the underground palace, there was an ancient and decaying smell. At first glance, there was a gloomy wind, fog, and broken walls. There were many black corpses on the ground. The strangest thing was that these corpses had black scales on their bodies, as if they had mutated. The moment the cultivators stepped into the underground palace, these strange demonic corpses suddenly went berserk and pounced on the cultivators with blood-red eyes. Their nails were as sharp as blades, easily tearing the cultivators' bodies apart. Cultivators in the Celestial Bridge realm couldn't stop these demonic corpses at all. Soon, a large number of cultivators were slaughtered. On Jun Xiaoyao's side, however, he was able to easily crush those demonic corpses into mincemeat with ease. As for the others, he didn't care, and he didn't care. Jun Xiaoyao wasn't a babysitter for these cultivators, and he wasn't a righteous cultivator either. With great power came great responsibility. This kind of thing had nothing to do with Jun Xiaoyao. Behind Jun Xiaoyao, Xianxia, Jun Linglong, and Jun Xuehuang didn't do anything. It wasn't that they didn't want to help, but that they didn't have the chance. Jun Xiaoyao opened a path casually, and none of the demonic corpses could stop him. On the other side, Long Bichi, Xiaochen, and the others were no longer on the path. No one knew where they went. Jun Wanjia wasn't beside Jun Xiaoyao either. Ji Xian glanced at Jun Xiaoyao from the corner of his eye. Seeing that Jun Xiaoyao didn't notice him, he also left the main hall in a flash. After Ji Xian left, Jun Xiaoyao sneered. He didn't want to kill Ji Xian now, because it wasn't time yet. As time went by, the number of cultivators was decreasing. Most of the cultivators were slaughtered by the demonic corpses. Snow Phoenix, Zhangjian, you two go and look for Ji Xian in secret, but don't alert the enemy just yet, Jun Xiaoyao said. Upon hearing this, both Jun Zhangjian and Jun Xuehuang were shocked. The Son of God wanted to set his sights on Ji Xian. At the thought of this, Jun Zhangjian and Jun Xuehuang could not help but feel pity for Ji Xian. Those who were targeted by Jun Xiaoyao did not have a good ending. Xianxia opened his mouth and said with some worry, Xiaoyao, are you going to attack Ji Xian? He has the bone of the Saint King. If you really go all out, Xianxia was worried. She was not afraid that Jun Xiaoyao would lose to Ji Xian. Instead, if Ji Xian were to fight back with all his might, he would probably cause some damage to Jun Xiaoyao. Sister Xingyi, are you worried about me? Jun Xiaoyao said with a faint smile. Xianxia bit her lip and said, I'm your aunt. If I don't care about you, who will? There's no need for that. In the younger generation of the immortal realm, there is no one in the past, present, or future who can make me, Jun Xiaoyao, afraid. Jun Xiaoyao smiled casually. This was not arrogance, but the truth. His talent was unparalleled and he was supported by the system. If he was still afraid of this and that, Jun Xiaoyao could kill himself with a piece of tofu. Jiangxingyi rolled her eyes at Jun Xiaoyao, but the corners of her mouth could not help but curl up slightly. Jun Xiaoyao's confident look was really beautiful. Let's go. There are some treasures in this underground palace. We can't waste them, Jun Xiaoyao said with a wave of his sleeve. Then, Jun Xiaoyao rode the nine-headed lion and moved together with Jiangxingyi. Jun Zhangjian and Jun Xuehuang went to secretly track Ji Xian. On the other side, Xiao Chen, wearing a hood and a cloak, was walking through the complicated underground palace. Xiao Chen, go to the left, then go straight. I have already sensed the presence of the ancient dragon bone. It is not far away. Master Blue Dragon's slightly excited voice sounded in Xiao Chen's mind. Even Master Blue Dragon could not keep calm. If he could get the ancient dragon bone and fuse it with other materials, he could rebuild his body. Not only would he be able to return to his peak state, but he might even be able to break through and become a supremacy. Even a quasi-supreme expert like Master Azure Dragon couldn't contain his excitement. Not to mention Xiao Chen, who was a hothead. His eyes flashed with excitement, and he could not help but quicken his pace. After about a while, Xiao Chen killed some demon corpses and a few other cultivators, and entered something that looked like a karst cave. The entire underground karst cave was extremely spacious. Xiao Chen's breathing quickened as he looked around. In the huge karst cave, there were 5 huge dragon skeletons. 4 of the skeletons were dark golden color, and there were many complicated and mysterious runes imprinted on the surface of the bones. Even though they were just skeletons, the 4 dark gold dragon skeletons still carried a majestic aura, and Xiao Chen could not help but have the urge to kneel down and worship them. Are these the ancient dragon bone? Xiao Chen was so excited that his fingers were trembling. Just by sensing this majestic aura, he knew that the ancient dragon bone was extremely powerful. It would definitely allow him to undergo a complete metamorphosis. However, in his mind, Master Azure Dragon suddenly exclaimed in shock. Is that the legendary Supremacy Dragon Bone? Supremacy Dragon Bone? Xiao Chen was puzzled, and then he looked at the last skeleton. That skeleton was different from the other 4 dark gold dragon skeletons. It had a jade-like luster, as if it was carved out of divine jade. There were many runes on the skeleton, and they moved like the stars in the sky, which was mysterious and powerful. Although the 4 dark gold ancient dragon skeletons had powerful auras, compared to this ancient dragon bone, they were like subjects facing an emperor. The Supremacy Dragon Bone was left behind by the Supreme Dragon who had the bloodline of the dragon ancestor. It's far more powerful than the ancient dragon bone. Master Blue Dragon said hurriedly. Xiao Chen took a deep breath after hearing that, and he could not hide the shock in his eyes. How powerful was the bloodline of the dragon ancestor? The entire Zulong was named after the dragon ancestor. The true ancestral dragon ancient emperor was in existence that could even suppress some great emperors of the human race. Of course, the Supremacy Dragon Bone in front of Xiao Chen was not a pureblood dragon ancestor. There were probably only one or two pure-blood dragon ancestor skeletons in the entire Zulong. However, even if it only contained a little bit of the dragon ancestor's bloodline, it was enough to make the supremacy dragon bone a priceless treasure. I'm rich. I'm going to be rich. Xiaochen breathed heavily, and his body trembled slightly due to excitement. He practiced the spell of dragon transformation in Blue Heaven. If he merged with the supremacy dragon bone, how powerful would he become? By then, he would at least be able to defeat the younger generation of the Huangtian mystic realm, if not an era. Xiaochen, we shouldn't stay here for too long. Quickly put away the 5 dragon skeletons, Master Blue Dragon reminded him. Yes. Xiaochen also reacted. He just wanted to take away the 5 dragon skeletons, find a quiet place to refine them, and then take revenge on Jun Xiaoyao. However, just as Xiaochen was about to put away the dragon skeletons, a surprised female voice was heard. Those are, the ancient dragon bones, and, the supremacy dragon bone? The whole book. Xiaochen's heart skipped a beat when he heard the voice. He turned around abruptly. A beautiful woman dressed in green armor appeared. She was valiant and formidable, and her phoenix eyes were threatening. She had 2 cyan dragon horns on her head. She was none other than Long Bichi. She is the one from Zulong. Xiaochen's heart sank. Although he knew that Long Bichi might have come for the dragon bones, However, he did not expect Long Bichi to find them so quickly. Long Bichi was holding a cyan bone in her hand. She was able to sense the location of the dragon bones with the help of this bone. When Long Bichi saw the 5 sets of dragon skeletons, especially the supreme ancestral dragon skeleton, she could not help but feel a burning desire in her eyes. Even in Zulong, there were only a few supreme ancestor dragon bones. That's great. We can complete the mission now. Long Bichi heaved a sigh of relief. Although her plan to deal with Jun Xiaoyao had been put on hold, she had accomplished her mission. Long Bichi withdrew her gaze and finally noticed Xiaochen standing beside the dragon bone. Long Bichi frowned and said in confusion, I didn't expect a human to arrive before me. Since I am in a good mood, you can leave now. Long Bichi waved her hand. She did not take Xiaochen seriously. Humph. You are too arrogant. Are you looking down on me? Xiaochen frowned and said in a low voice. Take you seriously? Long Bichi tilted her head slightly and gave a sarcastic smile. Do you think you are Jun Xiaoyao? I am afraid of Jun Xiaoyao, but you think I am afraid of you? Xiaochen's eyes were filled with anger when he heard Long Bichi's words. Jun Xiaoyao, Jun Xiaoyao, Jun Xiaoyao again. How am I not as good as him? Xiaochen's sudden outburst surprised Long Bichi. She did not know why the human in front of her had suddenly lost his mind. Dragon girl? You're all going to have to lie down. Xiaochen actually took the initiative to attack. Despicable human brat, you are courting death. Long Bichi raised her eyebrows and attacked him as well. The two figures instantly collided with each other, setting off waves of magic power. Eh? Your cultivation? Long Bichi was slightly surprised. She did not expect that this human brat in front of her actually had the cultivation of the middle stage of the celestial bridge realm. This was already comparable to a proud son of heaven. Even Long Bichi was only at the completion of the celestial bridge realm. Boom. Boom. Boom, the two people's moves collided, and for a moment, they were actually evenly matched. At this moment, Master Blue Dragon's voice sounded in Xiaochen's mind. Xiaochen, there's no time to lose. Hurry up and find a way to take away the dragon bones. It will be bad if other people are attracted. The reason why Master Azure Dragon didn't make a move was because he couldn't. With his nascent divinity quasi-supreme cultivation, the elders of the imperishable orthodoxies outside the supreme treasure would be able to sense his presence as soon as he made a move. Therefore, Xiaochen could only rely on himself. Alright, let's end this quickly. Xiaochen made up his mind and roared into the sky. His entire body was surging with azure light. Then, under Long Bichi's slightly shocked gaze, Xiaochen's body was covered with azure scales and a pair of wings appeared on his back. It was as if he had transformed into a half-dragon. Xiaochen's aura also skyrocketed to the consolidation realm. This is my Zulong spell of dragon transformation in blue heaven. Where did you get it? Long Bichi was slightly stunned and could not believe it. She had never expected that a human brat could cultivate the spell of dragon transformation in blue heaven to such a level. Humph, there's more to come. Seeing Long Bichi's shocked expression, Xiaochen felt a little proud. He threw out a punch, and hundreds of azure dragon light patterns spread out. The fist aura was astonishing. However, Long Bichi was not a pushover either. She had completely refined 2 dragon essences and was even stronger than Long Haoyan. Long Bichi waved her hand like a real dragon swinging its tail, setting off a series of magic power runes. Xiaochen's fist aura was also powerful, and the energy waves were shocking. The 2 parties were in a stalemate. This bitch is really in the way. Seeing that he could not completely suppress Long Bichi, Xiaochen's face darkened. Just when the situation was in a stalemate, a stream of magic power suddenly shot toward them from not far away, cracking the ground along the way. Long Bichi was shocked when she sensed the sudden attack. She quickly dodged to the side, but her body was still grazed by the attack. She spat out a small mouthful of blood. Who is it? Long Bichi's eyes were burning with anger. A beautiful woman with limpid eyes and a white veil over her face appeared. Mingyue, it's you. Why are you here? Xiaochen was pleasantly surprised. Wu Mingyue's appearance was completely out of Xiaochen's expectation. Xiaochen, are you alright? Wu Mingyue glanced at Xiaochen with concern, then looked coldly at Long Bichi. Who are you? Long Bichi was alarmed. She could sense that this woman with a white veil was not an ordinary person, be it in terms of cultivation level or background. Leave. The things here are not for you to get your hands on. Wu Mingyue's tone was cold. She subtly exuded the aura of a princess of the Jin dynasty. How dare you interfere with Zulong's business? Long Bichi's eyes were cold. Zulong is indeed powerful, but so what? Wu Mingyue was not afraid at all. Seeing that Wu Mingyue was willing to go against Zulong for him, Xiaochen was very touched. He swore that he would marry Wu Mingyue and cherish her. However, just when the atmosphere was getting tense, a voice with a cold tone rang out again. Humph, this dragon bone does not belong to Zulong or you too. It belongs to the Son of God. Hearing this voice, Long Bichi, Wu Mingyue, and Xiaochen's expressions changed. A young man in silver armor showed up. He had a handsome face with crisscrossing scars. His temperament was as cold as ice. His whole body was surrounded by lightning runes. It was Jun Wanjia, the sequence 5 of the Jun family. Jun Wanjia, why are you here? Long Bichi's eyes widened in shock. Thanks to this little white mouse. Jun Wanjia looked at Xiaochen with a cold and mocking look. Jun Xiaoyao had sent a telepathic message to Jun Wanjia, telling him to follow Xiaochen in secret. Jun Wanjia was confused at first. He wondered what was the use of following an ordinary young man. But now, after seeing the 4 sets of dragon bones and the supreme ancestor dragon bone, Jun Wanjia was completely convinced by Jun Xiaoyao. Could it be that young master can predict the future? Otherwise, how could he know that this young man would have such an opportunity? Jun Wanjia sighed. But right now, the most important thing was to get the 5 sets of dragon bones. Seeing Jun Wanjia, Xiaochen's face turned red. The veins on his temples were throbbing. He was so angry that he felt as if his organs were burning. There was no way he wouldn't know that he had fallen into Jun Xiaoyao's trap again. Thinking of this, Xiaochen turned around and said to Wu Mingyue, Mingyue, please help me suppress this man. The whole book Xiaochen was so angry that his liver hurt. Jun Xiaoyao loomed over his head like a nightmare. However, this opportunity was too important to Xiaochen. It was almost related to his future. The 4 ancient dragon skeletons were nothing, but Xiaochen was determined to get the supreme ancestral dragon skeleton. With his own strength, it was almost impossible for him to take away the dragon bone under Jun Wanjia's nose. Therefore, Xiaochen had no choice but to ask Wu Mingyue for help, no matter how unwilling he was. Wu Mingyue bit her lips. She was not afraid even when facing Long Bichi from Zulong. However, she was hesitant when facing Jun Wanjia. There was no other reason than the fact that the Jun family was too powerful. As one of the three great families, the Jun family was even more powerful than Zulong in the Huangtian mystic realm. Wu Mingyue did not care about her own safety, but the consequences would be unimaginable if the Panwu Jin dynasty behind her were implicated. Mingyue. Xiao Chen was stunned when he saw Wu Mingyue's hesitation. Was the princess of the Panwu Jin dynasty so afraid of the Jun family? Was Jun Xiaoyao really that scary? Wu Mingyue could not bear to see Xiao Chen's tough face. She clenched her fists and made up her mind. Okay, Xiao Chen, I will help you. Xiao Chen was pleasantly surprised when he heard Wu Mingyue's answer. As expected, Wu Mingyue cared about him a lot. You are. Jun Wanjia looked at Wu Mingyue, whose face was covered with a white veil, and frowned. He could feel that Wu Mingyue was not an ordinary person. The noble temperament she exuded was not something that a female cultivator from an ordinary force could have. Xiao Chen calmed down with Wu Mingyue's help. He looked at Long Bichi from the corner of his eye and spoke again. Dragon girl, although we had some conflicts before, should we work together to suppress the sequence 5 of the Jun family first? As for the distribution of the 5 dragon skeletons, we can talk about it later. Xiao Chen was smart and calculating. He was still able to come up with a way to form alliances. Join hands with you? Long Bichi raised her eyebrows. Heh, that's right. Don't you Zulong have a grudge against the Jun family as well? Are you willing to let the Jun family benefit from the conflict? Xiao Chen asked patiently. Long Bichi thought for a moment, then nodded and said, well, let's deal with the sequence 5 of the Jun family first. After forming a united front, Xiao Chen, Wu Mingyue, and Long Bichi attacked Jun Wanjia without hesitation. Do you think I'm afraid of you? As the 5th sequence of the Jun family who had climbed up from the bottom, Jun Wanjia was naturally arrogant. Other than Jun Xiaoyao, he would not submit to anyone else. 8 Thunder's prohibition, Heavenly Thunder eradication. Jun Wanjia's aura burst forth and his dermic powers surged like thunder. His first move was an extreme move. However, Xiao Chen and the other 2 were no pushovers either. Azure Dragon Devour. Xiao Chen reached out his hands. Hundreds of azure dragon light patterns burst out and merged into a giant azure dragon head. The head opened its mouth and bit at Jun Wanjia. Wu Mingyue waved her hand. Her dermic powers burst forth and turned into thousands of streaks of dermic powers. Long Bichi flipped her hand and summoned a dragon-scaled whip. She lashed out the whip and cracked the void. Even Jun Wanjia frowned when he saw the 3 of them performing their moves at the same time. He was indeed powerful, but the 3 in front of him were not to be underestimated either. Xiao Chen was a leading figure with great luck. Wu Mingyue was the eldest princess of the Panwu Jin dynasty. Long Bichi was the daughter of the Tsang dragon in Zulong. All 3 of them were peerless geniuses. It would be difficult for an average person to deal with one of them, let alone 3 of them at the same time. Rumble, the battle broke out. Ripples of dermic powers spread out and the entire karst cave rumbled. Jun Wanjia was forced to retreat. Blood trickled out from the corner of his mouth. He had not fully recovered from his injuries when he fought with Jun Xiaoyao in Nantian City. Facing 3 geniuses at the same time was stressful for him. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. You are injured. It seems that the Jun family sequence is not invincible after all. Although he could not take revenge on Jun Xiaoyao for the time being, it would be nice to take revenge on the people around him. How dare you? The Jun family sequence is not someone you can criticize. Jun Wanjia shouted. Lightning shot out from his eyes. He had activated his Thunder Calamity battle form. Boom, endless lightning surrounded him. The power of the heavenly method of surviving calamity was also revealed. He has activated his Thunder Calamity battle form. Don't hold back. Long Bichi shouted. She gathered the dragon essence in her body and lashed out with her whip. A dragon's roar was heard and the shadow of its song dragon rushed out. Sky-ripping hand of the Azure Dragon. Xiao Chen also performed his great skill. As for Wu Mingyue, she hesitated. This was because if she used the martial arts of the Panwu Celestial Dynasty, her protector would notice it and bring her back to the Panwu Celestial Dynasty. However, she thought about it and realized that the dragon bones were very important to Xiao Chen. In order to help Xiaochen get the dragon bones, Wu Mingyue did not care about anything else. She waved her hand. It was as if she had thrown out thousands of palm strikes in an instant. The air trembled and a powerful force burst out. Is that the chaotic element loose hand of the Panwu Jin dynasty? Jun Wanjia was slightly surprised to see Wu Mingyue perform her unique skill. He had fought with the marquis champion, the genius of the Jin dynasty. That marquis champion had once used this primordial chaos scattered hands. Xiao Chen and the other two performed their great skills together. Even the best geniuses would have a hard time fighting against them. If Ji Xian were here, he would also be suppressed. With a loud crash, Jun Wanjia was forced to take dozens of steps back. His old wounds had not healed, and new ones were added to them. He finally could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. On the other side, Xiao Chen and the other two were also forced to retreat. There were burn marks on their bodies. He is so powerful. No wonder he is the sequence 5 of the Jun family. Long Bichi was secretly shocked. Although Jun Wanjia wasn't as invincible as Jun Xiaoyao, who could defeat all his enemies, he couldn't be underestimated. The three of them could not suppress Jun Wanjia in a short time even though they worked together. Xiao Chen's face was a little pale. He could not deal with Jun Xiaoyao, but now he could not even deal with Jun Wanjia. Seeing Xiao Chen's expression, Wu Mingyue bit her lip and said, "Xiao Chen, I have a magic weapon that can trap Jun Wanjia for a short time. You can take the opportunity to get the dragon bones." Hearing Wu Mingyue's words, Xiao Chen's eyes lit up and he nodded heavily. "With me, Jun Wanjia, here today, you can forget about getting the dragon bones of the Son of God." Jun Wanjia's face was cold, and his eyes were full of thunder. At this moment, Wu Mingyue's figure flashed, and she took out a golden rope. The rope twisted like a spirit snake, and with extreme speed, it coiled around Jun Wanjia's body and tied him up. "What is this?" Jun Wanjia tried to break free and burst out his thunder power. However, he found that his spiritual sea seemed to be suppressed by the rope and could not release his power. As the princess of the Panwu Jin dynasty, Wu Mingyue's magic weapon would not be simple. This golden rope was enough to bind Jun Wanjia for a short time. "Xiao Chen, go get the dragon bones," Wu Mingyue said. On the other hand, Xiao Chen's face was gloomy. Then, his eyes became fierce and showed a hint of ruthlessness. He flapped the wings of the azure dragon on his back and flashed in front of Jun Wanjia, who was tied up. His arm, which had turned into the claw of the azure dragon, clawed at Jun Wanjia's head. "Die, sequence of the Jun family." Xiao Chen's eyes were full of ruthlessness. Since he could not take revenge on Jun Xiaoyao for the time being, he would kill the people around him first. Looking at the descending azure dragon claw, Jun Wanjia's face became tense. He was not afraid. He was just regretful that he would never see his sister again in this life. Just as Jun Wanjia was about to die, a giant golden palm of dermic power came crashing down. With one slap, Xiao Chen, who was about to commit murder, was knocked to the ground and coughed up blood. At the same time, a cold voice with a hint of mockery was heard. "Such a decisive and ruthless way of doing things. You do have the style of a protagonist, but unfortunately, you don't have the fate of a protagonist." Hearing this voice, Xiao Chen's pupils shrank. He felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave, and his whole body was cold. The whole book the situation had changed many times in just a few breaths. Even Wu Mingyue didn't expect that Xiao Chen would choose to kill Jun Wanjia in the first place. Jun Wanjia was a genius of the Jun family. If one of them died, the entire Huangtian mystic realm would be shaken. Furthermore, if Jun Wanjia had died in a normal battle, the Jun family might not have been so furious. But now, Jun Wanjia was tied up with the golden rope. If he died, not only would Xiao Chen be finished. Even Wu Mingyue and the Panwu celestial dynasty behind her would be implicated. Wu Mingyue didn't expect Xiao Chen to be so impulsive and reckless. She also didn't expect that the handsome young man who always had a gentle smile on his face would have such a cruel side. However, before Wu Mingyue could come to her senses, she saw that Xiao Chen had been knocked to the ground. She also heard the voice at the same time. Could it be that the one from the Jun family is here? Wu Mingyue's eyes trembled as she looked over. A white-robed figure shrouded in celestial light slowly walked over. He was handsome and had a celestial body. It was as if he had been sculpted by the hands of the heavens. He was the most perfect being. Who else could it be but Jun Xiaoyao? It's Jun Xiaoyao. Long Biqi's face tightened as she became extremely alert. Wu Mingyue also took a deep breath. She didn't expect that it was really the son of God of the Jun family. Young master. Jun Wanjia's face was filled with joy. He had secretly sent a message to Jun Xiaoyao when he saw the dragon bones. Jun Xiaoyao naturally knew the location and came over alone. He didn't expect to see Xiaochen committing a crime. Jun Xiaoyao. Xiaochen, who had been knocked to the ground, stood up and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His face was ferocious, as if he had met his destined enemy. Everyone could feel the hatred and anger in his eyes. Seeing this, Wu Mingyue was shocked. She recalled the past that Xiaochen had told her before. Xiaochen, could your enemy be the son of God of the Jun family? Wu Mingyue couldn't help but ask. Who else could it be but him? I, Xiaochen, have sworn that I will avenge the 3-year agreement. Xiaochen shouted coldly. He was no longer the weak and wretched youth from before. He now had the confidence to face Jun Xiaoyao. Of course, the safest way was to refine the supreme ancestral dragon bone before fighting Jun Xiaoyao. But now, it seemed like there was no chance. Hearing Xiaochen's words, Wu Mingyue's mind went blank, and her face paled instantly. She had been thinking that if she were to run into Xiaochen's nemesis, she would not mind helping Xiaochen get rid of him. As the eldest princess of the Panwu Jin dynasty, there were few people and forces in the Huangtian mystic realm that could make her wary. As long as she moved her mouth, a large force could be easily destroyed. But now, Xiaochen's nemesis had appeared. Could Wu Mingyue get rid of him? It was not a question of whether or not she could get rid of him. That was an impossible question from the start. She was only the eldest princess of the Panwu Jin dynasty. Even the real master of the Jin dynasty, the supreme lord of the Panwu Jin dynasty, would not dare to make a move against Jun Xiaoyao. The great ancestors buried in the ancestral hall of the Jun family were not incompetent. One of the 18th ancestors was enough to intimidate half of the Huangtian mystic realm. How could it be? Why him? Wu Mingyue suddenly felt a strong sense of powerlessness. To be able to make the eldest princess of the immortal Jin dynasty feel so powerless, it was obvious that Jun Xiaoyao's identity was the most honorable in the entire Huangtian mystic realm. Jun Xiaoyao did not care much about Xiaochen. His eyes fell on the 5 dragon bones. Jun Xiaoyao only glanced at the 4 ancient dragon bones. His eyes fell on the supreme ancestral dragon bone. Not bad. The supreme ancestral dragon bone has the bloodline of the supreme ancestral dragon. Even in the Zulong, there are only a few of them. Jun Xiaoyao nodded slightly, showing a satisfied look. Xiaochen was indeed his lucky star. Jun Xiaoyao, you knew that I had entered the supreme treasure of Yuan-Tian all along? Xiaochen gritted his teeth, his eyes red. What do you think? Jun Xiaoyao's lips curled into a smile. But you didn't make a move at that time, just to let me find the opportunity and then take advantage of it behind my back. Xiaochen's face became extremely ugly. It seems that you are not too stupid, Jun Xiaoyao said. Jun Xiaoyao. Xiaochen was furious. He let out a long roar and fully activated his strength. Azure Dragon Demon Suppression. Xiaochen formed a seal with his hands and pushed it forward. A shadow of an azure dragon appeared, connected head to tail and coiled together. It was like a mountain of azure dragons, pressing down on Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were indifferent. He raised his hand and threw a simple punch. The golden fist landed directly on the green dragon mountain and shattered it with a single blow. Xiaochen saw this and his face turned pale again. He could not believe it. This was the ultimate magic of his spell of dragon transformation in Blue Heaven, but it was shattered by Jun Xiaoyao with a single punch. Xiaochen, stop lying to yourself. You know that you can only look up to the Son of God for the rest of your life. Jun Xiaoyao raised his hand again as he spoke, pressing down on Xiaochen. Seeing Jun Xiaoyao make a move, Xiaochen's hair stood on end. He hurriedly performed a defensive technique, immovable azure dragon bell. In an instant, an illusory giant bell branded with azure dragon patterns covered his body. Ridiculous. Jun Xiaoyao added the strength of 70,000 particles of the giant elephant, and 700 million pounds of divine power came down on Xiao Chen. Boom, dust flew everywhere, and the sound of blood was heard. Xiao Chen. Seeing this, Wu Mingyue's expression changed. As the dust settled, Xiao Chen's figure was revealed. The immovable azure dragon bell that he had performed could not stop Jun Xiaoyao's palm at all. At this moment, Xiao Chen was lying in the cracks of the pit. The azure scales all over his body were shattered, and blood was flowing everywhere. God knew how many of his bones were broken. Fortunately, the spell of dragon transformation in blue heaven greatly strengthened the physical body, so Xiao Chen was not killed by the palm. But even if he was not dead, he was almost half dead. Long Bichi saw this and her expression became even more serious. Jun Xiaoyao walked to Jun Wanjie and used his divine power to tear the golden rope away. This is a good treasure. Jun Xiaoyao held the golden rope and looked at it. Wu Mingyue landed beside Xiao Chen and helped him up. Her face was full of worry and concern. Jun Xiaoyao watched this scene with great interest. Young master, that woman is performing the martial arts of the Jin dynasty of Panwu, Jun Wanjie said. Oh, the Jin dynasty of Panwu? Jun Xiaoyao's eyes lit up, and then a playful look appeared on his face. He did not forget that he still had a check-in task in the Panwu Jin dynasty of Panwu. And if he wanted to awaken the second sacred body vision quickly, he would have to go to Panwu as well. However, before dealing with Xiao Chen and this woman, Jun Xiaoyao still had to take care of a small problem. He turned to look at Long Bichi, who was wearing a gloomy expression. Long Bichi, why are you still standing here like an idiot? Are you tired of living? The whole book. Hearing Jun Xiaoyao's words, Long Bichi's face turned pale. She trembled with anger. After all, she was the dragon princess of the Tsang dragon clan in Zulong. Nobody had ever talked to her with such an attitude before. If it were someone else, Long Bichi would have lashed out with her whip. But now, looking at the peerless figure shrouded in the divine light, Long Bichi was filled with fear. She even felt fear, that was right. Long Bichi couldn't imagine that she would be scared before the battle. Jun Xiaoyao frowned when he saw that Long Bichi didn't respond. He didn't ask Long Bichi to get lost out of kindness. He just didn't want to deal with her because he had more important things to do. But since Long Bichi didn't want to leave, Jun Xiaoyao had to take care of her. He performed the human sovereign mudra and launched an attack. In an instant, his magic power surged. The mudra shook the world and cracked the earth. Long Bichi's expression changed. She hurried to defend herself. Boom, puff, Long Bichi's face turned pale. She spat out a mouthful of blood. She was blown away and crashed into a mountain wall. Cracks spread all around her. You don't know what's good for you. Jun Xiaoyao looked indifferent. Long Bichi kept coughing up blood. Her eyes were filled with fear. She couldn't even block one attack from Jun Xiaoyao. Let's go. Long Bichi trembled. She didn't dare to stay any longer. She was sure that she wouldn't be able to walk out of the secret treasure of Yuan-Tian if she stayed any longer. She had some protective items with her, and there were guardian elders outside. But Long Bichi still didn't feel safe. No one would feel safe if they were to stand against Jun Xiaoyao. Long Bichi ran away without hesitation. She hated that her parents didn't give birth to her with 2 more legs. The dragon princess of Zulong was so scared. Many people would be shocked if they knew about it. Wu Mingyue and Xiao Chen's hearts sank when they saw Long Bichi leaving. They knew that Jun Xiaoyao didn't care about Long Bichi because he had his eyes on them. Son of God of the Jun family, what are you doing? Wu Mingyue stepped forward and stood in front of Xiao Chen. She sounded a little nervous. She was the eldest princess of the immortal Jin dynasty. Even if her face was covered with a white veil and her identity was hidden, the sense of nobility that came from her bones could not be erased. But now, in front of Jun Xiaoyao, Wu Mingyue couldn't bring herself to be arrogant. She felt as if she was a mortal girl who had seen a true immortal. What are you doing? Jun Xiaoyao tilted his head slightly and looked at Wu Mingyue with great interest. It felt as if he wasn't looking at a woman. It was more like he was looking at a tool man. Being stared at by Jun Xiaoyao's deep gaze, Wu Mingyue felt as if her entire body was being seen through. Son of God of the Jun family is so scary. Wu Mingyue felt a chill in her heart. Take off your veil. I, the son of God, don't like people hiding in front of me, Jun Xiaoyao said coldly. It was a completely commanding tone. After all, Wu Mingyue was the eldest princess of the Jin dynasty. She still had her bottom line. Jun Xiaoyao's tone and attitude made him sound like a servant. What? Do you want me to do it myself? It won't be as simple as taking off your veil, Jun Xiaoyao said coldly. Wu Mingyue bit her lip and thought of Long Bichi, who had been sent flying by his attack. Although she was powerful, she couldn't be much stronger than Long Bichi. Thinking of this, Wu Mingyue held back her humiliation and took off the veil on her face. In an instant, a breathtakingly beautiful face appeared in front of Jun Xiaoyao. Her eyes were like autumn water, her eyebrows were like ink, her skin was smooth, and her teeth were like seashells. She was indeed a woman of peerless beauty. Jun Xiaoyao's expression didn't change. He said indifferently, "So you are a beauty. No wonder Xiaochen is so infatuated with you. Son of God of the Jun family, don't insult me. Xiaochen is not nice to me because of my appearance," Wu Mingyue said coldly. She wouldn't allow anyone to blaspheme her feelings. Oh? Jun Xiaoyao smiled faintly and walked up slowly. Although he didn't release any energy, Wu Mingyue felt a little breathless because of his superior temperament. Jun Xiaoyao walked up to Wu Mingyue and pinched her jade-like chin. Xiaochen is just lusting after your body and using the power behind you to deal with me. Jun Xiaoyao, shut up. Xiaochen shouted at Jun Xiaoyao when he heard what Jun Xiaoyao said. However, there was a guilty look in his eyes. He really did like Wu Mingyue. However, there were also some other thoughts in his mind. Jun Xiaoyao hit the nail on the head with his words. Shut up. Jun Xiaoyao slapped Xiaochen and sent him to the ground again. He coughed up blood and was unable to fight back. Jun Xiaoyao, stop it. Wu Mingyue's face was pale. She couldn't break free from Jun Xiaoyao's grip on her chin. Xiaochen was lying in a pool of blood. He was furious when he saw Jun Xiaoyao blaspheming the goddess of his heart. Xiaochen didn't even touch Wu Mingyue's finger. Although he wanted to touch her, he knew that Wu Mingyue was the princess of the Jin dynasty. She was not a casual woman, so he held back. However, Jun Xiaoyao was now holding Wu Mingyue's chin with a playful look on his face. It was as if he was appreciating a rare masterpiece. No man would be able to accept this. Great ancestor, I beg you to kill Jun Xiaoyao. Xiaochen screamed in his mind. However, Master Blue Dragon didn't respond. He was like a stone sinking into the ocean. What a joke, Master Blue Dragon wouldn't dare to show up. If the elders of the Jun family found out, the consequences would be unimaginable. Even if he was a quasi-supreme primordial spirit, he would be thrown into the soul-refining tower and suffer a fate worse than death. Seeing that Master Blue Dragon didn't respond, Xiaochen was even more anxious and angry. Jun Xiaoyao looked at Xiaochen and said, Xiaochen, thank you from the bottom of my heart. You gave me a fiancé and dragon chi the first time, and now you've given me a beauty and 5 dragon skeletons. I really don't know how to thank you. Jun Xiaoyao was sincere. He didn't even want to kill Xiaochen. Jun Xiaoyao. You. Xiaochen was so angry that his face turned green and his body trembled. It was as if he had been stripped naked and thrown into a cold spring. It was cold to the bone. Ah. Xiaochen was so infuriated that he roared at the sky. His blood rushed to his head, and he passed out again. Xiaochen. Wu Mingyue got rid of Jun Xiaoyao and hurriedly checked on Xiaochen. After finding that he was still alive, she was slightly relieved. However, her face was still serious. Son of God of the Jun family, what do you want? If you want the dragon skeletons, I'll give them to you, Wu Mingyue said with a tense face. If I'm not mistaken, you should be the eldest princess of the Panwu Jin dynasty, Wu Mingyue, Jun Xiaoyao said calmly with his hands behind his back. That's right. At this point, there was nothing to hide, so Wu Mingyue admitted it. In her opinion, if she revealed her identity now, Jun Xiaoyao might be more cautious. However, Jun Xiaoyao's expression didn't change at all. It was as if the identity of the eldest princess of the Jin dynasty was nothing to him. You've seen how much Xiaochen hates me. Do you have a problem with me killing him? Jun Xiaoyao's voice suddenly became cold. No, you can't kill him. Wu Mingyue's expression changed immediately. Jun Xiaoyao ignored Wu Mingyue and reached out to grab Xiaochen. Wu Mingyue's body burst with magical power, trying to block it. How dare you protect him? What eldest princess of the Jin dynasty? Kneel down before the Son of God. Jun Xiaoyao's golden spirit ocean rippled. 700 million caddies of divine power surged out like an ancient divine elephant crushing down. With a splat, Wu Mingyue was directly forced to kneel on the ground. She coughed up blood from the corner of her mouth, staining her silk dress red. The eldest princess of the immortal Jin dynasty was kneeling before Jun Xiaoyao at this moment. She was like a mortal girl kneeling before a banished immortal. The whole book that scene was not seen by the outside world. But one could imagine how many people would be stunned if the news were to spread. Wu Mingyue could be said to be one of the most distinguished people among the younger generation in the Huangtian mystic realm. Wherever she went, she was the center of attention. She could destroy a top orthodoxy with a single sentence. At that moment, the noble and lofty princess of the divine dynasty was coughing up blood at the corner of her mouth as she knelt before Jun Xiaoyao. That scene was unimaginable. Jun Xiaoyao. Wu Mingyue struggled and burst out the power of the spiritual ocean in her body, but she was suppressed by Jun Xiaoyao and could not get up. The golden elephant shadow seemed to be able to suppress thousands of worlds and trample the universe under its feet. Jun Xiaoyao stood in the elephant shadow with his hands behind his back, like a god who ruled the world. A sense of humiliation and despair spread in Wu Mingyue's heart. She had never thought that she would be in such a sorry and humiliated state. Wu Mingyue, don't use your identity as the princess of the Jin dynasty to oppress others. If it were someone else, they might be afraid, but for the Son of God, heh. Jun Xiaoyao did not say much. However, the word heh expressed his disdain and contempt to the fullest. Jun Xiaoyao had never been inferior to anyone when it came to status and background. His father's family, the Jun family of the ancients, his mother's family, the Jiang family of the ancients, he was the young master of the two great families of the ancients. Who else could it be? Wu Mingyue bit her red lips. She did not expect that Jun Xiaoyao was not afraid of the Panwu Jin dynasty at all. He did not care that she was a woman of unparalleled beauty. It seemed that in Jun Xiaoyao's eyes, Wu Mingyue was no different from a village girl. Wu Mingyue felt helpless at the thought. She did not even have the right to negotiate with Jun Xiaoyao. Wu Mingyue took a deep breath and tried her best to calm down. She then said in a calm tone, Jun Xiaoyao, just tell me, what do I have to do to make you let Xiaochen go? Oh, you really want to protect him? Jun Xiaoyao raised his eyebrows slightly. Even though he looked surprised, he was sneering coldly in his heart. Sure enough, Wu Mingyue fell into the trap he had set up. State your conditions, Wu Mingyue said coldly. To be honest, I, the Son of God, am kind and generous. I'm definitely not a devil. It's not impossible for me to let Xiaochen go. Jun Xiaoyao smiled faintly. Hearing this, Wu Mingyue was slightly stunned. Kind personality, treating others with generosity. Wu Mingyue gritted her teeth as she looked at Xiaochen lying in a pool of his own blood. She wanted nothing more than to bite Jun Xiaoyao right there and then. Just state your conditions. There's no need to beat around the bush, Wu Mingyue said coldly. Jun Xiaoyao glanced at Wu Mingyue's delicate body. She was wearing a snow-white silk dress that outlined her slender and graceful curves. Unlike Jiang Luoli, who had short legs and a flat body, Wu Mingyue's body was slender and well-proportioned. Coupled with her snow-white beauty, she was indeed worthy of her identity as the princess of the Jin dynasty. Jun Xiaoyao's gaze caused goosebumps to appear all over Wu Mingyue's snow-white skin. She couldn't help but cover her chest with her jade-like arms and frown. Jun Xiaoyao, don't you dare ask for outrageous terms. There's no way I'll agree to them. Hee, why are you princesses and princesses so narcissistic? Do I, the Son of God, need your body? Jun Xiaoyao shook his head and said. By you, the princess of the ancient kingdom of Phoenix, was like that. So was the eldest princess of the Jin dynasty. She was really spoiled in the palace. Hearing Jun Xiaoyao's words, Wu Mingyue's expression became slightly unnatural. Indeed, with Jun Xiaoyao's looks and status, even the prides of the immortal orthodoxies would be happy to marry him. I, the Son of God, only have one condition. Open the sacred palace and let me plant a slave seal, Jun Xiaoyao said indifferently. It was almost impossible to plant a slave seal unless she was willing. Jun Xiaoyao's words made Wu Mingyue's body tremble and her face turn pale. Plant a slave seal, Wu Mingyue could not believe it. Jun Xiaoyao wanted to enslave her? Jun Xiaoyao, your condition is too much. Wu Mingyue's face turned from white to green. She was obviously angry. She was the princess of the immortal Jin dynasty. How could she be enslaved by someone else? If word got out, it would be a big scandal. The entire Panwu Jin dynasty would be humiliated. Do you think you are still in a position to bargain with me? Jun Xiaoyao raised his hand again and slapped at the unconscious Xiao Chen. Stop. Wu Mingyue said in a trembling voice. Jun Xiaoyao stopped and looked at Wu Mingyue. Wu Mingyue was struggling in her heart. Then, as if she had thought of something, her chest rose and fell. She said, okay, I agree. Jun Xiaoyao's lips curled into a cold smile. Wu Mingyue, if you dare to play any tricks, I, the Son of God, will immediately take Xiao Chen's life. He could see that Wu Mingyue had agreed so easily. She must have some tricks up her sleeve. As a princess, she must have something to protect the sacred palace in her mind. Jun Xiaoyao's words directly exposed Wu Mingyue's thoughts. Her face was as pale as paper, and her eyes were trembling. Jun Xiaoyao was the devil. After an extreme struggle, Wu Mingyue completely surrendered. She couldn't just watch Xiao Chen be killed by Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao, I can open the sacred palace, but you must swear on your path heart that you must let Xiao Chen go and spare his life, Wu Mingyue said in a firm tone. Jun Xiaoyao smiled and said, I, the Son of God, swear on my path heart. If I violate it, my path heart will collapse, and heaven and earth will punish me. Swearing on one's path heart was a very strict oath. If one violated it, there would be very serious consequences. However, to Jun Xiaoyao, such a vow of the path was nothing. He had the help of the system, and he was destined to rise and dominate this era. When that time came, even the heavens would be under his feet. Heaven and earth would punish him? That was ridiculous, but of course, Wu Mingyue didn't know Jun Xiaoyao's ability. Seeing him swear, she opened the sacred palace. Ah, you are so devoted. Even I, the Son of God, am touched. Jun Xiaoyao sighed and planted a slave seal in Wu Mingyue's sacred palace without hesitation. At this point, Wu Mingyue became Jun Xiaoyao's slave. Jun Xiaoyao, you have the face of a banished immortal, but the heart of a demon. Wu Mingyue was so angry that her delicate body trembled. Pay attention to your current status and attitude. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were cold as he slightly activated the slave seal. Wu Mingyue's face was pale, and she had a splitting headache. She immediately knelt on the ground, her delicate body trembling. A strong sense of humiliation pervaded the bottom of her heart. Jun Xiaoyao's face was indifferent. He waved his hand and put the 5 dragon skeletons into his bag. Jun Xiaoyao looked at the unconscious Xiao Chen and then looked at Wu Mingyue, whose face was full of humiliation. A strange smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. A new trap had been laid. And this time, the center of the trap was Wu Mingyue. The target of the trap was the Panwu Jin dynasty. They say that women in love are brainless. Wu Mingyue is a classic example. For an ant that is destined to die, you are willing to be enslaved by me. But this is also good. It suits me. In the future, I can plot against the Panwu Jin dynasty. Jun Xiaoyao's lips curled into a smile. Everything was under his control. Oh right, it's time to harvest another leek. Xian, the complete book. After collecting the dragon bones and dealing with Xiao Chen and Wu Mingyue, Jun Xiaoyao was ready to leave. He had already set up a trap for the Jin dynasty, and there would be opportunities to harvest in the future. Next, Jun Xiaoyao paid attention to another leek, which was Xian. Xian definitely knew some secrets of the supreme treasure of Yuantian. Haha, Wu Mingyue, take good care of Xiao Chen and take him away. Don't let him die, Jun Xiaoyao said with a playful expression. After saying that, he turned around and left. Jun Wanjie followed closely behind. Jun Xiaoyao's words made Wu Mingyue clench her jade-like hands. Not only did he humiliate Xiao Chen, but he also ridiculed him. Jun Xiaoyao was an old eunuch. Young master, are you really going to let Xiaochen go? Although he is just an ant. In your eyes, he is still a small problem, Jun Wanjie said. He was very loyal to Jun Xiaoyao now. I have my own plans for this person. When the time comes, I will kill him, Jun Xiaoyao said indifferently. Swearing by the Taoist heart was useless to him. He could kill Xiaochen if he wanted to. However, Jun Xiaoyao had a vague feeling that Xiaochen seemed to bring him a big surprise. That surprise was probably bigger than Wu Mingyue and the 5 dragon bones. That was why Jun Xiaoyao was willing to let Xiaochen go. If Xiaochen was really worthless, he would kill Xiaochen even if Wu Mingyue was in his way. On the other side, after Jun Xiaoyao left, Wu Mingyue gave the unconscious Xiaochen a lot of healing medicine. Soon, Xiaochen slowly woke up. After he woke up, Xiaochen's body suddenly trembled, and a deep-seated hatred appeared on his face. He looked around and said, "Where is Jun Xiaoyao?" "Xiaochen, calm down first. Jun Xiaoyao has already left," Wu Mingyue said in a concerned tone. "Left? He didn't kill me?" Xiaochen looked surprised. Then, as if he had thought of something, he looked back. Xiaochen's blood rushed to his head when he saw the empty cave, and his face turned livid. The dragon bones were gone. Not only was the supreme ancestral dragon bone gone. Even the 4 ancient dragon skeletons were gone. This Jun Xiaoyao did not leave any leftovers for him. Pucci, Xiaochen was so angry that his injuries, which had just been suppressed by the healing pills, flared up again, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. "Xiaochen, don't worry. Where there's life, there's hope," Wu Mingyue consoled. Xiaochen's face turned pale. His mind was buzzing, and the blood in his chest was boiling. Jun Xiaoyao had first taken away his dragon qi, and now he had taken away his 5 dragon skeletons. Xiaochen felt that he was just a gift to the rich. However, that Jun Xiaoyao is such a vicious person. Why would he let me go? Xiaochen thought. He suddenly turned to Wu Mingyue and said anxiously, "Mingyue, that Jun Xiaoyao didn't do anything to you, did he? How did he leave?" Xiaochen was nervous, fearing that something had happened between Wu Mingyue and Jun Xiaoyao. If Wu Mingyue was the same as Baiyuer, then Xiaochen would definitely be driven to the brink of insanity. Wu Mingyue bit her lip. The fact that she had been planted with a slave mark and became Jun Xiaoyao's slave was a scandal. How could it be leaked? If that happened, not only would her reputation be damaged, but also the reputation of the Panwu Jin dynasty. No, he didn't. He only let you go because I threatened him with the Panwu Jin dynasty, Wu Mingyue said with a forced smile. However, she felt extremely bitter inside. Because she was already Jun Xiaoyao's slave. However, she was willing to do that in order to keep Xiaochen alive. Phew, that's good. That Jun Xiaoyao is not afraid of anything, but he is still afraid of my Mingyue. Xiaochen let out a long sigh of relief. The frustration and anger in his heart had also subsided. At least with Wu Mingyue around, Jun Xiaoyao would not dare to do anything to him. Wu Mingyue felt even more ashamed after hearing that. "Xiaochen, I may not be able to stay by your side from now on." Wu Mingyue showed a hint of reluctance. "Why?" Xiaochen was shocked and hurriedly asked. "That guardian of mine will probably come looking for me soon. I have to go back and complete the selection of the prince consort," Wu Mingyue said sadly. That was why she had chosen to run away from home. However, when she performed the martial arts of the Panwu celestial dynasty, the protector must have sensed her presence. "Mingyue, you are my woman. I will not let anyone else touch you. When the Panwu Jin dynasty selects its prince consort, I will go and marry you openly." Xiaochen's face was filled with excitement as blood rushed to his head. Wu Mingyue was already his exclusive possession in his heart. He would not give her to another man. Moreover, Xiaochen had another plan in mind. If he could become the prince consort of the Panwu Jin dynasty, he would have the power to compete with Jun Xiaoyao. With this level of power and the nurturing of the Panwu Jin dynasty, Xiaochen believed that he could catch up to Jun Xiaoyao. "Xiaochen." Wu Mingyue's bright eyes showed that she was touched. However, when she thought of the slave mark that Jun Xiaoyao had planted in her, Wu Mingyue's heart was covered with a layer of shadow. That Jun Xiaoyao would not do anything stupid when the time came. Deep in the secret treasure of Yuantian, there were a few ancient teleportation formations everywhere. In front of one of the ancient teleportation formations, a figure quietly arrived. He was wearing a long golden robe. His face was handsome, and he looked like a phoenix. There was a faint divine light on his right arm, and runes were scattered, exuding a sacred and powerful aura. It was Ji Xian, the junior saint of the Ji family. I've finally made it here. Now, only those who have the supreme token of Yuantian can use this ancient formation to teleport to the depths of the treasure and obtain the greatest opportunity, Ji Xian murmured. Ji Xian murmured and took out a supreme token of Yuantian. In an instant, runes began to rise and flash on the ancient formation. The void was slightly distorted. In the next moment, Ji Xian disappeared on the spot and was teleported to the depths of the treasure. After he was teleported, two figures emerged from the darkness behind him. They were Jun Zhangjian and Jun Xuehuang. Jun Xuehuang's beautiful eyes flashed. She said, "Zhangjian, I'll teleport in first and follow Ji Xian. You send a message to the Son of God and ask him to come." Okay. Jun Zhangjian nodded slightly. Jun Xuehuang walked lightly and landed on the formation. She also took out a supreme token of Yuantian. The void rippled, and she disappeared on the spot. Jun Zhangjian, on the other hand, took out a communication jade slip. On the other side, Xianxia and the nine-headed lion were looking for opportunities in a dilapidated palace. "Master hasn't arrived yet," the nine-headed lion said, wagging its tail. It had completely adapted to being Jun Xiaoyao's mount. Xiaoyao said he went to harvest chives. What does that mean? Xianxia was puzzled. Ahem, Goddess Jiang, you may not know this, but the chives have an important effect on male creatures, which is to strengthen. The nine-headed lion coughed dryly and revealed a wretched smile. It was usually majestic and domineering, but now it had revealed its beastly nature. Strengthen what? A gentle and calm voice sounded. Hearing this voice, the nine-headed lion instinctively bristled. It shrank its head and laughed dryly. No, nothing. Master is here. Not far away, two figures appeared. They were Jun Xiaoyao and Jun Wanjia. Jiangxingyi tilted her head slightly and asked innocently, "Xiaoyao, when you said harvest chives, do you mean to eat them? Is it good for your body?" Her expression was so innocent that no one could bear to tell her the truth. Looking at Jiangxingyi's innocent expression, Jun Xiaoyao was slightly speechless. Ahem. This lion is talking nonsense. Jun Xiaoyao coughed dryly. It was better not to let his aunt know about this kind of strange knowledge. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao suddenly sensed something. He took out a communication jade slip and smiled faintly again. More chives are harvested. The full text. The depths of the secret treasure of Yuantian were filled with thick gray fog. The dead silence seemed to have frozen for eternity. And in this dead silence, a figure shrouded in golden light appeared here. It was Ji Xian. Although there had been some changes in the supreme treasure of Yuantian, Ji Xian was not afraid. He had a deeper understanding of this treasure than others. Not to mention, he had accidentally found an ancient talisman in a library of the Holy Spirit College, which was related to the supreme treasure. In addition, as the pride of the Ji family, Ji Xian naturally had treasures to protect himself and escape. If there was no other way, he could directly use the great teleportation talisman to leave. Although he might lose the opportunity, he could still save his life. Ji Xian really couldn't imagine what kind of danger he would be in with so many means. Therefore, Ji Xian could be said to have a card up his sleeve and was very confident in himself. The supreme treasure of Yuantian was extremely powerful. He once caused havoc in Zulong and tore apart the supreme treasure of Wanhuang Spirit Mountain. Almost no one dared to provoke him. But in the end, he died and left the stage of history. Rumor has it that before he died, he went to a foreign land and seemed to have brought back a rare item. If I can get that treasure, I might be able to create an invincible supreme treasure. Ji Xian muttered to himself as he walked. This information was recorded in the ancient books. Although Ji Xian couldn't judge whether it was true or not, he felt that it was most likely true with this ancient talisman. At this moment, Ji Xian suddenly stopped. There was an inexplicable expression on his face. Then, he turned his head and glanced at the depths of the darkness behind him. There was dead silence there. Ji Xian's lips curled into a sneer. He raised his right hand and pressed toward the depths of the darkness. In an instant, divine light erupted, and runes scattered. The dazzling giant hand of magical power seemed to be able to destroy everything. This was the power of the Saint King's hand bone. Boom, the darkness was illuminated, and there was a great tremor. A figure flashed out, and a burst of cold air seemed to freeze the void. It was Jun Xuehuang. I was wondering why I felt that someone had been following me. So it's you, Jun Xuehuang. Ji Xian's expression was calm and cold. When did you find out? Jun Xuehuang frowned. However, even though she was discovered by Ji Xian, she was still very calm and did not panic at all. I've long discovered it, but I didn't reveal it. But I didn't expect you to follow me all the way here. Ji Xian's tone was indifferent. So, what do you want now? Jun Xuehuang stood tall and straight, her figure graceful and elegant. Her icy blue eyes were extremely calm, without any ripples of emotion. If it were anyone else, if they were discovered following Ji Xian, they would definitely be terrified. However, Jun Xuehuang was the seventh sequence of the Jun family. She had the confidence to confront Ji Xian. What do I want? I didn't want to have any conflict with your Jun family, but your actions have gone too far. Ji Xian's face suddenly darkened. He stretched out his hand and attacked Jun Xuehuang. He didn't want to start a conflict with the Jun family. After all, Jun Xiaoyao's reputation was too great. It was impossible to say that they were not afraid of him at all. But now, the Jun family was obviously going to follow behind him and take advantage of him. If Ji Xian still avoided it, he would really be a coward. In terms of background, the Ji family was not much weaker than the Jun family. Therefore, Ji Xian did not hesitate and directly attacked. Jun Xuehuang raised her eyebrows and also counterattacked. It had to be said that Ji Xian's right arm, which had fused with the Saint King's hand bone, was really sacred and extraordinary. That aura could even help Ji Xian block the erosion of the grey fog. However, Jun Xuehuang was different. She still needed to divide a part of her strength to resist the erosion of the grey fog. This grey fog also had a faint suppressive force. Under these conditions, Jun Xuehuang's strength was weakened by at least 30 to 40%. As for Ji Xian, relying on the Saint King's hand bone, he was almost unaffected. Fist of the King. Ji Xian clenched the 5 fingers of his right arm and punched out. A king's will spread out, and the fist light was astonishing. Jun Xuehuang waved her hand, and a crystal-clear ice shield condensed in front of her. Boom, accompanied by a cracking sound, the ice shield was directly broken. Jun Xuehuang's body was impacted and she was forced to retreat. There was a trace of blood at the corner of her lips. Jun Xuehuang was injured. Jun Xuehuang, you are no match for me here. Also, tell Jun Xiaoyao not to have any ideas about me, otherwise, be careful not to go for wool and come home shorn. Ji Xian's tone was indifferent. Jun Xuehuang's eyes were sharp. Are you threatening my son of God? You can think of it that way. Ji Xian's tone was indifferent. He had the ancient talisman, the supreme treasure of Yuan Tian, and it was his home ground. If Jun Xiaoyao dared to have any ideas about him, he would inevitably be taught a painful lesson. Seeing Jun Xuehuang's cold expression, Ji Xian frowned slightly. He did not want to be delayed by Jun Xuehuang. Thinking of this, Ji Xian looked around from the corner of his eyes. He found that in the depths of the darkness, there were many dark mottled coffins. Ji Xian remembered the records in the ancient books that there were likely to be evil things that were contaminated by the grey fog. Thinking of this, Ji Xian made his move. His target was not Jun Xuehuang, but the coffins. Rumble, Ji Xian blasted out with his palm, as if the sky was falling and the earth was cracking. Those coffins were all shattered, and billowing black gas surged out. Then, decaying demon corpses covered with black hair appeared one after another. Ji Xian directly took out the ancient talisman he had obtained. It looked simple and dark, and there were complicated runes engraved on it. When the black-haired demon corpses saw the ancient talisman, they seemed to be afraid and did not dare to approach it. Instead, they targeted Jun Xuehuang. Ji Xian, you! Jun Xuehuang was angry, and her face turned pale. She did not expect Ji Xian to use such a method. Haha, Jun Xuehuang, I didn't kill you. Whether you can survive or not is up to you. Ji Xian smiled, turned around, and left. Looking at Ji Xian's back in the darkness, Jun Xuehuang's face was a little pale. Although the demon corpses had decayed over time and were far more powerful than when they were alive, they were still not something that Jun Xuehuang could deal with alone. Roar! The demon corpse let out a ghostly howl and pounced towards Jun Xuehuang. Jun Xuehuang could only fight and retreat. On the other side, Jun Xiaoyao, who had received Jun Zhangjian's message, also went to meet up with Xianxia and Jun Wanjie. As for the nine-headed lion and Jun Linglong, because they did not have the supreme token of Yuan Tian, they could not enter the depths of the secret treasure. They could only look for other opportunities in the outer layer. Not long after, Jun Xiaoyao came in front of an ancient teleportation formation. Jun Zhangjian was already waiting there. When he saw Jun Xiaoyao, his eyes lit up. He stepped forward and clasped his fists. Son of God, you are here. Where is Jun Xuehuang? Jun Xiaoyao asked. She went to follow Ji Xian alone. She asked me to help Son of God here, Jun Zhangjian said. Hearing this, Jun Xiaoyao frowned. Ji Xian must have some plans for the secret treasure of Yuan Tian. It is impossible that he did not prepare. Jun Xuehuang will be at a disadvantage if she is careless. Jun Xiaoyao's tone was a little heavy. Then, he waved his sleeves and stepped into the teleportation formation. On the one hand, he wanted to confirm Jun Xuehuang's situation. On the other hand, he wanted to see what kind of rewards he could get from signing in. The complete book Jun Xiaoyao, Jun Zhangjian, Jun Wanjie, and Xianxia each took out a supreme token of Yuan Tian. This kind of token could only be used by one person, so Jun Xiaoyao couldn't bring Jun Linglong and the nine-headed lion inside. Soon, the surrounding void distorted, and the four of them disappeared. When Jun Xiaoyao opened his eyes again, they had already arrived at the deepest part of the secret treasure of Yuan Tian. Heavy fog floated around them. The environment was extremely dark, and there was a sense of dread. It was as if everything around them had been contaminated and demonized. Is this the deepest part of the secret treasure of Yuan Tian? Jun Xiaoyao stood with his hands behind his back, wearing a white robe. His entire body was shrouded in divine light, and golden divine light flickered. The sacred body of the ancients was invulnerable to all evil, so the gray fog didn't affect Jun Xiaoyao at all. Xianxia was surrounded by countless natural inscriptions in the void, which helped her resist the erosion of the gray fog. The innate Taoist embryo was an extremely rare and powerful constitution, which was not much weaker than the sacred body of the ancients. Jun Wanjie was surrounded by thunder and lightning, and the power of thunder and lightning also had a restraining effect on the gray fog. Jun Zhangjian was the only one who couldn't isolate himself from the gray fog, even though he had the indestructible sword body. He could only use his mana to isolate himself. Among the four of them, he was the most shabby one. Sigh. I feel too ordinary when I'm with the Son of God and the others. It's too difficult. Jun Zhangjian sighed in his heart. Jun Xiaoyao stood where he was, and the mechanical voice of the system sounded in his mind. Ding. You have arrived at the supreme treasure of Yuan Tian. Would you like to sign in? Jun Xiaoyao smiled faintly when he heard the system's notification. As he expected, the check-in reward could only be triggered when he reached the deepest part of the treasure. Sign in. Jun Xiaoyao said in his heart. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 5-star reward, the Sword of the Primitive Emperor. As soon as the system's voice faded away, a series of complex spells poured into Jun Xiaoyao's sea of consciousness. In his divine palace, there seemed to be a dazzling divine chain condensing. At the same time, Jun Xiaoyao seemed to see an illusory scene. A majestic golden figure stood between the heavens and the earth. At the center of his brows, there seemed to be a law of the way manifesting. After that, it transformed into a dazzling divine chain of order. The divine chain of order once again transformed into an inch-long golden dagger. Although it looked short, when the sword burst forth, heaven and earth turned upside down, and the universe collapsed. Mountains, rivers, lakes, seas, and everything else were instantly transformed into dust, the power that burst from the small golden sword was no weaker than the Jun family's immortal slayer sword chant that the 18th ancestor had used before. 5-star reward, Origin Emperor Dao sword. This was Jun Xiaoyao's gain from signing in this time. The primitive emperor sword technique is the technique that made Yuan Tian Supreme famous. It is one of the 5 great divine arts, and is as famous as the Jun family sword of the immortal slayer. Jun Xiaoyao murmured in his heart. When the 18th ancestor taught him the sword of the immortal slayer, he also mentioned the other 4 great divine arts. The primitive emperor sword technique was one of them. This primitive emperor sword technique was not a real sword. It was a divine chain of order that had the power to transform the way. It was mysterious, unpredictable, and powerful. Back then, Yuan Tian Supreme was able to break into Zulong to seize the dragon bone and step on Wang Huang Spirit Mountain to slay the divine phoenix. To a large extent, it was because of this primitive emperor sword technique. And this primitive emperor sword technique became famous along with Yuan Tian Supreme. However, later on, after Yuan Tian Supreme fell, the primitive emperor sword technique was also lost. Therefore, it became a great pity. Many old people in the mystic realm lamented that an invincible inheritance had been cut off. Unexpectedly, this inheritance that had been cut off was obtained by Jun Xiaoyao. 5-star reward? Jun Xiaoyao said in his heart. He was not disappointed. After all, a 5-star reward was not low. It was impossible to get 7-star or even 8-star rewards every time. Moreover, the power of the primitive emperor sword technique did not disappoint Jun Xiaoyao. He could let this severed inheritance see the light of day again. Xiaoyao, what's wrong? Xianxia turned her head and looked at Jun Xiaoyao. From the beginning, Jun Xiaoyao had been standing on the spot in a daze. It's nothing. Jun Xiaoyao came back to his senses. In his divine palace, there was a divine chain of order lying. In the future, as long as it was nurtured, its power would become stronger and stronger. Eh? Xianxia took a deep look at Jun Xiaoyao. She had an innate Dao embryo and was very sensitive to various great Dao nomological laws and order rules. Just now, she seemed to have sensed that there seemed to be an extremely strong Dao rune between Jun Xiaoyao's eyebrows. However, Xianxia did not point it out. Everyone had their own secrets. This nephew of mine is really getting more and more mysterious. Xianxia thought to herself. At this moment, in the depths of the darkness ahead, waves of dermic power suddenly came, accompanied by a chill. It's Snow Phoenix. Something happened to her. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flashed, and he stepped into the air. Xianxia and the other 2 followed closely behind. Boom, a demon corpse slammed over, and Jun Xiaohuang was forced to retreat. Blood flowed from the corner of her mouth, and her aura was very unstable. Damn it, do I really have to leave like this? Jun Xiaohuang's chest rose and fell, and her expression was serious. She was not afraid of dying here. After all, she had the major shift talisman with her. If worst came to worst, she could just teleport away. However, Jun Xiaohuang had the pride of belonging to the Jun family sequence. Unless it was a matter of life and death, she really did not want to give up. At this moment, more than a dozen demon corpses surrounded and attacked at the same time. With this kind of encirclement, not to mention celestial bridge, realm or consolidation realm prodigies. Even if she was a Dao integration stage expert, she would probably be defeated. There's no other way. Jun Xiaohuang sighed deeply, and there was a hint of pity in her voice. However, she did it for Jun Xiaoyao, and she had no regrets. After all, Jun Xiaoyao had protected her in front of Long Haoyin. Just as Jun Xiaohuang was about to use the major shift talisman, a large golden hand with runes suddenly pushed over from afar. It was like the hand of an ancient god, but also like a golden divine grindstone that could crush heaven and earth. Wherever it passed, ruins collapsed and the earth cracked open, rumble, a violent collision erupted, and a group of demon corpses was sent flying, their bodies disintegrating. Son of God! Jun Xiaohuang's beautiful ice-blue eyes were filled with surprise. She turned around and saw an otherworldly figure that looked like a white-robed immortal walking over. Jun Zhangjian and the other 2 were beside him. Jun Xiaoyao looked at Jun Xiaohuang, walked up to her, and said gently, "Sorry for being late." Son of God. Jun Xiaohuang heard this voice, and her heart trembled slightly. Jun Xiaoyao was cold and ruthless toward his enemies, like an Azura. However, he took good care of his family and tried his best to protect them. Thank you for your concern, son of God. The snow phoenix is fine, just a small injury. Jun Xiaohuang smiled. Jun Xiaoyao's apology and concern were more effective than any healing medicine, and Jun Xiaohuang felt warm in her heart. What's the situation? Tell me, Jun Xiaoyao said. At this moment, the demon corpses that had not disintegrated rushed over again. Jun Xiaoyao casually slapped them, and they were smashed into meat patties again. The golden magical power of the sacred body of the ancients was incomparably sacred, and it was also very effective against these demon corpses, so it could be easily dealt with. It's like this. Jun Xiaohuang also told him what had happened in detail. After listening, Jun Xiaoyao smiled. However, there was no warmth in that smile. Heh, threatening me? When did a leek learn to threaten people? The whole book Jun Xiaoyao wasn't hostile to Ji Xian at first. Although Ji Xian had some conflicts with Jun Zhangjian, it wasn't a big deal. The most Jun Xiaoyao could do was to snatch Ji Xian's opportunity and the bone of the Saint King. That would have been more than enough. It wasn't a big deal. But now, Ji Xian didn't just threaten him. He also put Jun Xiaohuang in danger. Jun Xiaoyao wasn't a kind person and he wouldn't restrict himself with a vulgar view of good and evil. If he still had to be restrained with his background and talent, he might as well go to the little western paradise and become a monk. He would shout Almighty Heavenly Dragon every day with those monks. Jun Xiaoyao's doctrine was that those who followed him would prosper and those who opposed him would perish. Let's go. I'd like to see what Ji Xian can do, Jun Xiaoyao said with a smile. Hearing his laughter, Jun Xiaohuang and the others mourned for Ji Xian in their hearts. While Jun Xiaoyao and the others went to the deepest part of the treasure to find Ji Xian. In the sky above the great wild forest outside the secret treasure of Yuan-Tian. The elders of the imperishable forces were still sitting cross-legged in the sky. The elder of the Jian family shook his head and said, I didn't expect that the gray fog in the secret treasure of Yuan-Tian and the special field would block the detection of the sky mirror. We underestimated the secret treasure of Yuan-Tian, but I don't think it's necessary to use the sky mirror, Jun Zhangtian said. The successors of the imperishable forces who entered the secret treasure all had protective treasures or teleportation talismans. So, they wouldn't be in danger even without the protection of the guardians. Haha, Jun Zhangtian, are you worried about the son of God of the Jun family? If he dies in the secret treasure, it will be an irreparable loss for the Jun family. The elder of the Tsang Dragon branch in Zulong said with a fake smile. Humph, don't worry. Even if you die, my grandson will still live well. Jun Zhangtian snorted coldly. He believed that a treasure of this level would not be able to threaten Jun Xiaoyao's life. In the worst-case scenario, he still had the guardian talisman bestowed upon him by the 18th ancestor. His life was not in danger. Heh, I only hope that. Your son of God won't be taught a lesson by our dragon lady. The elder of the blue dragon bloodline chuckled mockingly. He had full confidence in Long Bichi. After all, she was a dragon girl who had completely refined 2 dragon essences. Her strength was far from what Long Haoyan could compare to. However, just as the Azure Dragon lineage's elder finished laughing, a figure flashed out of the Yuan-Tian treasury in a sorry state. That figure's cyan armor was covered in cracks. His hair was disheveled, and he coughed up blood. He was in a sorry state. Who else could it be but Long Bichi? At this moment, there was still fear in Long Bichi's eyes. Her delicate body trembled as she felt cold. She was truly afraid of Jun Xiaoyao. If she had been a few steps slower, the result might have been different. She might not even have been able to survive. Hey, that's the dragon lady of the blue dragon bloodline from Zulong. Why did she come out so quickly? Yeah, and she's in such a sorry state. Did she encounter something extremely ferocious? Or did the corpse of that supreme being come back to life? At this moment, tens of thousands of people had gathered outside the Yuan-Tian treasury. Due to their age and seniority, they were not allowed to enter, so they could only watch the show. Many people were surprised to see Long Bichi run out in such a sorry state. They thought that she had encountered something ferocious. In the void, the elder of the blue dragon bloodline's mocking smile froze. His expression became unnatural. How did his dragon lady escape so quickly, and she was in such a sorry state? It was obvious that she had been driven out. Haha, green-skinned loach, keep laughing. Why aren't you continuing? Jun Tian laughed heartily. The elder of the blue dragon bloodline was livid. Without saying a word, he flashed to Long Bichi's side. Bichi, what's going on? Where are the dragon bones? The elder asked anxiously. Everything else didn't matter. The dragon bones were their true goal. They're gone. 4 sets of ancient dragon bones and a supreme ancestor dragon bone are all gone. Long Bichi bit her lips hard. Her face was pale. What? There's still a supreme ancestor dragon bone? The elder of the blue dragon bloodline almost fainted. Those were the supreme ancestor dragon bones. There were only a few of them in the entire Zulong. But they were gone just like that. Who took them? Who took them? The elder of the blue dragon bloodline said coldly. He could not keep his composure. Jun Xiaoyao. Long Bichi said, trembling slightly. It seemed that mentioning this name would make her instinctively afraid. Although Xiao Chen and the others were there, Long Bichi knew that they were just playthings in Jun Xiaoyao's hands. What? It's him? The elder of the blue dragon bloodline froze. Just now, he said that he hoped Jun Xiaoyao would not be taught a lesson by Long Bichi. But now, Long Bichi was the one who had been taught a lesson. The slap in the face was too fast. There was no time for them to recover. She was driven out by the son of God of the Jun family. No wonder, yes. Long Haoyan was killed by the son of God of the Jun family. Long Bichi was lucky to escape. Many cultivators around heard Long Bichi's words. Although they were surprised, they weren't surprised. It seemed that the son of God of the Jun family was the symbol of invincibility among the younger generation. What do you think, green-skinned loach? Do you admit defeat? Jun Zhongtian said proudly. His precious grandson had really made him proud. The elder of the blue dragon bloodline was so angry that he could not speak. He knew that it would be harder to take the dragon bone back from the Jun family than to reach the sky. I'm sorry to disappoint you, elder. Long Bichi's face was ashen. She was no longer as brave and spirited as before. She was too embarrassed to tell him that she had been knocked out by him with a single move before she could even fight him, scaring her out of the place. It would be a disgrace to Zulong if people knew about it. In the sky, Ji Bangyin, the elder of the Ji family, shook his head and said, "It seems that the dragon girl of the blue dragon bloodline is just SOSO. Ji Bangyin, you'd better pray that the one from the Ji family doesn't get into a conflict with my grandson. Otherwise, TSK. Jun." Zhongtian shook his head. Jun Zhongtian, do you think that dragon girl is comparable to Ji Xian? He came here prepared. If there is a conflict, the son of God of the Jun family should be worried. Ji Bangyin smiled. He was very calm and composed. That kind of confidence seemed to have come from his bones. Oh? Even Jun Zhongtian looked at Ji Bangyin suspiciously. Could it be that the young saint of the Ji family could really do something this time? While the outside world was discussing Long Bichi's death, Long Bichi's death was in full swing. Ji Xian, who was wearing a luxurious robe and holding an ancient talisman, finally arrived at the deepest part of the secret treasure of Yuantian. As far as the eye could see, a simple and grand pitch-black divine pagoda that was suffused with an ancient aura stood towering there like a pillar that supported the heavens. The last great opportunity is here. Ji Xian's eyes were filled with joy. After planning for so long, he could finally get his hands on the great opportunity. However, at this moment, a cold and playful voice came from behind him. Ji Xian, thank you for leading the way, treasure-hunting mouse. The full book. The joy on Ji Xian's face disappeared when he heard the voice. However, he did not panic. Instead, he turned around calmly. He saw Jun Xiaoyao and the others right away. Jun Xiaoyao put his hands behind his back, looking calm and collected. However, there was coldness in his deep eyes. Ji Xian's actions had put him on the opposite side of Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao would never be nice to his enemies. However, what surprised Jun Xiaoyao was that Ji Xian did not seem to be surprised or afraid when he saw him. Instead, he looked calm and composed, as if he had a card up his sleeve. The gap between Xian and Xiaochen was obvious. Although Xiaochen was a man of great fortune, his background was limited. Although the ancient kingdom of Dragon was a first-class orthodoxy, it was obviously not comparable to the immortal orthodoxy. Xian was born in a clan of the ancients. He was better than Xiaochen in terms of temperament and outlook. That piqued Jun Xiaoyao's interest. At least, it would not be too boring. Xian, you don't seem too surprised to see the Son of God here, Jun Xiaoyao said calmly. Jun Xiaoyao, I didn't want to be your enemy, but you've gone too far. Do you really think I'm a treasure-hunting mouse? Xian's eyes were sharp. What else can I do? That's all you're worth, isn't it? Jun Xiaoyao replied calmly. The corner of Xian's eyes twitched. As the saint of the Ji family, he had never been bullied like this. Jun Zhangjian and the others were already used to it. Despite Jun Xiaoyao's usual white robe and otherworldly appearance, he was not one to be trifled with. However, when it came to talking, he could make people die on the spot. That Xiaochen was a tragic victim of verbal abuse. It seems that the son of God of the Jun family wants to bully the weak with numbers. Xian's eyes flickered as he looked around. There was only one person on his side, while Jun Xiaoyao had 5 people on his side. There was simply no need to fight this kind of battle. Xian, I know what you're planning. You want the Son of God to fight you one-on-one. Although I don't mind using numbers to bully others, there is truly no need for me to do that to you. Jun Xiaoyao said. He saw through Xian's plan at a glance. It is rumored that the Son of God of the Jun family is extremely conceited and arrogant. It seems that it is true. How would I know if I don't try? Xian's eyes shone with a sharp light. In fact, he had always wanted to fight with Jun Xiaoyao. As top prodigies, who would admit defeat before a real fight, at the very least, Xian wasn't convinced. Therefore, he also wanted to use this opportunity to fight with Jun Xiaoyao. Ignorant. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were cold as the boundless golden spirit sea in his dantian surged. Boundless golden dermic power and divine power surged like an ocean. That aura shook one's heart and soul. Jun Xiaoyao directly raised his hand and reached out without using any martial arts. Just this palm alone was like a great divine power that could smash any celestial bridge realm prodigy into a meat patty. Feeling this vast power, Xian's expression was no longer calm and became extremely solemn. When Jun Xiaoyao was still, he was like an immortal who had descended to the mortal world. But when he moved, he was like a divine king descending to the mortal world. His aura was so terrifying that it made one tremble. Xian also made his move, reaching out his right arm that had fused with the Saint King's hand bone. The Saint King was an existence that surpassed the saints. It was considered the top of the saint stage. Such a piece of the Saint King's hand bone was priceless and powerful. At Xian's cultivation level, it was simply a cheat-like existence. It was like a divine artifact that was picked up by a player in the novice village and fused together. What was created would be an extremely powerful heaven's pride. However, when the two's palm prints and fist auras collided, ripples of dermic powers burst forth. The one who was pushed back was actually Xian. Xian staggered back dozens of steps. Qi and blood surged in his chest, and a fishy taste surged up his throat, but he swallowed it down. His eyes were filled with unprecedented shock and astonishment. What was going on? His right arm that had fused with the Saint King's hand bone collided with Jun Xiaoyao. Why was he the one who was injured? Xian's eyes were filled with astonishment and confusion. On the opposite side, Jun Xiaoyao raised his eyebrows slightly and said with a hint of surprise, indeed, as expected of the Saint King's hand bone. You only suffered minor injuries after taking my palm. Jun Xiaoyao was used to suppressing others with his strength. Whenever he faced an enemy, he would first give them a slap. 80% of the enemies could not withstand his slap. Only the remaining 20% of the enemies were worthy of him using other methods. However, Jun Xiaoyao did not expect that Xian would only suffer minor injuries after taking his palm head-on. It could be said that he lived up to the name of the Saint King's hand bone. When Xian heard this, he doubted himself even more. Shouldn't he be the one who sent Jun Xiaoyao flying? Now that he was slightly injured, Jun Xiaoyao actually thought that he was not bad. How was this not bad? Unfortunately, the Saint King's hand bone is an external object. It's not yours. It's not yours in the end. As Jun Xiaoyao spoke, he formed the Man King's seal with his hand and blasted it out. With Ji Xian's strength, it was impossible for him to fully activate the power of the Saint King's hand bone. Moreover, this was not his bone. After all, it was still somewhat imperfect. As for Jun Xiaoyao's own supreme bone, it was obtained from signing in by the system. It had perfectly fused with his body, so it would not have such flaws. Jun Xiaoyao, stop pointing at the world. How would you know the power of the Saint King's hand bone? Ji Xian was a little embarrassed and angry as if he had been insulted. He punched out again, and the Saint King's hand bone burst out with divine light. Runes flowed on the arm bone, showing its powerful power. His fist light was shocking as it tore through the void, carrying with it the aura of the king. It was one of the Ji family's fist techniques, the fist of the king. Jun Xiaoyao formed the Man King's seal, and a vast and majestic emperor figure appeared. It was as if heaven and earth were trembling under his majesty. As the seal blasted out, divine light burst out, and magical power surged. The two fist seals collided, and divine power surged. This time, Jun Xiaoyao activated the power of the divine elephant overpowering force. The giant elephant particles were instilled with divine power, making this seal seem as if it had the power to destroy heaven and earth. Boom, a deafening sound echoed in all directions. The entire Yuan-Tian secret treasure was rumbling and trembling. In the midst of such an extreme collision, a figure was once again sent flying. It was Ji Xian. This time, he finally couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, and his face instantly turned pale. He blocked Jun Xiaoyao's first move, but he couldn't block his second move. How is this possible? Ji Xian's left hand clutched his trembling right arm so tightly that his finger bones were about to crack. His entire arm was trembling. As expected of the Son of God, Jun Zhangjian, Jun Xuehuang, and the others all had looks of reverence in their eyes. Although they knew that Jun Xiaoyao wouldn't lose, they didn't expect it to be so overwhelming. After all, Ji Xian, the little saint, was quite capable. Now, do you know how stupid it is to challenge the Son of God? Jun Xiaoyao said with his hands behind his back. You. Ji Xian was speechless. He never expected Jun Xiaoyao's sacred body of the ancients to be so strong. Ji Xian's eyes flickered as he thought of this. He wasn't willing to lose just like that. Ji Xian quietly flipped his wrist and held a piece of dark metal in his hand. In an instant, a will of reincarnation quietly spread out. Jun Xiaoyao, take this. The full book Ji Xian punched again, but this time, it was different from before. This punch seemed to carry the will of reincarnation, which was much stronger than the previous fist of the Way of the Monarch. Even Jun Xuehuang, Jun Zhangjian, and the others felt extreme danger from this punch. Son of God, be careful. They couldn't help but remind him. Xiaoyao, be careful, Xianxia also reminded him. Jun Xiaoyao's expression didn't change. He looked at Ji Xian's punch with a hint of surprise in his eyes. This was because he felt that when Ji Xian's punch was released, the bone of supremacy in his chest seemed to tremble slightly. What's going on? Could it be that the thing in Ji Xian's hand has something to do with my bone of supremacy? Jun Xiaoyao murmured to himself. His bone of supremacy had now awakened the light of tribulation and a complete version of the hand of heaven. However, the power of the bone of supremacy was definitely more than that. It had even greater potential to be unearthed. But now, after feeling the life and death reincarnation fist intent, his supreme being bone actually reacted. Interesting. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flashed and he clenched his fist. The 70,000 granules of the giant elephant completely exploded. Golden magical power surged and condensed into a primordial divine elephant that could suppress the universe. He once again activated Zulong's superpower, the Dragon Fist. The dragon aura in his body wrapped around his arm as if it had turned into the shape of a green dragon. It was the dragon aura that he had taken from Xiaochen. A dragon and an elephant, double support. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao seemed to have a vast divine power that could shatter heaven and earth. Jun Xiaoyao pushed out his fist and palm. The dragon and elephant followed, and the energy waves were terrifying. The air in front of him seemed to be pushed away by this vast power, forming a vacuum field. This punch was shocking. life-ending fist. Seeing this, Xian let out a long roar and also released his strongest power. His magical power and divine power poured into the bone of the sage. The surrounding void was branded with runes, and a burst of Saint Realm aura came out. At the same time, the metal he held in his fist made his life extermination fist carry the power of the cycle of life and death. It could be said that any heaven's favorite would feel hopeless when faced with these two's moves. There was no way they could fight back. Bang, it was as if Mars had collided with Earth. Their fists collided, and violent waves of mana spread out, flattening the surrounding Earth. Thick cracks spread out. In this kind of extreme collision, Xian's figure flew out, blood spurting from his mouth. His wrist bones were shattered, and his entire arm was slightly twisted. His skin and blood vessels couldn't withstand the divine power and directly cracked. As for the dark piece of metal in his hand, he couldn't hold on any longer and was thrown away. Jun Xiaoyao raised his hand and caught the metal in his hand. Jun Xiaoyao, give it back to me. Xian's figure smashed through several dilapidated palaces before stopping. He couldn't stop coughing out blood, and his expression was filled with shock and anger. Xian definitely didn't expect that even if he attacked with all his might, he wouldn't be able to defeat Jun Xiaoyao. He even lost that important thing. Jun Xiaoyao ignored Xian and played with the piece of metal in his hand. This time, the bone of supremacy in his chest transmitted a clear desire. Could this metal be the reincarnation Dao Gold? Jun Xiaoyao raised his eyebrows and said. He came from a clan of the ancients, so his vision was extraordinary. He had seen all kinds of rare treasures. The reincarnation Dao Gold was a divine metal, and it could be used to forge weapons of great emperors. It was very rare. This piece of reincarnation Dao Gold, which was the size of a fingernail, was enough to make a group of sages fight over it. However, it was a pity that this small piece of reincarnation Dao Gold had already lost its essence, leaving only a little bit of reincarnation intent. Xian used this reincarnation intent to make his life extermination fist stronger. However, in front of Jun Xiaoyao, he could only lose. Xian, you actually have this kind of thing, Jun Xiaoyao said calmly. Give it back to me. Xian's face turned ugly. At this time, Xianxia said, I heard that there is a reincarnation Holy Spirit left behind from ancient times in the Holy Spirit College. Could this small piece of reincarnation Dao Gold be the residue that fell off from it? I see. Jun Xiaoyao suddenly understood. Xian had another identity, and he was the Holy Son of the Holy Spirit College. It wasn't impossible for him to get this small piece of reincarnation Dao Gold. If that's the case, I can't avoid going to the Holy Spirit College in the future. It might be related to the transformation of my bone of supremacy, Jun Xiaoyao thought to himself. He looked at Xian and said calmly, this son of God thought it was something special. It's just a residue. How can it be a treasure? After saying that, Jun Xiaoyao crushed it into powder with one hand. The reincarnation Dao Gold, which had lost its essence, could be crushed easily. Xian's face turned red because of anger. He had never experienced this kind of humiliation. However, while Xian was angry, a sense of powerlessness spread in his heart. Previously, he was still hoping for a fluke. He thought that even if he couldn't defeat Jun Xiaoyao, he could at least put up a fight. However, the cruel reality told him that there was still a huge gap between him and Jun Xiaoyao. What little sage? He was nothing in front of the son of God of the Jun family. No, I haven't lost yet. The whole secret treasure is still under my control. If I can get that treasure, it's not impossible for me to surpass Jun Xiaoyao in the future. Thinking of this, Xian once again regrouped and became spirited. He took out the ancient talisman and injected his magic power into it. After a short while, with the pitch-black divine tower as the center, runes spread out from the ground. The whole secret treasure was covered by countless runes that looked like star orbits. At the same time, the ground shook and hundreds of demonic corpses broke out of the ground. They didn't target Xian who had the ancient talisman. Instead, they rushed directly toward Jun Xiaoyao and the others. Ordinary geniuses would be scared out of their wits if they saw this scene. However, Jun Xiaoyao looked calm. Is this why you're so confident? Jun Xiaoyao didn't take it seriously. Humph, Jun Xiaoyao, accept this gift. The next time we meet, I might be the one to crush you. Ji Xian's figure flashed and directly entered the pitch-black giant tower. Ridiculous. Jun Xiaoyao sneered and raised his hand. His magic power surged and a shocking sword essence spread out from Jun Xiaoyao's body. A bright and dazzling sword radiance appeared in the sky, as if it had manifested the shadow of an immortal. The sharp sword radiance seemed to be able to tear the space apart. With a sweep of the sword, a deep gully was plowed in front of him. Hundreds of demonic corpses were killed in an instant. They might have been very powerful when they were alive, but after death, their magic power was lost and they were eroded by the gray fog. Their strength decreased a lot. Even so, these demonic corpses could still threaten the lives of geniuses in the Celestial Bridge realm or even the Consolidation realm. However, Jun Xiaoyao annihilated hundreds of demonic corpses with a wave of his hand. Ji Xian, who had entered the pitch-black divine tower, saw this scene and cold sweat ran down his back. When Jun Xiaoyao fought with him, he didn't even use the Immortal Slayer sword art. How can the leeks I want to harvest escape from my hands? Jun Xiaoyao extended the demon wings behind his back. His speed skyrocketed and he rushed toward the pitch-black divine tower. Seeing this, Ji Xian hurriedly used the Ji family's great movement technique, the void step. His figure flashed through the void and rushed to the top of the tower. The winner takes all. This was the final game, the full book inside the pitch-black divine tower. Thick gray fog was rolling. Here, the gray fog seemed to have turned into black fog. It was incomparably dense. Ji Xian's figure rushed forward. He used the Saint King's Hand Bone to protect himself from the black fog. Behind him, Jun Xiaoyao also entered the divine tower. As for the rest of Xianxia and the others, they were outside dealing with the remaining demon corpses. In just a short while, Ji Xian had already rushed to the top of the tower. At the top of the tower, there was a pitch-black coffin bound by hundreds of golden chains. The coffin exuded the aura of a supreme being. The source of the aura of the secret treasure of Yuan Tian came from this pitch-black coffin. I finally found it. It's the same as what was recorded in the ancient books. Ji Xian took a deep breath. While he was excited, he was also nervous. If the records were correct, the treasure should be in this coffin. However, what made Ji Xian hesitate was, the source of the gray fog also came from this coffin. Even a fool would understand that some kind of change must have occurred in this coffin. If it was opened, it would be a disaster. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao's figure also appeared. He was dressed in white and looked otherworldly. He did not fit in with the environment here. When Jun Xiaoyao's gaze fell on the coffin that exuded the aura of a supreme being, he raised his eyebrows in surprise. The corpse of Yuan Tian Supreme should be in there. But why is it bound by golden chains? Jun Xiaoyao was puzzled. The golden chain seemed to be a type of seal. Connecting it with the ominous gray fog, Jun Xiaoyao had a rough guess in his heart. He looked at Ji Xian again with a cold and indifferent expression. Do you think you can resist in front of the Son of God? Jun Xiaoyao said. Jun Xiaoyao, I came here fully prepared. Do you really think you can control everything? After Ji Xian said that, he directly used his magic power to activate the ancient talisman in his hand. In an instant, the ancient talisman burst out, a rain of light and runes emerged. The hundreds of golden chains wrapped around the coffin made rattling noises. The entire coffin began to rumble. Jun Xiaoyao, on the other hand, stood where he was without the slightest intention of intervening. This greatly surprised Ji Xian. He couldn't help but ask, Jun Xiaoyao, aren't you going to stop me? Jun Xiaoyao's actions confused him. Stop? Why should I stop you? You must have some sort of purpose for coming to the Yuan Tian secret treasury. Perhaps you are looking for a great opportunity. As for that opportunity, if this Son of God's guess is correct, it should be in that coffin. Jun Xiaoyao said calmly. Ji Xian's expression froze as he looked at Jun Xiaoyao with a deep fear in his eyes. A prodigy who only had martial strength was not worth fearing. However, if one had both martial strength and shrewdness at the same time, then it would be extremely terrifying. There was no doubt that Jun Xiaoyao was such a person. Jun Xiaoyao had completely guessed Ji Xian's thoughts. Humph, so you want to watch me snatch the opportunity? Ji Xian snorted coldly. This Son of God doesn't like to do things personally. If you do it, I'll just snatch it. Isn't that better? Jun Xiaoyao smiled faintly. Hearing this, Ji Xian's face turned purple. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't beat Jun Xiaoyao, he would have punched him a long time ago. Humph, I have the ancient talisman to protect me. When the time comes, the one who will be miserable will be you. Ji Xian thought coldly. At this moment, the hundreds of golden chains were finally broken apart. In an instant, the lid of the coffin was directly blasted open, and a terrifying black mist surged out like smoke. At the same time, an extreme murderous aura and the pressure of a supreme being erupted. Even Ji Xian, who knew some of the details, felt his heart skip a beat and was extremely nervous. On the other hand, Jun Xiaoyao was still calm, but his brows were slightly furrowed. A towering figure emerged from the black mist. The figure was dressed in an ancient golden robe, with a square face and a monstrous murderous aura. Its pair of empty eyes overflowed with a bloody light. Its entire body was covered with long black hair, no different from the demon corpses outside. This is Yuan Supreme. Jun Xiaoyao murmured. How could a dignified utmost exalted expert fall to such a state? Roar. The supreme demon corpse let out a monster-like roar. Its voice seemed to turn into a sound wave, and the entire top of the pitch-black divine pagoda was overturned. Ji Xian's legs trembled, and he almost collapsed to the ground. The pressure was too strong. An ordinary cultivator at the celestial bridge realm would probably have their heart broken by this pressure. A supreme being was a supreme being. Even if it had been dead for so many years and only a skeleton was left, it was still terrifying. Jun Xiaoyao's expression didn't change. Compared to Ji Xian's terrified appearance, it was like the difference between heaven and earth. It's just a supreme demon corpse that has been dead for who knows how long. Jun Xiaoyao said. If it was a true supreme being, no matter how powerful Jun Xiaoyao was, he wouldn't be able to resist at all. However, the supreme demon corpse of Yuan Tian had lost all its power after death, and it didn't have any magical abilities. In addition, its body had been corroded by the black mist, and its physical strength had been weakened to the extreme. The supreme demon corpse now had at most 1/10,000th of the strength of supreme Yuan Tian. However, even if it was only 1/10,000th, it was definitely not something a celestial bridge realm or consolidation realm cultivator could contend with. Roar, the supreme demon corpse roared, and its blood-red eyes first locked onto Ji Xian, who was slightly closer. Ji Xian hurriedly held the ancient talisman in his hand. There seemed to be a faint fluctuation in the supreme demon corpse's blood-red eyes. Then, it locked its gaze onto Jun Xiaoyao. Boom, the supreme demon corpse attacked without any sense of reason. Its two hands attacked, and the space trembled. Jun Xiaoyao raised his eyebrows. He wanted to see how strong the supreme demon corpse, which only had 1/10,000th of its peak strength, was. Jun Xiaoyao activated the strength of the hell-crushing divine elephant, and the shadow of the ancient divine elephant appeared above him. It was like a golden ancient mountain, suppressing the universe. 700 million pounds of divine power burst out from within his body. Not only that, Jun Xiaoyao finally activated the power of the sacred body of the ancients this time. In an instant, golden qi and blood surged. The qi and blood of the sacred body of the ancients had the effect of suppressing and weakening evil things. The supreme demon corpse's power was weakened by more than 30% by the qi and blood of the sacred body of the ancients. Jun Xiaoyao activated the dragon energy, and a green light surged under his skin, spreading out the dragon scale inner armor. The defensive technique of the strength of the hell-crushing divine elephant was activated, and the underworld protection was also formed. Jun Xiaoyao formed the seal of the human ruler with his left hand, and used the dragon fist with his right. It could be said that Jun Xiaoyao had reached the pinnacle in terms of offense, defense, and all other aspects. He rarely used his full strength like this. The terrifying fluctuations were also detected by Xianxia, Jun Xuehuang, and the others outside the divine tower. Xianxia's expression suddenly changed. That's the aura of a supreme demon corpse. It's a supreme demon corpse. That was the supreme demon corpse, which was not something that the geniuses of the younger generation could contend with. Even some of the older experts in the reaching heaven realm and the divine fire realm would not be able to resist it. Son of God. Jun Xuehuang and Jun Zhangjian's expressions changed drastically. They never thought that Jun Xiaoyao would be able to contend with the supreme demon corpse. In their minds, this was something that was almost impossible. Is Jun Xiaoyao really crazy? Is he delusional enough to think that he can contend with the supreme demon corpse? Ji Xian was extremely shocked, and then the corner of his mouth curled into a sneer. He had always been defeated by Jun Xiaoyao. Now, he could finally see Jun Xiaoyao's miserable state. Boom, under the watchful eyes of Ji Xian, Jiang Xingyi, Jun Xuehuang, and the others. Jun Xiaoyao, who was going all out, collided with the supreme demon corpse with a loud bang. For a moment, the space shook, and the sky fell and the earth cracked. The golden divine light of the sacred body of the ancients and the monstrous murderous aura of the supreme demon corpse spread out at the same time. The whole book. This kind of collision was like the collision of planets, and the energy waves were extremely terrifying. The entire secret treasure seemed to be swept by the waves of air. Jiang Xingyi and the others' minds buzzed, and their faces instantly turned pale. That was a supreme stage demonic corpse. Even if the demonic corpse's current strength was less than 1/10,000th of its peak, it was still not something that a celestial bridge realm cultivator could contend with. Xiaoyao. Jiang Xingyi's face turned pale. She couldn't imagine how she would face Jiang Ro if something really happened to Jun Xiaoyao. She had promised to take care of Jun Xiaoyao in the secret treasure, but now she could only watch. Jun Zhangjian, Jun Xuehuang, and the others were also shocked. On the other side, Ji Xian rushed toward the coffin while looking back at Jun Xiaoyao. He didn't believe that Jun Xiaoyao could still be unharmed. The violent explosion gradually stopped, and in a cloud of dust, two figures retreated at the same time. Jun Xiaoyao's figure appeared. He was still wearing his spotless white robe, and his handsome face was still as calm as water. However, his brows were slightly furrowed, and there was a hint of seriousness in his expression. Inside his chest, his blood was boiling, and his arms were a little numb. On the opposite side, the supreme stage demonic corpse also appeared, and its body was also unharmed. After all, it was a supreme stage cultivator when it was alive. Even if its body was corroded and weakened countless times, it couldn't be damaged so easily. When she saw Jun Xiaoyao appear unharmed, Jiang Xingyi's breathing seemed to stop. Then, extreme joy flowed out of her sparkling eyes. That's great. Jiang Xingyi moved lightly and flashed away. Lord Son of God is fine. Jun Zhangjian, Jun Xuehuang, and Jun Wanjia were also surprised. At the same time, their eyes were filled with intense fanaticism and worship. Their Son of God, with his cultivation at the celestial bridge realm, was able to contend with the demon corpse of Zun stage. Not to mention death, he didn't even suffer any light injuries. If news of this got out, the entire immortal domain would be shaken up, everyone going crazy. Throughout the history of the celestial realm, who in the celestial bridge realm could contend against a supreme martial artist, even if it was just a corpse? There was none at all. This is King ridiculous. Even Ji Xian, who had a calm and reserved temperament, was stunned at this moment. He couldn't help but burst out with a curse that he had never said before. This was too outrageous. Was Jun Xiaoyao still human? How could a celestial bridge realm cultivator resist the demonic corpse without being injured? No one would believe it, not even a ghost. At this moment, Ji Xian completely suspected that Jun Xiaoyao was the reincarnation of an ancient great emperor. Otherwise, how could he be so strong? Monster. This Jun Xiaoyao is King monster. Ji Xian was about to go crazy. He couldn't keep calm anymore and cursed in his heart. With such a monster around, how could other geniuses compete with him in this era? Who could compete with Jun Xiaoyao? Even the peerless genius of the Ji family who had become the saintess of the human immortal sect wouldn't be enough. Forget it, let's go find the treasure first. That demonic corpse can hold Jun Xiaoyao back, Ji Xian thought to himself. Ji Xian thought to himself, completely losing any thoughts of competing with Jun Xiaoyao. Now, he only wanted to find the great opportunity in the coffin and leave immediately. After obtaining the opportunity, he might even be able to fight with Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao naturally noticed Ji Xian's actions. He turned his head and said, Zhangjian, Xuefeng, Wanjia, go and deal with Ji Xian. Don't let him get the treasure and leave. Son of God, what about you? Jun Xuehuang asked. They still wanted to help Jun Xiaoyao deal with the demonic corpse. I'm enough here, Jun Xiaoyao said. I'll help you. Xianxia stood firmly beside Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao was slightly stunned and said, "That's the demonic corpse. It's too dangerous. You're my nephew. If I don't help you, who will I help? If I watch you get hurt, Sister Jiangro will scold me." Jiangxing pursed her lips and smiled. Her smile was moving. She couldn't let Jun Xiaoyao face the demonic corpse alone. Jun Xiaoyao nodded slightly and didn't say anything. Now wasn't the time to be touched. Naturally, he would remember this favor. Roar, the demonic corpse rushed over again with a monstrous, murderous aura. The aura alone was enough to make the divine palace in the mind of a celestial bridge realm genius explode. This demonic corpse is difficult to deal with, Jun Xiaoyao said with a frown. Hearing this, Jiangxing was a little speechless. Was this something a human would say? The demonic corpse was almost invincible to other geniuses, but in Jun Xiaoyao's words, it was only difficult to deal with. Jun Xiaoyao raised one hand, and the dragon chi burst out as if it was condensing into a lifelike true dragon. It was Zulong's Abijna, the true dragon sky imprisonment technique. With his other hand, he performed the combatant formula. In the void, thousands of golden divine weapons turned into sabers, spears, swords, halberds, and other weapons, forming a shocking torrent. Jun Xiaoyao performed two powerful moves at the same time and collided with the demonic corpse again. The demonic corpse didn't have any abijna. It was just fighting with Jun Xiaoyao with its decaying body. This also made Jun Xiaoyao more aware of the supreme power of a supreme being. One had to know that the demonic corpse of Yuan Tian only had 1/10,000th of its strength when it was alive. From this, one could infer how powerful a real supreme being was. However, Jun Xiaoyao believed that with its talent, it would only be a matter of time before it became a supreme being. Boom, the huge wave spread again, and Jun Xiaoyao and the demonic corpse of Yuan Tian retreated at the same time. Jun Xiaoyao's arms were a little numb, and the blood in his chest was tumbling. "This is the first time I've experienced this kind of feeling." Jun Xiaoyao was not discouraged. Instead, he found it novel. Unfortunately, the demonic corpse of Yuan Tian could only make his blood boil, but it couldn't really make him vomit blood. Jun Xiaoyao had never really been hurt since he was born. Seeing this, Jiangxing also helped Jun Xiaoyao from the side. On the divine tower, Ji Xian found a simple wooden box in the coffin. The box looked very ordinary. However, there was only one box in the entire coffin. "This is it." Ji Xian's eyes were burning. At this moment, a bolt of lightning suddenly pierced through. Ji Xian's body turned sideways, and his face became serious. "How dare you touch something that master wants?" Jun Wanjie and the other two rushed over. "Damn it. Why aren't you helping Jun Xiaoyao? Do you want him to die in the hands of the demonic corpse of Yuan Tian?" Ji Xian's face darkened. "We believe in master's strength. It's impossible for you to take this away." Jun Wanjie's tone was cold. At this moment, some of the demonic corpses that had not been cleared away came up the divine tower. Since Ji Xian had the ancient talisman, they shifted their target to Jun Wanjie and the other two. "Zhangjian, Shui Huang, you two deal with those demonic corpses. I'll deal with Ji Xian," Jun Wanjie said. "Okay." Jun Zhangjian and Shui Huang nodded. Next, the battle between the various parties began. Jun Zhangjian and Jun Shui Huang dealt with the demonic corpses, while Jun Wanjie faced Ji Xian, preventing him from taking the wooden box and leaving. However, the most important battle was still between Jun Xiaoyao and the demonic corpse of Yuan Tian. If Jun Xiaoyao was defeated, Jun Wanjie and the others would naturally have to assist him, and Ji Xian would be able to take the wooden box away. However, in Ji Xian's eyes, it was already a miracle that Jun Xiaoyao could contend against the demonic corpse of Yuan Tian. If someone told him that Jun Xiaoyao could defeat the demonic corpse of Yuan Tian, Ji Xian would never believe it. "Jun Wanjie, don't waste your time. I just need to delay until Jun Xiaoyao is defeated by the demonic corpse of Yuan Tian. Then, I can take the opportunity to take the wooden box," Ji Xian said, appearing to be very confident. This was an open conspiracy, so he was not afraid to say it out loud. "Master's ability is not something you can fathom," Jun Wanjie said coldly. He was extremely confident in Jun Xiaoyao. Hehe, if Jun Xiaoyao is so strong that he can defeat the demonic corpse of Yuan Tian, then I, Ji Xian, will stand upside down and pee. Ji Xian sneered, his words were filled with sarcasm. You'll regret it. Jun Wanjia said with a deep gaze. The whole book terrifying mana fluctuations were spreading in the depths of the supreme secret treasure. Jun Xiaoyao's body was full of golden qi and blood. He was like a god of war. He used all kinds of methods, and his power was surging. The supreme demonic corpse, on the other hand, was surging with demonic will and murderous aura. Any celestial bridge realm or consolidation realm genius would be instantly smashed into a bloody pulp by such a terrifying demonic corpse. Only a monster like Jun Xiaoyao, who couldn't be judged by common sense, could compete with it. In addition, Xianxia was next to him. Her innate Taoist embryo was also a combat power that couldn't be ignored. Her every move seemed to be in harmony with the Taoist path. When she waved her hand, the mana surged and shook the void. Jun Xiaoyao was able to sense it when he made his move. His sacred body of the ancients was faintly becoming stronger under the aura of the innate Taoist embryo. This reminded Jun Xiaoyao of the ancient great emperor who had an innate Taoist embryo. Could it be that these two constitutions can really produce a qualitative change? Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flashed. He didn't think of turning his constitution into an innate Taoist embryo because it was too unrealistic. Unless he could get it through the check-in reward. But that was too illusory, and the check-in reward couldn't be specified. Jun Xiaoyao thought of another possibility. This possibility might allow him to deal with the supreme demonic corpse in front of him. Thinking of this, Jun Xiaoyao directly transmitted his voice to Xianxia, Sister Xingyi, I need your help. What help? Xianxia replied. Inject the power of your innate Taoist embryo into my body and merge with my sacred body, Jun Xiaoyao said. This? Xianxia was also slightly stunned. She didn't expect Jun Xiaoyao to come up with such a method. The innate Taoist embryo was indeed a very strong constitution. But it couldn't be molded in such a way. Xiaoyao, could it be that you want to create that kind of physique? But this is not something that can be done by imparting power. You need to do this, that. Xianxia was at a loss for words as she spoke. A faint blush appeared on her snow-white and sparkling face. Jun Xiaoyao was slightly taken aback and was speechless. Were all women's brain circuits so strange? Sister Xingyi, what are you thinking? I just want to try using the power of the innate Taoist embryo to increase the power of my saintly body to see if I can suppress the demonic corpse. Jun Xiaoyao replied helplessly. Oh, so that's how it is. Xianxia bit her lip with a hint of shyness and awkwardness. He scolded himself for thinking the wrong way. At this moment, the supreme devil corpse changed its target and charged towards Xianxia. With Jiangxingyi's physical strength, there was no way he could withstand a single blow from the supreme devil corpse. Seeing this, Jun Xiaoyao took a step forward and stood in front of Jiangxingyi. Boom, the two collided. Jun Xiaoyao's body was directly knocked back, but he bumped into something soft. Sister Xingyi? Jun Xiaoyao turned his head, and Jiangxingyi caught him in her arms. Xiaoyao, focus. Xianxia made up her mind and directly activated the power of the innate Taoist embryo in her body. In an instant, the aura of the great path spread out. Jiangxingyi's body was sparkling like the finest celestial jade. In the void around her, there were countless rune marks and Taoist patterns flowing. This scene was extremely shocking. Jiangxingyi seemed to be the darling of the great path of heaven and earth. All kinds of Taoist patterns, celestial light, and runes appeared around her body. The great path of heaven and earth seemed to be paving the way for her. Is this the power of the innate Taoist embryo? Jun Xiaoyao said to himself. No wonder the innate Taoist embryo was as powerful as the sacred body of the ancients. This kind of constitution that was close to the way was terrifying. It was like the darling of heaven and earth. Jiangxingyi poured the power of the great path of the innate Taoist embryo into Jun Xiaoyao's body. In an instant, the innate Taoist embryo and the sacred body of the ancients seemed to be resonating. The power between the two felt like water and milk. It was a very strange feeling. It was like reaching some kind of climax. Jiangxingyi's face was slightly flushed. She bit her lips and did not make a sound. Jun Xiaoyao, on the other hand, felt that his sacred body of the ancients was even more powerful. It was like he was on steroids. On the opposite side, the demonic Supreme Corpse seemed to have sensed some kind of instinctive danger. Its blood-red eyes flickered. This movement was also noticed by Ji Xian and the others. The power of the innate Taoist embryo. What is Jun Xiaoyao doing? Ji Xian's heart sank. He had a bad feeling. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao was shrouded in celestial light. Golden divine light and the light of the great path flickered around him. Although this state was far from being comparable to the real innate Taoist embryo, compared to the pure sacred body of the ancients, it was much stronger. It's time to end this. Jun Xiaoyao's tone was indifferent. At this moment, he was like a high and mighty deity making a judgment. Even when facing the demonic Supreme Corpse, he was still confident. Jun Xiaoyao completely activated the power of the sacred body of the ancients. In the void around him, figures began to appear. Each figure was sacred and transcendent. They carried the aura of the saint plane. It was as if many saint lords had appeared in the void. If one counted carefully, there were at least 10,000 figures. This is the sacred body vision. Xianxia also came back to her senses. She suppressed the strange feeling in her heart. When she saw the scene in front of her, her pupils trembled. The power of the sacred body of the ancients was not limited to the unparalleled physical body. The sacred body vision was also a major killing move. Jun Xiaoyao had yet to use the phenomenon of his saint physique all the way until now. It was not that he did not want to use it, but that no one was qualified to make him use it. Now, facing the demonic Supreme Corpse, Jun Xiaoyao finally used the sacred body vision, the reverence of the 10,000 saints. This vision was also supported by the power of the great path of the innate Taoist embryo. One could only imagine how powerful it was. Supreme Yuan Tian, ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Rest in peace after death. Jun Xiaoyao stepped into the void and stood with his hands behind his back. His expression was as indifferent as a god's. At this moment, all the figures of the saints bowed and worshipped Jun Xiaoyao. It was as if they were worshipping the only god in the world. This scene was shocking to the soul. Rumble, a terrifying aura came crashing down, the golden divine light shone in all directions. The ordinary demonic corpses were directly blasted into powder by this power, even the demonic Supreme Corpse was greatly suppressed. Its strength dropped by more than 40%. Under the illumination of the divine light, the black gas all over its body began to sizzle and emit white smoke. The sacred body of the ancients had a suppressive effect on all kinds of evil powers. After being magnified by the vision, the effect was even more prominent. Not only was the demonic Supreme Corpse suppressed, but all the gray fog in the depths of the Supreme Treasure began to melt and disintegrate under the sacred body vision. At the same time, in the great wild forest outside, the sky observation mirror floating in the void was originally shrouded in gray fog. The scene inside could not be seen clearly. However, the gray fog began to disperse. Then, the scene inside the Supreme Treasure was imprinted in the sky through the sky observation mirror. Look, the sky observation mirror has begun to operate. Hiss, is that the corpse of Supreme Yuan Tian? Why is it demonized? Oh my god, pinch me. Am I seeing things? The son of God of the Jun family is fighting the demonic Supreme Corpse. F***ck, how is this possible? This is F***king ridiculous. When the sky observation mirror showed the scene in the depths of the Supreme Treasure of Yuan Tian, the entire great wild forest was in an uproar. Tens of thousands of cultivators were tongue-tied. Their eyes widened as if they had seen the most impossible miracle. Everyone was frozen in place. Their mouths were wide open in disbelief. Even the elders of the imperishable orthodoxies who were sitting cross-legged in the void opened their eyes wide. They almost lost their balance and fell from the sky. The complete book, the old Taoist of the Daoji heavenly sect, was stunned. He opened his mouth slightly and said, "Is that really the son of God of the Jun family?" Even the old Taoist, who had been cultivating for many years and had a steady mind, was stunned. It was obvious how shocking this scene was. Yes, it is the Son of God. The elder of the Jiang family said in a trembling voice. As the son of Jiang Rou, Jun Xiaoyao was half a member of the Jiang family. The elder of the Jiang family was very happy to see that Jun Xiaoyao could compete with the demonic corpse at the supreme level. Maybe it's time to find a way to deepen the relationship between the Son of God and the Jiang family. For example, a marriage with Luoli would be a good idea. The elder of the Jiang family had started to think about how to draw Jun Xiaoyao to the Jiang family and tie him to the Jiang family. After all, it was rare to see a genius who could compete with the supreme demonic corpse at the celestial bridge stage. The elder of the Ji family, Ji Bangyin, was also as stiff as a clay statue. He couldn't say a word. This was too shocking. The elder of the Zulong sect and Long Bichi were also completely petrified. Especially Long Bichi. When she saw Jun Xiaoyao using the divine body vision to suppress the supreme demonic corpse, she was overwhelmed by a strong sense of fear and powerlessness. Although Long Bichi was afraid of Jun Xiaoyao, she didn't think he was invincible. At least, Long Yaoyan and the others, who were still in seclusion, were absolutely qualified to compete with and even defeat Jun Xiaoyao. But now, seeing this scene, Long Bichi was so dizzy that she couldn't even stand steadily. She now felt that even if Long Yaoyan came out of seclusion, it would be extremely difficult for him to defeat Jun Xiaoyao. Not to mention the others, even Jun Zhantian's face froze for a moment. Then, he was overjoyed. Originally, he had thought that Jun Xiaoyao had come to the supreme secret treasure to show his face in front of the world and raise his reputation. But now, Jun Xiaoyao's performance was too dazzling. It could even be called a miracle. Even Jun Zhantian was shocked. It would only take a few days for this news to spread throughout the entire Huangtian mystic realm. Jun Xiaoyao would also become synonymous with invincibility among the younger generation. The Jun family's reputation would naturally rise as a result. As for the other tens of thousands of cultivators, they were all shocked when they saw Jun Xiaoyao being worshipped by the 10,000 saints and easily suppressing the demon corpse. His eyes were filled with horror and shock. One of the cultivators took a deep breath and said, "Although the supreme devil corpse of Yuan Tian may not be as powerful as it was when it was alive, it's still not something that the younger generation can contend with." That's right. Even Heaven Ascension Realm and Divine Fire Realm experts would find it extremely difficult to deal with this demonic corpse. A Divine Fire Realm elder of a large power shook his head slightly. The Son of God of the Jun family is so terrifying. All the cultivators present felt their scalps go numb, and their hearts couldn't calm down for a long time. As for the female cultivators, when they saw Jun Xiaoyao, who was wearing a white robe and was as transcendent as an immortal, they were all stunned. His handsome and celestial demeanor almost made them drown. Countless female cultivators blushed, imagining that they were Xianxia and could have intimate contact with Jun Xiaoyao. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao, who was in the supreme secret treasure, naturally didn't know that the outside world was in an uproar because of him. Jun Xiaoyao focused all his attention on dealing with the supreme devil corpse. He had to admit that the effect of the sacred body vision was far beyond Jun Xiaoyao's expectations. He originally thought that it would be good enough if he could weaken the supreme devil corpse by a few %. He didn't expect that it could also purify the evil black fog inside the demonic corpse. Right now, the supreme devil corpse's strength had been suppressed to the extreme. Jun Xiaoyao took a step forward and blasted out his palm. Carrying the power of the sacred body of the ancients, it bombarded the supreme devil corpse's chest. The power of the sacred body of the ancients was extremely effective against evil. Coupled with the suppression of the sacred body vision, the black fog inside the supreme devil corpse was dispelled again, and white smoke came out. The black hair on the supreme devil corpse began to fall. The pair of blood-red eyes gradually returned to darkness. Two soul fires, like candles in the wind, lit up in its eye sockets. Jun Xiaoyao knew that it was the last wisp of Yuan Tian. Supreme's will. Junior, are you the one who freed me? Wisps of intermittent divine thoughts were sent out from the soul fires to Jun Xiaoyao. That's right. Jun Xiaoyao also transmitted his divine thoughts. It's the sacred body of the ancients. No, it's the sacred body of the ancients that has broken the shackles. There was also a wave of surprise in the divine thoughts. Obviously, Jun Xiaoyao's sacred body, which had broken the shackles, also surprised Yuan Tian Supreme. Senior, how did you end up like this? Jun Xiaoyao asked through his divine thoughts. The foreign land, the change, the source of darkness, the divine thoughts were transmitted intermittently. The foreign land, the source of darkness? Jun Xiaoyao frowned slightly. I seem to see a man in white with his back to the world, suppressing the end of the darkness, alone. The remnant of Yuan Tian Supreme Soul continued to say something that Jun Xiaoyao couldn't understand. However, Jun Xiaoyao also speculated that the reason why Yuan Tian Supreme fell and his corpse changed so much after death was probably related to the so-called source of darkness and the dark matter. However, these were not things that Jun Xiaoyao could come into contact with at the moment. At this time, the remnant of Yuan Tian Supreme Soul transmitted again, between your eyebrows, there is my inheritance, the sword of the primitive emperor. Jun Xiaoyao was slightly surprised. As expected of a supreme. Even if there was only a wisp of his soul left, he still had such a powerful perception. Since there is an inheritance, it must be fate. That thing is in the wooden box, the rest may be in the lower world, the continent. The remnant of Yuan Tian Supreme Soul transmitted intermittently. It was like a candle in the wind that couldn't hold on for long. Jun Xiaoyao memorized it one by one. Her family is also in the lower world. The ancient talisman is a keepsake. Please take care of her family. Yuan Tian Supreme said through his divine thoughts. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were deep. He finally understood why those demonic corpses and Yuan Tian Supreme's demonic corpse didn't attack him when Ji Xian held the ancient talisman. It turned out that the ancient talisman was a keepsake of Yuan Tian Supreme and his wife. His wife also had a family in the lower world. Finally, I beg of you, let me return to dust to dust. Supreme Yuan Tian said through his divine will. Then, he bowed to Jun Xiaoyao. This scene caused everyone inside and outside the Supreme Treasure to be shocked. Because Jun Xiaoyao and Yuan Tian Supreme were communicating through their divine thoughts, no one else could hear their conversation. However, they could see the Supreme's corpse bowing to Jun Xiaoyao. What's going on? Even a Supreme is bowing to the son of God of the Jun family? Outside the Supreme Treasure, everyone gasped and felt their scalps tingle. The son of God of the Jun family was too unpredictable. Inside the Supreme Treasure, Jun Xiaoyao nodded slightly and said through his divine thoughts, Senior, don't worry. I will do my best. Rest in peace. Jun Xiaoyao waved his hand, and golden magical power surged. Yuan Tian Supreme's corpse didn't resist at all. It turned into a handful of dust and dissipated. A Supreme of a generation disappeared just like that. At the same time, Ji Xian saw this scene on the other side. His heart sank to the bottom of the valley, and his whole body was trembling. The entire book. Ji Xian sensed that something was wrong when he saw Jun Xiaoyao suppressing the Supreme Demon Corpse with the sacred body phenomenon. Now, his face was as pale as a sheet when he saw that the Supreme Demon Corpse was completely destroyed by Jun Xiaoyao. It was as if he had been thrown into a cold lake in the dead of winter. His whole body was trembling. He had always wanted to escape with the Great Shift Talisman after snatching the wooden box. However, Jun Wanjie kept pestering him, making it impossible for him to free himself. Ji Xian, didn't you say that if the young master could defeat the Supreme Demon Corpse, you would stand upside down and pee? Come on, I'm watching. Jun Wanjie sneered. Ji Xian's face turned green when he heard that. He was extremely embarrassed and felt a burning pain on his cheeks. Damn it, I must get that wooden box. Ji Xian gritted his teeth with a ferocious expression. Jun Xiaoyao's methods had almost caused his Taoist heart to collapse. If he could even defeat the Supreme Demon Corpse, who else could do it, although there were all kinds of factors involved? The result was indisputable. If Ji Xian could get the item in the wooden box, he might have a chance to fight with Jun Xiaoyao in the future. However, if he couldn't get it, then Ji Xian could only live in Jun Xiaoyao's shadow for the rest of his life. Thinking of this, Ji Xian's expression became fierce, and he immediately used a forbidden technique of the Ji family. In an instant, blood burst out from all over his body. His qi and blood burned, and his cultivation level rose steadily. In the end, he reached the perfect consolidation realm. Get out of my way. Ji Xian's aura suddenly soared. His right arm, which had fused with the Saint King's hand bone, punched toward Jun Wanjie. Even Jun Wanjie was caught off guard and was directly pushed back. Jun Zhangjian and Jun Shuihuang also reacted at this time. They wanted to rush over, but it was too late. Ji Xian took the opportunity to grab the wooden box with one hand. Haha, the greatest fortune in the supreme treasure is mine. Jun Xiaoyao, the next time we meet, you'll have to look at me in a different light. Ji Xian laughed heartily and prepared to use the greater teleportation talisman to flee. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao's face carried a hint of mockery. Jun Xiaoyao smirked coldly and said, bringing utter despair to your very bones when you're at your most hopeful moment. That must be a wonderful feeling. He activated the primitive Emperor Dao sword in the divine palace between his eyebrows. A beam of dazzling divine light shot out from his glabella, filled with the laws of the Dao. Amidst the divine light, a dazzling divine chain of order flew out and transformed into an inch-long golden dagger that charged straight at Ji Xian. It was the primitive Emperor Dao sword. The primitive Emperor Dao sword was one of the 5 great divine arts that was on par with the immortal slaughtering sword art. Although it was impossible for Jun Xiaoyao to display the terrifying power of Supreme Yuan-Tian, it was still not to be underestimated. The short sword swept out, and Dao laws filled the air. The surrounding void seemed to be cut apart, and a sharp whistling sound was heard. This was too sudden, and no one had expected it. Ji Xian hadn't expected this either. And the primitive Emperor Dao sword was too fast. Ji Xian didn't even have time to take out a protective item. Splat, in the blink of an eye, Ji Xian felt a tearing pain. He was shocked to see his right arm being thrown away. No! Ji Xian roared, and his eyes were about to pop out. Jun Xiaoyao extended the demon wings behind his back, and his figure flashed. He raised his hand and grabbed the Saint King's arm, along with the wooden box and the ancient talisman. All these things happened in a short moment. No one had expected Jun Xiaoyao to have such a trick up his sleeve, in the outside world. This scene was also reflected by the sky observation mirror, and it was displayed in front of everyone's eyes. Could it be one of the 5 great divine arts, the primitive Emperor Dao sword? How is that possible? Isn't this Supreme Yuan-Tian's secret technique? It's rumored that it has been lost for a long time. Maybe it's an opportunity that the son of God of the Jun family found in the secret treasure? *CK, the Saint King's arm was cut off by the Saint King of the Ji family. Many cultivators cried out in surprise. Previously, because of the grey fog, they did not see the battle between Jun Xiaoyao and Ji Xian. But now, Jun Xiaoyao only used the primitive Emperor Dao sword to cut off Ji Xian's greatest reliance, the Saint King's arm, in one move. It was a fierce blow. Damn it, what is the son of God of the Jun family trying to do? In the sky, Ji Bongyin's expression changed instantly. He had previously said that Ji Xian was prepared and was very stable in the secret treasure. He even said to Jun Zhantian with a calm and proud face that he should be worried about Jun Xiaoyao. But now, the arm of his own genius had been cut off. This made Ji Bangyin so angry that he could not remain calm. Don't worry, my grandson is not a demon. He won't harm Ji Xian's life, Jun Zhantian snorted. Just as he finished speaking, a voice rang out. From the sky observation mirror, Jun Xiaoyao once again activated the primitive Emperor Dao sword and rushed towards Ji Xian's head. It was obvious that he wanted to kill Ji Xian. This. Jun Zhantian looked up at the sky speechlessly and pretended not to see anything. Ji Xian hurriedly took out a teleportation talisman. The surrounding void rippled, and his figure instantly disappeared. Inside the secret treasure, Jun Xiaoyao looked at Ji Xian who had disappeared and shook his head indifferently. In fact, it did not matter to him whether Ji Xian died or not. After all, Ji Xian's Dao heart had completely collapsed and would not pose the slightest threat to him in the future. Moreover, he had already obtained the most important thing. The Saint King's hand bone, the wooden box, and the ancient talisman. Jun Xiaoyao was especially interested in the wooden box. What exactly is the great opportunity that Ji Xian has been thinking about? Jun Xiaoyao looked at the wooden box. However, he did not open it directly. Because Jun Xiaoyao knew that the scene inside the secret treasure had been completely revealed by the sky observation mirror. Jun Xiaoyao naturally understood the principle of not showing off one's wealth. Even though his identity made it so that ordinary people wouldn't dare to target him, he was still a powerful figure. However, it was inevitable that other immortal forces would take notice. If this opportunity was too attractive, it would also attract a lot of bad people. Jun Xiaoyao put all of those things into his spatial power item right away. Xianxia did not have any objections. It could be said that it was almost all thanks to Xianxia that they were able to suppress the supreme demon corpse. She was just assisting from the side. Therefore, the opportunity naturally belonged to Xianxia. As for Jun Huang and the other two sequences, it was even more impossible for them to have any thoughts. Everyone, let's go out. This trip to the secret treasure has ended successfully. Jun Xiaoyao smiled faintly. He was in a good mood. For ancient dragon bones, one supreme ancestor dragon bone, the wooden box, the Saint King's hand bone, and a mount that he had subdued along the way. It was more than successful. It was simply too successful. Jun Xiaoyao and the others left the depths of the secret treasure and then met up with Jun Linglong and the nine-headed lion. The geniuses and cultivators of the other major forces also left one by one. However, as soon as Jun Xiaoyao and the others stepped out of the supreme treasure, a voice rang out. Two majestic auras rose almost at the same time. One came from Ji Bangyin of the Ji family. The other came from Zulong's blue dragon lineage. It seems that there is still a little trouble. Jun Xiaoyao said calmly with his hands behind his back and a faint smile on his lips. The entire book. Jun Xiaoyao and the others appeared at the entrance of the supreme treasure. Jun Xiaoyao was dressed in a white robe and looked handsome. Even though he had just gone through a battle, he was still clean as if he had just returned from a walk. His calm and carefree demeanor made many female cultivators around him scream. Their eyes were full of excitement. Jun Xiaoyao was simply the Prince Charming in their hearts. However, before these fans could get excited, two majestic saint stage auras burst out uncontrollably. They were from Ji Bangyin and the elders of the Azure Dragon clan. The two majestic auras directly caused the noisy great desolate forest to instantly descend into silence. Many important figures of the factions had serious looks in their eyes. They knew that what was going to happen next would not be so easy to resolve. Jun Xiaoyao was indeed unscrupulous in his actions. He had beaten up the dragon girl of the Zulong sect and forced her to flee. He had cut off the arm of the little saint of the Ji family. It could be said that the person who had done this was not Jun Xiaoyao, but a prodigy from another faction. The moment they came out, they would have been killed by the elders of the Zulong sect and the Ji family. Jun Xiaoyao, don't go too far. Don't you think you've gone too far? Ji Bongyin's face was cold and extremely ugly. Beside him was Ji Xian, who had been teleported out by the Great Shift Talisman. However, at this moment, Ji Xian's face was pale and his eyes were blank. His left hand was covering his broken arm and he looked like a walking corpse. Anyone with discerning eyes could see that Ji Xian's Dao heart had completely collapsed. 4a. Prodigy, losing a battle was not scary. What was scary was that even his Dao heart had collapsed. Then, he would be completely hopeless and become a cripple. When Ji Xian, the little saint of the Ji family, first came to the supreme treasure, he was so high-spirited and confident. But now, he looked like a walking corpse. No wonder Ji Bangyin was so angry. Going too far? How am I going too far? It's just a normal sparring session. In the face of Ji Bongyin's saint stage aura, Jun Xiaoyao's expression did not change. He was very calm. He wasn't even afraid of the supreme being level demonic corpse's pressure, so how could he be afraid of a saint's pressure? You old bastard, what do you want to do to my grandson? Jun Zhongtian's figure flashed as he arrived in front of Jun Xiaoyao. At this moment, the elder of the Blue Dragon bloodline arrived with Long Bichi. Long Bichi was cowering behind the elder. She looked at Jun Xiaoyao with fear in her eyes. Although her Dao heart wasn't as broken as Ji Xian's, it wasn't much better. At the very least, Jun Xiaoyao had left a shadow in her heart. Jun Xiaoyao, let's put aside what you did to the dragon princess of our clan for the time being. However, the dragon bone was originally taken from Zulong by Supreme Yuan Tian. Shouldn't it be returned to its rightful owner now? The elder of the Azure Dragon lineage said in a deep voice. Given Zulong's domineering nature, the elder of the Azure Dragon clan would have taken the dragon bone by force if it had been another force that had obtained it. However, the one who had obtained the dragon bone was the son of God of the Jun family. This made the elder of the Azure Dragon clan feel very troubled. Zulong, who has always been domineering, has learned to be reasonable. However, I obtained the dragon bone with my own abilities. why should I return it? Jun Xiaoyao smiled with a hint of sarcasm. The elder of the Azure Dragon clan's face twitched slightly. Then he said, fine, we'll forget about the 4 sets of ancient dragon bones. However, the supreme ancestral dragon bone must be returned. Hearing this, Jun Xiaoyao sneered. Zulong, don't be so shameless. Have you forgotten the pain Supreme Dragon suffered so quickly? How dare you, young man? Jun Xiaoyao exposed Zulong's scars in public. The elder of the Azure Dragon clan's face darkened and he couldn't help but scold Jun Xiaoyao. However, just as the elder of the Azure Dragon clan was scolding Jun Xiaoyao, suddenly, a high-pitched and sharp sound of a guqin rang out in the void far away. The sound of the guqin turned into a killing blade that cut through the void and directly swept towards the elder of the Azure Dragon clan. The sharp power made the saint's scalps tingle. Slash, the guqin killing blade flashed past and directly cut the elder of the Azure Dragon clan in half. Bright and crystal clear dragon blood spurted out. One move had severely injured a saint. There was an uproar of shock in the surroundings. The elder of the Azure Dragon clan even retreated quickly with unprecedented horror in his eyes. Who did it? The elder of the Azure Dragon clan asked in a trembling voice. However, there was no response. Jun Zhantian's eyes revealed a hint of surprise. Xiaoyao, it seems that your protector has made a move. Protector? Jun Xiaoyao raised his eyebrows slightly. This protector of his was also mysterious. He didn't even show up. However, using guqin music as a means of attack was somewhat novel. Your protector has a powerful background. You'll find out in the future, Jun Zhantian said mysteriously. Jun Xiaoyao narrowed his eyes. Who on earth was this protector that the Jun family had assigned to him? However, the speaker didn't mean it, but the listener did. All the cultivators around who heard this conversation had hidden horror in their eyes. The Jun family had assigned Jun Xiaoyao such a powerful protector. One had to know that ordinary immortal forces would at most assign saint-level protectors to the geniuses of their clans. It seems that the son of God of the Jun family has an extraordinary status in the Jun family. Many people exclaimed. The elder of the Azure Dragon clan endured his injuries and closed his mouth tightly, not daring to say anything else. He was afraid that if he said another word, he would be sent to the netherworld in the next moment. Ji Banging's expression changed even more. He was extremely afraid and didn't dare to say anything else. Just like that, a troublesome situation was easily suppressed. It seems that the two of you have nothing else to say. Then, I'll take my leave. Jun Xiaoyao smiled faintly. Before he left, he didn't forget to mock them. The elder of the Azure Dragon clan and Ji Banging's faces turned purple, but they didn't say a word. The people of the Jun family and the Jiang family left together. It wasn't until they left that the elder of the Azure Dragon clan and Ji Banging roared. Their voices shook 3,000 miles. The two immortal forces had never suffered such a loss before. Ah, the Jun family is indeed one of the 3 great families of the Yu family. They suppressed the 2 immortal forces, some cultivators exclaimed. The secret treasure of Yuan-Tian ended with such an ending. In the beginning, many people guessed that the son of God of the Jun family should be the most outstanding person in this secret treasure. However, they didn't expect him to be so eye-catching. He almost overshadowed the other geniuses' brilliance. The dragon girl of Zulong, the saint of the Ji family, the 9-headed lion of the far ancient royal family, the sky-swallowing sparrow, and so on. None of them was a match for Jun Xiaoyao. In the end, Jun Xiaoyao even suppressed the supreme demonic corpse. Everyone's eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. If the news spread, half of the Huangtian mystic realm would be shocked. There were already rumors that Jun Xiaoyao would be one of the few people standing at the top of the mystic realm in this era. It could be said that Jun Xiaoyao had completely become famous in the Huangtian mystic realm through this trip to the secret treasure of Yuan-Tian. However, some people were happy, while others were sad. In Nantian City, a man and a woman appeared. They were Wu Mingyue and Xiao Chen. The complete bookend of Chapter 76. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.